This young man with black hair was strolling through the streets today, just like any other ordinary day, when suddenly the sky turned dark. Although it was the middle of a scorching summer, a young woman pointed her finger towards the sky. "Look, what is that?" Feng followed the direction of her finger, unsure of what they were all looking at, when suddenly his eyes widened in shock. Above, countless black clouds swirled, covering the blue sky, and in the midst of it, a flash of light suddenly shot out. Everyone felt that this was strange. Suddenly, something came crashing down from the clouds like a waterfall. After the shock, a bizarre green panel appeared in front of Feng, startling him. From the expressions of the people around, he guessed that everyone could see this system. It wasn't a physical object. Could it be an illusion technique? But no country or organization on Blue Star possessed such technology. Curious, Feng reached out to touch the panel. Immediately, a startup message appeared. System notification: the world of massacre across the myriad heavens has been activated. All healthy individuals between the ages of 15 and 50 worldwide will be transported to the world of massacre across the myriad heavens, a place where monstrous beasts roam, demons invade, and all races coexist. It is a land full of dangers and death, but also rich in resources and opportunities. There, humans may lose their lives at any moment, but they may also attain immortality. Beams of light shone down from the sky, focusing on everyone within the specified age range. They rushed towards the beams of light in an attempt to escape, but it was like an unbreakable barrier they couldn't get past. Beneath Feng's feet, everything lit up, and he could feel his body starting to fade away. Finally, the system's message echoed: "This is the only opportunity for Blue Star to save itself." A moment later, they appeared in mid-air and began free-falling. The system welcomed them to village Novice number 911. Each starting village contained 1,000 people. Feng landed on a wooden house. His body twisted awkwardly on the floor, but he wasn't harmed. This world wasn't friendly at all, but at least it spared Feng's life. After seeing the place with his own eyes, he realized that the world of massacre across the myriad heavens truly existed. The system provided information to Feng: "This is a novice wooden house blessed by the way of heaven. Without your consent, no one can enter. Furthermore, resting inside a novice wooden house will restore both physical strength and spirit. From now on, players could use the Way of Heaven screen right in front of them." The Way of Heaven screen? Looks just like a game interface, Feng muttered, then he fumbled around for a while before finding his personal information page along with a few stats. His combat power, to his surprise, was only 1 star. Feng then opened the world chat channel to see what others were saying. But the world chat channel wouldn't open for him. It seemed like there was a certain condition to meet before everyone could interact on it. He immediately entered the chat room of Village Novice, which was in complete chaos. Some people were hoping the government would come to their rescue, while others said aliens were abducting them for experiments. One person, claiming to be an expert, said they had entered a novel but didn't know who the main character was. Elsewhere, 2 men were discussing combat power ratings. It seemed like everyone was about the same. However, one middle-aged man with a shaved head and a mustache said he was a limit breaker at 1 star, and with just 1 more point, he would reach 2 stars. His stats were also significantly higher than those of ordinary people. He scratched his head and said that he admired boxing, so he usually trained his strength, which explained why his stats were a bit higher. Feng, upon hearing this, realized that combat power was related to 4 main stats: strength, agility, physique, and spirit. At this point, most people had a combat power of 1 star, with a few rare cases of limit breakers at 1 star. The average score for most people was 10 points, but Feng's strength, agility, and physique didn't even reach 10 points. It was probably because he was picky about food and as a result, looked thin like someone with an addiction. From everyone else's data, the highest spirit score was 13 points, which was still less than half of Feng's. Although he didn't know what it was for, at present, it was an advantage for him. The system notification stated that based on the 4 main stats and innate talent, players would awaken their innate abilities. These abilities were graded from low to high: F, E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, and SSS. Any innate talent ranked SS or higher was considered exceptionally unique. The chat room was as lively as during the Lunar New Year. The system asked if Qin Feng accepted the awakening of his extraordinary ability. Of course, at this moment, he had to choose yes. Obviously, it was a redundant question. Qin Feng was once again thrown into another strange space, surrounded by various sized green orbs. He avoided one orb that was charging toward him. Based on his experience from reading novels, Qin Feng knew these orbs must be related to awakening extraordinary abilities. The stronger the ability, the more unique the light ball. So, Qin Feng dodged all the regular orbs flying toward him. Suddenly, an orb flew at an astonishing speed and entered his body before he even realized it. Then, a series of other orbs followed, entering his body as well. At this moment, the system congratulated him on awakening his SSS level extraordinary ability, endless extraction. This ability could trigger the extraction of any target, achieving results beyond imagination. Qin Feng only knew that SSS level abilities were possessed by a unique individual, but he didn't understand the system's vague explanation. It seemed he would have to experience it firsthand to truly understand its effects. After returning to village Novice, he had completed the awakening of his extraordinary ability. There were more than 700 people at F rank, nearly 200 people at E rank, and only 2 people at rank C or higher. The number of people who had awakened abilities at rank C or above was less than 2% of the population in village Novice. This meant that SSS level extraordinary abilities, like Qin Feng's, were even rarer. Among the 2 people who had awakened abilities at rank C or higher, was there anyone besides him? Could it be that their abilities were SSS level like his? A person named Lucien on the board said he had awakened a C level innate talent, controlling force. The whole village rejoiced. Just hearing it, it already sounded impressive, like he might turn into a magnet or something, right? Boss Lu, from now on I'll follow you wherever you go. Just having a C-level innate talent already makes you revered by everyone. If Qin Feng reveals that you possess an SSS-level talent, the applause you get might not be the only thing you'll be hearing. In this world, it was all about killing, and such powerful innate abilities would become Qin Feng's greatest support and trump card. He absolutely couldn't let it be exposed so easily. After the equipment procedure was completed, the system notified them that they could now leave the wooden house and enter village Novice. In 10 seconds, the novice examination would begin. Those who didn't meet the requirements would be immediately sent to sell salt. To level up, they could hunt ferocious beasts, demons, and monsters, earning strength from their kills. Now, it was time to distribute novice weapons to the players. Qin Feng pulled a sword from the Way of Heaven screen. It wasn't a physical object, yet it could materialize into a real item, truly a strange phenomenon. What he drew out was a rusty, level 0 broadsword, a weapon given to every new player entering the profession. Its attack power was only 2 points, and to increase its attack, he would need to raise his strength. Qin Feng immediately grabbed the sword and swung it, carving 2 X-shaped slashes. After using the novice broadsword, Qin Feng felt he could easily take down a cow. Although it only had 2 points of attack, if it could be upgraded to 10 or 20 points, its power would surely be unimaginable. But how to level up, Qin Feng still didn't know. His gaze glanced at it, then he thought about testing his innate ability. A stream of greenish-blue power, like flames, emanated from Qin Feng's arm. In an instant, the power of the sword became mighty, creating a gust of autumn wind. Endless extraction helped him absorb all the residual lightning and remnants of the novice sword, elevating it to a star-wit steel blade level 1 with an attack power of 5. Qin Feng had only used his ability once, and already, he had upgraded it from a rank ascending level to level 1, adding 3 points to the attack power. He wanted to try again to see what else he could get. But this time, there was nothing. Because the target's quality was too low, it had reached the spirit limit, and nothing else could be extracted. Qin Feng pouted, thinking he was the best in the world, but it seemed his ability was still limited. If he kept using it to level up, he would basically be hacking the game. Even so, the starting point for Qin Feng was already worlds apart from everyone else. The proof was that when he swung his sword, he almost chopped the house in half. Outside, voices of people murmured. This place is so big. There's even a square up ahead. It looks like everyone has already left the wooden houses. Qin Feng also decided to go out and see what the world outside was like. This was village Novice 911, nestled in a valley surrounded by lush green forests and towering mountains. There were even strange beasts flying around. The way of heaven forces them out, cursing fiercely, and if they can't reach level 10, they'll have to go sell salt instead. The novice assessment lasts only 3 days, so most of the crowd is worried. Everyone is testing each other's talent, but indeed, most are at level E or F, and some even have abilities that are completely useless. In front of them is a teleportation gate that looks like a time machine from Doraemon. They are in village Novice, peaceful and quiet, but no one knows what awaits them once they step through this gate. Qin Feng guesses this must be the exit from village Novice, and the world beyond is one of slaughter. The group stands before the giant gate, wondering who will be the first to step out of the glowing light. Suddenly, a loud explosion comes from behind them, dust flying everywhere. Qin Feng and the others panic. Could it be a savage beast appearing? A young man with a shaved head stands in the crater he just created. He is Wang Chang, one of the group with a peak 1-star combat power. The others immediately gather around him, admiration on their faces. Wang bro, you're amazing. What kind of talent do you have? Wang Chang is taken aback at the sudden attention. He has a D-level talent that enhances his strength, tripling his power when activated. If Qin Feng remembers correctly, Wang Chang's base strength is 18, and with his talent, it goes up to 54. No wonder one punch could shatter the ground. A talent of level D is not very common, but it's not too rare either. There are also level E abilities of the same type of enhancement as Wang Chang's, but they only double the strength points. From the beginning, Wang Chang had a combat power at the peak of 1 star, and now with a level D talent, everyone thought he was the strongest among them. Wang Chang, braving the cold, let out a laugh, of course, haha. Before coming here, he worked out at the gym every day and drank whey instead of meals. Now it's time to welcome my glorious moment. They all thought of Lucien, who had a level C talent, and wondered how strong he must be. But these words made Wang Chang feel envious, thinking that a strong fist was the way to go in this world. To prove that he was the leader, Wang Chang volunteered to leave the village and be the first to fight a wild beast outside to see how strong it was. Immediately, he received enthusiastic cheers from everyone. However, after Wang Chang left, they all fell silent. His strength wasn't bad, but his intelligence wasn't great either, and he might end up sacrificing himself for them. After passing through the gate, they entered a dense forest that seemed harmless. Wang Chang walked while muttering, "Wait until I kill a wild beast, then they'll know who the real leader is." Suddenly, a shadow flashed quickly across Wang Chang's vision, but he couldn't make out what it was. Holding his blade in confusion, he looked around, and a gigantic figure appeared behind him. Wang Chang broke into a cold sweat, glanced behind him, and the vicious rabbit immediately took his life. System notification: Wang Chang has been killed by the level 1 bloodfawn rabbit. A level 1 ferocious beast has a combat power of 3 stars, level 2 has 4 stars, level 3 has 5 stars, and so on. Wang Chang, a man who could smash the ground with a single punch, was defeated by a level 1 beast, which left everyone bewildered and hesitant to throw themselves into battle. But if they didn't take action, the way of heaven would let the beasts come to attack on their own. Qin Feng was deeply worried because Wang Chang fell in less than 5 minutes, and by the weakest of beasts. The difficulty of survival in this world was harder than anyone had imagined. The way of heaven had given so many reminders to the novices, proving that it wouldn't issue a task that a novice couldn't complete. He was sure there had to be a way to pass the trial. What would happen if a 3-star beast fought against 4 1-star human warriors? Amidst the confusion, people began to think about forming teams to fight together. They looked for ways to coordinate with each other, and the first team was soon established. A young man holding a shield approached Qin Feng and struck up a conversation. "I've noticed you always go solo. Want to join our squad? No, thanks. He said this and immediately turned to leave. A team was a good idea, but it wasn't suited for someone like him. Before becoming strong, he needed to hide his innate abilities carefully. The first squad had entered for 15 minutes, and no one had died yet. It seemed like it was time for Qin Feng to take action. He took a deep breath and stepped through the gate alone. Inside the forest, the surroundings gave a primitive and untouched feeling, to the point that Qin Feng imagined a Tyrannosaurus Rex might jump out from the bushes at any second. Suddenly, a rancid smell wafted through his nose, and the air became increasingly thick with the stench of blood, almost unbearable. Cautiously, Qin Feng moved towards the source of the blood scent and found the still warm body of Wang Chang. His death was partly due to his own arrogance, but the deeper cause lay in this suddenly appearing world of bloodshed. Wang Chang's corpse served as a wake-up call for Qin Feng. In this place, one could lose their life at any moment. To survive, one had to be cautious, constantly growing stronger. As he thought about this, a sudden flash of insight lit up in Qin Feng's mind. If he wasn't mistaken, this might be the true way to use his power. Qin Feng approached the body. Wang Chang had used endless extraction, successfully acquiring his D-grade strength enhancement talent. It was surprising that even the dead weren't spared. This ability truly lived up to its name: no mercy for the young, no release for the old. Qin Feng's strength was 8 points, and with the D-grade enhancement, it would rise to 24 points, enough to surpass most ordinary adults. Qin Feng couldn't hide his excitement. So this was the true way to use his one-of-a-kind talent. As long as he had time, he could collect hundreds, even thousands, of different abilities. After his innate abilities multiplied, he would become an incredibly powerful being, one that everyone would look up to. The feeling of standing above everyone else was truly delightful. Wang Chang was strong, but his speed and defense were merely average. Coupled with his arrogant personality, he set out alone to find a fierce beast without understanding the situation, which ultimately led to his death. Thus, for most people, the best way to survive in this world is to collaborate and complement each other's weaknesses. But Qin Feng didn't need that. For instance, with the sword he had just picked up from Wang Chang, he used his abilities to upgrade it to level 1. With endless extraction, he would have no weaknesses at all. After walking for a while, Qin Feng encountered the massive corpse of a black bloodfawn rabbit. It seemed like this was the level 1 bloodfawn rabbit that had fought Wang Chang. He carefully examined the numerous wounds on its body, indicating that it had been surrounded and killed by a group of people. But that wasn't important. Qin Feng tried using endless extraction and successfully extracted 2 strength attributes from the beast. The unexpected result made him pleased. Now, his base strength value was equivalent to that of an average adult. If I enhance further, I'll gain 30 more points. He hoped to encounter a few more beasts to extract their strength attributes, quickly gaining the power to crush the ground with a single punch, just like Wang Chang. Qin Feng tried to extract from the black rabbit once more, but it had dropped below level 20, so he couldn't extract anything further. It seemed like Qin Feng would have to find a new corpse. The team must have killed quite a few ferocious beasts along the way, and all he had to do was follow their path to scavenge the corpses. The more people there were, the easier it was to take down the beasts, and at that point, he would have more bodies to collect. Qin Feng followed the path with the most footprints, but by that time, Novice Liu had already been killed by a level 1 giant hound with a fatal strike. He was the second person to fall, but he was in a team. When Qin Feng extracted Wang Chang's corpse, he used his innate ability, and when he extracted the black rabbit's body, he received 2 attribute points. Humans and ferocious beasts were different. Humans had innate abilities, while ferocious beasts only had strong physical traits. So, Qin Feng decided to hunt Liu's corpse, hoping to gain another innate ability. Qin Feng wandered aimlessly because he didn't know which path Liu's team had taken. Logically, the less traveled paths were more dangerous, so the probability that his team had taken one of those routes was high. Before he could find Liu's body, Xu Chang was also killed by the same ferocious beast, making Qin Feng anxious. It was very likely that both of them had died in the same place. The danger they were facing seemed to be even greater than they had anticipated. At least the members of a small team couldn't handle it. Xin Feng was confused, not knowing whether he should continue or not. He stood still, deep in thought. A cold breeze blew past, and it made him determined that in this world, if lives were to be treated as a game, the weak would be the first to be eliminated. So, without hesitation, he jumped down. To survive, one must understand the principle, there is luck in misfortune. Xin Feng crossed another field, the wild grass reaching up to his head. Every step he took was cautious. Finally, the stench of blood reached him, growing stronger and stronger. It seemed the target was right ahead. Xin Feng parted the grass and discovered the body of Zhu Chang, dead with his eyes wide open. Next to him was Li Yu, also lifeless. The proud fanged giant beast was certainly nearby. A level 1 savage beast with a 3-star combat power, Xin Feng was no match for it. He had no choice but to quietly retreat and leave. Suddenly, Xin Feng's eyes widened in shock. What? In front of him was the massive proud fanged giant beast, severely wounded. Though he wasn't its match, it had broken both its legs, and it was clearly on the verge of death. Therefore, killing it wouldn't be a difficult task. Xin Feng began counting down, shortening the distance between him and the proud fanged giant beast. When he was just 1 meter away, he activated his strength to launch an attack. Suddenly, the beast's front limb swung up, knocking a sword out of his hand. However, because it was heavily injured, its strength was limited. From high above, Xin Feng gathered momentum and thrust his sword straight down at the proud fanged giant beast. It couldn't move, merely lying still, waiting for death. After the thrust, it still had enough strength to let out a roar. Xin Feng immediately increased his power and punched through the proud fanged giant beast's skull. In the end, it finally perished. The hunt for the proud fanged giant beast was truly dangerous. These beasts were more alert than Xin Feng had anticipated. From the corpse of the monster, something flew out and entered Xin Feng's body, causing him some worry. But it turned out that this was the power gained after killing the beast. By taking down the proud fanged giant beast, he was rewarded with 30 energy value points, successfully dispelling his fatigue. After killing the beast, Xin Feng's information panel updated. His level had increased from 1 out of 100 in the first tier to 30 out of 1 in the first tier. This was indeed a very smooth start. Xin Feng not only gained strength from the beast's corpse but also energy from defeating it. The final step was to extract energy from the proud fanged giant beast. This time, he gained 2 agility attribute points. With these 11 points of agility, Xin Feng was stronger. However, the attributes taken from a first-tier beast were too low, so he knew he would have to seek second-tier beasts soon. Next, he turned to the 2 corpses lying by the roadside. Xin Feng didn't let them go. The first thing he did was to enhance his sense of smell to the extreme, increasing his ability to scent by 10 times while using it. For others, this talent would be useless, but for him, it proved to be incredibly valuable. In this dense forest of the prairie, finding a corpse was far from easy. With just a natural talent for scent, Xin Feng could easily sniff out the smell of blood. Moreover, after enhancing his sense of smell, he could even detect the scent of wild beasts from a great distance, allowing him to avoid them when unnecessary. Xin Feng stripped Zhu Cheng of his clothes, tore them into a strip of cloth, and used it to wrap the 2 swords he had just picked up, applying his abilities to them. The assessment had not even been ongoing for an hour, yet his strength and agility had already reached an average level. With the addition of 3 other innate abilities, his overall strength was likely at a 2-star level. However, the Way of Heaven still evaluated combat strength based on 4 stats. So, on the surface, Xin Feng's combat power was still only at 1 star. Xin Feng wrapped the 2 enhanced swords in the cloth bundle and set off. He enhanced his sense of smell again and began to concentrate. His sense of smell could detect odors within a radius of several meters. The scent of fresh blood hit him, making him feel uncomfortable. Since his sense of smell had been enhanced tenfold, the odor was much stronger. He tried to relax and gradually get used to it, especially being careful to distinguish between the different smells. Suddenly, Xin Feng detected a faint fragrance mixed with the earthy scent of mud. He could tell it was the scent of a flower, and there was an unfamiliar smell that was gradually becoming more intense. Xin Feng immediately deduced that something was approaching him. A young man with blonde hair was being relentlessly pursued by the proud-fanged giant beast. The disgusting sewer rat struck with such force that it sent the young man flying far away. It was at this moment that those hiding in the bushes sprang out simultaneously, launching a full-scale attack on the mutated hamster. They successfully acquired 30 energy points, but had to split them equally among the members. However, they were indeed very unlucky. They encountered two proud-fanged giant beasts at the same time, leaving them no chance to react. Li Yu and Zhu Chang went to sell salt together. If it weren't for our wise leader allowing us to retreat while striking, leading it here to encircle it, we'd probably all be dead by now. One person, seemingly their leader, ordered them to prepare to deal with the dying proud-fanged giant beast. We can't let someone else snatch it from us. Xin Feng realized this was Li Yu and Zhu Cheng's team. If they found out he had scavenged the proud-fanged giant beast they were after, he would lose everything. So, he quickly enhanced his speed and hurriedly fled the scene. In this cruel world, virtues like kindness and generosity would only get him killed. To survive, one had to risk everything and seize resources. 3 hours passed, and everyone was diligently killing the vicious beasts, while Xin Feng simply wandered around collecting corpses. He had more or less understood the situation on this plain novice. There were 5 types of level 1 savage beasts in total: proud-fanged giant beast, blood-fawn rabbit, prairie wolves, and savage wild beasts. Xin Feng had already drawn the 4th savage wild beast, but for some unfortunate reason, he could only successfully draw the same type of level 1 savage beast 3 times. Xin Feng had run out of opportunities to scavenge, with only the highly venomous 9-ringed serpent remaining that he hadn't yet taken a shot at. It seemed like this time he would have to head out and search for its carcass. In the meantime, 7 people had died, but Xin Feng had only found 1 corpse so far. Compared to the attributes of the wild beasts, it was even rarer to find a person with such talent. Xin Feng had acquired E-rank enhanced vision, and his combat rating had finally reached 2 stars. He was now capable of challenging level 1 beasts. As soon as it was mentioned, it appeared. Xin Feng could smell the pungent venom of the 9-ringed serpent. The closer he got, the more he noticed a different scent, something like a fruity fragrance. Xin Feng approached a massive ancient tree, which was being guarded by the giant snake. Beneath the tree's roots was the faint scent he had just detected. It seemed that the 9-ringed serpent was guarding this peculiar tree, and now he had even more reason to claim it for himself. The 9-ringed serpent was the strongest level 1 beast in plain novice, and the only one with magical properties rare and difficult to find. It seemed like fate was on Xin Feng's side this time. Sure enough, as a beast with intelligence, the 9-ringed serpent immediately sensed Xin Feng's presence. It extended its several kilometer-long body, opened its maw full of sharp fangs, and launched an attack at him. Xin Feng leapt just in time to dodge its headbutt, causing the massive tree to snap in two like a twig. But its speed was slower than Xin Feng had expected, perhaps because it had just eaten its prey and was still busy digesting. He didn't think much about it, drawing his sword and preparing to kill it. However, as soon as the blade touched the scales of the highly poisonous 9-ringed serpent, it was blocked. Its scales were like an indestructible suit of armor. Xin Feng jumped to the ground, but in the moment of distraction, it whipped him with its tail, slamming him to the ground. The venomous 9-ringed serpent opened its mouth and lunged at Xin Feng, intending to swallow him whole. He immediately sprang to his feet, reinforced his strength, and thrust his sword into its wide-open mouth. The serpent writhed in pain, dragging Xin Feng, who was still clinging tightly to the sword, into the air with it. He struggled to hold onto the sword, keeping its mouth from closing. Then Xin Feng kicked off, gaining momentum as he sliced its body into pieces. After the battle, Xin Feng exhaled a sigh of relief. All that effort for just 40 energy points, but with one more kill, he could level up to level 2. Fortunately, Xin Feng had come upon the 9-ringed serpent when it was already full and sluggish from eating. He quickly cut open its belly to see what was inside. Xin Feng's expression was one of confusion as he looked at the 5-fingered hand inside. Did it eat people? Xin Feng stood frozen in place. In this world, anyone could lose their life, the only difference was how they died. As for him, he had to survive. Xin Feng extracted the innate abilities from the players inside the serpent's stomach. He had acquired another enhanced vision ability. As a result, it increased to level E, amplifying his vision 20 times and allowing him to see in the dark. After evolving his innate ability, Xin Feng also awakened the Eye of True Sight, a unique skill that enabled him to see through the true essence of things. Xin Feng discovered a new mechanism: as long as he possessed two similar innate abilities, it would trigger the evolution of his talent, and the chance of awakening the associated skills would be higher. He decided to test the first skill he had obtained, using it to inspect the object the python was guarding. That's the red python fruit, a first-stage spirit fruit that enhances physical strength and resistance to poison after consumption. The Eye of True Sight was like the high-tech scanners seen in science fiction movies. With it, Xin Feng gained additional information about many unknown objects, which would undoubtedly be valuable in future resource competition. Xin Feng immediately plucked the red python fruit and ate it, causing an instant change in his body. He gained 8 points in physical attributes, and his poison resistance increased by 100%. The 8 attribute points were equivalent to absorbing the essence of 4 demons. This sour, green fruit was incredibly potent, but it only had a single fruit. Xin Feng was eager to see if he could use the spirit herb that produced it for something else. This spirit herb grew by absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, sprouting 1 leaf each year. After 7 years, it would grow 7 leaves, and only after another 7 years would it bear the red python fruit. Once the red python fruit was harvested, it would wither and become useless. However, since it had absorbed the essence of heaven and earth to grow, Xin Feng couldn't bring himself to discard it. He immediately used his ability on it and retrieved the spirit herb. After consuming it, he gained 2 points in physical attributes. Xin Feng was satisfied, realizing that frugality, integrity, and diligence always pay off. Something that produced the red python fruit couldn't possibly be without value. This meant Xin Feng had reached the maximum limit of a 2-star combat power. If he added the 4 abilities he had sealed away, he would be capable of challenging 3 or 4 level 1 beasts simultaneously. He then decided to withdraw another highly poisonous 9-ringed serpent before leaving the plain novice. To become stronger, one had to step out of their comfort zone and improve their strength. Just as he was reflecting on this, 3 large stones suddenly flew toward him. Xin Feng glanced at them and nimbly dodged all 3. He landed on the tall tree, sniffing the air, but there was no sign of any beasts. Another 9-ringed serpent appeared, and it seemed the strong, pungent scent of blood from the serpent he had just slain was overpowering enough to mask the smell of the new one. Meanwhile, the 9-ringed serpent was in battle with an entire team. A young man had his sword jammed into the serpent's face, refusing to let go. Die! I'll avenge Brother Chinjun. Xin Feng watched the battle from above, surprised to see him here. This Lei Zhao had a D-rank talent for controlling lightning and had taken the lead in the team, guiding everyone else. In Village Novice, only 17 people had awakened D-rank talents. Wang Chang had already been eliminated in the first round. As Xin Feng recalled, Lei Zhao had left Village Novice after forming a team of 8. But now, only 6 people remained, which made him suspicious. Lei Zhao was violently thrown to the ground by the deadly 9-ringed serpent, and a girl wielding a bow and arrows immediately ran to his side. He ordered them to ignore him and take advantage of the brief moment when the serpent was temporarily weakened, charging forward. Lei Zhao took on the role of the main attacker to hold back the 9-ringed serpent, causing its momentum to weaken more and more. Victory or defeat was only a matter of time. Meanwhile, Xin Feng was using the Eye of True Sight to scan the living beasts and discovered that the deadly 9-ringed serpent, aside from its usual stats like other creatures, had a drop rate of only 0.1%. Although there was a chance to obtain an item, the odds were no better than finding a wife who was not only beautiful, but also skilled, obedient, and good at housework. Suddenly, a blinding light made Xin Feng squint in discomfort. It turned out that Lei Zhao's team had successfully taken down the 9-ringed serpent. The energy points were now being distributed among the members. A young man, who only received one contribution point, threw his dagger in frustration. The girl with the bow and arrows comforted him, saying, "Shaoli, don't be upset. The energy distribution is based on our contribution, and it's decided by the way of heaven. It's absolutely fair." It turned out that in a team, energy was distributed according to individual contributions. If you worked, you earned. But with 40 energy points being split among 7 people, no one received more than 10 points. Xinfeng sensed something unusual and jumped down to observe more closely. Lei Jiao was standing dazed, glowing with a faint green light, though it seemed no one else could see it, except for him. "What's wrong with you?" Lei Jiao explained that he had leveled up to level 2, while Shaoli had only reached level 17 out of 1, and there was still a long way to go before reaching level 2, which made him feel dejected. Xinfeng hid behind the tree, observing. This was the first time he had seen someone else reach level 2, and he wondered if there was any connection between level 1 and level 2. After scanning the information, the stats of Lei Jiao appeared, excluding his innate talent and skills. The normal stats surprised Xinfeng. With these stats and Lei Jiao's level D talent, his combat power could be considered around 3 stars. If Lei Jiao were to fight a level 1 savage beast alone, his chances of winning would be 50%. Although Xinfeng hadn't yet reached level 2 according to the Way of Heaven's calculations, his combat power had already reached the extreme limit of 2 stars. Adding in his innate talent, his overall combat power could even reach 4 stars. This also meant that he could easily defeat Lei Jiao. One of Lei Jiao's teammates saw him level up and immediately suggested they take revenge for their brother, Chenjun, who was still in the belly of the venomous 9-ringed serpent far away. A few hours earlier, the two of them had been scouting together when they were ambushed by 2 savage beasts. Realizing the danger, they had fled. Chenjun, with his short legs, was slower and got swallowed by one of the beasts. As for the young man in the hat who had awakened speed-related talent, he ran faster and led the venomous 9-ringed serpent here. Lei Jiao immediately rallied his team to seek revenge for Chenjun. However, what Lei Jiao didn't know was that Chenjun's innate talent had already been absorbed by Xinfeng. Even the venomous 9-ringed serpent that had swallowed him had already been killed by Xinfeng. Just as they were passing by, Xinfeng accidentally took a step back, causing a rustling sound. The archer immediately shot an arrow in his direction. The arrow flew past Xinfeng's nose, embedding itself into the tree trunk, leaving his face pale with fright. "Who's there? Come out now." Xinfeng guessed that this girl had a keen sense of hearing, so he had no choice but to step out with an innocent expression. "Don't worry, I'm just passing through." The girl was startled and called Xinfeng's name. He asked in surprise, "You know me?" He didn't remember ever meeting this girl with such sharp hearing. Lei Jiao turned to ask, "Lu Yan, do you know him?" Lu Yan waved her hand, saying that she had seen Xinfeng's avatar on the chat channel, but the channel had 1,000 people. For her to remember him was quite strange. Lu Yan cautiously asked, "Xinfeng, why are you here alone?" "It's dangerous." Xinfeng didn't answer. He was anxious inside, wondering why they hadn't left yet so that he could retrieve the body of the venomous 9-ringed serpent. The atmosphere was extremely awkward. Suddenly, Lu Yan wanted to ask Lei Jiao if they could invite Xinfeng to join their team. Since they had lost Chenjun, they could add him to increase their safety. Lei Jiao also had his own thoughts. The gap between human strength and that of the beasts was too great. Those at the same level couldn't handle the beasts, so cooperation would increase their chances of winning. In the future, this place would definitely be filled with all kinds of powers, and he wanted to establish his own power to stand firm here. So, Lei Jiao asked about Xinfeng's potential and attributes. As long as he wasn't too weak, he would accept him. Although he was eager to build his own power, he couldn't rush and let just anyone join. Lu Yan happily said, "Xinfeng, please make your personal information public. Our boss Lei is a second-tier expert with a D-level talent. If you join our team, your luck can't be bad." In response to her invitation, Xinfeng shrugged and said, "No need, I prefer to go solo." Lu Yan wanted to chase after him, but Lei Jiao stopped her. After all, they couldn't force him to do anything. Lu Yan felt a bit sad inside. She knew that Qin Feng had already forgotten about her, but she still hoped he would survive. Sure enough, along the way, they all remarked that Qin Feng was strange, and they believed that when he faced a crisis, he would regret his decision. However, when they reached the site of the deadly nine-ringed serpent, everyone was stunned. The serpent's body had been torn into pieces. It was terrifying. Who in village Novice could have such power? Some guessed that Lu Xian, who possessed a sea-level talent, was the one responsible, but his team had headed in the opposite direction. Shelley touched the venomous blood of the nine-ringed serpent and deduced that it had been killed about 15 minutes ago. The serpent's body was as thick as 7 inches, yet the killer had struck with a single blow. There were only footprints from one person at the scene. Lei Zhao immediately concluded that the killer was a master, most likely someone acting alone without a team. At that moment, Lu Yan remembered Qin Feng. He had been the only one seen wandering around here earlier, so the chances of him being the one were incredibly high. At the same time, the Way of Heaven announced that someone in Village Novice had leveled up to level 3, activating the top 100 leaderboard. Lei Zhao immediately clicked to check, but Qin Feng's ranking was only 47th. Moreover, he was still at level 1, which made Lei Zhao doubt that his earlier assumption might be wrong. At that moment, the number 1 rank was held by Lu Xian at level 3. Qin Feng wasn't surprised when he saw the rankings. Over 5 hours had passed, and 8 people had leveled up to level 2, while Lu Xian remained at level 3. It seemed that he would need to pick up the pace. The level 1 beasts in the plain had already reached their attribute cap. At this moment, the Way of Heaven also activated the reward mode for novices leveling up. The first person to reach level 10 would receive an imperial golden treasure. The second would get a white-silver treasured sun, while the third would receive a bronze autumn treasure. The first 100 people would receive a treasure encouragement. Moreover, it was possible to unlock these rewards before the event ended. The Way of Heaven was quite aware of that. Treasures were also divided into several tiers, ranging from black iron, brass, silver white, golden, dark gold, purple, epic, to mythical. Naturally, the higher the tier, the better the items that could be obtained. Qin Feng also began his beast hunting spree. The rank battle was about to start, and once he was in, he planned to go all in. That golden precious sun must be in his hands. Qin Feng charged forward like the wind, and soon encountered a mutated silver-backed grey wolf. He simultaneously boosted his speed and strength, striking at its head, but its skull was even harder than a woman's head. Striking it felt like hitting a steel block. Qin Feng had thought that activating his innate skill would be enough to defeat it, but it seemed that mutated creatures were still tougher than the normal ones. The silver-backed grey wolf looked at Qin Feng with blood-red eyes. It didn't expect a first-tier human to dare brazenly enter its domain, but this first-tier human turned out to be much stronger than many third-tier beings. Qin Feng, on the other hand, was contemplating his strategy. It was often said that a wolf had a hard head and iron back but a soft belly, and its weakness lay in the soft abdomen. At the moment the silver-backed grey wolf leapt, exposing its belly, Qin Feng rushed forward and pierced through it, thrusting his weapon from its abdomen out the back. With a single strike, the silver-backed grey wolf collapsed. It was the strongest beast he had ever faced, but in the end, he was stronger. After killing the mutated silver-backed grey wolf, Qin Feng received 100 energy value points, leveling up to Tier 2. All 4 of his attributes increased by 10 points, and he also gained 5 free attribute points. Qin Feng's entire body began to glow. This was the sensation of leveling up. It felt as though a warm, healing flow was rushing through his body, mending every wound, while his spirit was also restored. The rewards for killing the silver-backed grey wolf didn't end there. Qin Feng also found a black iron treasure. He clasped his hands together, silently praying for his ancestors to bless him with a good item. The chest opened, soaring into the sky, and a brilliant light poured down like a waterfall. The appearance of this dazzling item was worth all the effort. Indeed, a second stage item had dropped. A blood wolf warblade forged from titanium, infused with the essence of a blood wolf. increasing both attack power and the speed at which wounds healed by 100%. Qin Feng gripped the blood wolf warblade with great satisfaction. With this sword in hand, he no longer needed to think much to deal with mutated beasts. Just as it was mentioned, they appeared immediately. It seems they are companions of the silver-backed grey wolf that was killed by him earlier. But they arrived just at the right moment. Qin Feng was eager to try out his newly forged blood wolf warblade. Qin Feng swung his blade, causing the silver-backed grey wolf in front of him to lose a leg. From behind, another one charged forward to attack. He spun around and thrust his sword straight through its chest. Qin Feng smiled smugly. Now, these silver-backed grey wolves are nothing but small fry to me. After performing a few sword moves, all the silver-backed grey wolves that came for revenge had fallen. Since he had reached level 2, Qin Feng's speed, strength, and physique had all noticeably improved. In less than a minute, he had taken down 5 silver-backed grey wolves, something he couldn't have achieved even if he risked his life back at level 1. At this moment, he still couldn't uncover the secret of this place, but it continually reminded him of the harsh reality. This was not a game, but a real world. As for Qin Feng, he would continue to grow stronger, soar to the heavens and vanish into the earth, achieving immortality, and finding a way to return. On the other side, Lei Jiao was just as strong, landing an electric punch that took down a chubby rabbit. The strength gap between level 2 and level 1 was indeed apparent. At this point, the Way of Heaven announced that Qin Feng was the first person to kill a level 1 mutated beast and earn a point of prestige. This point of prestige would accumulate, and once enough was gathered, it would be rewarded by the Way of Heaven. Only the person who killed the first level 1 mutated beast could receive this point. People began to recognize Qin Feng, whom they had just met, but since he was ranked 47th on the leaderboard, everyone assumed he had just gotten lucky and found some good loot. Perhaps a level 1 mutated beast is not too dangerous, it's just that he was lucky, Lei Jiao said. As soon as he finished speaking, the others chimed in with agreement. But reality slapped the higher-ups in the face when the Way of Heaven continued to announce the deaths of those killed by level 1 mutated beasts, and even some level 2 beasts had claimed lives. Everyone went into a panic again, especially Lei Jiao, whose face turned stiff. Just a moment ago, Lei Jiao had been feeling smug for defeating a level 1 mutated beast with a single punch, but now Qin Feng appeared, single-handedly killing a level 1 mutated beast. Meanwhile, on the leaderboard, Qin Feng was climbing rapidly. He jumped from rank 47 to rank 11, and then, in the blink of an eye, shot up to rank 5. Lei Jiao realized he had been too arrogant and signaled for his team to continue hunting mutated beasts. He couldn't let someone like Qin Feng, who didn't even have a team, get too far ahead. At that moment, Qin Feng was leisurely lying on a pile of silver-backed grey wolves' corpses, blood pooling in streams around him. Meanwhile, a voice in the channel cried out for help, "Brothers, our boss Lu from the team is dead, and now I'm the only one who managed to escape." It turned out that their team, which included 1 level 2 expert and 4 level 1 experts, had been wiped out by a fanged wild boar. The one who was calling for help had speed-based talent and managed to flee. He was 50 miles south of village Novice, and Qin Feng could reach that location in less than 50 minutes. This fanged wild boar could wipe out many experts and was a mutated beast at that. If Qin Feng could take it down, his energy points would surely not be low, and it might even drop a treasure. Qin Feng walked for a while and came across a corpse. It seemed that the mutated fanged wild boar was nearby. But in the air, besides the stench of the boar and the pungent smell of blood, there was also the scent of the bloodfawn rabbit. Qin Feng casually extracted 2 agility attribute points. However, he felt something was off. Why isn't there any innate ability dropping from the corpse like usual? Qin Feng tried again, but this time he failed. The last time he encountered this situation was with a first-level beast, but he wasn't sure what was causing it this time. Qin Feng moved on to a few other corpses and managed to extract some innate abilities, which proved that his endless extraction ability was still functioning properly. But the system didn't provide any hints. Could it be that I already possess that innate ability, but its level is too low for me to extract it? Qin Feng didn't care much anymore. He used whatever he could, and besides, he had already obtained an innate ability to enhance his physical strength. Of the 4 main attributes, he had a level D innate ability to enhance his strength, a level E innate ability to enhance his agility, a level E ability to enhance his vision, and a level F ability to enhance his sense of smell. Now, he also had an additional level E enhancement for his physical strength. With innate abilities corresponding to all 4 attributes, Xin Feng had no weaknesses. Suddenly, he noticed drag marks on the ground, and the only body he hadn't encountered yet was that of Lu Yunyang. After thinking for a moment, he gritted his teeth. Could it be that the fanged wild boar wants to eat the corpse just like that snake? Lu Yunyang possessed a level D innate ability. If he could find his body, Xin Feng would gain that ability as well. He had to find it before the fanged wild boar devoured Lu Yunyang whole. Xin Feng followed the trail and arrived at the entrance of a cave on the mountain cliff, where a strong stench emanated from inside. It seemed this was the lair of the wild boar. The cave gave him a chilling sensation. Was it just his imagination, or was it truly dangerous? No matter how formidable the fanged wild boar was, it was still just a first-tier mutated beast. Right now, it was no match for Xin Feng. But as he entered the cave, Xin Feng detected a completely new odor. A first-tier mutated perfect venom serpent lunged out to attack. He couldn't assess its combat power yet, because if it was under a state of enchantment or control, its strength would increase significantly. Xin Feng was caught off guard by the attack but managed to dodge. This perfect venom serpent had at most 5-star combat power, but compared to the silver-backed gray wolf, it was already a tier above. Moreover, it had the ability to spit venom. Just as he thought of this, the deadly 10-ringed serpent opened its mouth and released a cloud of purple poison gas. Xin Feng was hit, and his eyes stung painfully. He covered his eyes and screamed, dropping both swords to the ground. At that moment, a wave of wild beasts that had been hiding suddenly rushed out to attack. Xin Feng's vision blurred due to the poison gas. He drew out the blood wolf war blade. Even though his vision was compromised, he couldn't afford to die here. He swung the blade a few times, forcing the wild beasts to retreat. Xin Feng, relying on their movements, charged forward to attack. While the other 2 beasts were still being beaten, the mutated sewer rat scurried away with its tail between its legs. Xin Feng vented his frustration and killed 2 more of the creatures, but he couldn't find the mouse that had escaped. At that moment, the deadly 10-ringed serpent lunged from behind, trying to bite him. Fortunately, because it had ambushed him earlier, he had already anticipated its move and managed to dodge. Xin Feng, sword in hand, charged forward furiously. Though he couldn't see it, he could still hear and smell the serpent. Don't underestimate me. I'm not just going to sit here and wait to die. Xin Feng thrust his sword straight into the serpent's head, the strike full of hatred, and it immediately collapsed, dead. Indeed, the energy point was much higher, and more specifically, he even received a treasure black iron. Leaning against the serpent's corpse, Xin Feng panted heavily. This time, it had really been a close call. If it hadn't been for his physical enhancement talent earlier, he might have been done for by now. At that moment, Xin Feng successfully leveled up. All 4 of his stats increased by 10 points, and his vision was restored. He froze for a moment before bursting into laughter. How could I forget this? Leveling up can restore the body to its peak condition. Even blindness or physical disabilities can be healed. With his sight restored, Xin Feng felt completely refreshed. He opened the chest that had fallen from the deadly 10-ringed serpent. He wasn't sure what the item was, but his face was filled with satisfaction. I didn't expect this treasure to drop something this good. This was a great deal. Ha ha. In the depths of the cave, there was another teleportation portal, similar to the one in the village. The energy from the 3 savage beasts that ambushed him vanished here. With his current strength, even if the 3 of them teamed up, they wouldn't be a match for him, but Xin Feng couldn't shake the feeling that their actions were hiding the presence of something terrifying. Xin Feng stepped through the door, and on the other side was another vast cave, with many spirit herb first stage growing on the rock walls. Before he could even pick a few herbs, Xin Feng noticed a scene that left him frozen. A group of mutated beasts was surrounding a pile of bones and skulls. The system reminded him that he had entered a distorted space, so the ranking board was unavailable. However, his personal information and the channel were still functioning as usual. Shinfeng activated the Eye of True Sight on the dry corpse sitting atop the bone pile. Unexpectedly, it belonged to the human race but had already died, with a combat strength of level 4, 6 stars. In addition, the nearby beasts indicated that their combined combat strength had reached 7 stars. The staff it was holding, which had an eye attached to it, made Shinfeng feel deeply uncomfortable. Shinfeng began to think of a way to leave and planned to return for a challenge once he was stronger. But suddenly, the zombie's eyes opened, and Shinfeng froze, as if something invisible was holding him in place. The corpse pointed at him and ordered the beasts, "The third level of this world, now that you're here, use your flesh and blood to help me resurrect." The 3 savage beasts, which had just ambushed Shinfeng, charged at him like unleashed dogs, but it seemed the chains binding them were abilities of the corpse. They relentlessly pursued Shinfeng, refusing to let him go. He had underestimated the capabilities of his opponent and was surrounded and attacked. He definitely couldn't allow himself to be caught by his chains. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Shinfeng found himself tightly bound by the chains of the dry corpse. No matter how he moved, he couldn't budge his body. The dry corpse opened its mouth and complained, "These brainless beasts only know how to drag human corpses in but don't know how to lure the living. During this time, I can only rely on the blood essence from the corpse to sustain my body." And now Shinfeng had unknowingly walked right into it, like a gift from the heavens to the dry corpse. He would use Shinfeng's blood and flesh to be reborn. Shinfeng was in a life or death situation. If he couldn't escape the dry corpse's control, he would definitely be torn apart by the beasts. At the critical moment, Shinfeng roared, causing the chains around him to snap. He instantly killed 2 of the beasts and charged toward the dry corpse. The dry corpse, still confused, thought that with a level 3 spirit, the highest power being only 30, there was no way Shinfeng could break his mental control. No matter what he was thinking, Shinfeng rushed forward for a direct assault. Suddenly, sharp, strange objects pierced through his body. He collapsed to the ground, blood pouring out, and the dry corpse grinned in satisfaction. "It seems you've underestimated me," he sneered. "No human can block the impact of my mental force. I really like your body. Being used by me will be the final honor of your life." Shinfeng smiled, clutching his arm. "Honor my ass. You're the one who's underestimated me." Shinfeng used all of his free attribute points and allocated them entirely to spirit. Dry corpse discovered that he was trying to resist and immediately wanted to tear his soul apart and throw it into the purgatory flames, burning it endlessly. "Fanged wild boar, kill him now." Shinfeng's spirit stat increased by 10 points, but at that moment, he was sent flying into a stone wall by the fanged wild boar. From the cloud of dust, a golden light flashed as Shinfeng drew a sword to block the boar's claws. Luckily, when he opened the yang, he had received this seal ring. Even though he had carelessly lost the blood wolf warblade, he still had something to deal with them. Seeing Shinfeng's spirit increase, Dry Corpse ramped up his mental control over him. The 2 ferocious beasts seized the opportunity to charge, and in order to break free from his control, Shinfeng needed at least 2 seconds. Finally, Dry Corpse smiled with his crooked mouth, expecting to be reborn, but to his surprise, the 2 beasts collapsed right at the threshold of heaven, startling him. Shinfeng scoffed. After killing the poison-filled tenfold forgiveness, he had taken its poison pouch. Now, it had come into use. From the beginning, Shinfeng noticed that Dry Corpse had been sitting idly while the 3 beasts fought him. Now that they were all out of commission, let's see who would protect him. Grinding his teeth, Dry Corpse spat out, Shinfeng used underhanded methods, but he should take a good look at who's cleaner. Suddenly, he raised his staff and began chanting in some foreign language, but Shinfeng didn't let him finish the incantation and immediately cleaved him in half. Sure enough, eliminating a level 6 combatant awarded a massive energy boost. Shinfeng gained 200 points and another 10 points of judgment, advancing him to Judge Level 1. Judges are those who specialize in eradicating malevolent creatures that disrupt the rules of the way of heaven.
Out of 10 million people, only one is chosen.
Xin Feng was further granted 20 additional points to each of his stats upon becoming a level 1 judge. He was surprised to learn that the dried corpse was a malevolent creature. No wonder the Eye of True Sight had classified it as extremely brutal. Although he almost met an untimely end this time, the rewards were not insignificant.
No wonder the way of heaven says that danger always accompanies opportunity.
Suddenly, something flew out of the dry corpse's body. The system detected that Xin Feng had the corresponding talent and merged it with the sealing skill, resulting in the beast control technique of the 3 lengths.
Xin Feng couldn't help but grin. With this skill, doesn't that mean he can command a whole group of savage beasts? They can go fight monsters while he just sits back and earns experience points?
However, this dream could not come to fruition because the activation conditions were not suitable. Instead, he needed to awaken the D-level talent for strengthening the mind, which would allow him to initially control the beast control Dan technique. Alternatively, he could awaken the C-level talent for 6 sensory synchronization to activate the skill. It seemed the requirements were indeed harsh, not only needing to awaken a D-level talent, but also having to find the beast control Dan. So, Xin Feng began to search through the belongings of the person named Dry Corpse to see if he had it. In his tattered sack, there were all sorts of things: rags that hadn't been washed in 200 years, a gold necklace trick from a concubine demon, a love token bone fragment, but nothing related to the pill, which frustrated him. After scolding for a while, Xin Feng finally felt relieved. He decided to try extracting something more from the dried corpse. To his surprise, he obtained the D-grade mind enhancement talent, along with 3 attribute points in strength and agility. Xin Feng immediately combined the mind enhancement talent with the sealing skill. As expected, the fusion was successful, but he would have to wait until he got a Beastmaster pill before he could actually use it. Returning to the group of spirit herbs, Xin Feng used the mind enhancement talent to control the ring with inscriptions, making it automatically pick up items and store them without him having to lift a finger. An idea popped into his head: he could use it to steal things during battle without even touching them, or to summon weapons with his bare hands. Fortunately, the corpse of Lu Yunyang was still intact. Xin Feng quickly extracted the D-grade fire control ability from it. Another corpse provided him with a D-grade speed boost. Now his speed was twice as fast as before. After spending the entire day stealing, Xin Feng finally gained a talent with offensive capabilities. Once he grew stronger, he might not even need close combat, simply controlling flames from a distance. As he tested it out, the fire flared up intensely, almost burning him alive. It was true: playing with fire could end up burning down the house. The proper way to use it was to roast meat like this. Thanks to the influence of the Way of Heaven, Village Novice 911 was rapidly leveling up. Some people had already reached level 3, like the young man Lucien. He proudly declared his ranking. The chat channel saw him surpass Xin Feng and was in awe. Even Xin Feng's name was grayed out and gradually slid down the list, yet the system did not report his death like it did for others. Xin Feng couldn't use the leaderboard, so his name was grayed out and stopped updating. After a whole day of close combat, today he would find a safe spot to recover. However, to be fair, the meat of these ferocious beasts was both fragrant and fatty when roasted, but it lacked something. Not to mention, eating it raw and drinking it hot also helped to recover stamina quickly. He was the first to discover that eating roasted meat could speed up stamina recovery, earning him a point of prestige. The system then notified everyone, and they thought he had passed out somewhere, but it turned out he was simply enjoying himself. At this moment, the system launched a new feature, the interspatial trading channel. Many people, lacking a fire source, were asking for one in the chat. Xin Feng, on the other hand, had an abundance of roasted meat. It seemed this trading channel was the perfect opportunity for him to start a business. Xin Feng began selling roasted meat, 3 pounds of meat in exchange for 1 beast carcass. As the first person to use the trading channel, he was awarded another point of prestige. Lucien, after just killing a second-level ferocious beast, the giant Fang mountain lynx, immediately traded the carcass for roasted meat. Both parties earned a point of prestige for their first transaction. Even Lei Zhao and others, after slaying a beast, traded the carcasses for roasted meat as well. While roasting the meat, Feng also absorbed 2 points of various attributes. He didn't even need to leave the cave, people brought their beast carcasses to him, which he roasted and exchanged for more carcasses. Next to the lifeless beast corpse, there was a person with a face even thicker than its skin. He claimed that both he and Feng were third-tier experts, but since he was one rank above Feng, he demanded that Feng give him 6 pounds of roasted meat. Not only Feng, but everyone in the chat channel also laughed at his shamelessness. Feng didn't say anything, simply reminding him that the roasted meat was limited, and it was first come, first served. To make money off the hungry was truly the pinnacle of capitalism. Feng couldn't help but think of himself as quite ruthless. At the same time, a young man appeared, offering 50 pounds of roasted meat in exchange for a piece of equipment. Feng thought he had been harsh, but it seemed there was someone even more ruthless and delusional. However, it appeared no one was interested in trading with him. Feng then found a few unnecessary items to sell. A novice first stage weapon could be exchanged for 3 spirit herbs, 1 spirit fruit, or another first stage piece of equipment. The chat channel exploded once again. Everyone thought that Feng was likely a skilled blacksmith. Soon, someone initiated a trade with Feng, a first stage strength bracelet in exchange for a star-wit steel blade. Wearing this bracelet increases strength by 7 points. Since your strength is your lowest stat, having this would help make up for that. Suddenly, a loud explosion was heard, followed by a blinding golden light. The system issued an urgent notification: Village Novice 137 has triggered the forced connection command with Village Novice 911, activating resource exchange. The losing side will have all resources halved, and all villagers will lose 20 attribute points. The winning side will have its resources doubled and receive 20 attribute points. The competition content is that Village Novice has 5 experts who reached level 5 before. Therefore, the first person to level up to level 5 will be rewarded with 50 attribute points and a white-silver treasured sun. At the same time, the chat channels of the 2 villages will be linked. During the betting period, neither village will be able to access their own ranking channels. Feng silently thought, this resource betting battle, the losing side will be severely punished like this. What exactly did Village Novice number 137 do? The announcements from the novices are linked, and the notifications pop up continuously, creating a stir. The chat channels of the 2 major novice villages have been successfully connected. Villagers from both sides can enter each other's chat channels, but they cannot send messages. Resources are halved, which means the leveling speed will drastically decrease, and most people will not be able to pass the assessment. Novice is really doing something despicable. Truly shameless. Village Novice 911, who is leveling up the fastest? Do we even need to ask? Of course, it's Lucien Boss. The Way of Heaven has closed the leaderboard, so we can't see who's in first place. He's doing this on purpose, he wants to make us panic. Isn't our village's first place Lucien Boss? As long as Lucien Boss reaches level 5, we'll win. Scene shift to the battle. A Western man who easily defeated the wild wolf said, "Gentlemen, ladies, I am the noble Baron Edward, bearing the bloodline of the noble race, and I have reached level 4. I will definitely lead you to victory." Baron Edward turned on the chat channel. The Baron is so magnificent, he's so powerful. Ah, I understand now. Baron, you purposely chose to start this bet at night because night is advantageous to you. He just read the comments from everyone, and his expression grew even more triumphant. You're very smart, you guessed right. The night is when our vampire clan is the strongest. This noble can single-handedly defeat a level 4 beast. Ha ha. After laughing triumphantly for a while, he began coughing violently. Feng gritted his teeth in fear, cold sweat dripping down his face, staring at the chat channel and directly saying, "Vampires, demons, even dragons, so these creatures really exist and are hiding on Blue Star." He was sitting in a cave, resting and roasting meat, but suddenly stood up, deep in thought, and said, "Wait, the entire village Novice 911 is made up of people from the Dragon Kingdom on Blue Star. It seems like the way of heaven has arranged for people from the same country to be placed in the same village novice.
Why would the way of heaven do this? What is its ultimate goal?
A notification began to remind him, and the map for level 1 beast battles against players was fully unlocked, with rewards for the betting competition. Somehow, Feng was now holding a burning flame in his hand.
Looking at it, he said, at first, it was just a rivalry between village novices, but will it later evolve into a battle between nations, between continents?
Feng looked firmly at his hand, gripping it tightly as he held the flame. No matter what, the most important thing now was the resource betting contest between the two major novice villages. Edward could defeat a level 4 beast alone, and while his leveling speed was faster than Lucien's, it was still slower than Edward's by quite a bit. He had to reach level 5 as quickly as possible, and to do that, he needed to go to a high-level beast area to hunt and kill beasts. Next, the dark clouds in the night sky gradually dissipated. He ran quickly forward, like a leopard, thinking to himself that he was lucky to have enhanced vision, allowing him to see objects clearly even in the dark of night. Feng ran as though he already knew the exact location he was searching for. Enhanced sense of smell allowed him to detect the whereabouts of the lurking killer in the shadows.
He had avoided them earlier.
Moreover, after the battle for resources began, the Way of Heaven had provided rewards beyond the area map of the beast's activity zone, which enabled him to find the active beast area he wanted to reach faster and more accurately. In the quiet of the night, the moonlight and fireflies illuminated the area where the level 4 beasts were active. Feng dashed forward like a bolt of golden lightning, defeating numerous wild wolves. Holding his majestic, dark sword high, he collided with an ambushing wolf.
At that moment, Feng's face showed astonishment. What is that?
In the instant the beast attacked, Feng swiftly struck it down with his sword. The beast was a golden-eyed panther, a level 5 beastman, with a combat power rating of 8 stars. It had traits of agility, sharp claws, a whirlwind strike skill, and consecutive claw strikes, with a 1% drop rate. He was slightly surprised as he looked at the beast, just as he had struck it down, thinking to himself, Golden-eyed panther, beastman.
Feng approached the beast.
Stepping on its corpse, he shook his head and said, "It suddenly jumped out and scared me. My speed was too fast, and my enhanced sense of smell couldn't keep up, which gave it the opportunity to ambush me. Fortunately, it was only a level 5 beast. I received 2 points of strength attribute." He curiously picked up a leg of the beast and stared intently. This was the first time he had encountered a half-human, half-beast creature.
Could it be that beasts above level 5 no longer maintained their pure animal form but began evolving into human-like shapes?
In the silent black night, dark, ominous energy occasionally drifted toward Feng, who was examining the beast. Looking towards the dense, deep forest, he had his doubts.
This familiar scent. Could there be spirit herbs and spirit fruits nearby?
The area where the beasts resided was filled with spiritual energy, causing Feng to hesitate.
Right in front of him was the 6th level beast zone.
With high-level beasts, there would naturally be high-level spirit fruits as well.
Could he encounter a human-like beast there?
If it were a group of beasts like dry corpses, it would be troublesome.
Never mind, I'll look for the spirit fruit first. Wherever there are spirit fruits, there are spiritual beasts.
Kill the beasts first, then harvest the spirit fruits.
Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. As he entered the beast zone, towering trees intertwined with one another.
Feng, small in comparison, seemed no bigger than a root. He found the spirit fruit he sought, shining a brilliant red, beautiful amidst the shadowy forest. But the trouble for Feng was that beside the spirit fruit sat a massive bear-like beast, guarding it. Feng immediately checked the level of the beast. This is troublesome. The information about the spirit fruit and the beast appeared before Feng.
Name, Dragon Blood Fruit, Grade, Spirit Fruit 2nd Stage.
Origin, born from absorbing a large amount of dragon's blood. Effect 1, non-toxic, after consumption, it greatly enhances strength, agility, and physical endurance. Effect 2, after consumption, there is a 0.1% chance of obtaining a trace of true dragon's blood. Fierce Beast Heroic King, level 6 of the Beast King rank, combat power rating of 12 stars, brutal bloodthirsty trait, innate territorial awareness, physical enhancement level E, bloodline enhancement level E, skill of blood frenzy with a 60% drop rate. Xin Feng's expression grew serious as he gripped his sword and assumed a battle-ready stance. A level 6 Beast King, with a 60% drop rate. But it's clear this will be a tough battle. Furthermore, this Beast King. From a distance, Xin Feng signaled to the fierce heroic king sitting under the tree. Unfortunately, it had noticed him, flicked its hand, and sent him flying. It then slowly approached Xin Feng, who knelt down, gasping for breath, thinking, I didn't expect it to be so fast despite its large size. There's no way to dodge. The fierce heroic king got closer and called out to him, Kid. Its three heads spoke in turn, issuing a warning, Human, don't stand in my way. I don't want to waste time playing with you. Leave this place, and I'll spare your life. Xin Feng ignored its words, stood up, and pointed his sword at it. The three heads speaking together was strange, even somewhat repulsive. He retorted, How about this? You leave, and I'll spare your life. At these words, two of its heads reacted sharply, angrily shouting, A tiny level 4 human, I'll tear you apart. It viciously attacked him, but he managed to block it, lowering his body and using his weight for momentum. When the fierce heroic king aimed at the spot where Xin Feng was standing, Xin Feng immediately sprang into action, leaping away, causing the creature to become confused. From above the fierce heroic king, Xin Feng wielded his blade and descended, slashing at it. It quickly reacted, forcing him to narrowly dodge its attack. The second head of the fierce heroic king screamed loudly, Big brother, the third one is dead, the third one is dead. Damn humans, damn humans. Upon hearing this, the first head became furious, its body radiating dark energy as it shouted, Shut up. After a while of fighting, Xin Feng assessed that its neck was much tougher than he had imagined. Despite using all his strength, he can only sever one of its heads. Suddenly, the fierce heroic king emitted a golden light from its entire body, and an image of a golden dragon spiraled above its head. It had entered a state of transformation that could last for 10 minutes. Xin Feng quickly leaped into the air and deduced that it was Dragon Roar, but its power was weak, likely due to its constant exposure to dragon blood fruit, which had infused it with a trace of dragon essence. The fierce heroic king also let out a loud roar, its next intention clear, Human, you have completely angered me now. I will make sure you die. Xin Feng struggled, channeling all his energy. He struck at the fierce heroic king with full force, but in its berserk state, the creature's defenses became even stronger, and it remained unharmed. It wasn't done yet, swinging its massive arms toward him. Xin Feng could feel the impending danger, This is bad, I can't dodge it. In the eyes of the fierce heroic king, its face twisted in rage as it shouted, Human, you are too arrogant. You thought that with a little bit of cleverness, you could challenge a level 6 being with a level 4? It brought its enormous, saliva-drenched mouth close to him, I will show you the consequences of angering me. Immediately, Xin Feng seriously swung his hand, and a blazing red flame erupted, signaling that his blood wolf warblade had been enhanced with the power of fire, increasing its fiery damage by 10. The unexpected strike caused his opponent to grimace, unable to react in time, and soon after, it was defeated pitifully and lay motionless on the ground. He breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that the fire enhancement on his blood wolf warblade had finally broken through its defenses. This battle was indeed hard fought. He relaxed, sheathed his weapon, and as he walked closer to it, he muttered, Level 6 demons are much harder to deal with than mutated beasts. I almost died here, but this time, I should be able to obtain some decent potential. Suddenly, Xin Feng sensed something unusual and wondered, Wait a minute, why hasn't the way of heaven notified me that I've killed the fierce heroic king? Is there something lurking, trying to attack me? He quickly realized and thought, unless. With swift reflexes, he dodged a sneak attack, immediately confirming that the fierce heroic king was not yet dead. After finishing off the monster with a punch, the system notification appeared. It announced, Successfully killed the fierce heroic king, level 6. You have received 500 energy points. You are the first to kill a level 6 king beast.
You have gained 2 fame points. Your fame has now accumulated to 6 points. Successfully killed the fierce heroic king, level 6. You have obtained the bronze treasure goat. The bronze treasure goat has a 98% chance of unlocking a second stage item, and a 2% chance of unlocking a third stage item. He then turned around, stared intently at the remaining beasts, and said, I severed its head, yet it still lived. Killing a level 6 king beast really broadens my perspective. But it also serves as a warning: beasts in the bloodthirsty world grow significantly stronger with each level. Never let your guard down until the very last moment. The system continued to notify him after his achievements, successfully opening the treasure and receiving the item second stage King's Battle Armor. The King's Battle Armor provided a defense boost of plus 25, 100% fire resistance, and 100% cold resistance. After taking care of the matter, he ran his fingers through his hair and said with satisfaction, a defense boost of plus 25, with attributes for cold and fire resistance, this is definitely a premium item in the second stage. The ring suddenly glowed, and he stroked his chin as he looked at the notifications that appeared. Endless extraction successful, received E-level talent, bloodline enhancement. The bloodline enhancement awakened the power of the bloodline, increasing strength, speed, and defense by 30%. A reminder about the bloodline enhancement talent popped up, and as he pondered, he muttered, it's easier to merge with the demon blood, easier to awaken the bloodline talent, and easier to combine with the blood of gods and demons. No wonder the fierce heroic king wanted to guard the dragon blood fruit, and even when I appeared, he didn't want to fight. If I had a treasure like that, I would definitely guard it as well, never letting it out of my sight. He thought about the image of a plant, and suddenly a sharp pain shot through his body. He clutched his chest and groaned, gasping for air. A voice from a dragon echoed in his mind, how weak you are, like an ant beneath the ground. Let me think, should I just swallow you whole, or burn you with fire and turn you into a delicacy like humans do? The dragon coiled its tail tightly around him, threatening. It squeezed harder, and he cried out in pain, "Eh?" The voice continued, "Or should I just crush you like this?" He fearfully recalled that he had only eaten a dragon blood fruit earlier, all of this was just an illusion. Then he bit down hard on its tail to confirm his thoughts. Want to make me fall under an illusion's control? Impossible. The dragon cried out in pain, "Wait, you madman, I am a true dragon." Do you know what a true dragon is? I can teach you dragon sword chi, dragon roar. Stop eating. He silently thought, who cares if you're a true dragon? I'm going to finish it all. After breaking free from the illusion, he sighed in relief, clutching his stomach. Yeah, no wonder it's a spirit fruit of the second stage. The system continued to appear, consuming the dragon blood fruit has enhanced your blood. You have gained 5 points in strength, 5 points in agility, and 5 points in constitution. You have awakened a trace of dragon blood power, your constitution increases by 7, agility by 6, and strength by 8. Reminder, your blood has been enhanced by the dragon blood fruit, with 0.1% of your blood being transformed into true dragon's blood. Afterward, he happily reviewed his stats, level 4, 1190 out of 1200, judge class level 1, 10 out of 100, fame 6, strength 115 plus 7, strength enhancement level D, agility 121, speed enhancement level D, constitution 122, constitution enhancement level E, poison resistance plus 100%, spirit 129, willpower enhancement level D, visual enhancement level E, olfactory enhancement level F, elemental talent, fire control level, bloodline enhancement level E, endless life talent, SSS level extraction, combat. Power evaluation 11-star maximum, 5 free attribute points. He cheerfully said, I heard that the people from our country are descendants of the true dragon, and with the enhancement of bloodline talent, plus a bit of luck, just a little bit of everything, that's how you get the chance to receive a trace of true dragon's blood. While he spoke cheerfully, after eating the dragon blood fruit, a warm feeling spread throughout his body. He really wanted to sleep, but couldn't. He was about to level up to 5, and just needed to kill one more fierce beast to win the resource wager match. However, there was a pair of frightening eyes watching him from afar.
he checked the leaderboard to see how the others were progressing. Suddenly, a monster behind him opened its mouth wide, preparing to attack. But he kept his focus on the leaderboard, where Lucien, the boss, was about to reach level 4.
We were just one victory away.
Edward, his opponent, had just killed a level 4 beast, and his experience points surged.
What was his progress now?
Somewhere far off, the protagonist, the Baron, proudly said, "I've reached level 4, 520 out of 1200.
Before dawn, I will reach level 5. You all just wait for the glory to fall." The people around him cheered.
"Great Edward, you're truly the strongest man in the world.
So formidable."
A girl praised him. "Edward, I just checked the progress of the strongest player from Novice Village in Dragon Kingdom.
He's only at level 3. You've already surpassed that Lucien by far." Others nearby chimed in. "I'm so excited."
This time, those weaklings from Dragon Kingdom will definitely have to kneel and cry on the ground.
Ha ha.
The system message appeared before him, Village Novice 911.
Novice Lin Feng is the first to reach level 5.
Village Novice 911 wins this resource wager match.
He suddenly couldn't hold it in and exclaimed, "What?" Everyone fell silent and looked on.
The scene shifted to the direction of Lei Zhao and Lu Yan, who saw the announcement, "Congratulations to Village Novice 911.
All members have received a reward of 20 free attribute points."
She cheerfully said to him, "Lin Feng, it's Lin Feng, he really did it." The others also joined in, saying, "Lin Feng boss, what's that?
Amazing."
At the same time, Lin Feng was fighting with all his might. The people who were helping him also chatted amongst themselves. "A huge mountain suddenly appeared in front of me, it scared me half to death. Actually, I was killing a bloodfawn rabbit, and suddenly another one appeared. Luckily, I got 20 extra attribute points, or I'd be done for. Resources, these are all resources, this is so awesome." They happily revered him, "Lin Feng boss, so majestic." Now the system continued with the announcement, Village Novice 137, all members of Village Novice 137 have had 20 free attribute points deducted. All resources in Village Novice 137 have been reduced by half. At this point, the people who had just praised Edward changed their attitude. The cursed one by the gods won't even have a complete corpse, all because of Edward.
That damned bloodsucker.
He angrily shouted curses, "You fools. The Count remembers your names, I will drain all your blood and send you to meet Sha Sang." They not only didn't listen but also teamed up to attack him.
"This filthy bloodsucker dares to threaten us. Let's join forces to eliminate him.
Kill the bloodsucker, kill the bloodsucker." The scene transitions to Qin Feng, with continuous updates coming in for him. Congratulations to Lin Feng for leading Village Novice number 911 to victory in the betting match, earning 3 prestige points.
Congratulations to Lin Feng for receiving a reward of 50 attribute points.
Congratulations to Lin Feng for receiving the white-silver treasured sun reward. Although danger was looming, he still sat calmly, using only his weapon to pierce through the monster without turning around, handling it effortlessly. He even added, "I truly thank you for coming to give me experience points, allowing me to land the final blow, reach level 4, and level up to 5. I will harvest you, make use of you as much as possible." Afterward, he smiled, collected all his loot, and successfully withdrew it, receiving 2 strength attribute points, as the system reported. Then, another new message appeared regarding Lin Feng.
"Lin Feng, boss, I just obtained a resource betting token.
I want to use this token to exchange for a Blade of Absolute Steel, level 1.
He looked at his loot and smiled, saying, "A level 1 weapon in exchange for a resource betting token? It's clearly a deal I can't refuse.
Moreover, once I have the resource betting token, the initiative will be in my hands, and I won't have to rush to hunt high-level beasts like I did this time."
Qin Feng chose to accept the trade.
System notification: the resource betting token, which only appears once for each village novice, can only be activated and used by the highest level player from each of the 4 villages. After activating the command token, the victorious village will reward the initiator with double the prize. The 4 defeated villages will have the initiator punished with double the penalty.
He muttered, "No wonder Gu Ming wanted to sell this to me."
Not only does it limit the number of people who can activate the command token, but the punishment for the initiator is also double the usual. A list appeared, and they thanked him. "Thank you, Boss Lin Feng." He was about to say, "When will we start the resource betting match?"
Right. Let us beat the other village novices until they're completely wiped out. We can't wait.
Boss Lin Feng, give us a little preview. He puffed his chest out, feeling incredibly cool. After thinking for a moment, he suddenly had the idea of leading everyone to victory, boosting his own reputation. He spoke to them through the screen. "Wait until morning, everyone should restore to your best condition. I'll start the resource battle then."
Everyone was convinced and agreed happily. "Makes sense, boss is really thoughtful."
"We support Boss Lin Feng's decision. We'll prepare well, rest up, and get ready for tomorrow." After hanging up, he muttered to himself. It wasn't that he was being particularly thoughtful, nor was it because he wanted to stall for time. Suddenly, he exerted force, causing the rocks and earth around his feet to shatter. While concentrating his strength, he thought to himself, with his spirit, even if he stayed up for 3 days and nights, he wouldn't get tired. He attacked a bird from the side, piercing straight through its body. His real plan was to first head into the most dangerous level 10 beast area, then activate the resource betting system. Level 10 beasts were the most dangerous, but the energy they provided was also the highest, which could allow for the fastest leveling up, and his chances of winning would increase accordingly. The system continued to announce, "Successfully killed the level 6 Shadow Knight Rock, earned 220 energy points." A strong wind blew through, and he pondered, in the lower level beast areas, the energy gained is rather low, and the drop rate of fruits is also low. I should finish dealing with the battlefield here and quickly move on to the level 10 beast area.
Xin Feng looked around in confusion.
With his cloak covering his face, he murmured, "The level 10 beast area marked on the Heaven's Way map is right here." He opened the system to scan the surroundings but suddenly realized that even with his innate sense of smell activated, he couldn't detect any beast scent. What is going on?
Is the system malfunctioning?
Does it have a self-checking function or any error detection? Suddenly, a hole appeared in the ground, right where he was standing. He was startled. Before he could even figure out what was happening, he had already fallen into it.
He thought to himself, "I didn't sense anything unusual just now. It seemed like it appeared out of nowhere."
Damn, there are no walls around, no way to push off for leverage. He had to think quickly to figure out how to stop the fall. If not, continuing to fall like this would surely result in a shattered skull and broken bones, if not death, then at least a crippling injury. Then, his whole body emanated an energy that caused him to hover. Fortunately, he managed to stop just in time, using the force to float in midair. So this is what the space beneath the earth is like, a whole new world. He landed on the ground and took in his surroundings, muttering to himself, "The moment I hit the ground, I could sense the scent of a powerful beast, something I've never encountered before." But he remained vigilant. Could this be the true area for a level 10 fierce beast? Aside from the smell of the beast, there was also a foul stench of rotting corpses that was utterly repulsive. The stench was so overpowering that it made it impossible to pinpoint the location of the beast. He touched a monster and quickly realized it was just an illusion. What the hell kind of place is this? Looking around, he drew a conclusion. On the surface, this place closely resembled Village Novice 911. Thinking boldly, could it be that this place was actually the abandoned Village Novice? If his guess was correct, when a novice mission failed, would Village Novice 911 also be transported to a place like this? He felt disheartened, as if blaming himself. The way of heaven was indeed both fair and cruel. It gave everyone the chance to level up, to gain power, but once someone was left behind, they would be cast into an abyss without any mercy. Suddenly, a voice rang out, "Human, this is not a place you should be." One of them, seemingly the leader of the group of soldiers, introduced himself, "We are the guardians of this place.
Whether beast or human, anyone who enters here will only meet one fate, death. The others behind him also chimed in, human, let the duel begin. At that moment, the system displayed, informing him of their details. Mutated hellspawn soldier, this creature's level was above 15. The system could not retrieve further information, but it reminded him that the drop rate was under 10%. He thought, these dog-headed creatures are higher than level 15. He had no idea how to leave this strange space, so he could only try fighting and see. Moreover, the drop rate of under 10% was certainly tempting. The wind-sealing branch added 100 attack power, 100% attack speed, and 30% armor penetration. It could tear through wounds, and with that, he decided to give it a try. His eyes gleamed with a purple light, his gaze cold as steel. He hoped that the fourth-tier weapon, the white-silver treasured sun, might be able to assist him in killing these monsters. He immediately made up his mind to start moving. The rabid dogs were furious, charging at him one by one as if they wanted to tear him apart. A large explosion was happening at Qin Feng's location. He skillfully dodged the attacks, his hand wielding the flame sword, jumping from one broken stone to avoid their strikes, then landing on the ground. Suddenly, a large sword thrust directly towards him. Fortunately, he was quick-witted and managed to dodge the attack. He thought to himself, is this all they sent to fight me because they underestimated me? The system continuously announced, using divine power to enhance strength, using divine ability to enhance speed, using divine ability to enhance physique, using divine ability to control fire. He struggled to dodge the attack, saying, I'll show you the consequences of underestimating me. Enraged, he charged forward to retaliate. The ones behind him, watching, started to hesitate and asked the leader, Boss, do we really not need to help? I feel like this human is not ordinary. Another one replied, Don't worry, someone like him, at least our boss could chop down 10 of them. But looking at it, our boss seems to be pushing himself too much. Another one said, Can't you see? Our boss, he's just toying with that human in the fight before us. Looking at the one fighting him, they remarked, intentionally striking off target, parrying his blows to create an opening. He advanced, and others spoke louder to make him believe he had the upper hand, only to crush him later. By the time they reached this point, he had already been stomped underfoot. He was startled to realize that in that moment, he had disappeared. In that brief instant, he had slashed through him, but he had vanished. He realized he was now lying beneath him. He arrogantly stepped on him and said, You have some skill, but the game ends here. My time is running out. The onlookers teased him, Too slow, are you done already? Ha, do you need us to help you? He raised his sword high, swinging it down to stab him, but in an instant, he was pierced by a sword. He coughed up blood as the system appeared, successfully killed a mutated hellhound warrior. Earned 15 judge points. You are the first to kill a mutated hellhound warrior, earning 2 prestige points. The people watching from afar were shocked. What? He added for them to hear, to survive in this world, I can't afford to waste a single second. His eyes became sharper. Especially after gaining the talent for mind control, being able to control dead objects. The system updated, endless extraction successfully upgraded. Gained D-level talent, control of darkness, and awakened the Hellfire skill. You have leveled up to a level 2 judge. Successfully killed a Hellhound warrior. Picked up the Seal of Darkness fragment. His hand touched the fragment of the seal. Qin Feng panted heavily. I haven't stopped practicing how to control it. Looking at the fragment in his hand, Qin Feng moved with lightning speed, twisting his body and dodging between trees in the forest, leaping up and down. He looked like a monkey just learning to climb, repeatedly performing the movements while muttering, from the left, from the right, from above, from below. Qin Feng recalled the arduous training period he had endured over the past time, with numerous wounds of varying sizes. He spoke out with a conclusion, after thousands of countless training sessions, I've finally managed to grasp a little of it. With a piercing gaze, exuding a dangerous killing intent, Qin Feng smirked at the pack and said, the skill of killing from a distance. The Hellhound warriors were enraged by Qin Feng's arrogant words. One of the hounds bared its sharp iron-like teeth and shouted, "Damn, you arrogant little brat, kill him now." Another, calmer hound spoke up to stop the madness, "It's not the right time yet." Then, one by one, they started pushing the responsibility onto each other. One said, "I just got my claws sharpened yesterday, I don't really want to fight, you go." The hound, recently spared from a high-stakes mission, declined. Another replied, "Why does it have to be me? You're second in command, you should go." The second in command replied, showing some restraint, "This is a good opportunity for training, it should go to someone younger." Watching them push each other back and forth, bickering loudly, Qin Feng felt a headache coming on. He suddenly realized something wasn't right. Something was off. His companions had been killed, but they were acting as if nothing had happened. Could it be that he hadn't killed it after all? Qin Feng glanced behind him, his mind racing with doubt. "No, the way of heaven had confirmed I killed it." At that moment, a deep, hoarse voice echoed, "Human, are you looking for me?" Immediately after, the leader of the Hellhound warriors appeared like a ghost, emerging from a pile behind Qin Feng, causing his heart to skip a beat. It opened its mouth wide, filled with sharp teeth, and inside was an energy sphere that was gradually growing larger. When the sphere reached a certain size, the Hellhound warrior's leader opened his mouth and shot out an extremely powerful blast. Qin Feng quickly dodged to the side. Just as he landed in an empty area nearby, a loud explosion rang out right at the spot where he had just been standing. Qin Feng quickly regained his composure, gripping his sword tightly, his body automatically entering a battle-ready stance. The other Hellhound warriors gradually approached their leader and mocked him, "Boss, your vigilance is getting worse by the day." The leader tilted his head, cracking his neck as he replied, "It's been a while since I've met a human, I got a bit complacent." On the opposite side, Qin Feng was bewildered, stammering in confusion, "Impossible, clearly I." The Hellhound warrior leader pointed directly at Qin Feng's face and exposed his secret. "Clearly, you've received the notification that you've successfully killed me from the way of heaven, but you don't understand why I'm still alive, do you? It's as if it knows everything. Surely, Eye of True Sight must have shown you our names." Hearing the Hellhound warrior's confident words, Qin Feng's face turned pale with shock. He thought to himself in horror, he knows about Eye of True Sight. Ignoring Qin Feng's unpleasant expression, the leader took the spear handed to him by his subordinate and said, "The meaning of Hellhound soldiers is that we come from hell, which also means that all of us, the Hellhound blind warhound soldiers, are suddenly surrounded by a strange green light, our eyes flashing with pride." The Hellhound warrior leader declared, "We are immortal." Ignoring the loud and harsh barks of the dogs, Qin Feng spat out in disdain. He glared at them, his voice even louder than theirs. After all, they were nothing more than a pack of dogs. What was there to be proud of? Then, as if to show off, his sword suddenly blazed with fire with every step Qin Feng took. As he charged forward, he arrogantly declared, "If I can kill you once, I can kill you twice, 3 times, 4 times." Immediately after, the leader of the Hellhound warriors and Qin Feng collided in battle. In an instant, the leader blocked Qin Feng's powerful strike with his spear. In another flash, Qin Feng dodged a vicious attack from a Hellhound soldier. They fought relentlessly, the sound of weapons clashing ringing out sharply. They continued their one-on-one duel until the crowing of a rooster signaling dawn broke the silence. The cry echoed, loud and clear. One of the Hellhound warriors noticed the first rays of sunlight appearing on the distant horizon. At that moment, the teleportation portal also appeared. The Hellhound warriors had gathered in front of the portal. One of them waved his hand and loudly urged, "Big brother, it's time. We must go now." The leader of the Hellhound warriors continued swinging his spear toward Qin Feng. Qin Feng was forcefully knocked back into a tree, looking as though it was quite painful. As the leader of the Hellhound warriors walked toward the portal, he turned around and praised, "Human, you are interesting. I hope we can meet again next time." After the Hellhound warriors had all gone through the portal, Qin Feng wiped the dirt off his face. He muttered irritably to himself, "Damn it, I underestimated those damn dog-headed bastards." Then, a notification appeared, warning that the village had vanished, linking it to countless village novices. It appeared in the darkness and disappeared before dawn.
Upon seeing the information it provided, Feng suddenly understood.
So that was it.
This also meant that as long as one had the seal of darkness, everyone had the opportunity to enter it. He looked at the half-broken seal of darkness in his palm and cursed, saying, "Damned bastard, wait until I have enough strength.
I'll definitely come back to find you."
Suddenly, Feng sensed something and frowned, looking extremely uncomfortable. A monster, resembling a giant centipede but with 4 sharp fangs, suddenly emerged from the ground. It appeared boldly behind Feng. He turned around and used his sight to read the monster's information. Feng helplessly muttered again. The information screen immediately popped up.
Ferocious earthworm beast, level 12, combat power rating 15 stars.
Attributes include highly toxic venom, poor eyesight, and extraordinary hearing. Talents include enhanced hearing at E level and earth elemental sensitivity at force level.
Skill, breath concealment technique. Drop rate, 1.2%.
Feng swiftly and decisively slashed through the earthworm's body, successfully splitting it in 2.
In the distance, several other earthworms appeared, waiting to be marinated.
At the same time, another notification appeared, announcement, 2 players from Village Novice have reached level 5.
The regional chat channel has been automatically activated.
Hearing the announcement, even though he had to dodge the stone hand that had just emerged, he still had to let out a sigh. After the resources doubled, Lu Xian's leveling speed was even faster than he had anticipated. Soon, 3 consecutive announcements popped up.
Each 1000 village novice was split into a separate announcement. The link for Zone 1 has started, and the area chat channel has successfully connected. Village novice number 911 is the 47th village to join the connection.
The area chat channel began to buzz with activity once again. Countless messages from people coming from different village novices flooded the screen. Most of the chatter was about the newcomers from Village Novice number 911.
Here comes another group.
A girl with a side-swept fringe, in a neutral tone, commented, "Village Novice number 911 is the 47th to join, not bad, but it seems like others don't think so." A guy who looked somewhat handsome sneered, "After all this time, only 2 people have reached level 5? The ones at the bottom are still from the Dragon Kingdom." A chubby boy spoke up, trying to warn them, "Hey, Village Novice number 911, don't bother talking to those guys, they're all from the same group." Another person, who seemed to have also been a victim of these rude individuals, sent a message advising, "Exactly, the extreme competition cost us half our resources, you guys should be careful." A guy wearing glasses, who seemed intellectual but spoke like someone from the streets, asked, "Who's going to step up and teach those Dragon Kingdom guys a lesson?" A man wearing a turban replied to the question above via text. Amy Khan Lord has already said, "The sacred mission to defeat the Dragon Kingdom people is entrusted to our village 446. Another muscular man expressed his agreement and support. "Down with the Dragon Kingdom people, so they can't stand firm in this world of bloodshed." The long-haired man seemed to be both laughing and texting in the support group.
"Ha, we'll show you all." A gaunt-faced man, who appeared to be from some unknown village, confidently declared. Amy Khan still needs 2,000 points to reach level 8. The Dragon Kingdom is bound to lose.
After a series of hostile messages, it was only then that a message from the opposing side appeared.
"You are truly shameless."
According to the man in the turban, 2 notifications appeared one after another. Village Novice 446 activates the wager command, forcing a connection with Village Novice 991. Resource wager battle initiated. The first Village Novice to have a level 8 expert will win this wager battle. At that moment, somewhere, Feng swung his sword, splitting the last stone statue in 2. System notifications continued to pop up, awarding him 800 energy points. Finally, after reaching a certain threshold, an important notification appeared. Notification: Feng Village Novice number 911 reaches level 8 first, winning this resource wager battle. Feng casually scratched his ear, looking indifferent, but internally, he felt smug and disdainful. A bunch of self-proclaimed elites, I'm just one strike away from level 8, and they dare to challenge me. At the same time, as the announcement echoed, in village Novice 911, the entire bodies of the villagers were enveloped in a powerful stream of green energy.
A buzz-cut man looked down at his body and asked, "What just happened?"
A hawk-nosed guy, equally confused about what was going on, replied, "I don't know." Another young man with dark circles under his eyes stared at his hand in shock and said, "Shin Fongboss won."
A long-haired girl asked in confusion, "But didn't the resource bet just begin?"
Someone spoke up to answer, "That's right, Shin Fongboss."
Then, a flurry of compliments followed, so many that it almost gave goosebumps. "He's so strong.
If this keeps up, it'll be hard for us to level up slowly, and finally, the novice assessment has hope.
Long live Shin Fongboss."
Shin Fongboss, younger brother is willing to offer his first kiss, kept for 20 years, just for you. At the same time, in village Novice 446, an announcement of defeat sounded.
Announcement: Village Novice 446 resource bet has failed. Announcement: Village Novice 446, all resources have been halved. The two announcements struck like a thunderclap, and the villagers here were devastated, voicing their complaints. "What's going on? We just started the war, why has it already ended? Impossible. How could we lose to those people from Dragon Kingdom? Lord Amia Khan lost half of their resources. Many of us won't be able to pass the novice assessment now."
Amia Khan was clearly furious, gritting his teeth, unable to utter a word. "It's all because of those damned Dragon Kingdom people, we can't let them continue their rampage. Must we seek revenge, revenge?" With that, Amia Khan raised the announcement board, as if he had already come up with another plan. "Of course, we'll use the regional channel to find our allies. With plenty of support, they hate the Dragon Kingdom people just as much as we do. Naturally, they'll help us." Following this, an announcement from Amia Khan appeared on the regional channel. Fellow allies of Village 911 used underhanded tactics to win this bet. Their resources have doubled, and their attributes have been enhanced. As they grow stronger, their threat to us will increase. If we allow them to continue expanding, we will never live in peace. We ask for your help in defeating Village Novice 911. At a village novice, a female priest floated in midair, surrounded by mysterious blue light. Beneath her, 4 men sat, scrutinizing the remarkable announcement board. One of them spoke up, asking the saintess, "The Dragon Kingdom's leveling speed is so fast, could they possibly have S-tier talent?" A man with a chest wound clasped his hands together and, with a humble expression, glanced at the saintess and flattered her. "S-tier talent is a divine grace bestowed upon us by our Father. How could a mere Dragon Kingdom individual be favored by the gods? Only Father's servants are worthy of his attention." The saintess said nothing, only smiling and listening. In another novice village, a man from Fortune Arts was carrying a child on his shoulder, walking through the wind and snow in the freezing cold. The child saw the announcement posted by Amia Khan and cheerfully laughed, saying, "Ha, old man Amia Khan loves to put on airs, he's been defeated by the people of Dragon Kingdom." The man from Fortune Arts smiled and continued, "People from Dragon Kingdom, huh? No wonder. That guy was pulling a huge crocodile-like monster behind him, leaving a bloody trail on the white snow. In one hand, he held a nail." "Ah," the child on his shoulder spoke up, "I used to know some people from Dragon Kingdom. They're really unbeatable. I hope I can meet them in the wider world." In yet another novice village, but this one seemed cozier. A man with long hair was staring at the screen, reading the announcement, then asked the person busy fighting a monster behind him, "Jam, did someone below submit a wager for challenging Village Novice 911? The man named Jam turned his head and answered, "Miyamoto from Village 5 is a space talent ninja of grade A, and the first person in Area 1 to reach level 8. He's mentioned his purpose, and he's definitely afraid that someone from Dragon Kingdom will surpass him. Let him first test the strength of Dragon Kingdom." The other man nodded and agreed, "All right." In just a short while, the news of Village Novice 911's victory and Amir Khan's challenge announcement stirred everything up again, causing a commotion in the area.
Damn it, these people are really envious, they don't want Dragon Kingdom to live well.
These bastards, long die, dragon extinction, of Dragon Kingdom hasn't been extinguished yet.
Why haven't we seen Qin Feng boss rising up?
We'll crush them with the traditional techniques of our great Dragon Kingdom. Others didn't want to get involved in this matter, they just wanted to gossip, so they started calling their friends to sell sunflower seeds, drinks, and foldable chairs, all while watching Qin Feng, the boss, teach them how to be human. However, the protagonist of the story, at this moment, was struggling to carry an earthworm, tiredly saying, "Your boss Qin Feng is about to get heatstroke here." It turned out that the sun in this place was too harsh. Qin Feng had no choice but to use the earthworm's body to shield himself from the sun.
He muttered in discomfort, "I really hope I can unlock water elemental talent or ice elemental talent, otherwise I can't stay here."
Suddenly, a box appeared before him, and a glowing badge flew out, illuminating the area.
A message board also appeared promptly to explain the item. Level C mission token activated.
The token can grant a level C mission with no time limit. Completing the mission can yield an abundant reward along with a dark gold treasure. Qin Feng carefully considered the information provided. The first place in the novice exam only rewarded the golden precious sun, but completing this level C mission would give him a dark gold treasure, which was of a higher rank. It seemed that this mission would be quite difficult. He then looked at the token in his hand and made a decision. Since there was no time limit, it was better to activate it now. If he couldn't complete it, he could always leave it for later. With that, Qin Feng activated it. 3 large notifications appeared in succession. Notification: Novice Qin Feng is the first to use the mission token and has received 1 point of prestige. Notification: Congratulations, Village Novice 911 has met the required conditions, and the mission channel has been activated.
Notification: Level C mission to break the 5 elements seal indefinitely has been issued.
The task content is to collect 5 types of fake king mine gems: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, and then ascend the 5-element dragon slaying altar to break the seal of the Village Novice 911.
Finally, the system reminds the player with a note. Task reminder: after the seal is broken, the residents of 911 will be able to enter a larger world. All Village Novice in Area 1 who complete the task will be able to enter the Grand World. Qin Feng examined the task piece by piece. He slowly analyzed the prompt and realized that this was a map unlocking task. This meant that the Village Novice who entered the Grand World first would have a significant advantage, gaining more resources. He decided to check the task reminders for this area first. 2 task reminder notifications appeared as Qin Feng moved his hand. Task Reminder 1: It is recommended that the player go to the central wandering grassland ridge to kill the ferocious demon elephant king to obtain the Earth Core King. Coordinates: Wandering Grassland 398,872. Task Reminder 2: The ferocious demon elephant king is the weakest and easiest to hunt. It is recommended to form a small team of 20 level 10 or higher experts, with a 70% chance of success. Qin Feng focused on reviewing the reminders while pondering. Based on the leveling speed of everyone in the village, it would take at least 5 more days to gather a small team of 20 level 10 experts. By then, the task would likely be completed. He looked around the desolate, deathly wasteland and said, "The Silent Bone Wasteland is very close to the Wandering Grassland. How about we go there and gather some information first?" Lu Yan tried to calm herself down, telling herself, don't move, hold your breath, stay calm, I must stay calm." Right now, Lu Yan was trembling, hiding behind a large rock, trying her best to keep her mouth shut to avoid making a sound. Behind her, the elephant-like monster, holding a large axe, was searching around. The elephant monster growled and called out, "Where are you?" "Human flesh." The axe blade scraped with a screeching sound. The elephant monster mumbled, "Human flesh, delicious human flesh." Suddenly, a strong scent rushed into the creature's nostrils, causing it to pause. It dashed toward the rock where Lu Yan was hiding and roared, "Found you!" Lu Yan's heart dropped. The monster raised its axe and opened its mouth wide toward Lu Yan. Terrified, she screamed in vain, "Please, no." Xin Feng had witnessed this scene. This monster was a brutal beast, a brutal demon elephant, level 12, rated 15 stars for combat power, known for its ferocity, bloodlust, and guarding nature. It had an E-level physical enhancement talent, unknown skills, and a 1.2% drop rate. A flash of lightning streaked through, piercing the fierce demon elephant just as it swung its axe down toward Lu Yen. She had been swiftly picked up by Xin Feng in time. Lu Yen widened her eyes in surprise, looking at him, and exclaimed emotionally, "Xin Feng." Xin Feng, both worried and angry, asked, "Why did you come to a level 10 beast area by yourself?" Lu Yen hadn't regained her composure yet. She looked at the lifeless body of the fierce demon elephant lying on the ground, stammering, "Xin Feng, how did you get here?" Xin Feng, suspecting she didn't come alone, asked, "Where are your teammates?" Lu Yen turned pale, and she could only tremble and utter two words, "Teammates." The tragic image of her teammates being trampled to pieces by the fierce demon elephant made her go numb. Lu Yen hugged her trembling body, tears of sorrow and self-blame streamed from the corners of her eyes as she choked up and said, They were taken, killed, eaten. It's so terrifying. There's blood everywhere." Xin Feng sighed inwardly as he looked at her lonely figure. The big fish eat the small fish, that was the fundamental rule of this world, and he still couldn't get used to it after all this time. Lu Yen grabbed Xin Feng's hand and pleaded, Xin Feng, can you save them? Lei Zhao and the others, they've all been captured by those elephants. The monsters said they will eat them tonight. Xin Feng immediately realized they were talking about a herd of mammoth elephants, so there was a chance. Xin Feng spoke to Lu Yen seriously, "I will save them. You should leave this place first, this is not a place for you." Lu Yen, extremely anxious, said, "But there are so many of those monsters. I can help you." Xin Feng coldly responded, "Your level is too low, you can't help me." Lu Yen still insisted, "I know where they are. I can lead you there." Xin Feng became slightly irritated, "I refuse, I don't need it. I can find them myself." Lu Yen, logically defeated, stammered, I. She took a risky step and suggested, "They like to eat people, maybe I could be bait?" Xin Feng looked at her with suspicion and asked, "Aren't you scared?" Lu Yen replied, "But I am their teammate, rescuing them is my responsibility. I cannot rely on you just because you are strong, as if it were a given." Lu Yen placed her hand on her forehead, her large eyes full of determination as she spoke to Xin Feng, "Please allow me to contribute a bit of strength." He thought for a moment before deciding to let her come along. He secretly felt pleased, this girl wasn't completely useless after all. At the level 10 beast zone, on a spacious and cool plain, the sound of drums and gongs echoed. Two snake spirits were joyfully dancing together. Lei Zhao and the remaining teammates were tied to a large tree, their spirits deeply unsettled from fear. A herd of mammoths stood around the two snake spirits, happily singing. They celebrated together while starting a fire. During the night feast, Lei Zhao approached the fire, her gaze filled with longing. Two mammoth beasts had been sent out to hunt while the rest of the group enjoyed the party. One of them grumbled angrily, "Damn it, with just 6 humans, how could there be enough food? By the time we get our turn, there probably won't even be any leftover scraps." The other mammoth reassured him, "All right, if it weren't for these humans stumbling into the teleportation array, we wouldn't even get a bite of that meat." The first mammoth grumbled again, "Why is that brat taking so long to catch the humans? Could it be that he's eating by himself?" The other mammoth remained calm, saying, "If he ate the humans without permission, he would be punished. He wouldn't dare." The two elephants continued into the forest, one of them noticing the edge of a human's clothing exposed behind a rock. He said to the other, "I remember King once said that if we capture a human and present it, we could get an extra leg when sharing the food. Is that true?" The other elephant replied cheerfully, "Yes, that's right." So, he picked up the mace, his body puffing and huffing with excitement. He joyfully said, "Today is really my lucky day, lucky enough to go to hell early." Lu Yen looked at the two elephant corpses lying in the pit and told Xin Feng, "I was just bait. The way of heaven only gave me 60 energy points. He responded briefly, you're thinking in your head. The legs of the desert WIRM, after being withdrawn, were sharp enough to cut through the brutal demon elephant, but in order to deepen the wound, additional control over one's thoughts was needed.
Xin Feng turned to tell Lu Yan to close her eyes.
She replied confusedly, okay, I can.
Xin Feng absorbed the essence from the two elephants, silently planning in his mind.
Adding mental control would deplete his spirit, and the effect wouldn't be as effective as using the wind sealing branch to directly strike them down.
Next time, he would need to change his hunting method. The system notification kept ringing: endless extraction successful, received E-grade talent, physical enhancement, endless extraction successful, received E-grade talent, physical enhancement. The two talents automatically duplicated and were evolving autonomously. Successful evolution, the talent evolved into Heavenly Beast D-grade, physical enhancement. After collecting all the spoils, Xin Feng told Lu Yan she could open her eyes now. He handed Lu Yan a pill and explained, this is a first-grade defensive ring dropped by that elephant. When attacked, it can form a protective barrier around the body. Lu Yan looked at the object in her hand, feeling a surge of gratitude. Xin Feng coldly remarked, don't get the wrong idea. You still need to continue being bait. Don't cause more trouble when you die.
Lu Yan smiled happily and replied, thank you.
Lu Yan followed Xin Feng, secretly pleased, thinking to herself that nothing had changed. He still had the same cold exterior with a warm heart as before. After several battles with the fierce demon elephant, Xin Feng had come to a solid conclusion. The venom from the deadly 10-ringed serpent's venom bag still worked on the level 12 rampaging demon elephant.
Hellfire could easily break through the rampaging demon elephant's defenses and kill it.
Lu Yan, standing outside, watched as Xin Feng took down a level 10 beast in just a few moves, and couldn't help but be impressed. Xin Feng allowed Lu Yan to finish off the fierce demon elephant herself.
He was still contemplating the weak spot of the rampaging demon elephant, which he knew was located at the neck. As long as its movements were restricted, even someone at level 4 could take it down. At that moment, a loud cry interrupted Xin Feng's thoughts.
Both of them glanced over, and saw a group of 5 elephants charging toward them, exuding a murderous aura.
They roared, "You vile humans dare to ambush our kind! I'll crush you beneath my feet and eat you alive!"
Xin Feng simply crossed his arms and watched the madness unfold. He was quite pleased, thinking to himself, good, a new test subject has appeared.
The leader of the elephants ordered the others to kill the human.
The rest of the elephants, now fueled with rage, charged forward. As they were about to speed into the battle, writhing vines suddenly shot up from the ground.
One elephant, slightly apprehensive, asked, "What is this?"
The leader of the group disdainfully responded, "A trap, made by careless humans." The once soft vines quickly hardened and shot toward the elephants with incredible speed. The fierce demon elephants couldn't react in time and were struck, knocked over, with only one of them managing to defend itself. Xin Feng watched the scene below with great satisfaction. He had anticipated that the rampaging, violent elephants, upon realizing that one of their kind had disappeared, would come here, so he had set traps around the 4 corners. On the other hand, Lu Yan, unlike Xin Feng, shuddered slightly as she looked at the bloody scene below. Xin Feng looked at the fierce demon elephants with contempt.
They've come. Let them all be tools to help me level up."
The system announced 5 times, killing the brutal demon elephant at level 12 grants 600 energy points.
That left only one fierce demon elephant alive.
Xin Feng's excitement grew as he easily broke the spines of the desert WIRM, which had a hardness greater than a second-tier weapon.
This elephant was interesting.
The fierce demon elephant charged at Xin Feng, full of murderous intent, roaring loudly. The human, his body surrounded by golden thunderous battle aura. He was a ferocious demon beast guardian of the mutated type, level 12, with a combat power rating of 21 stars, possessing the traits of berserk blindness and guardianship. Its innate abilities were E-level physical enhancement and E-level earth perception. Its skills were unknown, with a drop rate of 1.2%. The fierce demon elephant leapt high, intending to split Qin Feng in half. Still calm, Qin Feng stood firm and focused his spiritual energy into his sword. The elephant came crashing down, and Qin Feng met it with his blade. He wanted to slice it in half, but their strength seemed almost evenly matched. Qin Feng quickly dodged, and the elephant's strike hit the ground, causing the earth to tremble with a loud roar. Qin Feng winced at the opponent's power, which was double that of the brutal demon elephant. Even a single strike made his hand feel numb. He swung his sword, releasing a circular cutting arc that struck the back of the beast. Qin Feng quietly assessed the situation. The elephant's hide was incredibly tough, but it wasn't unbreakable. The fierce demon elephant, furious, turned back to look at Qin Feng, cursing with utter disdain, repulsive humans. The battle energy surrounding him grew even stronger. He confidently grasped his own biceps and said, "My body, all wounds will heal. You cannot kill me." The wound on his back also began to heal. Qin Feng smiled, intrigued, as he healed naturally. If he could draw on such abilities, it only strengthened his resolve. Qin Feng drew his sword and asked him, very practically and effectively, "But I have one question. Is there a limit to this ability of yours? You take the initiative to attack." The battle between Qin Feng and the fierce demon elephant was fierce and evenly matched. The clash of their weapons created a brilliant spray of sparks, lighting up the entire area. After a moment, Qin Feng drew his conclusion about the healing ability of this creature. The strength and speed of his attacks were gradually diminishing. He linked the memory from the fight and analyzed it. He had delivered 75 strikes, landing 60 of them, with 5 fatal wounds, 15 large wounds, 30 normal wounds, and 10 minor ones. The minor wounds healed very quickly, almost instantly. The normal wounds took 1 to 2 seconds, the large wounds took 3 seconds, and the fatal wounds, which initially took 5 seconds, had now reached 15 seconds. The fierce demon elephant fell to the ground, his back covered with wounds. Qin Feng asked, "Human-headed elephant, has the healing ability of yours reached its limit?" Qin Wang sneered and snapped his fingers, "It seems your king no longer blesses you." The system prompted, "Wind Sealing Branch recognizes hellfire damage increase by 100. Qin Feng threw hellfire at the fierce demon elephant, and the flames erupted, surrounding him. Qin Feng gripped his swords with both hands, and spiritual power enveloped the blade, burning fiercely. His eyes glinted coldly. "Let's finish this," Qin Feng declared. The head of the fierce demon general separated from his body as Qin Feng passed by. The system congratulated, successfully killed the fierce demon guardian general at level 12, mutated rank. Gains 1700 energy points. As the first person to kill the fierce demon guardian general at level 12, mutated rank, you have earned 3 points of prestige in the tent. The king of the fierce demon elephants, who had been with his eyes closed, suddenly snapped awake. A feeling of loss surged into his mind. The guard immediately approached and asked with concern, "King, what happened?" The king of the fierce demon elephants spoke in a deep voice, slowly and quietly, "The loyal guardian has been killed." 2 serpent spirits came up and patted his shoulder. Meanwhile, in the forest, Lu Yan anxiously called out Qin Feng's name. Qin Feng swung his fist, performing the dragon fist technique. The force boosted his defense by 20, his physical strength by 5, and his resistance to earth elements by 10%. A single punch sent the earth and stones ahead crumbling into a cloud of dust. Lu Yan, standing within the protective barrier, was very puzzled. When did Qin Feng's emotions start to worsen so much? What had happened? Qin Feng gritted his teeth in frustration. He remembered that after he defeated the fierce demon elephant, he had been eager to absorb its powers. But no matter how many times he tried, he couldn't extract them. This is strange. Why can't I absorb the healing powers? Qin Feng tried to analyze when the other person talked about the king granting power, but the more he thought, the more confused he became, not understanding anything at all. Meng held his head in frustration. Lu Yan saw him silently pacing back and forth, and his irritation only made her more curious. After thinking for a moment, Qin Feng looked up and smiled, clapping his hands in excitement.
That's it.
If we can't take it from the younger brother, then we should find his king.
Lu Yen stared blankly at the way Qin Feng's expression shifted from confusion to clarity.
A moment later, Lu Yen hid behind a rock and peeked out. Ahead, two fierce demon elephants were discussing something, looking very tense.
Lu Yen informed Qin Feng that there were at least 30 head elephant demons here. Even though he was strong, he would still get hurt. Lu Yen suggested, let's quietly rescue Boss Lei and then return to village Novice through the teleportation gate. Those elephants can't enter the gate.
Qin Feng maintained his cold expression, pouring a strange purple liquid onto the peach-colored wall. The ring glowed, and green spiritual energy surrounded the mirror.
Qin Feng told Lu Yen, I'm afraid this will disappoint you.
Qin Feng led Lu Yen over to see the mammoth-like elephants surrounding a bonfire, shouting and dancing.
He said, look over there.
He then guided her to the right and pointed, where two elephants were guarding Lei Jiao and the tied-up teammates. Qin Feng explained to Lu Yen, from the looks of it, the situation seems favorable for us.
We can ambush the two elephants in the forest and secretly rescue your teammates. How convenient would that be? But have you ever considered that this could be a trap? Lu Yen was startled and exclaimed, what?
As she looked at the group of fierce demon elephants joyfully dancing around the campfire, Qin Feng began to analyze the situation. The reason a small team of fierce demon elephants is chasing us is because the herd must have sensed that 8 of their companions have gone missing. This small team has also lost contact, and it's likely to alert the Elephant King. After observing the fake feast set up by the demons to lure them in, Qin Feng continued his analysis. They intentionally placed Lei Jiao's group in the most defenseless spot, making it seem like they're enjoying some kind of music and entertainment. Reaching this point, Qin Feng calmly concluded, it's just a trap to invite us in. Lu Yen found this hard to believe and hesitated before responding, but they're just wild beasts. How could they possibly do that? Qin Feng explained coolly, the more advanced the wild beast, the higher their intelligence. It's not surprising that they know how to use strategies. Underestimating them will get you killed without even knowing why. He then stood up quickly and sternly advised, there will be a battle here. Stay away. Lu Yen panicked and stopped him, you can't go, it's a trap. Qin Feng unconsciously smiled faintly, saying with a hint of amusement, this is a trap specifically set up for me. It would be a shame not to go. Seeing him head straight into danger, Lu Yen immediately raised her hand, worriedly calling his name in her heart. As the demons were still busy acting out their play, creating a festive atmosphere, a few members of their group noticed Qin Feng rushing towards them. One of the fierce demon elephants quickly alerted the others, shouting, he's here. The others, upon hearing this, immediately turned hostile, their murderous intent palpable as they whispered to each other like they were chanting an incantation. It's him, he's here. I really want to eat him. The scent of humans. I can't believe he really showed up. Humans are despicable. Will the king kill him? After finishing their discussion, the group of fierce demon elephants simultaneously took a step back, forming 2 rows to make way for Qin Feng to approach the ferocious demon elephant king. As he walked, Qin Feng quietly calculated in his mind, a total of 67 rampaging demon elephants, 3 fierce demon guardian generals. Suddenly, a few fierce demon elephants started discussing. He killed the guardian general. Oh my, he looks so weak. How could he possibly kill our warrior? He must have used some despicable trick. Truly a contemptible human. Despite their mocking words, Qin Feng didn't engage in a verbal exchange. He simply cast them a cold, detached glance. However, a surge of anger bubbled up inside him, and he thought to himself, how dare you speak ill of me behind my back? The fierce demon elephants broke into a cold sweat and couldn't help but murmur, his aura is too strong. I really hate this human. At that moment, the ferocious demon elephant king suddenly snorted twice, trying to draw Qin Feng's attention. With one hand holding the mermaid and the other dangling a gun, he arrogantly spoke, human, you finally arrived.
Qin Feng, upon hearing this, replied politely. He had heard of the Elephant King, the ruler of the prairie, for a long time. Today, meeting him in person, his presence was indeed overwhelming. Qin Feng silently evaluated him in his mind. The king's combat strength was only 6 stars higher than his own, lower than he had imagined. A beast king of this caliber should be at least as strong as this humanoid elephant, right? The system notification board immediately appeared and displayed the message. The ferocious demon elephant king belonged to the 12th rank of kings, with a combat power rating of 25 stars. Its traits included rage, bloodlust, guardianship, and territorial awareness. Its innate abilities included D-grade physical enhancement and D-grade earth manipulation. The skill set was unknown, but the drop rate for its items was a guaranteed 100%. Hearing Qin Feng's words, the ferocious demon elephant king grinned with narrowed eyes and said, "Humans truly know how to talk. Even so, you've killed 14 of my subjects, one of whom was a trusted bodyguard of mine. My tribe has been humiliated like this, how should I deal with you?" In response to the threat in his words, Qin Feng was not afraid. Instead, he calmly shared his guess. "The Elephant King deliberately set a trap to lure me in. I'm guessing it's not just to take my life." The Elephant King sighed and admitted, "Indeed, you're much more capable than those useless fools who are now dead." The high priest, who was standing behind, was startled and exclaimed, "King." The Elephant King ignored him and continued, "I admire you." Pointing directly at Qin Feng's face, the Elephant King raised his voice and commanded, "Surrender to me." Upon hearing this, Qin Feng was stunned and thought to himself, "What?" The Elephant King then seriously proposed, "I will not only pardon all your crimes, but I will also appoint you as a bodyguard. You will have the demon beast's land, food, women, everything that you could desire. You would be the luckiest human in all of heaven and earth." Qin Feng pretended to negotiate and said, "Before making a decision, I have one question I would like to ask the Elephant King." The Elephant King couldn't help but silently marvel. Not only was he inviting a human to join the pack of fierce beasts, but the intelligence of this Elephant King was truly impressive. The ferocious demon Elephant King calmly responded, "Ask." Upon hearing this, Qin Feng immediately voiced his question. "I've heard that in the great world, powerful beings like that can ride the clouds and wind, fall from mountains and shatter seas, even destroy heaven and earth with just a wave of their hand. Is this true, or is it just exaggeration?" Upon hearing this, the ferocious demon Elephant King couldn't help but become curious and asked in return, "High Priest of the Great World, do you know?" The elder was somewhat surprised as he answered, "I do not know. I believe this human warrior is probably just speaking nonsense." The orange-haired mermaid suddenly smiled brightly and remarked, "The claim to destroy heaven and earth with just a wave. Such a thing can only be accomplished by the way of heaven." The ferocious demon Elephant King followed up, "The wandering grassland is the edge of the world in the so-called Great World, which you say does not exist." Qin Feng immediately crossed his arms, silently mocking the Elephant King in his heart. Not only does he fail to perceive the eye of true sight, he doesn't even know about the Great World and the mission. How disappointing. Elephant King, turns out you're trapped in this little world, and you don't know anything. Without hesitation, Qin Feng swung his sword. Seeing this, the ferocious demon Elephant King asked in a deep voice, "Is this your decision?" Qin Feng stepped forward, his demeanor calm despite the fierce glares from the fierce demon elephants. He answered, "Serving the Elephant King means turning my back on humanity, joining the pack of fierce beasts. This would lead to endless scorn. I'm not going to make such a decision lightly." Upon saying this, he stopped and stood tall before the group of fierce demon elephants. A proud smile appeared on his lips as he raised his sword, coldly challenging, "Unless you can defeat me." The sound of ticking suddenly echoed. Mia MT stood solemnly, his gaze fixed intently on the virtual screen before him. Takeda, standing beside him, quickly turned his head to follow his gaze. On the screen, an elderly man, looking eager, appeared, his voice filled with urgency. "Mayamata-kun, I am Amiya-kun from Sector 446. Without shifting his eyes from the screen, Mayamata-kun asked in a deep voice, "What's the matter?" Amiya immediately began explaining,
I've heard that in Village Novice 911, there's a Dragon Kingdom talent of level C with an incredibly fast leveling speed. He will surely become one of the top 2 powerhouses in Sector 1 by tomorrow. Several strong villages are trying to recruit him. If the Dragon Kingdom gains an upper hand in the future, I fear that your country, L, won't survive in the world of the underworld. From the screen, Amiya's voice continued, of course, I'm confident that with your strength, Mayamata-kun, you can. Before the old man could finish his sentence, Mayamata-kun coldly swung his sword in a single motion, and the virtual screen immediately shattered. Then, Mayamata-kun spoke casually, this is the 5th person to contact me using forced communication tools. While Mayamata-kun was pondering the item in his hand, Takeda, with a serious expression, spoke, I've heard that Amiya-kun lost a resource battle to Qin Feng and has been seeking revenge ever since. Those people don't mean well. I think it's better to be cautious. A person walking beside him also chimed in. Mayamata-kun has an A-level talent, so killing Qin Feng would be as easy as crushing an ant. Miyamoto's face suddenly turned fierce after hearing those words. He crushed the object in his hand and coldly said, it's fine, just as they wish. Immediately, an emergency alert sounded from the system. Village Novice number 5 has activated the betting challenge, forcibly connecting with Village Novice number 911, initiating a resource betting duel. The condition for victory in this duel is that the first Village Novice to reach a level 9 powerhouse will win the challenge. Meanwhile, the ferocious demon Elephant King, with its massive body and immense strength, swung 2 sides toward Qin Feng. He swiftly dodged, then soared into the air, delivering a sharp sword strike downward. In that moment, he silently assessed the energy armor's durability, but before he could think further, the ferocious demon Elephant King suddenly swung another strike. Qin Feng couldn't react in time, and in panic, he exclaimed, damn it, if I can't injure the Elephant King, I won't be able to assess its healing skills. Right after that, the ferocious demon Elephant King unleashed a new move, a hazy net enveloping Qin Feng's entire body. It was the earth element shield, trapping all his movements. Seizing the opportunity, the ferocious demon Elephant King swung its scythe, sending Qin Feng flying into the distance. His body crashed violently into a stone wall, and a mouthful of blood poured out from his lips. He gritted his teeth, using the sword as support to prop himself up, while his other hand clutched his chest in pain. He felt powerless and thought to himself that the earth element shield he had taken from the fierce demon guardian general couldn't even block its gaze. The ferocious demon Elephant King, with his imposing figure and the gleaming crescent-shaped tusk pointed straight at him, spoke in a voice filled with authority, you possess the talent of the earth element, and you are quite faithful with the fiercest demons of our tribe. I shall give you one last chance to reconsider. Qin Feng coughed a few times, cursing under his breath, damn it, luckily I still have my trump card. At that moment, brilliant rays of light emanated from his hand. Qin Feng smirked and said coldly, you want me to join you? Fine, but you retreat first. Then he roared, I'll be the king. Immediately, huge stakes rose from the ground, blocking the ferocious demon Elephant King's path, catching him off guard. However, his face quickly turned into one of fury as he thought to himself that humans truly didn't know what was good for them. With several powerful slashes, the stakes were completely destroyed. The ferocious demon Elephant King's eyes burned with rage, and he roared, preparing to release my wrath, go. Control the earth. Sensing something unusual was about to happen, Qin Feng's body momentarily stiffened. Before he could react, he was sucked into a massive sand vortex. Even though Qin Feng quickly noticed the anomaly and tried to tilt his body to avoid it, the sand still surged toward him, swallowing him whole. At that critical moment, the flowing sand was extremely soft and flexible, pulling him deeper and deeper. Not only that, the sand formed large ropes, trying to tighten around Qin Feng's neck. Despite this, he managed to keep himself from panicking. The skills of the Elephant King were truly hard to deal with. While thinking, Qin Feng clenched his teeth and resisted fiercely. Straining with all his might, Qin Feng tried to break free and stand up, shouting as he controlled the earth element to harden. At the very moment the sharp sand vortexes were about to pierce his eyes, Qin Feng nearly went mad. Quick, quick, harden already. Finally, the technique took effect. It solidified all the sand that was attacking him, saving him from certain death at the last moment. The sand began to crack and shatter, scattering with the wind. Xin Feng sighed in relief. It was a close call, he almost got pulled down into the quicksand. Still struggling to catch his breath, the sharp blade of the Elephant King came down upon him.
He called him human. Xin Feng reacted quickly.
He turned to face the heavy blow of the Elephant King. In the blink of an eye, Xin Feng swiftly soared into the air, distancing himself from where the attack landed. It was hard to imagine any flesh surviving that blade. The ground where the Elephant King's strike landed erupted with a loud explosion. As he reached a higher vantage point, Xin Feng brandished his sword, firing thousands of sharp projectiles down in a counterattack. He commanded his shots, and the Elephant King, in comparison to him, seemed far less impressive, standing proudly amidst the rain of arrows. This was because he had created a transparent armor around himself, making it nearly impossible for anything to penetrate. However, that armor wasn't perfect. Xin Feng's technique still had some effect. He gritted his teeth, observing the damage the Elephant King had taken, and concluded that the hellfire-coated spikes had hit their mark. Suddenly, in the mist, a streak of light appeared, looking quite dangerous, charging rapidly toward Xin Feng. He was completely unprepared because, at that moment, the one being attacked was him, and from his observation, he hadn't moved. This momentary lapse in Xin Feng's vigilance caused him to bear the full brunt of a powerful strike.
It sent him flying away.
Xin Feng used his sword and the body he had honed through years of martial arts training to withstand the attack. He struggled to maintain his footing.
Elephant King, tightly gripping his dual blades, asked him, "What kind of technique is this?" "It was able to injure me." He had so easily revealed his weakness to the enemy. Xin Feng muttered, "It can hurt you." His eyes gleamed with the lightning flash of determination and resolve. He shouted, then, once more. With that, Xin Feng slammed his hand onto the ground and called upon the internal energy to summon the flames of hell. Immediately, a surge of energy burst forth, blowing away all obstacles. A fiery path surged toward Elephant King, who, displaying courage, crossed his twin blades to form a shield and stood his ground, not even attempting to dodge. However, this time, everything was different from before. The fierce green flames truly burned through the protective layers, turning them to fine ash that dispersed in the air, leaving no defense behind. Elephant King realized he was in a perilous situation. His eyes widened in disbelief. What? At that moment, the notification board appeared, reminding that the target was taking damage from hellfire. These flames not only burned but also penetrated Elephant King's flesh. The scene was truly tragic. Xin Feng furrowed his brow, finally breaking through its defenses. Its wound healing speed was much slower than that of the fierce demon guardian general. Could it be because of the hellfire? The Elephant King, no different from a beast, lost control and went mad, roaring and smashing everything in sight, causing the earth to tremble. However, he was also a leader. Wreaking havoc without any purpose, especially in such a life and death moment, was utterly foolish. The Elephant King carved out a massive stone block, as large as a mountain, and lifted it high, preparing to use it as a weapon. In the next instant, without hesitation, he exerted all his strength to hurl the enormous stone toward Xin Feng, clearly intending to crush him with one blow. A stone of that size, dodging it would be difficult, throwing it away was nearly impossible. Xin Feng decided to face it head-on, bracing himself with all his might, willing to stake his life on it. Of course, the human body had its limits. Gritting his teeth, he chanted and controlled the earth element, transforming the stone into sand. However, the massive stone still pressed down on him, poised to crush him into oblivion. A message arrived: his spirit had dropped to a dangerously low level, and he couldn't use his skills for the time being. It was like a bolt of lightning striking him, and he froze, fear overtaking him in an instant. Damn it! He cursed inwardly. Standing boldly before him, the Elephant King proclaimed in a booming voice, "Human, I admire you, but my mercy can make you see illusions." The Elephant King momentarily lifted the stone, and Xin Feng collapsed to his knees, sweat pouring down his face. His expression showed he could barely hold on any longer. His eyes burned with fury and unwillingness. Damn it, the hellfire drains my spirit too quickly.
On the other side, the Elephant King commanded, "Control the earth element." Immediately, the stone turned into hundreds of fists, furiously smashing towards him.
He wickedly said, "I must make you taste what true suffering is."
Qin Feng's strength, in this moment, is to endure and withstand the assault. Lu Yen, hiding nearby, witnessed the entire tragic scene that Qin Feng was enduring at the hands of the Elephant King. She was in so much pain it felt like her mind was spiraling.
What should I do? What should I do? Qin Feng is about to be beaten to death. What should I do? She urged herself, thinking, what can I do?
Alone, with my limited abilities.
Lu Yen quickly broke down.
She held her head and, in a frenzied state, blamed herself.
It's all my fault. What should I do? I should just die, it's all my fault.
I shouldn't have called for Qin Feng's help.
I'm the one who's doomed him. I'm just unlucky, it's all my fault, what should I do? These poisonous thoughts dragged her deeper into the abyss of despair.
Suddenly, a gentle voice broke through, awakening Lu Yan's consciousness. Calmly, she lifted her head, tears still streaming down her face. She suddenly remembered what he had told her, if you can't keep calm, then there is only one path left, the path of death. At that time, the two of them had been training in the forest area, discovering quite a bit along the way. He had gently explained that during combat, all 4 stats would decrease.
When the stats dropped to a certain low point, a normal person's ability to act would be severely limited.
One could either rest or eat something to recover. Holding a spirit herb in his hand, he had looked at her sincerely and said, "But when the situation becomes truly dire, you can use the spirit herb or spirit fruit to instantly replenish your stats." The memories flooded Lu Yan's mind vividly, urging her to save him. The information panel provided, but unfortunately, after the spirit herb spirit fruit was picked, it had to be used quickly, or its effectiveness would diminish significantly. Lu Yan stopped crying, and Emperor Long firmly stated, "Yes, the spirit herb spirit fruit can assist Qin Feng." Without hesitation, she sincerely knelt and sent the message with all her heart. "Dear fellow citizens, I am a friend of Qin Feng. Right now, Qin Feng is fighting for resources, and the situation is extremely urgent. We need the spirit herb spirit fruit urgently.
Please, everyone, lend a hand."
Immediately, the news spread rapidly, and chaos broke out everywhere.
What? Boss Qin Feng is in danger? Where is he now? I'll come to help. How can you prove what you're saying is true?
Tell Qin Feng to speak for himself.
A voice from above shouted, "Are you out of your mind? I've already said the situation is extremely critical. How could Qin Feng speak now? This is a major matter, do you think I would lie to you all? Please, everyone, help Qin Feng." There were people who were so anxious that they no longer cared about their dignity. Damn, Boss Qin Feng won't die, will he? Then our resource battle will be over. I don't want to lose to those damned sneaky ones.
Quickly bring out the spirit herb and make a transaction for Boss Qin Feng. Immediately, many people united in helping.
Yes, I'll make the transaction too.
I have a spirit stone, but there's a fierce beast guarding it.
Someone come to help with the positioning, my team will come right away. I have some too, boss must hold on. Boss, hang in there. The spirit herb spirit fruit was transmitted and provided to Qin Feng.
They were all united in their determination. "Qin Feng boss, we are all your supporters." A series of messages arrived one after another. Wang Yu gives you the blood spirit fruit, first rank. Ma Wu gives you the sky bone herb, second rank. Lu Xian gives you the bone connecting wood, first rank. Zheng Tui gives you the fire thunder fruit, second rank. And so it continued. Gradually, Qin Feng began to regain his strength, his complexion showing some traces of resolve that astonished the Elephant King.
"What is this?"
He did not respond. Instead, he stood up and grabbed a spirit herb spirit fruit. There was no time for argument, he needed to fight right now. Holding the spirit herb spirit fruit in his hand, he kept absorbing it, not uttering a word, leaving his opponent completely bewildered.
The Elephant King yelled out in interrogation, "What are you human doing?"
In the blink of an eye, his strength recovered by 10, spirit recovered by 20, spirit recovery increased by 20, agility recovery increased by 15, and his strength was gradually building up.
Or rather, it was even growing stronger than before.
The Elephant King was in a frantic rush, wielding his sickle and charging forward to confront the 4 human kings. But the Qin Feng of now was like the moon compared to the Qin Feng of just a few dozen minutes ago. He struck down with a punch that could shake the heavens, summoning the deadly blue flame once more. Dust and smoke filled the air, creating a misty illusion. While the Elephant King was busy clearing the smoke to locate him, Qin Feng appeared like a demon, speaking softly, "What am I doing?" Qin Feng's entire body was enveloped in the blue flame, holding a sword as he advanced. The distance was perfect. He stopped, his eyes sharp. Of course, Qin Feng sprang up, his sword raised along with the arrogant smile of a strong man. Elephant King was in complete disarray, still looking around, anxious and fearful. Qin Feng had already closed the distance, driving his sword into Elephant King's body. He approached him, delivering a fatal blow, and immediately a notification appeared: the target has been injured by hellfire. Qin Feng placed one hand over Elephant King's heart and said, "Sorry, I missed the mark earlier." Elephant King froze in fear, his body drenched in cold sweat, endlessly questioning himself.
How could such a small human do this?
With one strike, Qin Feng pierced straight through Elephant King's body, his expression emotionless. When it was done, he coldly remarked, "I was planning to decapitate you with one blow." The attendants of Elephant King stood frozen in terror, their eyes wide, as if turned to stone. Elephant King had been completely defeated. A tangible entity flew out from his heart. The system information showed, obtained fake Earth Element King Heart. Qin Feng was skimming through the system notifications. They kept coming, one after another. Successfully killed Ferocious Demon Elephant King, level 12, King level.
Reward, 4,000 energy points.
Successfully killed Ferocious Demon Elephant King, level 12, King level. Mission item obtained, Fake Earth Element King Heart. Successfully killed Ferocious Demon Elephant King, level 12, King level. Item obtained, White Silver Treasured Sun, your level increases to 9, agility plus 10, physique plus 10.
Notification, Qin Feng Village Novice 911 has reached level 9.
Village Novice 911 wins the Extreme Resource Battle this time. Congratulatory notification, Qin Feng receives an additional 50 attribute points, and Village Novice 911's resources are doubled. At this moment, the soldiers of the Ferocious Demon Elephant High Priest kept appearing in large numbers. With their blood-red eyes blazing, they shouted loudly, "Avenge Elephant King, kill him, avenge Elephant King." Qin Feng was being overwhelmed by them, but he struggled to use his abilities to escape. While the elephant soldiers surrounded him, Qin Feng shouted loudly, "Don't think that just because you outnumber me, you can defeat me." Qin Feng charged forward, swinging his sword at the soldiers of the Ferocious Demon Elephant High Priest, and at the same time, he shouted, "The way of heaven distributes attribute points." Suddenly, the area around him seemed to turn into a different space. At this moment, the system's notification panel continuously popped up with numerous new messages. Killed along with Brutal Demon Elephant level 12, successfully received 610 energy points. Killed along with Brutal Demon Elephant level 12, successfully received 610 energy points. Level 9, 1200/1000.
Profession, level 2 judge/200. Fame, 29. Top among novices. Strength, 223 plus 7 strength enhancement level D.
Agility, 241 plus 15 speed enhancement level D.
Constitution, 217 constitution enhancement level D. Poison resistance plus 100%. Spirit, 274 enhancement. D level thought enhancement. E level hearing enhancement. E level vision enhancement. F level smell enhancement. Elemental affinity talent, earth control level D, fire control level D, darkness control level D. Bloodline talent, bloodline enhancement level E, dragon blood. Endless innate gift, SSS level extraction. Skills, Eye of True Sight level 1, Hellfire level 2, Radiant Star Transformation level 2, Self-Heal level 1, level 3 Guardian Arts. Combat Power Rating, 23 stars. At Qin Feng's feet, a glowing circle resembling a formation appeared. Then, Qin Feng leaped up and charged down to attack the fierce ghost warriors. Qin Feng shouted loudly, and the sensation of his power continuously growing stronger was truly exhilarating. Qin Feng attacked them so quickly that they didn't have time to react. He kept shouting, "Come on, keep coming." The system notification appeared once again with a new message: successfully killed alongside the brutal demon elephant at level 12, earning 67 ability points. After taking down the soldiers of the ferocious demon elephant high priest, Qin Feng panted as he landed on the ground. Far behind him, the ferocious demon elephant high priest was pointing at him. Then, the ferocious demon elephant high priest turned around and spoke to the people in his tribe: "Move behind your fellow tribesman, and wait to ambush him when he gets close." Hearing this, the tribe members shouted in unison, "Understood." The ferocious demon elephant high priest then laughed loudly and confidently declared, "I don't believe a single person can stop more than a dozen fierce ghost warriors." As soon as he finished speaking, the fierce ghost warriors charged at Qin Feng. With their bloodshot eyes, they relentlessly swung their swords and roared at him. Suddenly, Qin Feng's eyes glowed, and a blue light enveloped his pupils. He then extended his hand, casting a spell, and blue flames erupted from his hand, spreading everywhere. Qin Feng smiled faintly and said, "Humph, hellfire." Qin Feng used his magic to transform the entire area into a sea of blazing blue flames, and the fierce ghost warriors screamed in agony as they writhed in pain. The system panel then displayed new notifications. Kill Fierce Demon Guardian General level 12, successful mutation, gain 1700 energy points. Kill Fierce Demon Guardian General level 12, successful mutation, obtained Bronze Treasure Goat. Qin Feng then looked towards the ferocious demon elephant high priest and thought to himself, "The ferocious demon elephant high priest is commanding the entire herd of elephants, truly a troublesome fellow." Immediately, Qin Feng charged towards him and attacked. As he ran, he shouted loudly, "Then I'll deal with you first." The ferocious demon elephant high priest, seeing this, was terrified, and he trembled as he screamed. Suddenly, a fierce ghost warrior rushed out and took a fatal blow for the ferocious demon elephant high priest. At this moment, the ferocious demon elephant high priest was filled with fear, standing frozen in place. Qin Feng watched the fierce ghost warrior collapse right in front of him, then spoke again, actively running towards the blade to calm it down. Could it be that this ferocious demon elephant high priest also has the ability to control savage beasts? The system panel then displayed another new notification: Kill Fierce Demon Guardian General level 12, successful mutation, gain 1700 energy points. Seeing his kin fall one by one, the ferocious demon elephant high priest trembled and unconsciously muttered, You. The ferocious demon elephant high priest then pointed at Qin Feng's face and yelled loudly, "Attack him now!" Qin Feng turned and glanced at the ferocious demon elephant high priest. He had already turned tail and fled far away, shouting as he ran, "Wait for me, I will definitely bring the fierce demon guardian general back to kill you." Seeing him run with all his might, Qin Feng helplessly said, "Running again." Immediately, Qin Feng jumped high into the air and thrust his sword straight into the head of the ferocious demon elephant high priest, causing him to freeze in place. At that moment, new system notifications appeared. Successfully killed the ferocious demon elephant high priest at level 12, mutated, received 1700 energy points. Successfully killed the ferocious demon elephant high priest at level 12, mutated, obtained Bronze Treasure Goat. In Qin Feng's hand was now a small treasure chest, his expression serious. Qin Feng said, "Running away and still trying to hide your eyes, you might be a little smart after all." After saying that, Qin Feng retracted his sword. He turned to look at the remaining fierce ghost warriors charging toward him and said, "As for these guys, not so much." Then,
he suddenly rushed forward and shouted loudly, "One strike kill!" Xin Feng slammed his fist down onto the ground, and his magical flames quickly spread, engulfing the fierce ghost warriors. The system then displayed new notifications. Xin Feng, holding his sword, sneered and watched as the new notifications appeared. Successfully killed the brutal demon elephant at level 12, received 610 energy points. Successfully killed the brutal demon elephant at level 12, received 610 energy points. Successfully killed the brutal demon elephant at level 12, received 67 energy points. Successfully killed the brutal demon elephant at level 12, received 6 energy points. Successfully killed the brutal demon elephant at level 12, received 6 energy points. Lu Yang, hiding behind a rock, was now terrified, her face pale. Meanwhile, Lei Jiao and the others, who were tied up, watched in horror, their eyes wide open, mouths agape. At that moment, no one spoke, but they all had the same thought: is it really a demon? After that battle, the gloom had been shattered, the smoke slowly dissipated, the sky cleared, the clouds turned white, and the sun shone golden. Then, Lei Jiao and the others bowed their heads, offering fruit with their hands, and said, "Xin Feng, big brother, please accept this." Lei Jiao raised his head with a cheerful expression and said, "You saved us, we don't have anything of value, only these things." The young man beside him immediately spoke up, "To be saved by Xin Feng, boss, it's truly a great fortune." Another young man beside him smiled and said, "It's just a small token of our gratitude, please accept it." With eager eyes, everyone looked on with bright, sparkling eyes, waiting for Xin Feng's response. But Xin Feng said, "These lowly things." Hearing this, they all felt disappointed, their faces darkened in frustration. Immediately, Xin Feng changed his tone and words, extending his hand to grab the fruits, and said, "These spirit fruits are not bad." Suddenly, a golden chicken appeared, continuously chirping chip chip chip. At that moment, the constant chirping of the chicken made everyone freeze in place, feeling extremely awkward and uncomfortable. Lei Jiao quickly grabbed the golden chicken by the head and said, I am so sorry, this is a useless item that we accidentally opened. I forgot to throw it away, and it just keeps chirping." Xin Feng looked at the golden rooster, then paused for a moment, contemplating. This was interesting. Afterward, Xin Feng reached out and touched the golden rooster with his hand. At that moment, the system panel popped up with item information. The item was the Super Rooster's Crow, level, none, combat power evaluation, none, noisy attribute, extremely stable, super stable, one rooster is equivalent to 100. Xin Feng then turned and began walking away. As he walked, he said, "I'll take these. The level 10 beast zone isn't a place for you to stay. Leave here quickly." Everyone immediately followed Xin Feng. The young man wearing the hat earlier spoke up, "Boss, Xin Feng is concerned about us." So touching, another young man beside him added, "He's such a good guy, seriously." At that moment, a light breeze blew past Lu Yan, causing her hair to flutter. She thought to herself, "Even though our time together hasn't been long, I'm sure he will become the strongest." Looking at Xin Feng's figure from a distance, Lu Yan still thought, "The places he wants to go in the future are ones that someone ordinary like me will never be able to reach. But that's fine, I'll be like countless others, always watching him." At that moment, Xin Feng looked at the snake maidens, who were trembling in fear. He put on a terrifying expression and said, "So, what should I do with these two snake maidens?" The orange-haired snake maiden, upon hearing this, was terrified but still tried to speak loudly, her voice trembling, "Lord, we are just dancers." The blonde snake maiden, hearing this as well, quickly spoke in a trembling tone, "Lord, we've never hurt any humans, please spare us." Suddenly, the system panel appeared with new information: charming beast or snake maiden, level 10, combat power evaluation not biased, seductive dance level E, flexible body level E, harmless killer trait, feeds on spirit fruit, survives by dancing semi-professionally or clinging to high-level beasts. Xin Feng reached out towards the snake maiden, but in his mind, he thought, the combat power evaluation is surprisingly strong. Then, Xin Feng touched a green object behind the head of the blonde snake maiden. He thought to himself, "I noticed this from the start." After that, Xin Feng yanked it away. He silently mused, "As expected, just like I thought, it's a plant from Blue Star."
The system panel appeared again, indicating a successful extraction. Xin Feng then reached out towards the two snake maidens, his expression serious as he said, "Answer my questions, and I'll let you go." At this moment, both snake maidens were crying loudly, their tears glistening as they looked at Xin Feng. Suddenly, the two snake maidens fled in a panic, not bothering to untie the ropes around their heads as they ran. Meanwhile, Xin Feng stood, reading the system panel to check the notifications. He thought to himself, such strange talents like seductive dance and a flexible body, whatever I think of it, it seems unnecessary to extract. Suddenly, Xin Feng imagined himself turning into a snake-human hybrid, performing weird dances. He was startled and thought, I can't stand it. Afterward, Xin Feng walked over to the pile of fierce ghost warrior corpses. He opened the system again and thought, since I submitted the 5 elements task earlier, I'll organize this loot first and then head to the next mission location. Suddenly, as if seeing something, Xin Feng snorted. It was the system's interface displaying comments from others. Someone said, "Damn it, I'm so pissed off, those damn dogs lost and still won't admit it." While they were slandering Boss Chin for cheating, another person chimed in, "Boss Chin's strength is definitely the strongest in Area 1, they admire him, envy him, and hate him." Someone else also joined in, saying, "After losing, they still dare to act so arrogantly. We should give them a few more strong lessons." Xin Feng read these lines, his eyes widened in anger as he said, "So, the loser who bet his resources is trying to frame me?" Then, Xin Feng took out an item called the betting token, his gaze sharp as a knife. He sneered and added, "Those damn dogs haven't seen the coffin, so they won't shed a tear. If that's the case, I'll teach them a lesson they won't forget." The betting system appeared, updating the information. The resource betting token only appears once in each village novice, and only the highest ranked person in the village can use it. You have activated the betting token. Xin Feng received an additional reminder, each village novice only has one resource betting token, and each area has the opportunity to use it 100 times. This is the 79th valid bet of this area. He wondered, there are restrictions on the number of uses. He became even more interested. So, indeed, the bolder the person, the stronger they become, while the cowardly grow weaker. He glanced over and commented on top-tier experts like Edward, Amir Khan, Mayam, and Nami, who dared to activate the betting, taking the risk of betting even though they had already lost. The weak, when given the resources to challenge, either hesitate, worrying about the future, and dare not use them, or they choose to trade with the strong villagers. He scanned the screen and selected. The betting interface had activated. Please choose a betting method. He sighed in relief, glad he had acted in time. Otherwise, he might have missed out on a great opportunity. The system displayed the options for him. Individual betting method, battlefield. Individual betting, choose a village novice and proceed to bet resources. The penalty is as usual. Battlefield betting, multiple targets can be selected to form a battlefield. We can also invite Bright Village Ally to join and form a battlefield to proceed with the betting. The penalty is extremely high. Xin Feng felt excited. I've been worried about how to defeat more than 20 opposing villages at once. Now, the opportunity is here. His eyes widened, sparkling with excitement. This time, I'll teach those guys a lesson they'll never forget. He then made his choice. The system reminded him, reminder, as the initiator of the bet, if you lose the bet, the penalty will be doubled. If you win, the reward will be doubled. Please select the opponent's blue village. Village Novice number 5, Village Novice number 446, Village Novice number 21. Please select the red villages of Feta. Village Novice number 911, Village Novice number 34, Village Novice number 77. Battlefield selection complete. A flash of lightning struck powerfully, and an emergency notification appeared on the screen. Xin Feng of Village Novice 911 activated the betting command. The first time the betting command was activated, the resource acquisition area of the betting zone was reduced by 70%. Everyone's attribute points were deducted by 50. The victorious side would double the resources and everyone would receive an additional 50 attribute points.
The method of individual betting through killing ferocious beasts could earn accumulation points.
Teams killing ferocious beasts could not receive accumulation points. The side that reached 1,000 accumulation points first would win.
Killing a level 5 beast would earn 1 point, killing a level 6 beast would earn 2 points, killing a level 7 beast would earn 3 points, and so on.
Hearing the loud noise, everyone looked up, some with curiosity, others with fear.
A few people shouted, "Boss Chin is playing this move like a pro, showing no mercy to anyone who has ever insulted our dragon kingdom. Our village still has level 1 newbies, if they lose and have their points deducted, they'll end up with negative points. I'm afraid the way of heaven will take their life right on the spot." Boss Chin's power was overwhelming, and the faces of the people from the misty, rough, and white regions looked worried.
Ha ha ha.
They added, "What are we afraid of?
We have Big Brother Chin Fong. How can we lose?"
Exactly. Boss Chin must have a plan for a guaranteed victory. The current notification system for the Blue Side's camps: Village Novice number 5, Village Novice number 446, Village Novice number 21, Village Novice number 383, Village Novice number 832, Village Novice number 114, Village Novice number 359, Village Novice number 513, Village Novice number 268, Village Novice number 753, Village Novice number 482, Village Novice number 369. For the Red Side's camps: Village Novice number 911, Village Novice number 34, Village Novice number 77. The number of camps on the Red Side is 3, while the Blue Side has 24 camps. During the betting process, both sides' camps temporarily suspended the function of the area's quality channel and began pressing the channel. They stuttered, 33-3, 33-3, bet 24, their voices echoing throughout the Keita area. "Mr. Miyamoto, there are 12 people at level 5, 9 people at level 5, and 2 people at level 6. He added, "Due to the reduction in resources by half, everyone's strength has weakened. Among the level 5, 6 people cannot deal with a level 5 fierce beast on their own."
Miyamoto responded, "Yes, if it weren't for Chin Fong cheating in the previous betting match, we would never have lost. This time, we will definitely win. We have 24 village novices, and they only have 3 villages." He drew his sword, his gaze frightening. "Yes, I will definitely shed blood to wash away the humiliation from last time." He patted his shoulder, "If we fail again, I will slit my stomach and commit suicide. You are the one I have recommended." He was touched, his voice trembling, "Miyamoto.
The system begins to announce, in 10 minutes, the betting contest will officially start.
The countdown begins now, 9:59.
Dragon statue, defense power plus 20, physique plus 5, earth element resistance plus 100%. Dragon statue guardian, strength plus 30, strength cap for giant humans plus 25, earth element resistance plus 100%. After everything gradually forms, armor surrounds Chin Feng's body. Demonic dragon elephant belt, defense power plus 70, physique plus 5, earth element resistance plus 100%. Dragon elephant king's awakening, defense power plus 110, physique plus 10, earth element resistance plus 100%. As its form gradually becomes clear, the haunting agility plus 20, his gaze. His eyes open, fiery, with a cold blue light glowing in his gaze. The system begins to activate. White Silver Treasured Sun successfully receives the Tier 4 Fire Essence Elixir. He looks around his body, feeling the immense strength, successfully absorbing the Fire Essence Elixir. Earth Element Resistance plus 100%, Fire Affinity Talent evolves to level C, Fire Element Understanding. He senses the strength around him, joyfully sighing. Changing to new equipment, he feels his power has greatly increased. The system displays the level 9, 23,870/1000. Heavenly Duty Judge level 2/200, Fame 29, top of Novice. Strength 262 C plus 58, Enhanced Strength level D, Agility 263 C plus 15.
Speed enhancement level D, physique 277 plus 20.
Physical enhancement level D, poison resistance 100%, spirit 274, mental enhancement level D, hearing enhancement level D, vision enhancement level D, olfactory enhancement level F, elemental affinity talent, fire essence level C, earth control level D, fire control level D, darkness control level D, bloodline talent, bloodline enhancement level E, dragon blood, innate talent, endless extraction SSS rank, eye of true sight skill level 1, hellfire level 2. Mystic Star Armor Transformation Level 2, Self-Healing Level 1, Level 3 Guardian Arts, Combat Power Rating 28 stars. He, with a combat power rating of 28, smiled as he scanned the leaderboard.
Great, now let's challenge the next King tier beast. The system displayed notifications one by one.
C rank mission, break the 5 elements seal with no time limit. You have obtained the royal core of Earth. It is recommended to go to Righteous Gathering Mountain, located on the Wandering Grassland, to kill the gold devouring ant queen. You have received the royal core of metal. Mission reminder, gold devouring ant queen is a level 13 king tier beast. It is recommended to form a team with at least 40 experts of level 10 or higher. Sheen Fong stroked his chin, thinking for a moment.
Could it be that the strength of the gold-devouring ant queen is twice that of the elephant king listed on the leaderboard? Countdown, 5, 29 minutes 29 seconds. He looked up. If that's really the case, I'll need to prepare a few things. Poison is one of the greatest inventions in human history.
With it, the weaker sex can kill the stronger male, and a single person can wipe out an entire group of enemies. Some call poison the weapon of the weak, while others believe that as long as it can kill the enemy, it is a useful weapon. The narcotic toxin, one of the 10 great venomous creatures, is extracted from castor bean. Its toxicity is 6,000 times that of stone letter, with a dose of less than 1 milligram being enough to cause death. The most famous assassination using castor bean poison occurred in 1978, when an international spy used a poisoned dart to carry out an assassination in a public case, which was successful. The moment I saw the castor bean on the head of the snake maiden, a plan formed in my mind. He continued, the system has appeared, toxin extraction successful. He kept absorbing, and the system kept displaying, toxin extraction successful.
Toxin extraction successful. Toxin extraction successful.
After completing the absorption, he felt his body. He couldn't help but be curious. This amount of poison would be enough to kill 200 or 300 beasts. He wondered if mixing snake venom and castor bean poison could create something even more interesting.
Item, untitled poison. Properties, deadly. System testing.
He looked at it and said, deadly. It would be great if I could find a beast to test it on. Suddenly, a white tiger passed by, and he focused his gaze on it. Its eyes sparkled, as if saying, don't try it on me, I'm a level 10 beast. Seeing it, his eyes lit up, and he rushed toward its body.
Kitten, come into my arms quickly.
It was frightened, but it couldn't run. In an instant, it collapsed and died. He sighed, realizing that a single drop could kill the culprit in the blink of an eye.
I'm really a genius.
He placed one foot on its body, while pointing toward the void with one hand, determined to say, make a few more, then head to Righteous Gathering Mountain, and let's have a massacre. He stood above, looking down at the valley below, the air fresh and cool. His stance was no different from that of a king surveying his kingdom. The system reported, class rank of mining material is not found in any basic village of Village Novice. It can be used to build Village Novice. He spoke of the good stuff, deciding to collect it first. Then he crouched down, one hand pressing on the ground to sense it, and the other summoning his weapon. Suddenly, he heard a noise and glanced behind. Sheen Fong was startled as a huge monster appeared in the crevice, with its offspring no bigger than a regular spider, but their numbers were considerable. They were leaving their nest, and the largest one looked at him with a fierce glare. The system reminded, fierce beast, gold-devouring ant worker, level 12, combat power rating 16 stars, characteristic of devouring metal, fearless of death. Absolute protection talent, enhancement strength of level E, metal sensing level.
Skills unknown, drop rate 1.2%.
The massive beast seemed to ignore him, moving forward to grab a large stone and then looking around with its sharp spear. Suddenly, huge metal wires shot up from the ground, tightly wrapping around its body. But fortunately, it managed to dodge, using a large stone to block them. However, another stone fell from the sky, which confused it. The metal wires continued to charge at it, piercing through its body from beneath the earth. After dealing with the situation, he stood there looking at the spoils of his victory and said, "When the metal sensing system and the earth control system overlap, the attack power increases several times, but the spirit consumption also rises accordingly." Looking behind me, those creatures are the same size as the large one from earlier. Sheen Foam has already cleaned them up, not to mention these low intelligence ant-like creatures, who aren't afraid of death. As he spoke, he executed a finishing move on the monster pinned beneath his foot. If the exact blow isn't delivered to their heads, they'll keep charging at you no matter what. Even if their legs are destroyed, their bodies will split in half. The system notified, killed gold devouring ant worker, earning 8 accumulation points, and 620 experience points. He grumbled, "So annoying, if I used poison, it would be much more convenient, but these giant ants are too scattered. With my current strength, I can't cover such a wide area to deal with them all." Grabbing the head of the monster he had just finished off, he tossed it far away with force. He needed to find a way to get them to gather in one spot. He shouted, "Hey, stinky ants, come attack me." The head was thrown straight into the center of the ant colony. They looked at him with eyes glowing red, filled with anger. They raised both their spiky front legs, growling loudly in fury. He looked at the ants before him, silently thinking that he couldn't understand what they were saying, but the scene was enough to send chills down his spine. They began to approach him, one by one. Choosing the right moment, he focused all his strength and shouted loudly, "Come and taste the freshly brewed poison." He threw the potion down with all his might. A huge explosion erupted, and the poison enveloped them. The poison rained down onto the ground, and no ant could escape. Before they could even reach him, they all collapsed as if struck down. The system reported, killed gold devouring ant worker level 12, earned 8 accumulation points and 620 experience points. Killed gold devouring ant worker level 12, earned 8 accumulation points and 620 experience points. Killed gold devouring ant worker level 12, earned 8 accumulation points and 620 experience points. Killed gold devouring ant worker level 12, earned 8 accumulation points and 620 experience points. All the ants were dead. He was pleased with the enormous spoils. The massive ants like this were all points and energy. This was the foundation for him to win the decisive battle. Suddenly, the system displayed a reminder, your personal accumulation points have reached 300 points. According to the rules, don't let it notify everything. He was startled and interrupted, "I know, stop bothering me. There's no need for notifications on matters like this. As long as it's a reward, I will definitely accept it. If your faction wins, you will receive an extraordinary reward." After gathering everything, he looked up and saw, the enormous monster was gradually recovering. The system displayed, Ferocious Beast Gold Devouring General, Mutated Level, Level 13, Combat Power Rating Level 23, Berserk Characteristic, Metal Devouring, Fearless of Death, Absolute Protection, E-Rank Strength Enhancement Innate Talent, Metal Sensing at Extreme Level, Extreme Tactile Enhancement, Skill Unknown, Slight Fruiting Rate 13%. Its face was terrifying, he thought. Then he summoned his metallic power along with other attributes. His expression turned serious, the poison couldn't enter the eyes of the ants, so it would lose its effect. Now, he had no choice but to use this method. He waved his hand to control, and a large number of them were eliminated. The others continued evolving, one by one, advancing toward him. He looked at the monsters, disdainful, wanting to scatter to avoid the attacks from the steel spikes. He smiled, even more frightening, yet innocent, at this close distance, my control ability has reached the point where every shot hits its target. Suddenly, a strange object flew toward him. He was surprised. What is that? It landed heavily, breaking the ground and creating a large hole. He exclaimed, "No wonder they are high-level beasts. They throw rocks at me, and not only do they know how to command the worker ants to close their eyes to avoid poison, but they also know how to use the rocks to distract me." As he dodged and eliminated the ants, he assessed the situation and thought that things were not looking good. If long-range attacks caused his efficiency to drop, then he needed to switch to close combat. He decisively drew his sword, ready to fight them. Shinfeng looked at the ant that was gnawing at his leg and thought, so the climbing ants are actually meant to distract me. The air was thick with dust, and he glanced at the ants with a look of disgust. Focused on killing, he systematically slaughtered the ants from the peak to the base of the mountain, shouting, "Demonic Dragon Elephant Belt, Elephant King Canopy Armor, Mystic Star Armor Transformation, Self-Healing Technique. With so many layers of defense, trying to hurt me is nothing more than a daydream. If you're powerless, then let me become your nightmare." He killed a gold-devouring ant worker at level 12, earning 8 accumulation points and 620 experience points. Surrounded by the ants, Shinfeng continued to slash and kill while observing his surroundings. He killed a gold-devouring ant worker at level 13, earning 8 accumulation points and 670 experience points. One of the most vicious ants raised its pincers, waiting for an opportunity. At this point, Shinfeng was surrounded by giant ants. Right after that, a large swarm of ants gathered around him, making him confused and ask, "What's wrong with these ants?" The entire swarm rushed in and attacked him at once. Shinfeng belatedly realized that they wanted to bury him alive. At that moment, a tall, sky-blue pillar of light appeared, burning the ants to death. Except for the queen ant, who was unharmed, the other ants were flung out, motionless. After killing a level 12 gold-devouring ant worker, Shinfeng received 8 accumulated points and 620 energy points. Stepping out from the green fire, he killed a level 13 gold-devouring ant soldier, receiving 9 accumulated points and 670 energy points. After killing a level 13 gold-devouring ant soldier, he received 9 accumulated points and 670 energy points. His eyes sparkled as he challenged the queen ant, widening his eyes and saying, "This is my killer move." The power he created enveloped him, lifting him high. Shinfeng gathered his strength and struck the wall, creating a large hole. After killing a level 13 gold-devouring ant general, successfully triggering the mutation, he received 200 energy points. After killing a level 13 gold-devouring ant general, successfully triggering the mutation, he received 20 accumulated points. After killing a level 13 gold-devouring ant general, successfully triggering the mutation, he received 3 prestige points. Shinfeng's feet stepped on something outside the cave, where fierce battles had just taken place. He stood on the pool of blood left from the previous battle, looking into the cave and getting into a stance, wondering why the queen ant hadn't come out yet. Inside the dark cave, filled with mist, a pair of golden yellow eyes suddenly appeared. A fierce ant rushed out from inside. After that, he casually made a move, and the ant was dead, successfully killed. Shinfeng leisurely brushed off his clothes. His personal accumulated points had now reached 800. The total score of Village 911 was 867, and with the points from Village 34 and Village 77, he would quickly accumulate the 1,000 points needed. He happily turned his head to look back and said, "Let me see if there are any fish that slipped through the net, still offering me points." A colony of ants lay scattered here, seemingly all gone. He calmly stepped on the ground, causing it to sink. Stepping into the cave, he used blue fire to light the way and analyze. The air was damp, the ground soft and sinking, and there was a scent similar to chocolate. Shinfeng looked up at the chocolate-colored flow above him, recalling that he had once read in a book that when ants are in danger, their heads emit a kind of warning signal. His steps slowed down, cautious, and at the same time, he emitted a scent like chocolate, using it to signal the other members of the colony. Looking at the cave in front of him, he was pleased. It seemed they had prepared to welcome him. Entering, Sword Empress was lying there waiting for the other ants to serve her. She languidly sweat, letting out a small cry, "Ah." Beneath her body, there were others waiting, witnessing her giving birth. They continued their work tirelessly. The eggs were piled up, and some ants were already hatching and crawling out of the mother's body. Xin Feng was shocked when he saw this scene, sweating profusely. Suddenly, an ant lurking behind him prepared to attack, but he was still so astonished that he muttered.
No wonder she ranks fourth among the 5 great beast kings.
Her reproductive ability is extremely powerful, and with her ant army willing to fight to the death to protect her, even 10 fierce demon elephant kings wouldn't dare to face her head on. The gold-devouring ant queen, a level 13 king-tier ferocious beast, with a combat rating of 30 stars, possesses D-level psychic control and D-level metal control abilities. Her skills are unknown, and the drop rate exceeds 100%. The moment the ant swarm touched his body, it was blocked by a shield, and immediately counterattacked. Ignoring the ant that was cleaved in half on the ground, Xin Feng sighed.
That was dangerous. If I had reacted just a bit slower, I might not have died, but I'd definitely be crippled.
Suddenly, he sensed an unexpected surge of attacking power.
What's that?
It was an acoustic wave emitted by the golden ant queen. A swarm of ants with glowing red eyes glared at him. They crawled relentlessly on the ground, with a group of ants locking onto him as their target and charging forward. He observed the situation and gave a few words of praise for the ants. The bed quickly absorbed a large amount of the deadly energy and transformed it into black iron armor that covered the ants. Very clever. Xin Feng thought, extracting a large amount of pure energy from the stone bed to form the black iron armor on the worker ants. Very clever. Meanwhile, the gold ant queen issued an order for the ant swarm to attack Xin Feng. At this moment, Xin Feng shouted. Against opponents like you, I've already killed hundreds of your kind outside. Although it is said that ants, in large numbers, can bite and kill an elephant, when faced with absolute power, Xin Feng swung his sword, and no matter how many there were just points to accumulate for my level up. Xin Feng extended his hand forward and said, "Try my special drink." In the blink of an eye, Xin Feng had wiped out nearly the entire ant swarm, hoping that they enjoyed it. The gold-devouring ant queen stood frozen at the top. Xin Feng looked directly into the eyes of the gold-devouring ant queen without flinching.
The gold-devouring ant queen panicked and said, "How can this be?"
Xin Feng stepped forward, eliminating the lowly ones. He then leapt into the air and said, "Next, come and accept your fate." The ant queen's guard, the gold ant queen guard, began to fear. It spit out an unidentified liquid, which flew forward. Xin Feng was lucky enough to intercept it, thinking that in the air, he couldn't alter his trajectory, so the only option left was to face it head-on.
Suddenly, Xin Feng murmured, "Strange, there's no strong force behind it, could it be just a single move?"
The crystal layer on Xin Feng's hand began to melt. He thought the liquid must have an extremely strong corrosive acid, but Xin Feng was not that easily harmed. Even his strongest crystal armor could be corroded. "This is the Ant Queen's true killing move, too bad for you, you ran into me." With that, Xin Feng unleashed his power. The gold Ant Queen guard was about to spit out more liquid, but Xin Feng managed to stop it in time. Xin Feng thrust his sword down and shouted. The two deadly poisons clashed violently, creating a large shockwave. The gold-devouring ant queen smiled smugly. Xin Feng's sword disappeared into the smoke. Xin Feng said, "Now, it's time for you to die." As soon as he finished speaking, Xin Feng made a reckless strike at the gold-devouring ant queen, then landed gracefully. The gold-devouring ant queen collapsed under the force of its own internal power. Xin Feng said, "Go to hell with your offspring." The gold ant queen guard, on the brink of death, gasped, "You."
The gold-devouring ant queen can no longer hold on.
System notification, you have killed the level 13 gold-devouring ant queen, successfully reaching king rank. You have received 1000 energy points, 4 fame points, the mission item golden core of the monarch, and the white-silver treasured sun. Xin Feng sighed, "Not bad. Now I've collected 2 types of heart cores." Miyamoto, with a single strike, severed the head of the large bear. Takeda said, "Miyamoto Lord, our accumulated points are now 62. Based on my calculations, we control 24 villages. Our total points should be over 600. Miyamoto replied, "Good. At this rate, if I wanted to slit my own belly in despair, there wouldn't be a chance.
What a shame.
The others agreed.
That's right, haha. This time, we will definitely make Dragon Kingdom lose everything.
The system displayed a notification for the area. In this match, the red side has reached 1,000 points first. The red side wins. Notification: Village number 5 has failed, all villagers have had 50 attribute points deducted, and resources are reduced by 70%. The entire team was shaken.
What? The blue side lost? My legs, I can't move my legs anymore.
People of Dragon Kingdom, my attribute points are down to 7, save me. The system displayed a notification: total points for all 4 attributes below 10 will be considered as a paralyzed body. Notification: the attribute points of Yatamoto Taro were reduced to a negative value, resulting in the end of life. The attribute points of Akita Keiko were reduced to a negative value, resulting in the end of life.
The attribute points continue to decrease by 10. Takeda called, Miyamoto, Miyamoto, I'm paralyzed.
The others cried out one by one, Miyamoto, please save me.
Miyamoto, what should we do? I don't want to die. Help me, Miyamoto. My legs, I don't want to die.
It's all your fault, help me, I can't move.
Why did you provoke Qin Feng? Spare me. Save me. Miyamoto stood motionless, like a mountain. Miyamoto said, we've truly lost.
At this moment, Qin Feng was still below the cave. Qin Feng said, killing you doesn't increase my energy points, nor does it give me any accumulated points.
Don't disturb me. Each ant was tossed away with a snap.
Qin Feng continued, if you want to avenge the queen ant, at least survive and get stronger before thinking about it. The ants whispered among themselves, then retreated.
System display, calculating rewards. Please wait a moment.
Suddenly, Qin Feng noticed something.
Qin Feng arrogantly spoke to the system.
Yes, I remember the Way of Heaven once mentioned achieving victory in the extreme battlefield.
Back then, I was too focused on killing the nest, so I didn't pay attention.
Let's see what kind of reward we get this time. System notification: Fame has reached 30 points, earning the title of Novice Monarch.
Strength plus 20, Agility plus 20, Physique plus 20, Spirit plus 20.
Extreme Victory, double rewards, attribute plus 100 points, personal accumulated points exceed 800, attribute bonus plus 160 points, Extreme Victory. Reward, 6 white silver treasured suns, first person to reach level 10 in village 911.
Receive 1 golden precious sun.
Qin Feng sighed, so it turns out that high fame grants titles.
Not bad, it's worth the effort to kill so many ferocious beasts. Adding the 7 white silver treasured suns obtained from killing the ant swarm and the ant queen, now I have. Wait, when did I reach level 10? Qin Feng wondered, when did this mission appear? The system displayed level 10, Judgment Class 2, Fame 42. Qin Feng clicked on the mission button.
System notification: congratulations, you have reached level 10 and activated the mission Future Village Chief.
Mission reward, Village Chief's order, 1 golden precious sun.
Qin Feng said, a level C mission to break the 5 elements seal rewards an obsidian treasure.
The rewards for level D missions in first place in the novice test are identical. To check the specific mission details, Qin Feng activated the intermediate D level mission, Future Village Chief.
Mission content: go to the level 10 area, Buried Bones Wasteland, to find the missing village. Discovering the truth of the village and killing the evil demon. Mission reward: Village Chief's command scroll and a golden precious sun. Mission reminder: only by reaching level 10 and receiving the Novice Monarch title can one qualify to participate in this mission. Mission reminder: the missing village is deep within the Buried Bones Wasteland. A complete dark seal is required to enter the true village. Becoming the village chief is the first step in developing the village novice. Without a village chief, the village novice will dissolve, and the villagers will become wanderers, losing the protection of the novice woodhouse. Only with a village chief can the village novice grow step by step. The village chief can lead the villagers to build the village, progressing from a village to a town, a territory, an empire, and even to the divine domain. Shinfeng picked up a piece of metal and said, "Buried bones wasteland, the missing village, this must be the place I accidentally entered last night."
Well, now I have the key to enter the missing village.
I just need to wait for nightfall, and I can complete the mission. It's like a good thing that grew into a forest without intention.
The more times I encounter it, the better.
Shinfeng was determined. The position of village chief 911 must be his. Before heading to the buried bones wasteland, he needed to prepare thoroughly. First, he would use up all the attribute points gained from leveling up and from the opposing faction's territory. Shinfeng shouted, "Allocate all attribute points."
The feeling of growing stronger is endless. This place is truly wonderful.
At the same time, the system notification confirmed the completion of attribute addition. The system displayed strength 463 plus 83, true meaning of force level C, agility 461 plus 15, speed enhancement level D, spirit 474, thought enhancement level D, hearing enhancement level E, smell enhancement level F, touch enhancement level F, innate element, true meaning of fire level C, earth control level D, metal control level D,
shadow control level D, combat power rating 47 stars.
Shinfeng said, "Since I obtained the innate touch ability from the gold devouring ant worker, the only remaining sensory ability I lack is taste. I also extracted strength enhancement from the devouring ant army, which was then upgraded to true force level D. Now my strength is 5 times what it was before. After extracting from the ant queen, my innate metal control ability has advanced to level D, and I can also generate armor from black mineral stones around me. The only drawback is that the acid from the ants, being a secretion due to their physiological structure, couldn't be extracted by the skill, which is a bit unfortunate." Shinfeng continued, "Additionally, with the advancement of metal control, the destructive power of my killing move, piercing assault, which combines 3 control skills, mind control, earth control, and metal control, has also increased." At this point, Shinfeng exclaimed, "The consumption of my celestial power has decreased, half of it is definitely good news." Shinfeng snapped his fingers and said, "I can also actively awaken my innate skill, the external projection of vital energy. The skill named external release of force chi involves condensing the power within the body into a stream of forceful energy, then releasing it to harm the enemy. It has an internal force similar to what is depicted in martial arts novels, and can also be applied to weapons, enhancing their destructive power." Shinfeng stretched and thought, "With my 2 killing moves, piercing assault and external release of force chi, I should be able to deal with ordinary wild beasts. As for moves that consume too much energy, like hellfire, it's better to use them sparingly."
This trip has been a satisfactory harvest.
Feeling encouraged, Shinfeng said to himself, "Well then, let's get started." As he opened the treasure, a message appeared. Lu Xian sent a request to chat privately.
Shinfeng wondered, Lu Xian, second in the rankings of Village 11, what does he want with me? Is there something going on?
Lu Xian said, "Shinfeng boss, I have a very interesting item and I would like to make a trade with you."
Shinfeng asked, "What do you want?"
Lu Xian replied, "I want to use a treasure fusion card to exchange for the Blood Wolf War blade you listed on the trade channel. The system shows that the fusion card is a second stage item. Using this card, you can fuse 5 low-level treasures into a higher level one. Reminder, this fusion card can only be used for treasures below the dark gold level." Shinfeng thought to himself, "The white-silver treasured sun has a 2% chance of unlocking a 4th stage item, while the golden precious sun has a 98% chance of unlocking a 4th stage item. The chances of unlocking a 5th stage item with the white-silver treasured sun are only 2%. Comparing the two, the price of a golden precious sun is even higher than 10 white-silver treasured suns combined. Perhaps others who obtain this card might not be able to use it due to having fewer treasures, but I have plenty of treasure, and this card appearing is just perfect for me."
Lu Xian said, "Thank you, Shinfeng boss." Shinfeng replied, "Then let's begin."
Immediately, the notification was recorded, and upon opening the golden precious sun, the item 4th stage Wind God Boots was obtained. Wind God Boots, plus 100 agility, plus 50 defense, plus 100% movement speed, plus 100% fire resistance, plus 100% water resistance.
Opening the golden precious sun again yielded the item 4th stage Phantom Necklace.
Phantom Necklace, plus 100 spirit, skill sword illusion clone. Illusion clone, a 3rd grade spirit consumption skill, summons an illusion clone to fight in place of the user. It is noted that the clone's strength is only half that of the main body, and the illusion clone skill requires the awakening of 6 C-level sensory talents. Xin Feng thought to himself, the equipment comes with an extra skill.
This is quite a bargain.
I still have 8 white silver treasured suns left, and I can also combine 1 more golden precious sun to try posting in the community channel to find more items. Immediately, the post was showing, with a personal notification, Bear King Battle Armor, 2nd stage, in exchange for a treasure fusion card. In the comments for the 2nd stage, someone noted, I remember only strongmen of level 10 and above can post 2 personal notifications. Impressive, this is Xin Feng boss from our village, the strongest in village 911.
Did Xin Feng take the 3 wins and 24 consecutive victories in the 8-Nation Alliance?
Yes. Xin Feng stood high, looking down.
The second night of his entry into the world of slaughter was about to begin.
Xin Feng said, dog-headed man, then run straight ahead, I'll be there shortly. After obtaining the God Sealing C, his speed had soared. The journey that used to take 3 hours could now be completed in just 1 hour. When he arrived at Buried Bones Wasteland, the entrance to the disappeared village still hadn't appeared, so he killed monsters around the area to level up. He also tested the new skills he'd acquired, earning a fair amount of attribute points and energy points along the way. Xin Feng recounted, now I'm at level 10, 217,800 out of 230,000. There's not much more to go before the next level, and my combat power has surged to the maximum level of 49. At the same time, I've also reached the maximum limit of extraction from level 10 beasts. Only level 8 and level 9 beasts remain under level 10 that haven't been fully extracted. Xin Feng roughly grabbed the phoenix's head and said, it seems I need to increase the purchase of corpses of these beasts. Suddenly feeling something, Xin Feng remembered. He looked at the deep abyss before him and, without hesitation, jumped down.
The light streaked through the night.
Xin Feng landed and couldn't help but marvel at how much cooler his landing posture was this time compared to the last. Xin Feng stood up, and before him was a spatial portal, with a hand stretching out, its claws sharp. Xin Feng said, long time no see. It seems a fierce battle had just taken place. The rock bore the marks of the skirmish.
The Hell Soldier questioned. Why? How could you become so strong? Xin Feng responded.
The Dragon Kingdom has a saying, a scholar who hasn't been seen for 3 days should be looked at with new eyes.
1 day has passed, and you are no longer my match.
The system displayed the information about the dark creature, Hell Soldier, mutated, level 10, combat power evaluation 20 stars, evil and bloodthirsty, brutal traits. Dark enhancement talent level E, fire enhancement level E, hellfire dark skills, drop rate over 10%.
Xin Feng continued.
And I already know the immortality you mentioned. It's just that I hadn't found your fatal weakness until now. Now, as Xin Feng drained the strength of the Hell Soldier, he said,
I've found it.
A notification appeared, successfully killed, gained 15 judgment points, received 1,000 energy points, picked up a fragment of the Dark Seal. As Xin Feng picked up the fragment, lines of text appeared. Xin Feng turned around. The text read, collect 7 Dark Spirit Stones to activate the Demon Sealing Altar, unleash the resentful demon, and by killing it, cleanse the village. The first 10 people to complete the mission of Blue Star will receive a golden precious sun with 200 attribute points. The first 10 villages to complete their mission will see all members gain 100% attribute increase. You are the 7th novice to activate a mission on Blue Star, please make use of your time. Xin Feng thought to himself, Blue Star must refer to the billions of people on Blue Star in my world. Now, 6 people have already been pulled into this task. As Xin Feng walked in, he said, it looks like Blue Star has quite a few hidden talents.
If I don't hurry, I might not make it into the top 10.
Suddenly, Xin Feng noticed something unusual. A level 13 Wraith Spirit Envoy was planning to ambush him. At the same time, the system displayed, due to Village 911's repeated victories in bets, the difficulty of this mission has been doubled. The combat power of the evil beings has increased, and the rewards have been doubled. Reminder, Village 911 is the only village whose difficulty has been increased.
Xin Feng wondered, what? The level 13 Wraith Spirit Envoy laughed and said, a novice monarch at level 10 isn't even a match for me when I was alive.
Before he could finish his sentence, Xin Feng sent him flying to meet the King of Hell.
Xin Feng said, level doesn't mean anything, strength is what matters.
The system announced, you have killed the level 13 Wraith Spirit Envoy and successfully reached the Monarch level. You have gained 7,000 energy points and 110 judgment points. Congratulations on leveling up to level 11.
You have received the following mission item, Dark Spirit Stone, 1. Someone else appeared and kicked the level 13 Wraith Spirit Envoy. The level 14 Wraith Spirit Envoy said, where's that fat guy? Still as useless as ever.
Xin Feng thought to himself, another one. The system displayed, due to Village 911's repeated victories in bets, the difficulty of this mission has been doubled.
The combat power of the evil beings has increased.
The reward is doubled, the artifact, the Envoy Guan Lingwang at level 14, with a combat rating of 50 stars, innate abilities and skills are not displayed, currently under control, identity, previous novice monarchs, upon death, transformed by the resentful demon using the power of darkness. Xin Feng thought to himself, such a high combat rating, it must be because the difficulty of the mission has been doubled by the way of heaven.
If I fail and die here, I'll probably become the next Wraith Spirit Envoy.
Xin Feng said, you're definitely stronger than that fat guy earlier. The level 14 Wraith Spirit Envoy replied, don't compare me to him, he's useless, the lowest of the low around here. Xin Feng rushed forward with his sword, teasing, we were colleagues at one point, saying that sounds a bit heartless.
With just one sword, I've already created a shockwave that's never been seen before. Xin Feng grinned, why don't you personally apologize to him? The level 14 Wraith Spirit Envoy was taken aback.
Just you, a novice level 11? The level 14 Wraith Spirit Envoy skillfully sidestepped, but unexpectedly, Xin Feng counterattacked in the most straightforward way. The level 14 Wraith Spirit Envoy was punched off course, and Xin Feng shouted, just you. The level 14 Wraith Spirit Envoy was sent flying, still saying, I think I forgot to mention don't touch me. Everything I touch becomes encased in ice and snow, unable to move, and I can carve it however I wish.
With that, the level 14 Wraith Spirit Envoy drew out a spear. The price is that I will give you a shattered gun.
At this moment, Xin Feng was completely frozen, the blade had almost touched him. With the upper hand, Xin Feng successfully sent him away. System notification, killed the 14th level Wraith Spirit Envoy, successfully reached King level, received 8,000 energy points, received 120 judgment points, received a Dark Spirit Stone. Xin Feng continued, I also forgot to mention, don't come near me, or you'll all turn into energy points for my level up.
The 14th level Wraith Spirit Envoy's soul was immediately scattered.
Xin Feng said, the hull of the resentful demon makes the darkness in this place even more dense. Before he could rest, 3 more pairs of legs appeared, ready to battle Xin Feng. The system displayed 4 Wraith Spirit Envoys, all monstrous entities, the 15th level Wraith Spirit Envoy, with a combat power rating of 54 stars, unknown talents and skills, controlled state, origin from novice monarchs of past generations, and after death, were transformed by the resentful demon using dark power. Xin Feng asked, with 7 Dark Spirit Stones, there should be 7 Wraith Spirit Envoys, but where is the other envoy?
As soon as he mentioned it, the Wraith Spirit Envoy appeared.
Xin Feng was startled, it was behind him, and he hadn't noticed at all. The 16th level Wraith Spirit Envoy clasped its hands and smiled. Xin Feng felt like he was hypnotized, his head spinning, and it seemed as though his body couldn't move.
Who am I? Where am I?
The last thing Xin Feng saw was the Wraith Spirit Envoy smiling, followed by a peaceful natural scene.
Xin Feng wondered, where is this place?
when suddenly a butterfly flew towards him.
The butterfly transformed into a level 16 Wraith Spirit Envoy.
The level 16 Wraith Spirit Envoy landed gracefully like an ethereal being, and Qin Feng was mesmerized, stunned into a daze. In reality, there was no peaceful natural scene here at all. The two Wraith Spirit Envoys spoke to each other. Turns out, this one's weakness is a low spirit.
Ha, he's finished.
He killed the ice deity, pale and frail.
He's about to go crazy.
The level 16 Wraith Spirit Envoy said, exactly. Come to me, come closer. In his dreamlike state, he thought he was a star. In his dazed mind, he was like Justin Bieber. The Wraith Spirit Envoys saw their chance. It was the perfect moment to strike. He shouted, die. But Qin Feng had already realized what was happening.
The Wraith Spirit Envoy was confused. Huh?
From behind, Qin Feng made a swift strike, cleaving his opponent in half, then delivered another blow to take down another Wraith Spirit Envoy. Qin Feng said, you were all tricked. This was truly the best opportunity to strike, but all three of you panicked.
What? The level 16 Wraith Spirit Envoy roared in anger, this human deceived us.
He wasn't affected by the illusion. Together, they rushed to suppress him. The battle raged fiercely and unevenly. But Qin Feng effortlessly handled them all. He grabbed the hand of a Wraith Spirit Envoy and hurled her several miles away. The level 16 Wraith Spirit Envoy thought she had cornered Qin Feng. At this moment, Qin Feng turned around, ready to face death, and a flash of green light appeared. As usual, Qin Feng swung his sword, but she had disappeared.
Qin Feng, feeling suspicious, thought, an illusionary trick?
But it clearly felt like I struck flesh. No, she's definitely here, hiding among these petals.
Sure enough, the petals were aiming to assassinate Qin Feng.
He clicked his tongue, thinking, damn, these petals are both eerie and obstructive. I need to leave this place quickly. Qin Feng propelled himself into the air, but the petals followed closely along his legs, relentlessly clinging to him. They wrapped around him like a thick blanket. At this moment, Qin Feng realized that she possessed both abilities, illusion and the wood element. He was on the verge of being constricted beyond his ability to resist.
The level 16 Wraith Spirit Envoy sighed, you're quite interesting. Clearly only level 11, yet you can easily kill so many level 15 Wraith Spirit Envoys. You must have a secret.
The level 16 Wraith Spirit Envoy then suspected, I know you won't tell me, so I've decided to kill you and have the resentful demon lord extract your memories. But before that, to pay for deceiving me, I'm going to teach you a little lesson. She began her torture, waving her hands mercilessly, slamming Qin Feng violently against the rock wall. Qin Feng thought to himself, this woman is really twisted. With my limbs immobilized, the only chance I have to retaliate is when the armor crystal shatters. Breaking the armor crystal, Qin Feng told himself, in that moment, there will be a gap between my body and the enchanted ropes. I will be able to strike. At that moment, Qin Feng was able to raise his hand and activate his internal energy. He shouted loudly, unleash hellfire. With that powerful surge of energy, the level 16 Wraith Spirit Envoy trembled and collapsed. She exclaimed, damn it, it hurts so much. How do you have so many skills? You're cheating. No one can have more than 3 innate abilities. You despicable scoundrel, the way of heaven should eradicate you. Right, Qin Feng responded, it's always the winner who calls the shots, and the loser curses. A frog at the bottom of the well dares to speak so arrogantly. The system displayed, you have killed level 16 Wraith Spirit Envoy, and as a king level player, you have successfully earned 140 judge points and 10,000 energy points. Qin Feng said, the internal chi of the resentful demon is now much stronger than before, it seems like it's about to break free from the altar. By placing 7 dark spirit stones into the recesses of the 7 stone pillars on the dark altar, the seal will be broken, and the resentful demon will be released. At that moment, a thunderstorm will strike the pillars. The thunderstorm formed a swirling vortex, and Qin Feng felt exhilarated. The sealing power was rapidly weakening, it was about to break free. The blue light struck down heavily onto the altar. Sheen foam had to cover his face due to its intense impact.
System notification.
Novice Sheen foam successfully unleashed the resentful demon of level 11, 30,800/500,000. Third class judges talent, 895/500 fame, 56 novice monarch. Strength 541 plus 83 power of profound meaning level B. Agility 551 plus 100 true meaning of speed level C.
Physique 543 plus 20 true meaning of speed level C. Energy 564 plus 106 sense communication level C. Elemental talent true meaning of fire level C. C rank true meaning of earth. C rank true meaning of metal. C rank true meaning of ice. C rank true meaning of darkness. B rank Dao insight of wood element. Bloodline talent enhanced bloodline level E.
Heavenly Dragon Blood Talent, Endless Extraction level SSS.
Skill Eye of True Sight level 1. Mystic Star Armor Transformation level 2. Third rank Infernal Flames. Level 30 External Force Projection. Third rank Rejuvenation Technique. Third rank Beast Speech Technique. Illusion Clone level 3. Combat Strength Evaluation, 56 stars, Extreme.
A large foot with 2 sharp claws crushed the ground, and lightning surged from the soul. Sheen foam was stunned, looking up at the massive creature before him, a sense of fear stirring in his heart. This monster's level is terrifying, unlike anything I've ever encountered. It was a goat-headed monster with 6 horns. It tilted its head and let out a thunderous roar. This is the resentful demon emperor of dark creatures, level 17, with a combat strength evaluation of 71 stars.
Talent is undiscoverable, skills are undiscoverable.
The resentful demon stretched out its hand to strike Sheen foam, who quickly drew his sword to block. The weight of the monster's arm made him stagger slightly. The creature growled in a harsh voice, "You killed all my subordinates, ruined the results of hundreds of years of my effort." It yelled directly in Sheen Feng's face, "Die." The pressure from its hand grew stronger and stronger. Sheen Feng's grip faltered, and he began to feel a sense of fear. Just one blow had made his hand numb. The monster's strength was truly terrifying. The creature leaped up, swinging its other arm. Sheen Feng glanced to the side and saw the terrifying face of the resentful demon rapidly approaching. The monster slammed its fist down into the ground, causing rocks and dirt to explode under its hand. Looking down at the blood beneath its palm, the creature finally loosened its grip, panting heavily. It looked down with disdain and said, "I thought you'd be more impressive after killing 7 of my subordinates at once."
"I'm really disappointed."
Suddenly, it felt a force pushing its arm up from beneath, and Sheen Feng's voice rose from below, "Sorry to disappoint you." At that moment, Sheen Feng was straining with all his might to hold up the resentful demon's hand. Around him were metal spikes, and he silently thanked his luck. Luckily, the spikes were extremely durable and flexible, immediately blocking half of the monster's attack when it struck.
The resentful demon slammed its hand down again, shattering the metal spikes.
Sheen Feng swiftly rolled out of the way, narrowly avoiding death.
The resentful demon, enraged, placed both hands on the ground.
The earth cracked, and bright light exploded from the impact. Sheen Feng quickly retreated further.
The resentful demon was seething with frustration.
Not only had the kid survived its attack, but he was also able to move so quickly.
This kid was stronger than I thought.
Sheen Feng summoned the thorny vines from his back, gripped the sword, and charged forward, shouting, "Hey!" The thorns shot towards the legs of the resentful demon but were immediately knocked away. Sheen Feng swung his sword at its leg, but it didn't even leave a scratch. He felt utterly helpless. The wind-sealing branch and the hard thorns couldn't break through its defense. Sheen Feng unleashed fire, sending the resentful demon flying 3 meters away, crashing into the stone wall, which shattered into pieces. He observed that the hellfire had reached level 3, 10 times more powerful than before, yet it still failed to harm the resentful demon. The monster then threw 3 bright bombs continuously at nearby buildings. Sheen Feng leapt to avoid them. He decided to test something and made up his mind to fly up to the resentful demon's head, launching an attack from above. A glowing orb fell from his hand onto the resentful demon. The demon raised its hand to block it. The orb was deflected and sent flying away. Feng had run out of tricks and landed on the ground. The resentful demon glared at him with resentment and sneered, "Clever human, so many tricky moves, huh?"
Feng looked at its unharmed body and felt disheartened. He had used all his attack skills once, but still couldn't inflict any damage.
Could this mission really fail?
While he was lost in thought, the resentful demon charged at him again, mouth dripping with disgusting saliva. Feng dodged its punch.
He reassured himself, it's just a big boss from the novice village. It must have a weakness, I must have missed something.
Feng looked at the leg of the resentful demon and heard a crack coming from its left leg.
He chuckled, right, I haven't tried this spot yet.
Once again, Feng swung his sword, the spirit swirling around it, his eyes gleaming with confidence. He leaped into the air, raised his hand, and slashed down in a wide arc, cutting through the resentful demon's calf. The resentful demon let out a loud scream, collapsing forward like a tree being felled, green blood spurting from its leg. Feng lowered his sword, a smug smile on his face. As expected, at a critical joint, defense becomes more difficult, turning it into a weakness. The resentful demon screamed in fury, "Human, I will tear you apart." Blood boiled at the wound, and a glowing shadow emerged. Feng narrowed his eyes, watching as a red dragon-like hand appeared. He instinctively prepared to strike. What is this? Just as he was about to swing his sword, a massive fist appeared behind him. Feng heard the movement and turned just in time to see the fist coming straight for his face. He was sent flying 3 meters, his internal organs injured, blood pouring from his mouth. He collapsed to the ground, feeling a sharp pain in his bones as his body automatically activated the healing magic. Leaning on his sword, he pushed himself up, reflecting on the resentful demon's strength. Its power had increased, and that punch had shattered all of his bones. Fortunately, he had borrowed the white-dressed girl's wood elemental talent. The skill's second stage healing had automatically upgraded to third-rank rejuvenation technique, and the wound began to heal immediately. With this ability, even with a significant power gap, he could keep fighting until his opponent was exhausted. He wiped the blood from his face. The resentful demon, seeing him get up, exclaimed in shock, "You're not dead yet?" Feng sneered, "If you're dead, I'm not." The system announced the ranking for Zone 9321. Village Novice number 74 successfully killed the resentful demon. Receiving first place in Blue Star, Feng thought to himself, one position in the top 10 had been lost, and there was no time to waste. His gaze grew more determined. This time, he had to be more cautious. Feng once again took the initiative to charge at the monster. He leaped up, aiming to strike the resentful demon's head. It threw its head back and screamed. 2 red hands appeared behind him. Feng recognized these as the same binding shadow technique from before. He used his illusion clone technique, causing the 2 red hands to suddenly lose track of who to follow. Feng felt a surge of pride. The illusion clone had half the power of his true form. Unfortunately, using it required awakening the sixth sense connection. Fortunately, before activating the demon sealing altar, he had traded for a third-rank 100 flavored fruit. After using it, he gained the F-level tasting talent. With that thought, both of Feng's clones dashed past the resentful demon's face. Seeing this, the resentful demon swiped its hand to grab them, but was struck on the shoulder by Feng's real body. Since the sixth sense connection had been awakened, both beast taming and illusion clone could now be used. The resentful demon, overwhelmed by pain, lost its balance and fell, blood from the shoulder wound splattering everywhere. It let out a painful roar. The system notified Feng. Zone 1229, Xinren Village 877 successfully killed the resentful demon, earning second place in Blue Star. Seeing this, Feng grew even more anxious, as he lost another position. The resentful demon angrily slammed his fist into the ground, continuously shouting, "Why? Why? Why? Why is this guy so strong?
Chunks of earth and stone flew from the spot where his fist struck, scattering towards Qin Feng. The resentful demon recalled that since he entered the village, he had been silently observing strength, speed, physique, spirit. Everything had awakened with innate abilities, but nothing was strong enough to be considered abnormal. However, after killing Bai Ruo, Qin Feng muttered strange words, performed strange actions, and emitted streams of light, transforming to the point where the resentful demon could no longer see through him. The resentful demon, who had been observing Qin Feng for a long time, still couldn't defeat him. In anger, he lay on the ground with blood oozing from his mouth. The system continued with another piece of bad news.
Zone 331, Xinren Village Number 7, successfully killed the resentful demon. Earned 3rd place in Blue Star.
Qin Feng knew that opportunities were running out, and he had to hurry. He unleashed his Hellfire Inferno, Vital Chi, Sharp Spikes, and Triple Poisonous Strike. Qin Feng relentlessly attacked the beast with different techniques, tearing its flesh apart.
With so many lethal moves, I don't believe I can't break through the armor on its chest.
Spiraling cutting moves of massive scale were unleashed by Qin Feng, focusing all his strength to defeat the resentful demon.
The system notification rang out. Xinren Village 1171 successfully defeated the resentful demon and secured 4th place in Blue Star.
Elsewhere, a group of people from another village stood anxiously, feeling a tight knot in their stomachs. Another person had entered the top 10, leaving only 7 spots remaining. It was truly nerve-wracking.
A brown-haired girl stroked her chin thoughtfully. That's strange.
Before, no one could pass the trial, but as soon as the first person made it through, everyone else followed suit. A friend beside her explained, this just shows that among the top experts, their strength isn't vastly different, which is why their results are so close together. A man in yellow, arms crossed, shook his head. The difficulty of the mission in village 911 is double that of other villages. The chances of making it into the top 10 this time are probably slim. The man in yellow closed his eyes and clasped his hands in prayer. I don't hope Qin Feng can make it into the top 10, just as long as he's safe. If he fails this time, he can always challenge again tomorrow, but let's just hope he doesn't lose any limbs. Lu Xian spoke up, no, that won't happen. Ignoring the idle chatter, he continued to focus on the announcement board, awaiting Qin Feng. His face was full of trust. He said to the others, I believe in Qin Feng. He will definitely succeed. The regional system announcement echoed across Zone 1. Xinren Village 911 has successfully defeated the resentful demon and secured 4th place in Blue Star. And so, Qin Feng had won. He leaned his sword against the chest of the resentful demon and exhaled, finally, it's over. Qin Feng collapsed onto the resentful demon's body, sighing, this battle was exhausting. The system sent a message of joy to the entire server. Congratulations to Village 911, District 1 for succeeding, ranking in the top 10 villages of Blue Star and receiving a special reward. The reward details state that after building the village, the initial attributes will increase by 200% due to the mission's double difficulty. The mission reward is doubled, and the top 10 players will receive 400 attribute points. 2 golden precious suns will receive the mission item Heart Blood of the Resentful Demon. Is there a way to uncover the truth of the village? A scroll appeared. Qin Feng let out a deep sigh, saying, oh. The memory of the sorcerer resurfaced. The narrator spoke in a somber tone. The novice trial's end was not the start of something new, but a nightmare that would drown all. A long-haired, golden-haired figure clad in silver armor and white wings flew in the sky, gazing down at Village 911. The protective barriers were shattered as the Heaven's Punisher descended. Upon seeing him, the novices shouted, he's here. Everyone, get ready. Everyone armed themselves, preparing for battle. This was an existence whose power could not be swayed, even by the combined strength of hundreds. The power of Heaven's Punisher was invincible. He raised his hand and shot beams of energy down below. The energy surged down like bombs. The villagers of 911 had no chance to escape and were all struck down to their deaths. The village chief sobbed as he recounted, "As the village chief, I couldn't protect the village, nor could I protect the people, my teammates, or my loved ones.
I am a failure. It's too terrible, too terrible. So terrible."
He gasped, his hands trembling as he held the sword, staring coldly and emotionlessly at Heaven's Punisher, before delivering the killing blow to the creature below. Just as he was about to charge forward with his sword, he was pierced through the heart. In that moment, he bitterly screamed, "I am so terrible." The village chief collapsed onto the cold ground, surrounded by roaring flames that consumed everything. He died with his eyes wide open, not losing consciousness before his last breath. His mind was filled with thoughts of death. I hate you so much. I want to kill you, I want to kill you. I hate you. Go die, die. You solitary bastard." Then, a goblin caught the scent and made its way to village 911. It was Dark Demon God. He let out a shrill laugh, full of delight and intense malice. "Ha, what a great material. Ha ha." He used a thread to pick up the corpse, enveloped in the overwhelming resentment of the village chief. The village chief's body was incessantly trampled underfoot. In the end, all of the chief's resentment and spirit chi were forced out and controlled by Dark Demon God. Xin Feng read it all and understood. His heart ached. This is the true story of the village. After the village chief died, he fell under the control of Dark Demon God and turned into a resentful demon. The village was destroyed. That was once the village novice of the resentful demon. This is why Heaven's Punisher is the final trial of the way of heaven for the village novice. How powerful could it truly be? Xin Feng shuddered just thinking about it. He sighed, this time the trouble was serious. On the bright moonlit night, a knife was thrown to the ground. Lu Xian sat down heavily, gasping for breath. "Ah, this level 8 beast is really hard to kill, I almost lost my life here." He and the others had just defeated the rhino monster. System announcement to the whole world, Zone 9321, Village 74 is constructing a settlement, named Yongyi Village. This name is exclusive. The people around started to discuss. I wonder when Boss Qin will build his own village. Yeah, just now when the mission success was announced, I was so excited I almost fainted. Someone, a bit jealous, said, "I've been looking at other villages, it seems like they've already built their settlements." As a diehard fan of Qin Feng, Lu Xian immediately defended him, "It's just that they completed the mission before us, what's so exciting about that?" A girl also stood up for Qin Feng, "You have to understand, our mission is twice as difficult, if not, we would have definitely come in first." The members of the team sat down to rest and started carving up the rhino. One person suggested, "How about we call Boss Qin? Call Qin Feng, boss?" The group chat lit up, everyone tagging the name affectionately, "Boss Qin, where are you? We've been waiting so long we're about to wither away." Calling for Qin Feng. "Boss Qin, looking good today, are we doing our usual work?" Hey, calling Boss Qin, please respond, over." Qin Feng replied indifferently, "Everyone, I'm here." The others immediately began to flatter him. From head to toe, Boss Qin was handsome today, radiating charm, with everyone calling out to Boss Qin. "When are we going to start building the village?" One excited person asked. "Boss Qin, take my salute, my whole body and mind belong to Qin Feng, brother." The people in Lu Xian's team read the message, their faces blank. "This is really what happens when people see wealth and change their attitude," another person commented. Lu Xian, hearing that everyone wanted to call Qin Feng, became excited and shouted, "That's right, Boss Qin. Quickly, ask Boss Qin when we're going to build the village. We'll really slap those arrogant people in the face." His teammate, annoyed by his noise, shot him a look. Qin Feng sent a message asking for opinions. "Before we build the village, we need to come up with a really cool name. Does anyone have any ideas?" Everyone replied one by one, "Then let's pick a special name. I think we should call it Dominating Aura Village." Not good.
How about immortal village? Lu Xian was more insightful. He explained in detail, we people of the Dragon Kingdom must inherit the spirit of the Dragon Kingdom. Everyone is like a dragon, capable of soaring to the highest heavens. We will dominate the world and usher in a prosperous era for the Dragon Kingdom. Village 911 is the route for our future dominance. How about Dragon Abyss Village?
Xin Feng thought for a moment. Dragon Abyss, the divine dragon hidden in the deep abyss.
Such a great name.
Xin Feng decided to go with the name Lu Xian suggested. With the name settled, the village was about to be built. A scroll flew high into the air, emitting light that drew spirit chi into it. The vortex in the sky created by the scroll of paper caused Lu Yan's and Lei Jiao's group to stop working and look up. The protective barrier began to form, enveloping Village 911. The system announced that, due to the difficulty of the mission, all rewards were doubled, and each resident received 80 bonus attribute points. Village Chief Qin Feng received 400 bonus attribute points. Upon hearing this, everyone in the village felt a surge of happiness. A girl, with tears in her eyes, said, "Finally, all 100 of us in the village can pass the novice assessment." Lu Xian jumped up and said excitedly, "This is awesome. Now I can definitely kill monsters at a higher level." The man wearing glasses reminded, "Look, the system has now displayed the button for villagers to return to the village.
This is the return to village button.
If you stand still, you can immediately return to the novice village. Villagers can use it once a day, while the village chief can use it 3 times a day." There was a bar below with the return to village button. Without hesitation, the man in glasses placed his hand on it and pressed the button.
He smiled eagerly and said, "Let's give it a try."
The girl next to him screamed, "Wait, your body is starting to fade away." The man in glasses was teleported to a wooden room, where others were already waiting. A guy with his hair spiked up excitedly shouted, "Brothers, I'm back." The girl next to him smiled and said, "This function is really practical. It can be used to save your life in an emergency." After exploring for a while, the older brother came in and said that there was a button here that could take them back to their previous location. The wooden house could accelerate the recovery of spirit, and pressing the return button could save time on the journey. This was great. The return button could move them from the novice wooden house back to their previous position in the wilderness. A few young people rushed out onto the street, shouting, "Everyone hurry to the square, let's light a campfire and roast some meat together." Meanwhile, a few others cupped their faces in embarrassment and wondered, "I wonder if Brother Qin Feng will come?" The system announced to everyone that Village Chief Qin Feng had activated the village-wide meeting channel. This feature was exclusive to the village chief, and everyone immediately stopped their excitement and focused on the screen. Qin Feng calmly explained to them, "Everyone, please listen to me. After the novice test ends, all novice villages will have to face a Heaven's Punisher with a battle power of 100 stars. The purpose of the Heaven's Punisher is to destroy the novice wooden house. Anyone who loses their novice wooden house will become a displaced person, and they will also lose 100 attribute points." Upon hearing this, everyone was crushed, silently standing in place. Some of them even shed tears as they thought about the dark future ahead. The group of people wearing X-shaped shirts were extremely worried. They had barely managed to hope for passing the novice test, and now there was a Heaven's Punisher to face. A battle power of 100 stars was terrifying, leaving no way out. The girl in their group panicked and said, "My battle power is only 10 stars. Qin Feng calmly continued, "Similarly, successfully preventing the Heaven's Punisher will reward the village with a great prize. If we manage to defeat the Heaven's Punisher, the reward will double." There are still 4.5 days left, so everyone quickly level up to level 10 and pass the novice examination. The villagers, who had just won, were fired up with combat spirit and said, "Boss Qin is right, we can't slack off with the strength of our village. Passing the novice examination is not hard, let's all push ourselves, go go go, we absolutely cannot become a burden to Boss Qin." Qin Feng picked up the crystal and continued, "In addition, the village's level up will grant the privilege of the Guardian Altar. With the Guardian Altar, we can stand against the Heaven's Punisher. For the village to level up from level 0 to level 1, we need to meet 5 conditions. First, the population must reach 500 or more, which Dragon Abyss Village has already achieved.
Second, the village leader must receive the Novice Great Emperor title. Third, the village leader's Novice wooden house must be upgraded to level 2. These 2 conditions have not yet been completed.
Fourth, the number of level 1 wooden houses must reach 100 or more. Fifth, the number of level 10 strongmen must be 10 or more. The last 2 conditions are quite difficult, and everyone needs to work together. To upgrade a wooden house to level 1, the required materials are 10 units of level 0 wood, 5 units of level 0 stone, and 1 unit of level 0 animal skin and fur. Some people immediately began searching for information, realizing that upgrading a wooden house required wood, stone, and animal fur. A blonde-haired man gathered everyone together and made a suggestion: we can split into 3 groups to search, and then we can exchange information on the trade channel. That way, the speed will be faster. Everyone nodded in approval, impressed by the idea. Shinfeng pressed the button to close the village-wide meeting channel. He looked around, thinking about the materials for upgrading.
Coincidentally, he already had them, hee.
A joyful smile spread across his face. Without hesitation, Shinfeng pressed the upgrade button.
The system updated.
You have consumed 10 units of wood, 5 units of stone, and 1 unit of animal fur. A house appeared right in front of everyone, and the brightness of it nearly blinded them. The novice wood house of village chief Shinfeng successfully upgraded from level 0 to level 1. A level 1 novice wood house increases stamina and spirit recovery speed by twice as much when not sleeping. When sleeping, the recovery speed triples. The upgrade was successful, and you received 50 bonus attribute points. The villagers ran around, shouting excitedly, "This is Boss Chin's house."
It's so amazing. People said, is Boss Shinfeng some kind of deity? How can he be so powerful?
Some of the younger girls added more compliments. Also, Boss Chin looks even better in the videos than in photos, handsome and strong.
Where can you find someone like him?
Boss Chin is so awesome, I have to learn from him. No rest, no sleep, just keep upgrading the house. The system issued an announcement to the entire world, stating that the number of villages built in the Southern Star Realm had reached 100. Starting today, the competition for upgrading villages would officially begin. Suddenly, something shot down to the spot where Shinfeng was standing, and he narrowly avoided it with quick reflexes. At this very moment, in the Blue Star region, in the 9321 Yongyi village, a drop of blood fell from an unknown source. It turned out to be from the vampire Marquis John Brass, who was draining the last drops of blood from the unfortunate man in front of him. After savoring his meal, Mortal Crusher discarded the victim's body to the ground.
Vampire Prince Dracula, standing on the right, sneered and asked, "My dear, how is the situation?"
He responded respectfully, "Your Highness, the entire village, all 914 people, have now become the descendants of our bloodline."
Upon hearing this, Dracula couldn't help but smile and said, "Very good, soon, we will become the strongest force in Blue Star."
As he poured a glass of blood onto the face of the unfortunate victim, he continued, "The next goal for Yongyi village is to be among the top 3 villages in the village upgrade competition. This time, the Way of Heaven has provided a generous reward. The first 3 villages to reach level 3 will grant every villager 500 attribute points, and the village chief will receive 1000 attribute points." As soon as he finished speaking, the victim's eyes suddenly widened, and at some point, they had turned a deep red. After that, like a madman, he charged straight toward his kind, who were greedily gnawing on some creature in front of them. Dracula, upon seeing this, casually said, "With this reward, we shall all reign as rulers of the Star Realm." John Brass immediately added, "But in the end, we still need to advance to level 3 before the novice assessment ends. There's less than 5 days left, and the difficulty of the competition is..." He lightly swirled the wine in his glass, then smirked and said, "Don't worry, the only ones who can threaten Yongyi village are 5 Emblems Pass village, Guangming village, Heaven Burning village, and Dragon Abyss village ranked 5th. Then, he suddenly tossed his glass to the ground, furrowing his brows as he continued, it seems the Dragon Kingdom has produced a peak expert. But this still doesn't change the overall weakness of their forces. The wine glass quickly shattered on the floor, revealing the scene of vampires viciously tearing apart mutated creatures in front of them. Despite this horrifying sight, Dracula remained calm and even sighed, muttering something unworthy of mention. At this moment, at Qin Feng's location, he was pointing forward while ordering the materials to be placed there, and inwardly, he was somewhat impressed, thinking, 1,000 attribute points. With such a large reward, the system notification board suddenly appeared. This village competition was limited to the duration of the novice assessment. While arranging the positions of the stone blocks, he silently calculated in his mind. The total attribute points earned earlier added up to a combat power of 83 stars. He also had the title of Novice Great Emperor. If he could earn 1,000 attribute points from the village competition, perhaps he could attempt to defeat Heaven's Punisher. The third condition for the village to level up from level 0 to level 1 was for the novice wooden house of the village chief to reach level 2. Now, he only lacked one more ice stone of the first tier to upgrade the novice wooden house. Coincidentally, ice stones were produced by autumn water foxes, where the one-horned armored turtle king resided. While lost in thought, he casually pressed the confirmation button for his contribution in the system, then rotated his arm. The two tasks could be completed at the same time. The system suddenly appeared with notifications. Village Chief Qin Feng contributed 723 units of wood to Dragon Abyss Village. Received 723 contribution points. Village Chief Qin Feng contributed 361 units of stone to Dragon Abyss Village. Received 361 contribution points. Everyone in the chat group suddenly began to discuss excitedly. What's being stolen? Hurry, hurry, exchange. I want to upgrade my wooden house. Great. My wooden house can be upgraded now. Qin Feng brother, I love you. While the system notifications appeared, the village chief could access two functions, the exchange channel and the Way of Heaven resources. Qin Feng stretched his legs to relax while thinking to himself, no need to thank me, I'm just picking up scrap to support all of you. I can donate items to the exchange channel to receive contribution points. Contribution points can be exchanged for items posted by others. After that, he immediately rushed forward at a speed that tore through the wind, and silently thought to himself, I could also exchange the materials I need on the Way of Heaven resources, like firewood, rice, oil, salt, and pots. Within the resources of the Way of Heaven, there is a type of primary energy stone, which, after absorption, grants 100 energy points. This means that there is now a way to earn energy points without having to kill monsters. Villagers with low or no combat-related talents will have other ways to survive. In the future, professions like blacksmiths, miners, and butchers will emerge. The abundant resources of Dragon Abyss Village are enough to sustain these people, while also helping them maintain a steady leveling speed. After thinking this through, Qin Feng firmly stated, in the future, Dragon Abyss Village will become more prosperous and wealthy. He then leaped high into the air and jumped straight into the water. After diving into the water and swimming for a few seconds, he suddenly opened his eyes wide, his face reddened instinctively, and his hands were tightly clutching his throat. As he desperately tried to swim to the surface, he silently thought to himself, I don't know how to dive. Perhaps because he was too focused on saving his own life, he didn't realize that a massive aquatic monster was swimming just a few dozen meters below him. As soon as he surfaced, Qin Feng took a deep breath, and couldn't help but silently lament, I got too cocky and almost died without realizing it. I don't know why he suddenly glanced downward. Before he could react, the sea monster immediately opened its mouth wide and tried to bite him. Afterward, it quickly dove beneath the water's surface. Just as it thought this was an easy win, Qin Feng suddenly stabbed it, causing it to vanish instantly before quickly rushing out to escape. The system unexpectedly appeared and announced that endless extraction was successful. He had obtained a sea-level heaven's blessing, true meaning of water. Suddenly, feeling something different on his face, he reached up to touch his cheek and then smiled happily, saying, fish scales. Seeing a group of sea monsters rushing toward him, he muttered, now I can breathe underwater, this talent came at the perfect time. He then casually performed a few basic moves on them, turning them all into giant blocks of ice. He quickly broke the ice on one sea monster he found most pleasant. Afterward, he swiftly tied it up with a rope, turning it into his mount, then shouted loudly, "Father!" After wandering around the lake for a while, Feng suddenly said with confusion, "The autumn water fox is too large, it's been an hour, and I still haven't found a single ice stone." Thinking that his mount might be playing tricks on him, he immediately tightened the rope around its mouth and loudly questioned, "Are you lying to me? You're deliberately taking a detour to waste time, aren't you?" It painfully shouted loudly, affirming, "Lord, I'll be there soon, I'll be there right away." Then, unable to hold back its frustration, it silently thought to itself, "I wouldn't dare. Why am I so unlucky? This devil suddenly barged into my house, forced me to be separated from my lover, and made me go search for the ice stone. It's both violent and cruel." The wife crocodile, with tears in her eyes, cried out, "Honey, it's been delayed again. Darling, wait for me, I'll definitely come back to find you." After reminiscing, it sadly thought in its heart, "Darling, will I ever see you again? Ho hoo." Suddenly, it saw a turtle glide by, and Feng suspiciously remarked, "A turtle." He quickly controlled his mount to chase after it. Upon seeing many turtles curled up in their shells, among them was one larger and noticeably different in appearance. This must be the armored turtle king. So, he immediately called out to warn, "Stay away, if you're careless and lose your life, I won't take responsibility." The system suddenly appeared and announced, "Ferocious Beast One-Horned Armored Turtle King, a king-level creature, level 15, combat power rating 50 stars. Ice control talent, rank C." After reading the information displayed by the system, Feng suddenly smiled wickedly and said, "But if you run, no matter where you hide, I will still find you, and if you become my meal." Hearing this, it shuddered and responded. Then, it silently sighed, "Devil." He raised both hands to unleash his power, and while doing so, he smirked slyly, thinking to himself, "I'll get the third monarch hardcore first, then go find the ice stone." Suddenly attacked, all the Tuan Kui immediately woke up. Seeing this, the armored turtle king immediately threatened, "A tiny level 11 human dares to offend me, truly asking for death." He didn't care about its words and continued his attack nonchalantly. Seeing him defy it, the armored turtle king immediately opened its mouth wide and unleashed its power, striking straight at him. He hurriedly raised his hand to cover his face, gritting his teeth and frowning as he said, "What are they doing?" Seeing the whole group of Tuan Kui suddenly rush toward the armored turtle king, and quickly form a shield in front of it, Feng immediately realized the problem and shouted, "Form the assault squad." He then couldn't help but feel a wave of worry in his heart. The fierce demon elephant and gold devouring ants he had encountered before, though they attacked in swarms, lacked any tactics. They couldn't concentrate all their strength on a single target. But this group of turtles was clearly different. If they teamed up, he might not win. Before the thousands of sharp, sturdy arrows could pierce his flesh, in the nick of time, he managed to create a large shield to protect himself. Though shot at with incredible speed, the arrows bounced off in all directions upon hitting the force field. The one-horned armored turtle king had likely anticipated this. Immediately, it opened its mouth wide and continued to suck in a tremendous force, preparing for the second attack. This time, the arrows were no longer small ones that dispersed energy and power. The one-horned armored turtle king howled as it shot an arrow, as large as a heavy missile, directly towards Feng at the speed of light. Only a heavenly great sage could possibly withstand such a strike. Feng gritted his teeth, focused all his strength, and jumped to the side. He barely managed to avoid a fatal blow, but the arrow struck the stone surface, shattering the rock formation and creating a massive explosion. It was a struggle to avoid that attack, and he was irritated. There were still many more strikes like that to come, he had to plan carefully. The large, explosive arrows continued to pursue Feng relentlessly, making it a life or death situation. While fleeing, he was also thinking, underwater, he couldn't use the hellfire. The attacks from wood, metal, and earth, along with his chi, were all weakened, and the savage beasts in the water had the advantage of their home turf. Even though he was stronger than them, it would still be difficult to kill them with one blow. Thinking hard for a solution, in a moment of distraction, an arrow from the one-horned armored turtle king struck his calf, causing him to stagger. In that instant, Shinfeng lost his balance, and a barrage of arrows seemed to be waiting in the wings. He cursed inwardly, "This is bad." But fire tests gold, and hardship tests strength. Shinfeng clenched his fists tightly and continued searching for a way out. Despite being battered and bruised, he managed to hide behind a large stone, his face showing a mix of helplessness and panic. After the familiar figure of Shinfeng temporarily disappeared from the one-horned armored turtle king's sight, the space around them fell into brief silence. The fierce attack had completely disappeared. It stood frozen, trying to determine what was happening. With cold, sharp eyes, it glanced around but still couldn't see any sign of him. The one-horned armored turtle then turned to his subordinates and commanded, "Find him." Not far away, Shinfeng was hiding, his hand tightly gripping the arrow that had pierced his shin, then decisively pulling it out. Calmly, he devised a plan. Damn it, if he couldn't drive them out of the country, he had to find a way to capture the enemy's leader first. A moment later, Shinfeng used illusion clone. Instantly, a perfect replica of Shinfeng appeared in front of him, an exact duplicate with flawless appearance and movement, switching places to create chaos that could not be countered. After calculating the situation, he nodded slightly to signal Shadow. Shadow immediately dashed toward the army of the one-horned armored turtle king. He glanced back, carefully observing the situation. Soon after, 3 shadows of Shinfeng appeared, running swiftly ahead, despite the enemy's screaming attack. They attacked relentlessly, regardless of the thousands of arrows raining down, hitting their targets. When the heavenly secret flashed for a brief moment, he decided it was time for him to make a move. The entire ferocious army under the command of the one-horned armored turtle king continued to fire arrows toward the shadows, focusing all their power, completely unaware that the real Shinfeng was running just behind them. Behind him, he gritted his teeth, unable to use any skills, or he would be discovered. However, this tactic couldn't last long. In the blink of an eye, one of the shadows took a fatal blow. He was stunned. The illusion clone had been shattered. Realizing this, Shinfeng pushed himself even harder, forcing his legs to move faster. Suddenly, a series of jade-green crystals appeared, floating around the one-horned armored turtle king, causing it to be distracted and confused as it asked, "What is this?" However, it immediately realized that it had entered a zone of attack. It was now in a defensive position, with no way out. Shinfeng rushed forward from behind without hesitation, shouting, "It's a flower for the dead." With that, he poured all his strength into launching an attack directly at the creature's front. A massive explosion erupted, but he didn't pay it any attention. Right next to the one-horned armored turtle king, a giant green snake had appeared, seemingly from nowhere. This snake was part of the creature itself, watching Shinfeng for some time, waiting for the right moment. The snake immediately lunged at him, mouth open, fangs ready to tear Shinfeng apart. It was then that he noticed it. Without flinching, Shinfeng used his shadow branch technique to bind it. In the next moment, the enormous snake was trapped by the shadow branches, unable to move forward or retreat. He smiled in satisfaction. To avoid further trouble, Shinfeng clenched his death order fist tightly. Instantly, the command was executed, and the beast writhed in pain, soon succumbing to death. A notification appeared: "Successfully killed one-horned armored turtle king, achieving a royal level kill. Reward, Monarch Heartcore, Water." Standing next to the beast's corpse, Shinfeng absorbed the energy from the item, which flowed directly into his body, raising his level to 12. This event caused the army of beasts under the one-horned armored turtle king to collapse, like a snake without a head. They scattered in all directions, not even glancing back. Leaning against the shadow, Shinfeng stood under the protection of the shadow branches binding, smiling, "The leaderless turtles, it's time to score points." Saying this, the two figures kicked off the ground and flew up, chasing after the 1,000-strong turtle herd. His innate talent, the self-evolving skill, was progressing towards the ice water profound meaning at level B. It awakened the innate skill Ice Storm. This was a 4th stage skill capable of releasing ice arrows and snow blades. It formed a large-scale blizzard that covered an area of 10 kilometers. Immediately, tens of thousands of sharp arrows rained down, piercing through the bodies of the turtles.
As if guided by fate, not a single one was spared.
Shivering from the cold, Shinfong let out a sigh of relief as the turtle corpses fell, now nothing more than lifeless shells.
He said, "This rare atmospheric type attack skill, the harvest this time is even greater than I expected."
As he enjoyed the fruits of battle, the savage crocodile beast had returned from behind. But instead of opposing him or arrogantly demanding to kill or feast, it excitedly said, "Boss, boss, the ice stone is right ahead.
Follow me, boss." In its heart, it praised itself. The one who killed the one-horned armored turtle king is not someone I can handle. If I serve him well, he might spare me. Afterward, I need to quickly leave here with my beloved wife and never return.
Without hesitation, Shinfong immediately followed. He jumped onto its back without thinking much, cheerfully saying, "Let's go."
This monster is eager to serve as a steed. Hold on tight, boss, steady now.
In a secret office room, someone picked up the information board, looking at the image of Shinfong and commented, "It's only been 3 days, and yet someone from the lesser heaven world has already obtained the 3rd monarch heart core.
Not bad, their strength is impressive." Another person interjected, "Someone from the lesser heaven world, let me take a look."
Upon seeing it clearly, the blonde-haired, violet-eyed doctor sighed, "He's quite handsome.
It would be nice if I could go on a date with him." The other person rebutted, "Don't even think about it.
Humans from the lesser heaven world are naturally frail, and they don't have any innate special abilities. Even if they managed to reach the Earth level, they wouldn't be able to withstand the great wars of the myriad realms.
Not to mention meeting you." Inside this secret office, many young women were gathered in the room, chatting about everything under the sun. The blonde girl teasingly said, "I'm just saying, but I still prefer Xiao Bibi."
Immediately, the red-haired girl retorted, "Don't call me Xiao Bibi." This department in the secret office had all the footage and data from the battles. These women, could easily access frame-by-frame moments from the countless occurrences happening out there. One of them commented that the village where the human named Shinfong was from had resources that doubled, making the mission difficulty significantly higher.
To still be able to complete the task under such circumstances was truly not easy.
Again, the hardest thing for him is not gathering the 5 core of the monarch. The girl with the orange hair, who had calmed down, commented, "It's the battle on Dragon Slayer Ridge.
Hopefully, he can surprise us."
Riding on the back of the large eagle, Shinfong traveled across the roads, his companion the stars and the clouds in the mid-sky. He clicked his tongue in confusion, how strange. The notification board displayed the following details. The ranking list for Longyuan Village: first place was Shinfong at level 12, second place was Lu Xian at level 8, third place was Lu Xian at level 8, fourth place was Lei Zhao at level 8, and fifth place was Qi Jie at level 8. He wondered, Lu Xian's level is always lower than Lu Nian's. How did he surpass him in just an hour? He continued to stare at the data, unable to make sense of it.
How strange. What exactly did they do to suddenly level up so quickly? And Qi Jie. He wasn't even in the top 10 before.
Suddenly, a message popped up in the group chat, from Lu Xian, purchasing novice weapons, 10 novice weapons for 1 energy stone, hurry up before it's too late. Immediately, others scrambled to respond. Wow, Lu Xian, trade with me this time. One person cursed loudly through the message. You fool, Lu Xian-san already said, trade with me first. A girl pleaded. Lu Xian-san, hurry and list your items. Shinfong read it, utterly bewildered. So many energy stones are being bought and sold? Then, suddenly, he realized the key point. He slapped his hand loudly, grinning widely. So that's what it is. He said, these two are quietly making a fortune through trade, truly, they are unscrupulous merchants. Shinfong began analyzing their tactics. Each novice weapon grants 2 contribution points, and an energy stone is worth 10 contribution points. However, Lu Xian and Qi Jie are selling them on the regional channel at the rate of 1 energy stone for 10 novice weapons. With such a profit, they're earning 10 contribution points per energy stone, which they then use to exchange for energy stones to level up.
That's why their cultivation speed has suddenly increased.
Urging the eagle to fly faster, Long Chin Fong felt a bit excited.
Novice weapons are the most common resource in the novice village. Roughly speaking, each area has at least hundreds of thousands of novice weapons.
The unclaimed novice weapons can be exchanged for contribution points, helping many people quickly level up to level 10. If the whole Long Yuan village continues at this pace, Long Yuan will have more and more resources to counter Heaven's Punisher. But just as they were about to leave the forest area, a piercing scream echoed from the edge of the woods, stopping him.
A gang of thugs was ransacking Lu Yan's bag. They were laughing smugly, mocking, "This girl doesn't have anything of value." Then, disaster struck. A man pinned her to the ground. The girl struggled and cried out, "I've already given you everything I have. Why won't you let me go?" He calmly replied, "You've seen our faces, and yet you still hope we'll let you go. How na-ve?"
She screamed, "Boss Chin will not forgive you if he finds out." They immediately threw a bucket of cold water on him.
Who is he? If he really intended to help us, why didn't he tell us how to level up? In the end, he's just a selfish hypocrite.
If even Qin Feng's name can't intimidate anyone, then Lu Yan Xiao, this fan, is doomed. She cried helplessly, waiting for fate, but the familiar green sparks suddenly appeared. Qin Feng, high and mighty, pointed down, his gaze sparking with anger.
You massacre your own people. You are not worthy of being human.
Witnessing how many people on the racetrack sweat, sacrifice, and even bleed to achieve something, Qin Feng felt a pang of sorrow.
This was unavoidable in this brutal world of bloodshed.
Everyone was going through a battle with no clear end in sight. Some followed the rules, honestly striving upwards, while others secretly sought opportunities to exploit and harm others for their own selfish gains.
The only thing he could do was to become stronger.
She tried her best to limit such incidents from happening in Long Yuan village. He gently helped Lu Yan down from the back of the giant eagle and asked her about the situation.
Go back to village novice and inform everyone to be cautious of such corruption. She smiled. Yes.
He draped a cloak around her, escorted her carefully, and then left.
Lu Yan waved her hand. Thank you, Boss Chin.
As he departed, he immediately turned his focus back to the main task, considering the situation and preparing to respond, waiting for Long Yuan village to level up. He needed to investigate the village chief's powers, especially to see if they had the authority to issue bounty orders. If so, anyone who dared to commit evil within his territory. His face darkened, his heart burned with rage.
I'll make him hide like a rat in a gutter. The eagle dropped him on a cliff.
As he landed, he quickly analyzed the situation, using beast control to tame a monster that would save a lot of time on his journey. Unfortunately, the monsters he encountered at the moment were all too low level to be worthy of becoming a spirit companion.
Next time I open a portal, if I can find a spirit beast, that would be great.
Landing in this area, it was another trap laid with a snare. Activating Eye of True Sight, hundreds of red and yellow flowers bloomed, proudly glowing in the sunlight. They were the demonic plants. Soul Enchanting Man-Eating Flower, level 15, combat power rating of 24 stars, with traits such as Bloodthirsty, Illusory Immortality, and a 15% drop rate for rewards.
Qin Feng wasn't on guard at all.
He immediately drew his sword, a confident smirk appearing on his lips.
A bunch of demonic flowers, just chop them down. And with that, he leapt into the swarm of thorns, stepping boldly into the territory of the demonic plants.
At first, everything went as expected. He swiftly cut down the demon flowers that blocked his path. But the annoying part was, with every swing of his blade, the flowers let out pitiful, mournful cries. The branches that fell began to ooze sap, their cries echoing in the air.
Help! Help! Aya! The screams grew louder, more frantic.
It hurts, it hurts, it hurts.
Help me, help me. Aya! It really reached him. He was getting annoyed. Enough already.
Suddenly, a large number of the demon flowers shot up at once, their mouths wide open, filled with sharp, jagged teeth, and they screamed in unison, "It hurts so much, it hurts so much, it hurts so much." For a moment, Feng was stunned, hesitating slightly. These demon plants seemed to grow stronger the louder they screamed, their roars amplifying their size, as if transforming sorrow into hatred, raging uncontrollably and growing larger than towering trees. The diameter of their trunks expanded to an extreme, and they continued to wail, "It hurts so much, it hurts so much, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts." Before shifting to, "Kill him, kill him, kill him." Feng stepped back, momentarily taken aback, as from the mouths of the massive demon flowers, a thick, viscous substance was spat out, sticky and elastic, a bright pink hue. Feng was enveloped by it, and did it feel disgusting? The skin on the back of his hand, which came into direct contact with the substance, immediately burned with a searing pain, sinking into his flesh. He reminded himself that it was poisonous and tried to find a way to break free from the sticky grip. He looked at the strange creatures he was about to face, the edges of his mouth twitching with excitement, a branch that had snapped now regenerating. No wonder the attribute description said immortal, this truly resembled a level 15 demon plant. The colossal demon plants continued their eternal chant, "It hurts so much, it hurts so much." But just as he rushed forward, they all turned tail and fled, whispering among themselves, "This human is too strong, run, run quickly, he has resistance to poison, he's immune to toxins, he's immune to toxins, run to the mother tree." Fire, fire. Feng didn't understand what was happening, but he started running anyway. Yet, how could he let such prey slip away just like that? Basically, that's not his style. Feng carried his sword, the wind cutting fiercely as he moved, slashing everything in his path. Notifications continuously popped up, successfully killed the soul-enchanting man-eating flower level 15, received 820 energy points, collected tier 2 heartwood, the material needed to upgrade the wooden house to level 3. As Feng swung his sword, he glanced at the fallen demon trees and sneered, "Clever, but you're just too slow." Using a normal sword slash, the demon flowers can still regenerate, but once they're burned by the raging flame of the infernal abyss, they can't come back. Facing the massive form of the demon tree, he kept slashing as though enjoying a leisurely stroll, saying, "The killing spree earned me 110,000 power points, plus over 20 attribute points." He landed at its throat, piercing it with his sword, now tinged with the green hellfire. He grinned, "My combat power just shot up to 87 stars at the maximum limit. The speed of leveling up feels amazing. After clearing this level, I won't put my sword away just yet, there's still plenty waiting for me." He activated Eye of True Sight. Immediately, another dimension unfolded before him, revealing an ancient tree with several golden sacs hanging from its branches like beehives, scattered across the large, leafless limbs. Bloodthirsty venom wasps, level 15, combat power rating 26 stars, with traits including deadly venom, bloodlust, speed, and a 15% fruit drop rate. Sure enough, a swarm of wasps with sharp claws and incredible speed descended upon him, as if he were their prey. Feng tightly gripped his sword, his eyes burning with intensity like fire, his feet rooted to the ground, still unconfident. The number of venomous bees was overwhelming. If they launched a coordinated attack, even with greater strength, it would be difficult to avoid a flaw in his defense. It seemed that the only option was to try out the newly acquired skill. With that thought, he raised his hand high to the sky, and a bright, greenish flame enveloped him as if it had become one with his being. He summoned some sort of secret technique, resembling ethereal clouds gathering together to form a vortex. The vortex grew larger and larger, and the bees seemed to grow fearful, some even halting their attacks to observe the phenomenon. In the air, from the swirling green clouds, hundreds of sharp arrows materialized. He smiled with satisfaction, the innate skill, Ice Tempest, of the 4th tier. Immediately, the ice arrows shot toward each bee, piercing them with their razor-sharp tips, cutting through their bodies like drills. A message flashed, "Successfully killed a level 15 bloodthirsty venom wasp, gained 850 energy points." Each bee skewered made his power grow stronger. And so it went, one after another, the notifications pouring in, level 12, 323,700/1 million, level 12, 475,800/1 million, level 13. In the end, only the great tree remained, along with the pile of white snow, the grave of all 9 families of the bees.
Xin Feng let out a satisfied breath.
Looking at the battlefield, he couldn't help but murmur, as expected of a 4th tier skill, 3,000 venomous bees, and a single move wipes them all out.
He then pointed straight ahead. Now it's your turn.
That giant tree is the beloved tree of Old Kumu, ranked at level 16, with a combat rating of 53 stars, with traits including manipulation, immortality, and aging. From the trunk of the tree, a woman's face emerged, her long blue hair glowing slightly. She opened her eyes and sighed, how rare. Her hair twisted together, forming hundreds of sharp thorns, while the bark of the tree wrapped around her body to form clothing. She expanded her power and said, after so many years, a human has dared to step into this forbidden area.
I deeply missed the taste of human blood, become my nourishment.
As soon as she finished speaking, the Ho-Hua monsters appeared again, their mouths wide open, ready to tear Xin Feng apart. She shouted out the order to kill him. The information board reported, Monster Golden Bee King, ranked at level 15, with a combat rating of 47 stars. Traits include Venomous, Berserk, Guardian.
Loot drop rate is 100%, currently under control.
Millions of bees rushed towards him. He calmly said, right on time. Xin Feng waved his hand confidently, follow my command. Immediately, the bees that had been pierced earlier, their eyes glowing red like vengeful spirits, were revived. Under Xin Feng's command, they were all gathered, each at level 13.73, with over 2 million in total. The Golden Bee King fiercely grabbed 2 of its subordinates' pincers.
Then, it ruthlessly tore apart its own teammates.
The Golden Bee King continuously shrieked, kill you, kill you, kill you. The worker bees began to surround it. In the blink of an eye, the battle turned into a bloody clash of 7 bees killing each other. After a brief moment, a massive explosion echoed through the mountains, and all the bees were annihilated. The system notification appeared, killed Golden Bee King at level 15, successfully becoming the Bee King, acquired a rare heavenly treasure.
Golden Honey Wasp King.
Xin Feng smugly extended his hand to collect the item from the monster. These leftover soldiers I killed couldn't possibly be a match for the Bee King with full health, so I used a few tricks.
Not stopping there, the bee civil war continued unabated.
Xin Feng softly spoke, while using his beast taming technique to summon them to fight for him, and at the same time, he had planted the infernal blazing flame seed inside their bodies. Seeing this, the old demon was shocked and exclaimed, What?
What is this? You control 2 completely opposite elemental affinity talents, ice and fire? How is that even possible?
Xin Feng swiftly drew his sword and smirked, saying, once the venomous bee is controlled and touches the target, I'll trigger the infernal blazing flame to make them self-destruct. He confidently walked through the rain of bee corpses. Though it was an attack that dealt 800 damage to the enemy but cost 1,000 to himself, as you can see, the effect is extremely good. In the blink of an eye, Xin Feng suddenly vanished. He leaped high and aimed his sword directly at the Kumu old demon.
The demon's spiky thorns were forced to fall under Xin Feng's attack.
He swung his sword as smoothly as a chef slicing noodles. Looking at the tree-like roots that were severed, Kumu, the old demon, let out a stunned cry, "A." Her fierce gaze turned toward Xin Feng. However, before she could fully focus, she was beaten to a pulp by Xin Feng. Bewildered, she silently wondered, what kind of skill is this? It can even suppress my regeneration ability. The tree roots were severed one after another, falling to the ground like autumn leaves. Kumu, the old demon, gritted her teeth in frustration. No, if this continues, I will die. Even if it drains a huge amount of energy, I have to use that move to stay alive.
At that moment, the old demon Kumu's rage exploded, and a murderous aura enveloped the entire space.
Her tree-like hair began to regrow. Seeing the unexpected shift in the situation, Xin Feng was momentarily startled. After regaining his composure, he sneered dismissively. That was all. Xin Feng then began to unleash his trump card, his eyes blazing with killing intent. However, Xin Feng found himself surrounded by the old demon Kumu's aura.
He gasped, "What's going on?" Qin Feng's skin began to wrinkle, crow's feet appeared on his eyelids and forehead. In the blink of an eye, he had transformed into a bald old man. In a panic, Qin Feng cried out, "I'm aging rapidly."
Realizing the energy from Kumu, the old demon, was emanating from his nose and ears, he was momentarily stunned. So she's trying to drain my vitality, to make me die of old age right here. Qin Feng quickly regained his composure, his gaze growing firm.
Very well.
He leaned back and shouted loudly, "Rejuvenation technique." However, this technique could only detoxify half of the poison. Qin Feng reached up to touch his face, checking if he had inhaled the toxic fumes into his body.
The rejuvenation technique couldn't completely purify it. He muttered under his breath, "Monsters of the wood element are all afraid of fire. Let's try burning it with infernal blazing flame."
At that moment, Qin Feng's appearance could be described as terribly disfigured. Half of his face was old, the other half young, with one side of his hair green and the other completely bald. Energy was seeping out of his ears. Inside Qin Feng's body, two streams of energy were constantly clashing with each other. He screamed in pain, "Eh!" After a moment, his energy managed to defeat the old demon Kumu. Qin Feng spat out a mouthful of blood and returned to his normal form. He forcefully burst out with strength to break free from Kumu's spatial restraints. Seeing this, she was somewhat surprised. To break free from her technique so easily, this human was incredibly strong, more than she had imagined. Revived in his youthful prime, Qin Feng threw his head back and laughed loudly.
He quickly assumed a defensive stance, ready to strike, and smirked arrogantly, "Not bad, I almost fell into your trap."
At that moment, the old demon Kumu immediately knelt down in submission. Seeing this, Qin Feng was taken aback.
Kumu lowered her voice and said, "Lord, it is I who lacked vision and offended you. I apologize, Lord.
Please spare me, for I am but a tree 180 years old and have never harmed anyone.
Please show mercy. The people who came to me all sought the heart core of the king, and I am willing to offer it to you." She put on a weak and pitiful expression. Facing this situation, Qin Feng thought to himself, "What is going on? Do they think I don't know? These flower demons and beast demons all have this kind of personality."
Kumu, the old demon, wiped away tears and spoke, "Lord, look, this is the royal heartcore of the wood element. I also have it, and I can tell she secretly thinks. He has used a total of 3 major moves, his spirit must be depleted. This is the best opportunity for an ambush." Kumu, the old demon, calculated in his mind. He had to both attract Qin Feng's attention and buy time for the others to revive. I'll add to that, there's also a level 5 flame wand battle pet egg. Consider it a gift to apologize to the Lord. Immediately, a large golden egg, twice the size of an ostrich egg, was placed before Qin Feng. Kumu obediently presented the treasure. The whole wand was a legendary bloodline divine beast, the vermilion bird, with immense power. Once matured, it could reach Earth-grade strength, making it a fitting gift for the Lord. Unexpectedly, Qin Feng coldly asked, "Do you think I'm a fool?" At that moment, the wood demons behind Kumu rustled noisily. Qin Feng keenly glanced upwards and smirked, having already seen through Kumu's scheme. "Your people are making such a racket behind you, I couldn't pretend not to hear even if I wanted to." He didn't hesitate to unleash a mighty blow that shook the heavens and earth. The man-eating flowers fell like autumn leaves. Qin Feng pointed his weapon toward Kumu, his voice cold. "I thought that at level 16, you would have some more special tricks up your sleeve compared to other fierce beast kings. I overestimated you." Seeing this, she quickly shouted, "Wait." Kumu the old demon stammered, "Flame Demon King is." Before she could finish her sentence, Qin Feng coldly severed the head of Kumu the old demon. A gift box appeared before him. The system displayed a notification, "Successfully killed Kumu the old demon, a level 16 king rank, received 10,000 energy points, and 4 points of fame. He obtained the white silver treasured sun, successfully extracted it, and gained a C-level innate talent, interlinked 6 senses."
The two innate talents automatically strengthened and were evolving.
Additionally, the innate talent's six senses upgraded to level B, becoming six senses spirit link. Due to the upgrade of the innate talent's six senses, the phantom clone skill was enhanced, allowing the release of two clones at once. As a result of the upgrade to six senses, the phantom clone skill advanced to the spirit communication technique level 4, which increased the wargun's combat power by 60%. Xin Feng happily held the egg in his hand and smirked.
The wargun is no longer here.
Xin Feng calmed himself, floating in the air, and began absorbing blood into the egg in front of him. The Huoluan War Companion could hatch a low-level Huoluan War Companion. Using blood essence for nurturing could purify it. The egg activated a protective array and began absorbing blood.
Huoluan. The legend says it possesses the bloodline sacred beast vermilion bird, with immense strength, and upon reaching maturity, could attain earth-level power.
He completed the array and, despite the blood still flowing from his hand, felt elated. Below 100 stars represents human-level combat power, over 100 stars is Earth-level, and over 1,000 stars is Heaven-level combat power. Looking at the golden egg in the formation, he commanded, "Come out now, my fifth-tier war companion." From the egg emerged an incredibly cute, furry little creature. Looking at Xiao Huoluan in the egg, he shook the eggshell and asked, "Why are you so tiny?" His hand poked Xiao Huoluan's forehead, causing the little one to become angry, its face darkening. Xiao Huoluan flew up, completely breaking through the eggshell in midair, revealing the illusion of its fully grown form. He was pushed back by the force of Xiao Huoluan's power, but remained cheerful. The potential of this little creature was truly outrageous. The Flame One Battle Pet, first tier, with a battle power rating of 50 stars. It had an absolutely loyal description, could evolve, possessed innate fire law of a grade, spatial control of a grade, and a B grade Tianfu bloodline vermilion bird divine bloodline. Its skill, Heavenly Golden Flame, was at level 6. Watching Xiao Huoluan flap its wings in front of Xin Feng, resting its chin on its paws, he realized that if he used the spirit communication technique, its battle power could increase by 60%, bringing it to a total of 80 stars, with the ability to defeat the Heaven's Punisher. He stood up, brushed off the dust from Xiao Huoluan, who then flew close to him. He patted its belly and said, "Little one, from now on, I'll call you Xiao Huoluan and use the sixth sense technique, spirit communication." The blood veins spread all over. Xiao Huoluan was the war companion he had nurtured with his own blood essence. From this moment, a clear connection appeared, indicating that he and Xiao Huoluan would have a bond like family. From his hand to Xiao Huoluan's feet, a red thread like blood connected them, binding them in a relationship with the Flame One Battle Pet. Watching Xiao Huoluan happily fly around him, he was certain of its loyalty. In this world of slaughter, no one could compare to it. Xiao Huoluan fluttered in front of him, chirping and calling out to its master, "Master, master." Hearing this, he guessed that the spirit communication technique allowed him to understand Xiao Huoluan's language. There were no language barriers between him and his war companion, which was extremely convenient. He gently held Xiao Huoluan and asked, what's wrong?" The little creature did not hesitate to reply, "I'm hungry." Xiao Huoluan whined and complained in a long string, "I'm so hungry." Xiao Huoluan is so hungry, really hungry, which made him freeze in place. He felt like he was about to face a difficult dilemma. Then he asked, "Do you eat monster meat? Or do you eat human flesh?" In the barren land around them, two small monsters clung to the trees. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind swept through, startling one of the creatures on the tree. He, riding on the back of the dragon, said, "Xiao Huoluan is too small to carry me and fly together. I'll have to use a flying monster as a temporary mount." Meanwhile, Xiao Huoluan kept complaining, "Master, I'm hungry, master, I'm hungry." He summoned a thread of green spiritual energy and gave it to Xiao Huoluan. "Luckily, you don't need to eat human flesh like monsters, or I wouldn't know how to feed you." Upon hearing this, Xiao Huoluan immediately retorted, "Cuckoo, Xiao Huoluan is not a monster, Xiao Huoluan is a sacred beast. Xiao Huoluan is very strong, other monsters can't defeat me." He helplessly gave in, all right, you're the strongest. When they arrived at the volcanic area, where black smoke filled the sky, he spoke solemnly, "We've reached Inferno Mountain."
The landscape was a bright red beneath the volcano of Dungnam.
In the Dungnam Lake, a group of fire spirits appeared somewhat eerie.
Rock Spirit, Fire Spark level 16, Combat Power rating 30 stars. Elemental Spirit born from Magma, Loot Drop rate 16%, the system announced.
He was a bit surprised upon hearing this.
Spirit.
Xiao Huoluan joyfully jumped up.
Delicious.
Without needing to think, it dived off Qin Feng's shoulder, catching him off guard. As Xiao Huoluan flew around, the sound of its shrill screech echoed everywhere.
Ah! Xiao Huoluan continued happily. Delicious. Successfully killed Rock Elemental Spirit level 16. Gained 910 energy points. Successfully killed Rock Elemental Spirit level 16. Gained 10 energy points.
Xiao Huoluan then sucked in deeply. The fire spirits were all sucked into its mouth. Qin Feng watched Xiao Huoluan unleash a massacre below, feeling quite pleased. Xiao Huoluan kills the monsters, and I still get energy points.
This doesn't seem bad.
At that moment, Xiao Huoluan's power was above Fire Spark, so it could practice here for a while.
He then jumped off the dragon's back, landing on a rock in the lava, and opened the system interface. System notification: successfully killed Flame Core Rock level 16, obtained spirit evidence.
He looked at the card in his hand, ignoring Xiao Huoluan's slaughter outside. Staring at the series of cards, it was a level 2 spirit evidence item.
Using this card would grant 1 reputation point.
Each individual can use up to 10 cards, he thought happily.
Reputation is a good thing.
He stood in a safe corner, watching the rewards and fame reach a certain threshold, certain that he would receive the title granted by the way of heaven.
The title could grant attribute points, a means of enhancing one's strength.
For example, when fame reaches 10 points, becoming an elite novice, an additional 20 points would be added to one's attribute stats. Meanwhile, Xiao Huoluan was causing chaos outside. He activated the system interface, and red threads surrounded him. There were 3,000 fire sparks here, and killing them all would yield only a few hundred spirit evidence cards.
System notification: you have used a spirit evidence card. Fame +1, current fame 78 points. You have used a spirit evidence card. Fame +1, current fame 79 points. You have used a spirit evidence card. Fame +1, current fame 87 points. He happily looked at the cards, and the extra ones could be put up for trade to help the people of Long Yuan Village increase their strength. Reaching level 10 was his goal when suddenly something descended beside him. He quickly became alert and examined the situation. Humph! Surrounding him, the smoke and flames erupted as Xiao Huoluan leveled up. Your war companion has reached level 2, combat power 60 stars. Suddenly, rock elemental spirits flew up, enclosing a fiery red area. The rock elemental spirits were absorbed into it, and an image appeared of a spirit much larger than the others, at least 10, if not 100 times bigger. Its massive body stood in the middle of the volcanic region, the rock elemental spirit Flame Star King, level 16. Combat power rating 52 stars, elemental spirit born from magma, 100% chance to drop fruit. The Spirit King angrily attacked, and Xiao Huoluan did not hesitate to fly in and confront it directly. The clash between the spirit and Huoluan generated a tremendous force that affected the surroundings, while Qin Feng remained calm, pressing the system to confirm. The Flame Star King with 52 stars is definitely no match for Xiao Huoluan, who just leveled up. There's nothing to worry about. Now, let's see how things are going in Long Yuan Village. The Spirit King and Xiao Huoluan fought fiercely, with lava rocks flying everywhere, while Qin Feng created a protective barrier and stood inside, unperturbed. Lu Xian, Lei Zhao, Shi Jia, Lu Yan, and Wu Yong had all reached level 10. Now, there were 9 people in Long Yuan Village who had attained level 10. The title Novice Great Emperor had existed before the battle with Xin Gui Wang, and the Novice Wooden House of the village chief had leveled up after defeating Xin Gui Wang and obtaining the Ice Cold energy. Long Yuan village now had 95 level 1 wooden houses. It felt pretty good, the village would be able to level up quickly. The system screen displayed the word trade. He looked at the screen, surprised. There's someone doing business at a loss. Looking at the items left behind along with a message, I want to trade 3 level 3 items for your level 3 dagger. At the foot of the volcano, Fire Spirit and Xiaohuoluan continued to battle. Every blow from Fire Spirit was dodged by Xiaohuoluan. Meanwhile, Qin Feng was still absorbed in studying the system board. The message on the system board read, although these 3 items are level 3, they have been contaminated, causing their quality to drop. In reality, they are only level 2. Behind him, the earth and rocks echoed everywhere. He rubbed his chin and asked again, pollution? The other person responded, that's why I want to use it to exchange for a 3rd level dagger. The system panel appeared. The nameless bracelet, a 3rd level item, corroded by pollution, plus 30 strength, plus 10 agility, plus 100% dark resistance. The nameless bracelet, a 3rd level item, corroded by pollution, plus 30 strength, plus 10 agility, plus 100% dark resistance. The nameless wristband, a 3rd level item, corroded by pollution, plus 30 defense, plus 20 constitution, plus 100% dark resistance. Seeing this, he happily exclaimed, isn't this a treasure specially made for me? Then he quickly responded, alright. Trade. He controlled the ring and ordered the use of endless extraction. The system notified the combat power of the 2 wristbands. Right bracer of light, 3rd level item, plus 60 strength, plus 20 agility, plus 100% dark resistance. Left bracer of light, 3rd level item, plus 60 strength, plus 20 agility, plus 100% dark resistance. Then came the wristband. Light bracers, a pair, relics of the light messenger, 3rd level items, plus 60 defense, plus 50 constitution, plus 100% dark resistance. The system displayed endless extraction success. He examined the wristbands, wondering, relics of the light messenger, could there be other hidden mission information in here? Looking at the system interface, he suddenly froze. A message appeared on the screen, Long Yuan Village Novice, has reached level 10. The 10th person to complete the novice assessment of the village. Reward, 2 bronze treasure goats. Long Yuan Village, level 1 wooden house 100, has completed the upgrade. Reminder, Long Yuan Village has met the requirements for upgrading to level 1 village. You can choose to upgrade in the village field interface. Upon seeing the notification, he happily exclaimed, great. Then he turned around and said to Xiaohuoluan behind him, Xiaohuoluan, let's finish this quickly. Hearing the command, Xiaohuoluan's spirit surged. Xiaohuoluan charged forward, executing the golden move. A strike pierced through the head of a fairy, causing it to collapse. Then thousands of fairies fell into the lava pool. The fairies dropped like rain, and suddenly one stood out. A large arm shot up from the lava pool, aiming a strike at Xiaohuoluan. From a distance, he quickly reminded, watch out behind you. Qin Feng felt the power from that palm. Xiaohuoluan cried out in distress, the pressure is too strong, master, help me. He rushed forward, caught Xiaohuoluan, and retaliated with a wind strike. His blow collided with the molten arm. The arm seemed to make an interesting noise. The voice commented, a person from the lesser heaven world could grow into a novice emperor level powerhouse in such a short time. A beam of blue light shone down from the sky. He embraced Xiaohuoluan and landed, feeling alarmed. That was close. Luckily, I managed to use the village function in time. He controlled the village upgrade system first, then immediately clicked on the village upgrade button. A stream of blue light enveloped him. The houses in the village were being upgraded. The system announced the successful upgrade. Long Yuan Village has been upgraded from level 0 to level 1. The villagers were also infused with a new wave of strength, and the system notified them. Congratulations to all villagers for receiving blessings from the way of heaven. You have received 50 bonus attribute points. Turning towards him, the system continued to sound in the background.
Congratulations to village chief Qin Feng for receiving blessings from the way of heaven.
You have received 100 bonus attribute points.
The system did not stop, and the authority to upgrade the novice wooden house to level 2 was immediately activated.
Upgraded to wooden house level 2. You have received 100 bonus attribute points.
Excited, he smugly boasted, quickly heading to the public chat channel to praise Boss Qin, asking what the conditions were to upgrade to level 2.
The moon had begun to shine in the sky.
By a lake in the Blue Star realm, near the Yongyi village of Autumn Water Fox, a person emerged from the water. This person handed a piece of ice stone to someone on the shore, saying, "I finally got the ice stone. Once the village chief's wooden house is upgraded to level 2, we'll have the right to upgrade the village to level 1. The other person responded, "Your Highness, there is no power stronger than our Yongyi village in the Blue Star realm.
Securing first place is not an issue." The person smiled in satisfaction, holding the ice crystal to his chest. Then, the system announced to the world. The first level 1 village in the Blue Star realm has successfully upgraded.
The shirtless young man was frozen in place. Qin Feng was lying on the sofa, looking at the benefits point system board. The authority to upgrade the village chief's wooden house to level 3 had been activated. The conditions to upgrade to a level 3 wooden house: 40 units of level 0 wood resources, 20 units of level 0 stone resources, 10 units of level 0 animal fur resources, 5 units of level 0 quarry stone resources, and 1 unit of level 2 timber. He picked up a piece of green wood that emitted a faint glow and said, "Just in time, I have all these materials." Then, he gave the order to upgrade, and the house quickly transformed. He and Xiaohuo Wan, both with bright eyes, jumped onto the bed, one person and one beast, onto the mattress, then the bed. The system continued. The level 3 novice wooden house, in an awake state, restores stamina and spirit 4 times faster than when sleeping, and recovery speed is increased by 5 times.
Qin Feng was enjoying himself in the comfortable bath.
Although only 3 days had passed since the killing world began, it felt as if it had been a long time since he had experienced such luxury. The system began the countdown to the competition, the countdown for the village competition activity: 74, 32, 4 seconds. Upon seeing this, he said, 4 days left. If I can't upgrade to level 3, I won't be able to claim the reward, and I won't be able to deal with the Heaven's Punisher. It would be great if there were more ways to earn attribute points.
The small system flew over. "Hello, villagers of Long Yuan, I am customer service. Feel free to ask any questions and I'll answer them promptly."
The system flew over to Xiaohuo Wan. "Congratulations, Long Yuan village has received a one-time double opportunity bonus."
Hearing this, he asked in disbelief, "A double bonus?"
The system faced him and Xiaohuo Wan, speaking in unison. "Indeed, Lord Village Chief, the difficulty of leveling up the village has doubled, so the village will surely win in the competition. The rewards are doubled. The village chief will receive 2,000 attribute points, and the villagers will get 1,000 attribute points." The system transformed into a countdown bell.
"You have 10 minutes to think. Please make your decision." He pondered.
The initial conditions for leveling up the village were nearly met. Looking at the system screen, the protection forum hadn't been built yet, and the materials needed for building a level 2 village were unknown. At this moment, he had no idea what materials and conditions were required for the protection forum.
After a moment, he spoke seriously. "Let's assume it will take 1 or 2 more days.
In that case, we'll just take the time to level up. A level 3 village would be better."
He glanced again. This opportunity was too rare.
If successful, Long Yuan village would no longer have to worry about the heavenly punishment trials. The villagers, standing outside and gazing at the sky, began to speak.
"What do you all think?"
A person with black hair spoke up. "Our Long Yuan village has reached this point thanks to Boss Qin, so of course, if Boss Qin tells us to do something, we'll follow his instructions." A nearby person with blonde hair responded. "Without Boss Qin, we might have already died, so I trust him and agree to take on the challenge." The villagers of the village were overjoyed, their faces bright with smiles. From this moment on, every time Long Yuan village leveled up, the rewards from the way of heaven would double. From this moment on, every time Long Yuan village triumphed in the village competition, the rewards would be doubled. Right after that, the system announced in a series of notifications, Long Yuan village has been upgraded to a level 3 village. The conditions have been updated, and the population must reach over 1,000 people. The village chief's novice wooden house must be upgraded to level 3. In the village, the number of level 1 wooden houses must be at least 400. In the village, the number of level 2 wooden houses must be at least 100. In the village, the number of level 10 powerhouses must be at least 40. Reminder, only after fulfilling these conditions can the creative power of the protection altar be unlocked. At this moment, the expressions of the villagers changed again. They were no longer joyful, but instead filled with fear. Dragon Abyss in the village was drenched in sweat, his voice trembling. It's over, our Long Yuan village is doomed. The surrounding villagers were extremely confused and frightened. Old Wu pointed at the person who had just spoken and yelled, "Lucien, what nonsense are you talking about now?" Dragon Abyss, his face darkened with fear, pointed up at the sky and replied, "Look at the first condition. The population must be over 1,000, but we only have 937 people in total." Upon hearing this, the villagers were filled with panic and confusion, screaming out in distress. Is it really over for Long Yuan village this time? Over 1,000 people, where are we going to find that many? Even if we fulfill the other conditions, we can't level up without enough people. What are we going to do? Xin Feng stood in front of them, having already come up with a solution. He comforted and encouraged everyone, leading the way in implementing the plan. Everyone, don't worry. I'm working on a mission to open the sea level map. Once it's completed, the seal will be unlocked, and we can go to the great world to recruit villagers and provide friendly customer service reminders. After you complete the map opening mission, you can search for the Divine Hall of Myriad Phenomena, and then use the teleportation array inside to travel to the designated novice village to recruit villagers. The two blonde girls, hearing this, were so happy they almost burst into tears, but their joy was filled with hope. The girl with short blonde hair said, "That's great, District 1 still has 7 villages from the Dragon Kingdom, we can recruit them to join us." The girl with long blonde hair added, "If we can recruit them, we will be able to survive and complete the mission." He stood in the bedroom, seriously comforting the villagers, "Don't worry, blood is thicker than water, I will try my best to save them." Then he immediately became more determined. Xiao Wuan beside him was also influenced, and he struck a determined pose. "Everyone, this mission has become more difficult, I will assign tasks to each of you to increase the combat strength of the entire village. We need to speed up the mission progress." The villagers were just as enthusiastic, and when Boss Qin spoke, they all listened. "That's right, anyone who doesn't obey orders will be expelled from the village." The system appeared, tracking the villagers. Village Chief Qin Feng opened the system to track villagers, which allowed him to instantly find the location of all villagers. The system then displayed a voice command system. Village Chief Qin Feng opened the voice command system, which allowed him to instantly issue commands to all villagers. The system's cotton module said, "These are 2 new management rights added after the village was upgraded." Looking at the villagers below, who were all determined to offer their support, he began to lay out the plan for building level 1 and level 2 wooden houses, which would require a large amount of stone and wood. From now on, everyone ranked 40th and below, go chop wood and gather stone materials. I will assign the top 10 ranks like Lu Xian, Lei Zhao, Lucien, Wu Yong, and Qi Jie. Lu Yan, go to Jui Shan in the west of Wandering Grassland, there's an iron ore mine there. The villagers seemed very focused, listening attentively. He continued assigning tasks from rank 11 to rank 40, with the main objective being to break through to level 10. The buying and selling of energy stones between Lu Xian and Qi Jie were temporarily taken over by everyone. Others were not allowed to interfere. Everyone listened without responding. He presented the second-tier novice wooden house item that required ice stones. I've posted it on the contribution channel. Anyone who needs it can exchange using the listed contribution points. The system then announced, Village Chief Qin Feng contributed 100 ice stones to Long Yuan Village and received 2,000 contribution points. He then firmly and decisively concluded with the final sentence, within 2 days, we must upgrade the village to level 2. The villagers responded in unison, their voices echoing from one end of the village to the other. Focusing on the screen, he said, with our current strength, dealing with the Flame Demon King shouldn't be a problem, but we still need to upgrade our equipment first. He then pulled out a small chest from his hand, followed by a series of other chests and a few cards. The treasure fusion cards and the white-silver treasured sun were hard to gather enough of. He spoke as a characteristic green light emanated from his house, and a series of lightning bolts struck and shattered the chests. The system announced, treasure fusion cards successfully used, fusing into golden precious sun stew. The fusion was complete, and congratulations were given, you have successfully opened a treasure. You received the 5th tier Dark Knight Celestial Blade. The Dark Knight Celestial Blade has plus 300 attack power, plus 100 strength, plus 130% attack speed, plus 100% armor penetration, plus 100% wound tearing, and plus 100% dark power enhancement. He grabbed the sword he had just unlocked and said loudly, with this divine blade, it's like a tiger with wings. Qin Feng, in high spirits, placed the blade over his shoulder. Flame Demon King, I'm here, and Xiao Huoluan is happily following, influenced by your determination. The system announced, using the return button at Inferno Mountain, a place full of volcanoes and lava. The volcano's mouth was still emitting black smoke, and the dawn was beginning to rise. His feet swiftly pushed off the ground. He landed steadily, with Xiao Huoluan on his shoulder, his face as serious as his title. He stepped onto the volcano's mouth, and inside the molten lava, a rare lotus flower bloomed. The system analyzed its origin, crimson lotus of blazing fire, a 4th-tier spiritual flower. The origin was that when Huafang died, his blood essence transformed into this flower. Huafang was one of the direct descendants of the vermilion bird's lineage, with a high concentration of vermilion bird blood. Suddenly, a hand waved sharply, humans, I'm right here, look at me, look at me. The person stood on the opposite side of the volcano's mouth, asking, I know I'm rarely noticed, but could you look at me first? Qin Feng then inquired, who are you? The system immediately began introducing, almost answering his question directly, race, human, emperor level, rank 18, combat rating 99 stars, summons ability, immortal body in lava, highly sinister reminder. The person seemed surprised and asked back, me? The person then took steps and strolled on the volcano's edge. Flame Demon King, hopping along the volcano's mouth, thought to himself, too bad, the young bird is really too weak. A light squeeze of its neck and it would be dead. My clan always complains that I'm hard to raise and even wants to kill me. I really hate it. Standing on the edge of the volcano, the Flame Demon King wore a cute expression, but his next words were anything but. That's why I killed all of them. Then the Flame Demon King turned around and, innocently continuing, said, later, the way of heaven told me that wandering around like this wouldn't be good, so it told me to stay here. It even gave me a name, it's R.I. He immediately jumped up and got close to him. Flame Demon King. Seeing him like that, he stared in surprise, wondering when he had arrived. Meanwhile, Flame Demon King remained mischievous. I'm extremely curious about you, a human from the lesser heaven world who could become an emperor so quickly. He swung his sword at him, but the other quickly dodged, jumping back onto the edge of the volcano. Sorry about that, I didn't expect you to be this strong. He held his sword seriously, observing him carefully before asking, what does lesser heaven world mean? Then he fell into thought. He remembered meeting someone from the central heaven world before. Could it be that this world was divided into thousands of other worlds? In the self-defense stance Xiao Huoluan, he was not any less capable than anyone or any creature. With that, he gave the Flame Demon King a cold, sharp look. He predicted that, in addition, people from the central heaven world seemed to be slightly stronger. The Flame Demon King stopped his mischievous grin, his face turning serious as he asked dangerously, why do you ask? Knowing that wouldn't be of any benefit to you. Then he returned to the playful demeanor of a child, conjuring a flame in his hand.
I'm not talking to you anymore. I need to start fulfilling my duties.
From the mouth of the volcano, under his command, a long line of demons crawled out. The system displayed, Glazed Flame Jiao Dragon, mutated, level 18, combat rating 37 stars, characteristics, violent, bloodthirsty. He ordered the demons to kill him, and they not only launched a series of attacks toward him.
He leapt back, countering, a combat rating of only 37 stars? You really underestimate me.
Immediately, Xiao Wolwan combined with his technique and attacked the demon dragons. His strikes hit every time, not only shooting through their heads but also severing their bodies.
The system notified, killed Glazed Flame Jiao Dragon level 18, mutated, successfully gained 4,000 energy points. He picked up the Flame Blaze Prestige +3, and a demon took advantage of the moment when he bent down to think, what exactly is Flame Blaze for?
Suddenly, the Flame Blaze spit fire down from above his head.
But he quickly reacted, jumping up and aiming for the demon's mouth.
The sword in his hand absorbed the power and he slashed, knocking out 2 of the dragon's fangs.
The Flame Demon King laughed heartily, clapping his hands. Wonderful. Very impressive. He laughed mockingly, giving a wave of greeting and summoning a large ring of fire. Let me see, how strong can a novice Great Emperor level 15 like you really be?
He stood on the edge of the volcano, somewhat wary.
When had this blazing brown wooden figure in front of him become the magma giant?
It charged toward him, with mesmerizing purple eyes. At this moment, a new notification appeared along with the prompt, reminding that the target had been demonized. Xiao Wolwan, upon seeing the creature before her, was filled with terror and flew out to hide behind Xin Feng. At this moment, it was as though they were in the depths of a volcanic hell. Xin Feng read the new notification and thought to himself that the monster had extended its gigantic hand from the molten rock. After Xiao Wolwan defeated the Flame Star King, the system had once again displayed a new notification, activating the Eye of True Sight. Xin Feng held a blue sword in his hand, his expression filled with worry.
The combat power is only 100 stars? I still have a chance. The system interface displayed again.
Demon King of the Inferno, a demon level entity, Demon King of the Inferno, demon level rank 19, combat power rating, 100 stars, with the immortal domain trait. At that moment, the Flame Demon King was controlling the magma giant, swinging back and forth and delivering a punch towards Xin Feng. The Flame Demon King had a gleeful expression, his eyes wide open, and he pointed at Xin Feng, shouting loudly, "Die!"
The magma giant's arm slammed down onto the ground, erupting like a volcano. The ground cracked into pieces, leaving nothing but debris. The Flame Demon King then said, "Who the hell are you that still hasn't died? You've got some guts."
The Flame Demon King then flashed a mischievous grin.
He covered his mouth with his hand and said, "Let's see how long you can hold on." Afterward, the Flame Demon King once again commanded the magma giant.
It let out a loud roar, repeatedly smashing its fists into the ground, attacking Xin Feng, forcing him to jump and dodge in all directions.
Next came a powerful punch from the magma giant aimed at Xin Feng.
Xin Feng had to block it with both hands and his sword, struggling to maintain his stance. He grimaced in pain. Suddenly, there was a clattering sound, and small rocks began to fall into the lava below, as if the rock wall was about to crack. With a loud crash, the rock wall shattered, causing Xin Feng to fall from the ground.
The volcano seemed to erupt, spewing a new stream of lava.
Unexpectedly, Xin Feng quickly placed his hand on the ground. He spun around and managed to anchor himself against the rock wall.
With his agile movements, Xin Feng avoided the attacks from the magma giant.
In his mind, Xin Feng thought, the magma giant is being controlled by the Flame Demon King.
As long as I restrict the Flame Demon King's actions, I can bind the magma giant.
Then, Xin Feng jumped to dodge another attack. He shouted, "This place is too dangerous. You should retreat."
Hearing this, Xiao Wolwan immediately took to the air and replied, "Yes, master." Afterward, Xin Feng quickly assumed a fighting stance. He shouted, "Let's try to control the Flame Demon King first." The image of the massive magma giant appeared before him. The magma giant swung its arm again, causing the ground to crack once more.
The lava flowed violently, and rocks and debris flew everywhere. At this moment, Xin Feng tightened his grip on his sword, his eyes fixed on his target. He swung his sword, sending sharp slashes flying toward the magma giant. The falling rocks were also cut into pieces, resembling massive explosions as the large stones descended like meteors. The earlier attack from Xin Feng had struck the Flame Demon King, causing the boy to suffer a severe injury to his arm. The Flame Demon King, enraged, glared angrily at Xin Feng. Suddenly, as if sensing something, the Flame Demon King quickly turned his head to look behind him. To his surprise, Xin Feng was diving down from above, launching an attack with the Qing sword in his hand.
He shouted loudly, "Magma Giant!"
Upon hearing this, the Magma Giant was startled and turned to look behind.
However, the Magma Giant was quicker.
It swung its arm and landed a powerful punch on Xin Feng, sending him flying like a meteor falling from the sky.
Xin Feng was hurled into the flowing lava below. Xiao Huoluan, panicked and frightened, yelled, "Master!" However, it seemed that Xin Feng wasn't injured. He had used a protective shield around himself. Rising from the bubbling lava beneath, Xin Feng emerged, having used magic to protect himself and Xiao Huoluan from the furious magma giant. Without fear, he said to Xiao Huoluan, "I'm fine. You're no match for it. Go to a safe place first." Then, Xin Feng performed a spell, standing inside his protective circle, grinning with satisfaction as he said, "Turns out, if you injure the magma giant, you get hurt too. That makes it easier." It was as though Xin Feng had been granted more power. His eyes widened as he shouted, "Binding Shadow!" Suddenly, countless arms rose from all directions, surrounding the Flame Demon King, leaving the boy completely stunned. The arms, like octopus tentacles, tightly wrapped around the Flame Demon King, not letting go, causing the boy to scream in pain. Since the Flame Demon King was tightly bound, the Magma Giant was also restrained by the invisible force. Enraged, the Magma Giant growled furiously. Then, Xin Feng's face darkened as he held his sword and charged toward the Flame Demon King. When Xin Feng was about to strike, the Flame Demon King merely sneered. Suddenly, an explosion occurred, sending rocks and debris flying everywhere, creating complete chaos at the scene, with lava spilling everywhere. As the dust and smoke cleared, the Flame Demon King was severely wounded, covered in injuries. The boy, enraged, shouted, "I'm starting to hate you." Meanwhile, Xiao Huoluan, deeply worried about Xin Feng, kept flying back and forth, calling out, "Master, Master!" Unexpectedly, a sword shot out from somewhere, aimed directly at him with deadly intent. Luckily, the Flame Demon King was quick enough to dodge the attack. However, at that moment, Xin Feng thought to himself, if the body can withstand continuous attacks from a level 5 weapon, how tough must the skin be? Suddenly, the Flame Demon King swung his hand, throwing a punch to counterattack Xin Feng. Xin Feng quickly leaned backward, dodging the strike. He silently thought, the power difference is only a few stars, but why is it so hard to fight? Unexpectedly, Xin Feng's sword rushed forward, grazing the Flame Demon King's neck. The boy was so frightened that his pupils contracted. But surprisingly, the Flame Demon King counterattacked Xin Feng with a kick from above. Xin Feng seemed to be exhausted. In his mind, he silently thought that he must have missed something and needed to quickly find his opponent's weakness. Suddenly, the Flame Demon King grabbed Xin Feng's sword with his bare hands, then looked at him with a determined gaze. Xin Feng, seeing this, was momentarily stunned by the force of the Flame Demon King's presence. He was a little surprised. The Flame Demon King then seized the sword and flicked it aside, watching as Xin Feng was pulled along with it. The Flame Demon King said, "This is indeed a formidable weapon. I truly wish I could have one for myself." The two resumed their confrontation. Xin Feng was extremely angry. He furrowed his brows and gritted his teeth, while the Flame Demon King's face displayed a sense of smug arrogance. Xin Feng had been sent flying by the Flame Demon King's blow, crashing heavily into a pile of rubble. In his heart, Xin Feng thought to himself, this is not the way of martial virtue. At that moment, the Flame Demon King arrogantly raised his hand and looked at Qin Feng, saying, "I've had my fun. It's time to end this." Then, strange beams of light suddenly appeared in the sky, and dark clouds began to gather in one spot. In the center of the sky, a magical beam of light emitted, and a bright red spear shot down from the heavens, descending rapidly as if it would tear the sky apart. The Flame Demon King swiftly leapt upwards and caught the red spear. Then, he demonstrated his advanced skill, spinning the spear in his hand several times. The Flame Demon King descended from the sky and said, "Humankind." The Flame Demon King grinned triumphantly as he looked at Qin Feng. The boy drove his spear down forcefully into the molten lava flowing beneath him, grinning widely and saying, "Welcome to your hell." With that, the Flame Demon King rushed forward, still holding the flaming spear. The corner of his mouth curled into a slight smirk, and with a loud crash, both of them were sent flying into the air. A new explosion erupted. Fortunately, Qin Feng was quick on his feet. He swiftly flipped his body and landed on the ground. Meanwhile, the Flame Demon King was still hovering in midair. At that moment, the Flame Demon King's thoughts raced, up in the air, a perfect opportunity. No sooner had he thought that than the scene before him shocked him, and he suddenly shouted, "Shockwave Chi!" It turns out Qin Feng didn't just sit back and wait for death, he counterattacked the Flame Demon King with Shockwave Chi. The arrows shot straight up into the sky, piercing through the body of the Flame Demon King. With the momentum, the Flame Demon King was dragged along. Severely wounded, the Flame Demon King struggled to hold on and avoid Qin Feng's attacks. At this point, Qin Feng charged in to attack. Holding a long sword, he swung it fiercely and shouted, "An emperor-level powerhouse from 100 stars? This is all your combat strength amounts to?" Qin Feng swung down, but the Flame Demon King was incredibly quick, dodging the strike. He avoided Qin Feng's blow and then sneered, saying, "How naive." At that moment, the volcano erupted once more, seemingly under the control of the Flame Demon King's power. Then, the Flame Demon King jumped down from above and launched an attack towards Qin Feng. He grinned maliciously and shouted loudly, "You think that reaching 100 stars in battle power makes you an Earth-tier powerhouse? If your battle power reaches 100 stars but you haven't passed the sacred martial assessment, then you can only be at the peak of human rank. A true Earth-tier powerhouse must go through the sacred martial trial to have their body transformed by the way of heaven." Hearing this, Qin Feng pondered for a moment, silently thinking to himself, "Earth-tier, human rank?" Then, the Flame Demon King and Qin Feng continued their battle, charging at each other, desperately swinging their sword and spear. Qin Feng was still thinking to himself. It seemed he had misunderstood earlier, confusing the Earth rank with the human rank. The Flame Demon King threw his spear forcefully towards Qin Feng. Qin Feng used his strength to create a shield for defense. As he did so, he took this opportunity to gather more information about the Earth rank from the Flame Demon King. The Flame Demon King pressed on, charging forward with his spear and shouting loudly, "A true Earth-tier powerhouse, even with only 100 stars in battle power, can crush others with one hand." The Flame Demon King and Qin Feng clashed again, the battlefield in chaos, one like fire, the other like ice. Upon hearing the Flame Demon King's words, Qin Feng replied, "Oh, so that means you're not an Earth-tier powerhouse either. There's a big gap between you and the Heaven's Punisher." Hearing this, the Flame Demon King was furious. He snarled angrily in response, "Forget those damn thoughts of yours, don't even think about probing for information from me." Then, the two continued to fight, attacking each other relentlessly. The weapons were controlled so swiftly that they were nearly invisible to the naked eye. Taking advantage of a gap, the Flame Demon King swung his spear, aiming to wound Qin Feng. He then shouted loudly, "Based on the situation at Dragon Abyss Village, even if you set up a protective altar and become a local-level martial artist, you won't be able to save anyone." The Flame Demon King kept slashing down, causing Qin Feng to face some difficulty in moving. At that moment, the Flame Demon King casually said, "You trash, even without Heaven's Punisher stepping in, I will kill you today." Qin Feng was forced to slide across the ground. He tried to stab his sword into the earth to keep his balance. In his mind, he was thinking, "Flame Demon King is underestimating me like this.
This clearly indicates that the difficulty of the heavenly punishment in Dragon Abyss Village will definitely increase, and I must resolve this quickly.
He opened the map. The Flame Demon King was in high spirits. He approached Qin Feng, grinning maliciously, and said, "Advancing from human level to local level is a great transformation, but it doesn't mean that a human-level martial artist can't defeat a local-level one. When one's combat power reaches 130 stars, a human-level fighter can challenge a 100-star local-level fighter." As soon as the Flame Demon King finished speaking, he recalled the moment when Qin Feng's arrow pierced through his body. Furious, the Flame Demon King raised his sword, pointing it at Qin Feng's face. He thought to himself, this person's strategy clearly isn't at 130 stars, but his moves are very much like those of a semi-local level expert. After that, the Flame Demon King slammed the spear in his hand down onto the ground. At that moment, the surrounding lava on both sides soared into the air, and the rocks and dirt were swept up as well. The Flame Demon King continued to think to himself that if the battle went on any longer, he feared he might lose his life here, so he decided to use a full-force move to finish him off. The magma giant reappeared from the volcano. Upon seeing it, Qin Feng thought to himself, this troublesome thing is back again. The Flame Demon King, looking very pleased with himself, turned to the magma giant, his face curling into a sly smile as he shouted, "Magma giant, kill him!" The magma giant, receiving the order, swung its arm and punched down hard at the spot where Qin Feng was standing, causing the ground and rocks to fly everywhere. But to everyone's surprise, Qin Feng, incredibly swift, dodged the attack. As he avoided it, he shouted, "The moves you've used before are useless against me." Hearing this, the Flame Demon King replied, "Oh, really?" Suddenly, something shot toward Qin Feng, moving at the speed of light. Out of nowhere, the Flame Demon King rushed in to attack Qin Feng. He thrust his weapon straight at him, forcing Qin Feng into a difficult position. At that moment, Qin Feng's eyes glowed brightly, and a strange white light emitted from his mouth. The Flame Demon King, still smug, pointed his sword at Qin Feng and gave a sly grin, saying, "Are you thinking about Magma Giant's actions? You're still as predictable as ever, aren't you? How could I act alone? This scene is truly chaotic." The Flame Demon King had struck Qin Feng. He laughed and then said, "Because it has no brain, it only knows how to swing wildly, creating a mess here. It took a lot of effort for me to control it." The Flame Demon King then looked towards the Magma Giant and added, "Fortunately, after being together for a long time, I have managed to understand a bit of your speech. Occasionally, even without control, I can still strike the enemy accurately." Qin Feng had been pierced deeply, and at this moment, he was struggling to breathe. He gasped for air and thought to himself, "I was careless. In this bloodthirsty world, I shouldn't think according to habits." Then, Qin Feng staggered back a few steps, unable to stand steady. But he didn't give up. Instead, he thought, "It's okay, I still have a chance. As long as I pull this spear out, the rejuvenation technique can quickly heal this fatal wound." At this moment, the Flame Demon King was still holding the sword that had pierced Qin Feng. He looked at Qin Feng with a contemptuous expression and said, "What's wrong? You can't hear me? I'm getting angry now." The Magma Giant slammed the ground again, causing the earth to crack, and rocks flew everywhere. Suddenly, Xiaohuoluan appeared from somewhere, flying swiftly towards them. Although its face showed fear, it still charged forward and said, "Master, I'm here to save you." Xiaohuoluan quickly flew towards the Magma Giant. The Magma Giant, enraged, raised both hands high to strike again, but unexpectedly, Xiaohuoluan darted forward and delivered a beautiful uppercut straight into the Magma Giant's face, causing it to stumble backward. The Magma Giant, furious from the blow, swung its fists wildly. Xiaohuoluan continued to fly circles around it. The Flame Demon King, with a face as if his soul had been stolen, stared and said, "You're so stupid." Then, Qin Feng raised his hand, intending to cast a spell. The Magma Giant, with an angry expression, raised its hand, trying to grab the Xiaohuoluan that was flying at an incredible speed. The Magma Giant successfully caught Xiaohuoluan. It clenched its hand tightly, not allowing Xiaohuoluan to escape. Then, the Magma Giant opened its hand, revealing a charred, blackened lump that fell to the ground.
It turned out that the lump was Xiaohulwan, burned to a crisp by the magma giant's fire. In a daze, Qin Feng felt pain, and his mind was flooded with thoughts. Am I going to die? Stabbed through the kidney by a spear, then taking a hit from the giant, the wounds are too severe. The rejuvenation technique needs some time to heal the body. This is my chance, I can teleport to the wooden house to recover my strength. No, if I can't even defeat him, how can I protect Dragon Abyss Village? I can't leave, I can't run. On my shoulders, I bear the lives of more than 900 villagers. Get up quickly, I must fight. At that moment, Qin Feng was desperately using all his strength to cast a spell, trying to rise to his feet. He shouted loudly, I cannot fall. The Flame Demon King leisurely approached from behind. Then Qin Feng managed to sit up with great effort. He once again cast a spell to summon a sword. Qin Feng used the sword to support himself and stood up. Qin Feng had actually succeeded in standing up, even though he was exhausted, breathing heavily, and his whole body trembling from the pain. The Flame Demon King was stunned by his aura and suddenly remarked, not caring that his body was burning, as he stood up. Truly, such willpower was terrifying. Qin Feng stood up, his face darkening. He opened his mouth as if to say something, then Qin Feng swung his sword, intending to attack the Flame Demon King again. As he attacked, he shouted loudly, how dare you bully a pet in front of its master? Then Qin Feng sent his sword flying, and it swiftly rushed toward the Flame Demon King. Qin Feng shouted again, do you have no manners? But it seemed the Flame Demon King was not the slightest bit afraid. He just stood still. Qin Feng shouted again, illusory clone, Shadow Branch. The Flame Demon King then chuckled arrogantly and said, ha, is that all? But suddenly, out of nowhere, a hand appeared, grabbing tightly onto the Flame Demon King's shoulder, startling him. The Flame Demon King lost focus for a moment, turned around, and saw the illusion of Qin Feng. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Feng dashed straight toward the Flame Demon King, his sword in hand. Suddenly, countless hands emerged from beneath the ground, grabbing tightly onto the Flame Demon King's legs. He was terrified and panicked, shouting loudly, what kind of demon is this? The purple hands, like those of demons, were tightening their grip on the Flame Demon King's legs. Qin Feng then spoke again, as I said earlier, didn't you hear me? At this moment in the battle, the Flame Demon King had been captured, both his arms and legs controlled by Qin Feng and his illusion along with his magic, while the sword was right in front of the Flame Demon King's face. Qin Feng then added, this is called Shadow Branch. The sword slowly stabbed into the Flame Demon King's mouth, while he was bound, his arms and legs restrained. How painful it was! At this moment, the Flame Demon King was on the verge of tears, struggling to resist, but Qin Feng swiftly plunged his sword through the Flame Demon King's head. Sea ice blood splattered everywhere. Qin Feng shouted loudly, how could I let you pull out? Thus, in the end, the Flame Demon King was slain by Qin Feng, his body shattered into pieces like a broken model. Qin Feng stood before a massive firestorm raging, the ground shattered beneath him. At the same time, the system displayed the following notification. Kill Flame Demon King at level 19, Emperor rank, gain 3000 energy points, 9 fame points, 30 judgment value, and acquire the item Vanguard Heart of Fire. Facing the enormous firestorm with tremendous destructive power, he gripped his super long sword, his eyes full of caution. At that moment, the familiar screen appeared, showing his fame reaching a new peak, his combat power breaking through limits, and the title Novice Ren Huan was awarded. A few minutes later, the system displayed a joyful notification. Strength, agility, spirit, and constitution stats have each increased by 80 points. Only at this point did Qin Feng exhale with relief, wiping the sweat from his forehead, declaring, phew, we've won. Suddenly, the system detected something and widened its eyes in shock. From nowhere, an enormous foot appeared, stomping down and sending the system into a near panic. Master! However, the situation didn't end that easily. From beneath the massive foot, a green light appeared. Qin Feng, following this, stabbed his sword through the foot with a cool, decisive move. The monster, struck by such a blow, cried out in pain and raised its foot. Not stopping there, Xin Feng hovered in mid-air and swung his sword backward into a prepared stance for the Hell's Heaven attack. After saying this, he used all his strength to strike down with his sword. After this blow, the monster weakly collapsed to the ground.
At this moment, the system notification appeared, successfully killed level 17 magma giant, earned 990 energy points. The bird, noticing the monster had been defeated, happily ran over and began to flatter, Master, Master, you are amazing, you are my god. When the bird saw that Xin Feng didn't say anything, it couldn't help but worry and looked at the person in front of it. Master, what's wrong with you? Xin Feng didn't respond, but his entire body was enveloped in a golden aura, which even surprised him. At that moment, the system joyfully appeared. Congratulations, your combat power has reached 100 stars, granting you eligibility for the sacred martial exam. Upon hearing these words, Xin Feng, half in disbelief, raised his hand to examine it and couldn't help but wonder. The sacred martial exam is something the Flame Demon King refused to discuss. Not wanting to ponder too long, he furrowed his brow and turned to seek help from the system beside him. How can I participate in the sacred martial exam? As soon as the question was asked, the system pondered for a moment before providing a series of details. Enter the divine hall of myriad phenomena in the grand world, and proceed into the sacred martial path to participate in the sacred martial exam. In the sacred martial exam, the examiner will gain the power of the way of heaven, transform their body, and earn the title of Earth Tier Powerhouse. The ranking in the sacred martial exam will be based on the examiner's performance. The higher the rank, the greater the power of the way of heaven they will acquire, and the more benefits they will gain. Customer service strongly recommends that the examiner solidify their foundation and improve their strength. Hearing those words, he couldn't help but raise his hand to his chin, pondering. The fat little bird took advantage of this moment to dive into his empty palm. Does that mean if I want to achieve a high rank in the martial examination? After thinking for a while, Xin Feng also came to a conclusion of his own. He thought that he needed to upgrade Dragon Abyss Village to a level 2 settlement first, in order to obtain the substantial attribute reward. Apart from this, there were other methods to enhance his strength. Breaking free from his train of thought, Xin Feng lowered his hand and patted the bird on the head. At that moment, the system announced the successful use of the rejuvenation skill. Just when it seemed like everything would end there, a wave of green energy descended upon Xin Feng's head. Following this, familiar screens appeared. Announcement: Villager Lucien has leveled up to a level 2 wooden house, obtaining the Way of Heaven's blessing. Reward: 100 attribute points. Villager Lucien's combat strength has reached 30 stars. You have received a reward of 10 attribute points. After reading these lines, Xin Feng quickly realized something strange and turned to inquire about the system beside him. Wait, what was that just now? A villager leveled up, and I got the Way of Heaven reward too? In response to his question, the system smiled and displayed a panel of information, beginning to explain. During the combat strength breakthrough phase, each village must reach a certain level. The village leader can obtain corresponding attribute points as a reward. When a villager's combat strength reaches 30 stars, the village leader can receive 10 attribute points. When a villager's combat strength reaches 50 stars, the village leader can receive 20 attribute points. From this, it can be inferred. With everything now clear, Xin Feng couldn't hide the satisfied smile on his face, mixed with a bit of calculation. I see now, the real benefit for the village leader lies here. Thinking about this issue, Xin Feng suddenly felt a surge of enthusiasm. Now I have 397 villagers. If each of them breaks through to a combat power of 30, that would be a total of 9,370 attribute points. But that wasn't all. Xin Feng's mind started to wander towards another scenario. What if I had 100,000, a million, or even billions of villagers? What then? And then I imagined leading a group of people, laughing and running across the fields, unable to contain my excitement. With that, I could directly become a god. Before Xin Feng's imagination could go any further, the system interrupted him directly. Please, Village Chief Xin Feng, return to reality, keep your feet on the ground, and don't fantasize too much. In the middle of his joy, his dream was shattered by this reminder.
He reluctantly accepted it, but soon he realized something unusual. If I want to receive the care from the villagers, I must quickly accelerate their leveling speed. After reading the system notification, he observed it carefully and began analyzing the situation. So, I used the 500 Spirit Essence tokens I obtained from Inferno Mountain. By using the Spirit Essence tokens, I gained fame, and with fame comes titles. Titles then bring attribute point rewards. I also spent a large amount of ice stone, allowing the villagers to upgrade their wooden houses once the conditions were met. At the same time, when upgrading the wooden houses, they would also receive attribute point rewards, and their strength would increase. After reading the information and finishing his analysis, Xin Feng returned to the main issue and raised his hand to apply his power on the monster he had just defeated. Extract the Flame Demon King to upgrade the Fire Element talent to level B, and Infernal Blazing Flame will also evolve into Heaven Flame of the Abyss, level 4. Immediately after this action, countless system screens appeared, displaying information about the Flame Demon Lord as well as the Wind Sealing Branch Ring. After reading it, he couldn't help but sigh, wondering if it would be possible to list all the items obtained through translation, hoping to exchange them for useful gear. Having finished everything, Xin Feng shifted his attention to the bird joyfully dancing on his shoulder. The fiery crimson lotus and the volcanic lava had already been eaten by Xiaohuan. Initially, he had thought it would level up Xiaohuan, but after observing it for a while, he found it still happily humming a tune. He slowly dismissed the thought. From its appearance, perhaps he was overthinking it. Now that he thought about it, did he really need a war companion? No longer concerned about it, he turned his attention back to absorbing the power from the monsters that had been defeated here. At this point, the monster extraction was almost full, though the announcement of obtaining a mutated monster did not yield the expected results. The endless extraction was his greatest support. Without it, his strength would face a significant limitation. At this moment, an image of an extremely horrifying monster appeared in Qin Feng's mind, and he silently made up his mind. No matter how he thought about it, he had to quickly unlock the new beast spawn map of death. In another corner, a battle was taking place. One person punched the other, sending them flying, and then proudly declared, "You insignificant human, know your limits." The man who was punched flew several rolls across the ground. Unwilling to accept this result, he was filled with burning determination and struggled to sit up. With all his might, he lifted a large stone, channeling his energy through the stone. After preparing for a moment, he hurled the massive stone towards the young man, saying, "Go die." The success of his strike pinned the boy to the ground, and the man couldn't hide his smug satisfaction. "Ha, it's just the Wraith Envoy, nothing my Beishun country's champion can't handle." The gentlemen and ladies of Mr. Ten have entered the village and had been missing for 3 hours. The longer they stayed in, the more it seemed they had a chance of success. Just then, in the distance, a slash mark shaped like a small X appeared. On the other side, the man stood still, ignoring the swirling comments around him. Tenev is the second strongest in the number 1 district, only slightly weaker than Qin Feng. Once Tenev completes his task, we'll be able to buy energy stones at a much cheaper price. A few seconds later, the man was taken down, trampled by another person, while the comments continued to fly through the air. The energy stones from Dragon Abyss Village are too expensive. I don't want to buy them at such high prices. Once Village 44 is established, we'll only trade with them. May the gods bless Mr. Tun. He must succeed. Reading these messages, Qin Feng quickly sensed the unease and rushed off. Tenev is taking on the challenge to become the village chief. His strength isn't bad, but the Wraith Envoy and Resentful Demon are no easy foes. I think the business with Dragon Abyss Village's energy stones can last a bit longer. Not having run more than a few steps, a sword was thrown toward him. As he saw a figure emerge through the thick smoke, he stopped and growled, attacking from behind, "Huh?" Saying that, Qin Feng's eyes were filled with killing intent as he silently commanded the system to activate Seer of True Sight. Behind the smokescreen, a man armed with a bow and arrow was ready to strike at any moment. Without hesitation, he released the string, sending the arrow flying straight toward Qin Feng's position. In the face of the incoming arrow, Xin Feng smiled triumphantly and calmly extended his hand to block it. The Great War of the Upper Realm and Myriad Worlds. Could it be that in the future, Blue Star will face a Great War of the Myriad Worlds? Seeing that Xin Feng had successfully blocked his attack, the man began to question the situation. A human from the Shao Qian world can block my radiant arrow? Not content with merely being blocked, the man counterattacked. The more people he encountered, the more problems and doubts arose. To solve them, he would need to keep leveling up to find the answers. The man was struck by his own arrow, which pierced straight through his head. Just then, the system notification appeared: successful kill of Forbidden Zone Guardian at level 20 with mutation. Gained 5,000 energy points and 100 judgment value. The man collapsed, and a thick cloud of dust filled the air. From beneath the ground, a statue began to rise. Looking at the statue, Xin Feng wondered, "Do you know what the smell of the magma giant's fiery foot is like?" Very quickly, he received a full detailed report from the system. A stone statue emerged, and soon after, an entire army of stone statues began to appear. In the face of the appearance of these stone statues, Xin Feng couldn't help but raise his hand to shield himself, becoming more cautious. What's going on? The smell of blood is overwhelming. A cluster of stone statues broke through the earth, and soon after, a massive formation appeared in the open ground, with strange red veins running through it. Sitting at the center of the formation, a man observed him from a distance, silently assessing everything. The battle was so intense that, no matter how one looked at it, the other person quickly regained his composure. Then, as if thinking of something, he raised his hand and activated a friendly mode. "Hello, Xin Feng." But at that moment, all that appeared in his eyes was a detailed information board about the man. After reading those lines and hearing those words, Xin Feng narrowed his eyes, becoming even more cautious. "Do you know me?" Among the long list of information, he focused on a single detail, though with some hesitation. With 109 pure energy, he was sure he could fight and defeat this man. However, thinking of something, Xin Feng shifted his attention to the nearby stone statues, imagining the scene of B7749 in different scenarios. If their entire group also attacked, even he wouldn't be able to win quickly against 1,000 enemies, let alone the fact that there was a 100-tier expert present here. The question was raised, and the man bent forward, confirming. "Yes, I've been watching you." Fearing Xin Feng might not believe him, the man began to explain in detail. "Since the beginning, you could only rely on sneak attacks, picking on wounded opponents, but later, your strength grew several times, even killing 5 great kings consecutively. Every time you were cornered, your burst of power astonished me. You are the most extraordinary expert I've met in the past 1,000 years, which is why I decided." After speaking for a while, the man grinned wickedly. He summoned a sharp object and declared his intention to deal with Xin Feng. With those words, he stepped forward. Xin Feng, not knowing when he had drawn his sword, was ready to fight at any moment. Then, without giving him time to prepare, the man lunged forward. Faced with this, Xin Feng was also ready to defend at any moment. Immediately, he infused his strength into his sword, preparing to counter the attack. The other man was no slouch either. He swung his sword, ready to retaliate. In Xin Feng's eyes, all that remained was the image of the blows the other man was delivering. Soon, he found himself surrounded by countless slashes. The man suddenly noticed something. From behind him, numerous streams of energy had appeared, preparing for a sneak attack. Looking at them, he assessed, "It looks like fire, but it's not fire. The chilling cold that can burn everything in the world. This must be the infernal heavenly flame of his." In response to this attack, the man swung his sword to block it. Although he managed to fend it off, he couldn't help but sigh, "Impressive, not only did you dodge all my strikes, but you also managed to sneak up on me." However, due to that moment of carelessness, a single sword strike was delivered, cleaving him in two. Even as he was split in half, he couldn't gather his senses. After that strike, he fell to the ground. Looking at the man lying in a pool of blood, Xin Feng walked over and taunted, "You sure talk a lot." Just got sneak attacked by me, no warning, and it looks like you might still survive.
Then, in some miraculous way, the man's hand started to twitch. A few seconds later, he slowly rose to his feet, rubbed his neck, and muttered in amazement as he looked at Chin Fong, "I'm getting old, really old. My reaction speed has dropped, and I didn't even notice your strike." Not stopping there, he smiled and declared, "As long as I'm still alive, I will definitely defeat you in an official match."
This scene left him in disbelief, and in a fit of rage, he raised his sword, intending to strike again, muttering something like, "If one attempt to kill doesn't work, I'll try more times." However, from the man, a blinding beam of light suddenly emerged, forcing him to be stunned with fear. From his body, numerous glowing golden orbs appeared. He sat there, smiling brightly, and suggested, "Let's be friends." Looking at those glowing orbs, on the outside, Chin Fong put on a tough act, but inside, he was practically drooling. "Humph, a few dozen dragon blood fruits, and he thinks he can win me over." At this moment, the system continuously announced, "Successfully absorbed the energy of dragon blood fruit." The concentration of true dragon increased, awakening a strand of dragon blood power. Dragon blood held the glowing orbs in his hand, and Chin Fong, staring at them, was left speechless in astonishment. The dragon blood fruit could activate the bloodline talent. The more he consumed, the higher the concentration of true dragon in his body would become. Observing his reaction, the man chuckled and provided more information. When the concentration of true dragon's blood in the body reaches 3%, there is a chance to awaken the inheritance skill. The young man needs to eat more, I still have a lot of it here. Having explained everything, the man proactively offered, "If you have any questions, feel free to ask me." But Chin Fong didn't say anything. He just focused on chewing. After a while, once he finished eating, Chin Fong went straight to the main topic. "How much do you know about the testing stone to forge martial arts?" As soon as the question was asked, the man pondered for a moment before honestly replying. Testing stone to forge martial arts is a gift from the way of heaven. Those who participate in the testing stone to forge martial arts can have their bodies enhanced by the way of heaven. Saying that, the man raised his 5 fingers and began to explain in detail. You also need to pay close attention to the classification of the testing stone to forge martial arts, which is divided into 5 grades: low grade, mid grade, high grade, top grade, and divine grade. At this point, an image flashed through his mind of a mid-grade individual shining brighter than a group of low-grade people combined. Although there are 5 grades, in reality, more than 99.9% of people are either low-grade or mid-grade. Only 0.1% can reach the higher levels. Thinking of something, Chin Fong voiced the question that had been bothering him. "What about high grade?" The man quietly muttered a number, 1 in a million. Having provided all the information, the man began to drift into the past as he started telling a story. "Back then, in Central Heaven World, where I lived, there was a population of 1 billion people coming to this place. In the end, not even 10 people reached high grade, even though the genius who passed the novice assessment earned the title of novice renhuang, and very few people could attain a high grade rating." Despite all the praise, Chin Fong couldn't hide his stubbornness and asked again, "What about top grade?" This question successfully made the man squint his eyes. The young man was not lacking in ambition. Despite saying this, he didn't hide anything and answered honestly, "Top grade has a probability of 1 in 100 billion, even in the great celestial world, it's hard to find someone who fits that level. The legendary divine grade has never been seen. I once knew a master of the supreme rank. He was at level 20 with a combat power of 280 stars and had participated in the sacred martial assessment. It's just a pity that in the end, he still fell a little short." When it came to this topic, the man fell into deep thought before offering his opinion. "Therefore, I think that when your combat power reaches 300 stars, you might have a chance to achieve a top grade evaluation." Having learned the information he needed, Chin Fong suddenly realized. So that's it, his current combat power was far behind. Fortunately, there was still time to improve his strength. As he thought about this, he chewed on the strange fruit, while observing the system screen. The bloodline concentration had risen to 2.93%. If he ate a couple more dragon blood fruits, there might indeed be a chance to awaken the inheritance.
After staring at the screen for a long while, he had finished eating. Xin Feng then asked a different question: what is the 10,000 Realms Great War?
Hearing this, the man pondered for a moment before rummaging through his thoughts to provide an answer. The so-called 10,000 Realms Great War refers to the battle in our world of slaughter, which takes place once every 1,000 years. Every person who enters the world of slaughter, whether they are from the Great Middle Celestial, Shaoqian, monsters, spirits, demons, or humans, will be forced to participate in this battle as long as they survive. If they win, they might even become gods. Failure, for the most part, will dissolve into dust, as if it had never existed. Only a few manage to survive, though barely. However, the way of heaven is truly ruthless towards those who fail. The failed race will face abandonment and curses from the way of heaven. The world of slaughter, already full of lurking dangers, is further cursed, making survival impossible. Breaking free from his thoughts, he chose to keep this information to himself and responded dismissively, "I don't have any more news." If you manage to break the seal and head toward the greater world, perhaps you'll encounter the race that once failed. Upon hearing this, Xin Feng chewed on another fruit. A few minutes later, the system appeared once more, smiling brightly as it congratulated him. "Congratulations! Your bloodline concentration has reached 3.1%. Your bloodline talent has begun to evolve. Your bloodline talent has increased by 100 in strength, 100 in speed, 100 in physique, and 100 in spirit." Right after this announcement, a burst of green energy enveloped him. Witnessing this, the man quietly grew hopeful inside. If it's you, perhaps you can defeat it completely. He looked at the sacrificial altar inside. 1,000 years, I no longer have the strength to suppress it. He looked at Xin Feng seriously. If you can't do it, this village novice will turn into a hell. Thinking of the scene where the entire village was engulfed in flames under the coiling dragon, his face darkened. Inside his consciousness, Xin Feng was surrounded by the golden dragon, attempting to understand the inheritance skill and the system's analysis of his stats. Evaluation of combat power 116 stars, evaluation of combat power 120 stars, evaluation of combat power 121 stars, evaluation of combat power 122 stars, evaluation of combat power 130 stars. After a period of unsuccessful attempts, the system sent a sad notification: the inheritance skill awakening has failed. Please continue to try. Xin Feng crouched down. The old man looked at the sacrificial altar inside. It's a failure. Xiao Huoluan, hearing this, panicked and flapped his wings. He threw down a dozen or so dragon blood fruits and kindly said, "If you can't eat them all, keep some for later, gradually accumulate, and the dragon's soul will naturally awaken." After acquiring the inheritance skill, Xin Feng saw the dragon blood fruits scattered on the ground like fallen maple leaves. His eyes lit up. He called out loudly, "The old master has regained his spirit." Xin Feng regained his composure and asked him, "I don't believe there's any free meal in this world. Tell me, what exactly do you want me to do?" The old man raised his hand. Inside it was an orange gemstone shaped like a fetus curled up. "This is Jin Ling. It can enhance the power of weapons. It's a gift for you. I hope you can extract it for me," he said calmly. Upon hearing this, Xin Feng was taken aback, stunned. The old man pointed to the sacrificial altar and shouted, "Then kill the coiling dragon." Suddenly, the wind picked up, and dust began swirling around. The old man handed the Jinjiling to Xin Feng, saying that the disturbance had already begun. It seems it couldn't wait any longer. "If you don't kill it now, it'll be too late. I can't suppress it anymore." Jinjiling is the golden armor, meaning a B-level control ability, created through special methods that consume hundreds of years of condensation. It can merge with weapons to enhance their power. Xin Feng looked at Jinjiling, silently steeling himself for battle. He raised his hand and activated his absorption skill. Xin Feng is using it to extract him. System notification. Using infinite extraction successful. Obtain D-level wind control, D-level earth profound meaning, D-level light control, D-level golden armor meaning, and 5 elements innate abilities: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, reaching B-level, currently merging. Xin Feng felt the five elements gathering and moving within him. The earth generates metal, metal generates water, water generates wood, wood generates fire, fire generates earth, completely interdependent, endless cycle.
System notification. 5 elements innate ability successfully merged, obtained a level innate ability, 5 elements profound meaning combat power rating 127 stars.
Xin Feng was overjoyed when he saw his stats rise significantly. Finally, I have an A-level combat type innate ability.
My overall strength has increased once again.
But when he looked up, the smile on his face immediately disappeared. The figure stood still in the wind, motionless.
Now, he had turned to stone. Yet, he still smiled, reassuring Xin Feng. Don't worry.
Xin Feng forced himself to suppress the grief and anger, his will burning as he stepped forward. Because of myself, because of the entire villagers, and also because you, the one who has always suppressed the dragon soul for 1,000 years, I will kill it. Xin Feng began pressing the activation buttons of the 5 elements on the altar.
The Hardcore Earth Sovereign, represented by the fierce demon elephant. The Hardcore Metal Sovereign, represented by the spider. The Hardcore Water Sovereign, represented by the 2-headed serpent bird monster.
The Hardcore Wood Sovereign, represented by the 3 thorns. The Hardcore Fire Sovereign, represented by the Flame Demon King. After activating the 5 elements, 5 beams of light shot up into the sky like lamps in the hands of a tilted scale, opening the heavenly gate. Xiao Wolwan looked up at the sky but saw no stars, only a luminous pit appeared, gathering the 5 items, the power of the 5 elements. As Xin Feng stood, he felt the ground tremble beneath him, cracks appeared, and a long tail struck out. Xin Feng and Xiao Wolwan narrowly avoided it, as it soared into the sky. Xin Feng hid at a distance, observing, looking up at the sky. Both Xin Feng and Xiao Wolwan grew tense. The coiling dragon had appeared. It was the evil Dao beast Shirkue, a monarch-level evil spirit, at the 20th tier with a combat power rating of 143 stars, and at the low-grade realm. Its talents included the meaning of fire armor at level B and wind profound truth at level B. The coiling dragon lowered its head to look at Xin Feng, its 2 enormous fins spreading wide, indicating its intense fury. Surrounding its emerald-colored body were golden chains, forged by ancient cultivators who had worked together to create them. Shirkue observed the ground for a moment before stopping. It gazed at the stone statue of the man with eyes full of hatred. Its memories flashed back to the time when the earth was scorched, and it was simultaneously attacked by the cultivators. It screamed out in agony and resentment, "It's you who should die, it's all of you." Shirkue recalled the deep pit, when it looked up and screamed until its throat was raw, its voice growing even angrier, "You stripped my flesh, pulled out my tendons, and imprisoned me here for 1,000 years. I want all beings in this world to be buried with me." Shirkue's roar echoed throughout the sky. The system issued an emergency notification, the latest task, kill the evil Dao beast. Shirkue would fully offer itself as a sacrifice to heaven and earth. Shirkue wildly flew around in the sky, muttering to itself, "The scent of humans is so disgusting, I'll kill you, I'll kill you." It swung its claws, slashing through the air. The attacks flew like arrows, and the evil Dao beast laughed manically, "Die, all of you, just die." The arrows flew towards Xin Feng, and Xiao Wolwan immediately unleashed the heavenly gold radiance, spitting fire to block them. But the attacks pierced through the flame wall instantly. Xiao Wolwan couldn't stop them, and with tears in its eyes, it flew away to seek refuge. Xin Feng raised his sword to block the attack, but he was forced back by the barrage of arrows. Xin Feng felt his arm growing heavier, gritting his teeth, trying to hold his ground, but his arm was gradually sagging, and the sword's edge was slowly nearing his head. Xin Feng began to pant heavily. A green flame appeared, swirling around the sword's blade. He had activated the hellish heavenly leaf. Xin Feng decisively swung his blade down, striking the flying spears. Shirkue spat in disgust, saying, "A mere level 1 human, yet able to break my dragon claw. This is truly embarrassing. Let me show you my strongest move." The spirits of wind and fire of this world quickly surged for me to use. Shirkuei threw his head back and shouted to the heavens, waves of sound vibrations appeared, and the sky turned red. Qin Feng watched the fireballs falling, his heart full of doubt. This was fire elemental spirit. Two streams of spirit qi, one of fire and one of air, were being drawn into Shirkuei's throat. Qin Feng guessed that the spirit qi from the dragon slayer Fa was converging towards it. Qin Feng stared at the swirling vortex of blue and red in the sky, filled with worry. He mumbled what the system had provided: combat power 156 stars, combat power 168 stars, combat power 177 stars. At that point, he realized the situation was even more difficult than he had imagined. The streams of spirit qi around him were also being pulled into the vortex in the sky. This was the ability to control the power of heaven and earth, a power the guardian of the Forbidden Land had spoken of. Its combat power was rising continuously, with the system constantly updating: combat power 184 stars, combat power 197 stars. Shirkuei dove down, roaring to assert its dominance. Qin Feng looked at the massive evil Dao beast in the sky, his heart sinking. Combat power 200 stars, the destructive power to annihilate heaven and earth. I can't hold out against this. The fireballs rained down like a torrential downpour. Qin Feng desperately dodged and weaved, trying to avoid them, along with Xiao Huoluan. Shirkuei was immensely frustrated. Damn it, this human is too fast, and he keeps dodging my attacks. Qin Feng could run so fast because of his True Will of Speed at level C, True Will of the Wind at level C, and the Wind God boots which increased his speed by 100%. The effects stacked together could rival AB level innate talent in speed. Of course, you won't be able to defeat me. Qin Feng was exceedingly arrogant with his calculation. Shirkuei! He shouted loudly, that arrogant evil Dao beast is raising its claws again. This time, Shirkuei launched a series of dragon claws, grinning smugly. It seemed Qin Feng wouldn't be able to fend them off. Not only that, Shirkuei also tried to grab Qin Feng with its arms, but fortunately, it only managed to catch Qin Feng's clones. As it was tangled up, Qin Feng took the opportunity to carve a piece of its flesh. Qin Feng landed in a cool manner. He knew it was Shirkuei, a corpse, so he wasn't afraid of regular blades. But this was tricky. How do you kill a corpse? The more Qin Feng thought about it, the more of a headache it became. Shirkuei was furious after being wounded. It never expected something it looked down upon could harm it. It charged down, opening its mouth wide to breathe fire. Skill evolution, guardian of the heavenly dragon's flame. Its fireball created a mist that engulfed the entire area. In an instant, there was a massive explosion in the region. Qin Feng tried to run with all his might, distancing himself from the fiery arrows of the evil Dao beast, but it caught up and engulfed Qin Feng in the flames. A red whirlwind, like molten lava, appeared. The evil Dao beast Shirkuei emerged, breathing fire and burning everything in its path. Qin Feng was not burned because that was just a clone of him. He stood and looked at the fire pit, sighing. Yeah, in a place with such terrifying high temperatures and an eerie, chaotic force, even a 4th-level heavenly leaf hell might not be able to withstand the heaven-devouring dragon flame of the coiling dragon, Qin Feng muttered to himself. To deal with it, one must have a thick skin and sharp claws. He whispered to himself, then crossed his arms and summoned spirit qi. A 5 elements circle appeared around him. This was the 5 elements. Qin Feng encased the snow in a thin layer, activating Ice Tempest at level 5. Qin Feng waved his hands to both sides, sending ice arrows flying toward the dragon flame. Shirkuei, hot-headed, opened its large mouth and charged at Qin Feng, swallowing all the ice arrows and the cold air into its stomach. It felt a chill in its throat, and the evil Dao beast froze. It hiccuped and looked at its belly, questioning itself. Is it really all gone? Shirkuei muttered. Qin Feng was sliding deep inside the body of the evil Dao beast. He struggled to hold on with his hands and feet, looking down at the endless black pit below. Since the coiling dragon's body was cylindrical and elongated, if he didn't hold on, he would quickly be sucked into the evil Dao beast's stomach. Qin Feng looked at his hands and legs, now frozen, and smiled confidently. His icy, unyielding demeanor was not as rigid as it seemed. Ice Tempest, a burst of white light appeared inside the coiling dragon's body. It hurriedly checked, and then a loud explosion echoed, followed by the sound of cracking bones. Shirkuei let out a painful scream, thrashing wildly. The sharp ice thorns almost pierced Qin Feng's body. His limbs trembled from exhaustion, and he was on the verge of losing his grip. Ice arrows shot out from all over its body, causing Shirkuei to writhe in agony. It lost control and slammed its side into a mountain. The external shaking caused Qin Feng to slip, losing control as he slid down. The evil Dao beast, racked with pain throughout its body, thrashed around, spewing fire everywhere. Xiao Luan hid in a corner, watching with both fear and concern for Qin Feng. Inside, MN was falling freely, on the verge of giving up. When his hand grasped a tear, a beam of light from the outside shone through. It was the cut he had made earlier. Qin Feng was overjoyed, grabbed it, and shouted, "Meaning of the Force, rip open this tear and crawl out." Shirkuei's body was exploding in all directions. Qin Feng jumped out, unable to help but thank the heavens. His entire body had been pierced, and he had almost died. He couldn't believe he was still alive. After a while, Shirkuei's eyes turned white, and it fell freely to the ground. Its head landed right where Qin Feng was standing, gasping for breath. The system cheerfully announced, "Successfully killed level 20 Long Shirkuei, a yellow tier beast. Gained 1 million energy points, 10 reputation points, and 1000 judgment points. You have completed the C-level mission 5 elements wind seal with double difficulty, earning double the rewards. Gained 1000 attribute points and 2 dark gold treasures." Qin Feng wiped the blood from his face, his eyes teary as he looked at the evil dragon, muttering, "I've won." Suddenly, he heard a crackling sound, and a piece of crystal fell to the ground. Looking up, he saw the barrier cracking, breaking into pieces and revealing the clear blue sky. Qin Feng couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion at this sight. The system cheered loudly, "Village Chief Qin Feng has completed the 5 elements seal mission. The spatial seal of Long Yuan Village has been broken, and Long Yuan Village is now officially connected to the greater world." Qin Feng felt excited, his heart filled with ambition for the future ahead. He declared, "The sea is vast, allowing all fish to leap, the sky is high, allowing all to sink. From now on, Long Yuan Village will march towards a larger world and seize more resources." Suddenly, the body of the evil Dao beast began to glow, and Qin Feng shielded his eyes. The evil Dao beast Shirkuei gradually shrank before men's bewildered gaze. A bolt of lightning struck coiling dragon, and a small orb appeared. At this moment, the coiling dragon had turned to dry bones, and the orb was the dragon soul essence, a 4th-grade celestial treasure, the remaining trace of the coiling dragon's soul. The orb flew towards Qin Feng like a bullet, diving into his head. The system announced, "You have obtained a strand of dragon soul." Qin Feng felt as though his body was inside a red gemstone, surrounded by a dragon. The system continuously updated, "You have obtained a strand of the power of the dragon soul. You have obtained a strand of the power of the dragon soul. You have absorbed enough power of the dragon soul. Dragon soul is awakening. Dragon soul has successfully awakened. Plus 300 strength, plus 50 power, plus 50 agility, plus 50 constitution." Finally, Qin Feng had obtained the inheritance of the Long Wei skill. Qin Feng's eyes widened, and a crescent-shaped symbol appeared in his eyes. Long Wei was a type of mental skill that could generate invisible mental power, suppressing all beasts and living creatures, creating a bloodline suppression effect, and possessing a certain degree of offensive power. Qin Feng moved towards the skeletal remains of the evil Dao beast, Shirkuei, and began absorbing them with both hands. Though this battle had been dangerous, the rewards were well worth it. 1,450 attribute points, 2 dark gold treasures, the awakening of Dragon Soul, the inheritance of a skill. These all directly boosted his combat power rating to 155, surpassing its limit. He activated Infinite Extraction. The system announced, "Infinite Extraction successful, obtained Wind Profound Truth of level B." His Wind Affinity talent automatically upgraded from level C to level B, and at the same time, his 4th-tier talent skill was awakened.
Wind Blaze.
A pair of metallic wings, with translucent feathers resembling those of a Gundam, appeared behind Xin Feng. These were the Wind Blaze wings, formed through rigorous training in the 9 heavens. The wings shimmered brightly, with a delicate and beautiful structure, truly worthy of their name. When something new appeared, it had to be tested right away.
Xin Feng shot up into the blue sky in a single leap.
From high above, he looked down below, laughing with admiration. In the blink of an eye, he had ascended to an altitude of tens of thousands of meters, much faster than with the wind god boots.
From now on, traveling would be faster and more convenient.
Then, Xin Feng took 2 brilliant lotus pink wings and said, "Let's open the treasure." From afar, a bird struck by the pigweed of the Xiaohuoluan tree flew over and called out loudly, "Master, master." Seeing Xin Feng suddenly sprout 2 wings from his back, Xiaohuoluan smiled with squinted eyes and said, "Master, you can fly now, that's great."
From now on, Xiaohuoluan can soar the skies with Master.
Xin Feng didn't pay attention to its words but was busy thinking about Little Dragon, who had absorbed a 4th-grade heaven and earth rare item and was immediately able to awaken the dragon soul, gaining the inheritance skill.
Why didn't Xiaohuoluan show any reaction after eating the flower? Could it be that the effects differ between humans and beasts?
Before Xin Feng could think more about it, the system's spiritual entity suddenly appeared and said, "Congratulations, Dragon Abyss Village has completed the map connection mission with the Great World.
Reward, Great World Map.
After the novice examination ends, villages that haven't completed the map connection mission will not receive the Great World Map reward." Upon hearing the good news and receiving the map he had long awaited, Xin Feng smiled with joy. The map was unfolded, and it was filled with red, blue, and white dots all over.
As he examined the map, Xin Feng muttered to himself, "Red represents Village Novice, blue represents the Divine Hall of Myriad Phenomena.
Near each Divine Hall of Myriad Phenomena, there are 1,000 Village Novice, forming a region. On this map, there are at least 10,000 Divine Halls of Myriad Phenomena. That is a vast region, with 100,000 people for every 100 years, and 100,000 regions equating to 10 billion people." From these statistics, Xin Feng made a deduction that after the novice exam ends, it is likely that all the villages will be connected to the same grand world. At that time, the competition for resources will undoubtedly become even more intense. Dragon Abyss's opportunity to seize this early is truly rare, Xin Feng thought. The more he thought about it, the more satisfied he felt. The future path ahead was wide open. He smiled and continued, "Moreover, having the map means I can quickly fulfill the condition of having 1,000 villagers in the village competition." Then, Xin Feng waved his hand and said, "Let's open the 2 treasures first, and then examine the map." No hesitation. He opened the 2 treasures in one go. The light they emitted was blinding, like the radiance of a party.
Xiaohuoluan widened his eyes in surprise.
Success was achieved, and notifications appeared one by one. Successfully opened the Shadow Gold treasure, obtained a level 5 item, Heavenly Dragon Battle Armor.
Successfully opened the Shadow Gold treasure, obtained a level 6 item, Spirit Domain of Space.
Xin Feng looked at the items and cheered with joy. Just in time, his Long Elephant King had broken its equipment. At Xin Feng's call, the Heavenly Dragon Battle Armor quickly flew to him, ready to be equipped. The system also notified him of the effects granted by the equipped item. Heavenly Dragon Battle Armor, plus 500 defense, plus 100 strength, plus 100 agility, plus 100 physique, plus 100 fire resistance, plus 100 earth resistance, plus 100 metal resistance, plus 100 wind resistance. As soon as the Heavenly Dragon Battle Armor was fully equipped, Xin Feng instantly looked much more handsome. Xin Feng chuckled happily and said, "The combat power directly increases by 3 stars, reaching the maximum of 158 stars. Truly worthy of a level 5 equipment." Little Dragon flapped its wings excitedly, loudly complimenting, "Master is so cool, the coolest in World of Slaughter."
Yet Xin Feng, too, responded in a self-loving manner, I think so too."
After the moment of self-praise passed, Xin Feng tried to suppress his joy and shyly said, "Enough of that, let's get back to business." Then, he turned to the remaining item and carefully read the information from the spirit domain of space system. The spatial dimension could grow, could be used to plant spirit entities to nurture living beings, or to store items. By pricking one's blood, the owner could be recognized. Feng quickly used a knife to cut the tip of his finger to draw blood, not forgetting to examine the spirit herb stack to nurture living beings. Pricking blood to establish ownership. This seemed so much like the main character from a comic book playing the cheat system. As his blood touched the spirit domain of space, the external barriers could be easily seen gradually fading away with the naked eye. Soon after, a brilliant golden light flashed, blinding Feng's eyes. While Feng was struggling to squint his eyes and peer through the blinding light, the system's notification sound echoed. Spirit domain of space has successfully recognized its master. You can now freely transfer items in and out of the space based on your thoughts. With a thought, Feng's figure blinked out of existence. Little Dragon stared in shock, calling out loudly, "Master?" At the same time, in another location, as Feng's feet touched the ground, the fine dust beneath his feet scattered everywhere. He breathed heavily, looked at the vast space around him, and said, "The space capacity here is 100 times greater than the container for the item." Then, a massive skeleton suddenly appeared from nowhere in this space. Along with it came a notification: Dragon Bone, a Tier 5 resource obtained from a Monarch level or higher level culprit. Feng walked up to the skeleton, then activated the map in his system and breathed a sigh of relief, saying, "Originally, I was planning to donate the Dragon Bone to the Way of Heaven, intending to exchange it when needed. The spirit domain of space just happens to solve the urgent issue of insufficient storage space." On the map, a route appeared from Dragon Abyss Village to the Divine Hall of Myriad Phenomena. Feng placed his hand on his chin, carefully considering his plan. He slowly spoke his thoughts. The nearest Divine Hall of Myriad Phenomena requires passing through the Shang-Chi Forest, Chessboard Alley, and Tongtian Lake. Let's depart quickly. It had been over 3 days since the novice examination ended, and once again, in the blink of an eye, the space within the spirit domain of space gradually shrank until only a single point of light remained. Feng held the point of light in his hand and smiled happily, saying, "This is the spatial connection point between the spirit domain of space and the world." Xiaohuan, who had been standing next to him, noticed his return and anxiously asked, "Master, where did you go just now? I was so worried. You and I share a deep connection, so logically, I should have been able to sense your presence no matter where you were." Feng threw a whole avocado at the bird's face. He didn't respond to Xiaohuan's question, only patting its head and saying, "Let's go, to the great world." Xiaohuan, still flustered, tried to explain, but just now, the master's aura was completely gone. Feng covered its beak and held it tightly in his arms. He planned to use wind blaze to fly, and the wings followed his will, spreading wide. Whoosh! With a single flap of its wings, Feng soared far into the distance, his speed comparable to that of a rocket. As he began flying into the Shang-Chi forest, a series of notifications appeared with each tree he passed. Fragrant flower tree, grade 0 wood, can be used as grade 0 wood material? Grade 0 wood, can be used as grade 0 wood material? Wumuchan, grade 1 wood, can be used as grade 1 wood material. Purple leaf altar, grade 1 wood, can be used as grade 1 wood material. Feng couldn't help but sigh. Here, grade 0 and grade 1 trees can be chopped down everywhere. The resources are far richer than Dragon Abyss Village. Let me scout the situation in the Shang-Chi forest first, then I'll call the villagers over, he said, and with that, he quickly flew past the grade 0 and grade 1 trees. Then, Feng got busy slashing and killing the monsters in the forest. After a while, he looked at the corpses scattered around and stopped, lowering his sword to tally his results. In 1 hour, he had encountered only 6 monsters, 2 at level 11, 3 at level 12, and 1 at level 21. While the monsters were few in number, the ones above level 20 allowed for 2 consecutive extractions, each yielding 3 attribute points, so it wasn't a bad discovery. Feng opened the information page for his village to check if there had been any changes. Sure enough, the details were different from before. Village name, Dragon Abyss, Village Level 1, Village Chief, Xin Feng, Novice Rin Huang, Novice Chief's Wooden House Level 3, Village Population, 937, Public Buildings, none, Novice Wooden Houses Level 1, 471, Novice Wooden Houses Level 2, 91. Seeing this new data, Xin Feng couldn't help but feel pleased and smug, though he tried to hold it back. He proudly said, there are still 9 second-level wooden houses missing, and 8 more level 10 strongmen are needed. The speed at which everyone is progressing is truly impressive. Xin Feng sent a message to his village, everyone, villagers level 8 and above who are willing to go to the Shang-Chi forest to chop wood, please come.
This place has abundant resources of both wood and herbs.
At present, only monsters from level 11 to level 12 appear at the edge of the Shang-Chi forest. The deeper areas are unknown and dangerous, so please don't venture too far inside.
A young man quickly replied, the boss has given the order, finally we can go out and explore.
A blonde girl eagerly messaged, let's go, let's go. The young man with blonde hair followed Qin Feng's instructions. Those below level 8 were to stay in Long Yuan village, while those level 8 and above would head to the Shang-Chi forest. At that moment, in the Shang-Chi forest, several bolts of lightning suddenly struck from above.
Boom!
The lightning hit a fireball, followed by a startled scream from someone. Xin Feng was startled and turned to look in the direction of the scream. He hesitated for a moment before saying, a human.
Immediately,
Xin Feng dashed forward, crushing the dry branches beneath his feet. As he ran at full speed, he thought to himself, Dragon Abyss Village was the first settlement in this area connected to the outside world, so there couldn't be people from other villages here. The only explanation was that a failed race from the 10,000 Realms Great War might be involved.
Meeting them could provide more information.
At the spot where the scream had come from, a huge monster was surrounded by static electricity. Beneath it, a fragile, white-haired girl was panicking uncontrollably. The monster opened its mouth, seemingly wanting to devour the girl. Someone shouted loudly, calling for Jiyu. The girl lay helpless like a fish on the chopping block, overwhelmed with fear, her eyes filled with despair as she turned to look at the monster. Just when it seemed like she was about to meet her fate at the afterlife, Xin Feng suddenly darted past like a gust of wind, performing a heroic rescue of the beautiful maiden. He lifted the girl onto his shoulder and saved her from the Grim Reaper's side in a breathtaking move. After gaining a safe distance from the monster, Xin Feng gently landed. He glanced at the monster, still drooling hungrily over human flesh. Then he called out to Xiao Huoluan. It immediately flapped its wings and flew forward. Xiao Huoluan quickly responded to Qin Feng's call, receiving the command, and charged at the monsters, headbutting them in the stomach, knocking them down with a single blow. With each headbutt, a message popped up. Successfully killed level 23 electric rat weasel, gained 2600 energy points. The rat weasels, seemingly fearless, charged forward bravely. Little Dragon let out a loud roar of fire, cursing, damn cannon fodder, die. More kill notifications and rewards echoed. Successfully killed level 23 electric rat weasel, gained 2600 energy points. Successfully killed level 23 electric rat weasel, dropped treasure. Xin Feng tightly gripped Jiyu's hand, still in shock. They stood at a distance, watching the ongoing battle. A fireball was swallowing up the lightning bolts. The heat from the flames spread, and a whirlwind surged around, intensifying fiercely. The scene was truly impressive. At this moment, a figure stepped out from behind Xin Feng and Jiyu. This person's legs were scratched all over. Hesitating, they asked, "Are you the strong men who descended on Lin 3 days ago?" Upon hearing the question, Xin Feng turned his head to look at the person who had approached. It was a young man with white hair, just like Jiyu. He continued, "Are you the challenger?" Xin Feng, slightly wary, asked in return, "Who are you? How do you know the Dragon Abyss language?" The white-haired young man slowly walked closer, replying as he moved, "4 days ago, the Way of Heaven told our tribe that when a warrior descends, there will be myriad worlds. The language is also something the Way of Heaven taught us." Upon hearing this, Xin Feng thought to himself, why did the Way of Heaven do this?
What's the reason behind it?
After recovering from the massacre, Jiyu slowly stood up and smiled, saying, "Please forgive us. For the first time in 1,000 years, we have encountered a challenger, and we may have spoken out of turn." Then, both Jiyu and the young man knelt on one knee, placing their hands on their chests, half sitting and half kneeling, showing their respect to Qin Feng.
Great Savior Lord.
Their personal information panels appeared side by side in front of them. The leader of the human tribe was named Ji Yun, level 11, with a combat power rating of 28 star-level talent that had not yet awakened, no skills, and his background was that of a descendant of a failed race in the 10,000 Realms Great War.
Betrayed by the way of heaven.
The immortal ancestor came from a realm among the 1,000 worlds, a person named Jiyu, level 10, with a combat power evaluation of 24.
Qin Feng was confused by this new form of address. He quickly waved his hand and said, "I'm not a savior, and I certainly don't know how to save any of you." However, his mind was recalling the data that the system had just provided. Looking at the two in front of him, Qin Feng felt puzzled. Why is the descendant from Central Heaven World so weak in combat? Jiyu grabbed Qin Feng's hand, pointing to the side and said, "Great strongman, there's no mistake, look over there. The Silent Moon banner is now just a pile of corpses of the wild monsters we fought earlier, stacked into a small mountain. At the very top is Xiao Wolwan, looking up at the sky, arrogantly accepting the praise." Jiyu continued to explain, "With a spirit companion as strong as yours, saving us from the monster's jaws, you are the savior of our tribe." At that moment, a new mission notification appeared from the system. "You have activated D-level mission, Save the Lost Tribe. Complete the mission to gain the absolute loyalty of the tribal discrimination." Qin Feng muttered to himself, "It's a mission." He gently nodded in response to Jiyu, "Alright, let's go take a look. However, I need to deal with the monster's body first." Upon hearing this, Jiyu and Jiyun simultaneously exclaimed, "That's great, great strongman, please leave these matters to us." Qin Feng felt a bit embarrassed and declined, "There's no need. Moreover, there's no need to call me the great strongman, just call me Qin Feng." Ji Yun immediately protested, "Absolutely not. You are the savior of our tribe, how can we call you by your name?"
Qin Feng helplessly decided to suggest another title for them, "Then call me Boss Qin." In the end, the two of them happily agreed to this form of address.
"Yes, Boss Qin."
A moment later, a huge foot with sharp claws slowly moved toward the dead rat weasels, following the scent of blood.
A large rat weasel with a long and sturdy horn on its head sniffed around, then angrily shouted, "It's the scent of humans. It's humans who killed my subordinates." It then lifted its head and roared loudly, declaring, "I will take your blood as compensation." The birds in the forest were startled by its cry and hurriedly flew away to another place. The roar of the large rat weasel echoed throughout the forest, passing through the tall trees, winding through the dense grass, and spreading to every corner. Soon after, other rat weasels, hearing the sound, rushed toward its source. Dozens, even hundreds of rat weasels gathered in a circle around the large rat weasel, its face contorted, its eyes glowing with a murderous intent. The rat weasel king snarled and informed the pack, declaring vengeance on the human. Elsewhere, beautiful wildflowers had begun to bloom, decorating the area. Just below the steep mountain foot was a tribe living in straw huts, with 2 golden hearts. There were guards outside the gate and on the watchtower. The person on top of the peak pointed toward the distance and announced to those below, "Ji Yun and Jiyu have returned." An old woman was holding a basket of apples. Upon hearing this, she smiled kindly and said, "That's great." Another girl, busy carrying a basin on her head, chimed in, "Quick, let's see what you've brought back." The basket of apples fell heavily to the ground, and the red, ripe apples scattered across the dirt. The old woman threw the basket aside and rushed over, seeing only Jiyu and Ji Yun returning. "Why are only you two back?"
she asked. Jiyu, heartbroken, delivered the bad news. The hunting party ran into a pack of rat weasels. Except for Ji Yun and me, everyone else. She couldn't finish her sentence, only turning to Qin Feng and saying, "Boss Qin understands." Qin Feng flicked his hand, a brief flash of green light appeared. Following that, the bodies of the hunters who had gone out also materialized. Xin Feng spoke slowly, we could only bring back parts of the tribe members' bodies.
The rest
were eaten by the rat weasels. The old woman burst into tears, collapsing to the ground. The villagers, upon seeing the bodies of their loved ones, cried uncontrollably. They clung to the corpses of the deceased, hoping to feel a trace of warmth still lingering on their departed ones. Some couldn't hold back, crying out, "My son, my son!" The heart-wrenching scream tore through the air.
Information about this tribe was soon shared.
The Ji-Yun and Ji-Yu clans came from a world in the Middle Celestial World, a world called the Mysterious Star Realm. After their defeat in the Great Battle of the Cloud Realm, the surviving hundreds of thousands were scattered by the way of heaven to various major worlds, where they were punished, unable to awaken their talents or acquire any skills. It is impossible to obtain the sacred artifact, and the highest rank can only be raised to level 15.
1,000 years have passed, and tribal discrimination has only more than 300 people left.
At this moment, the voice of a man rang out, suddenly losing a loved one, unable to control one's emotions.
Please do not blame me.
An old man stepped forward and greeted Xin Feng. Thank you very much for helping tribal discrimination return the bodies of the deceased.
I am Elder Qishan, may I ask, Lord?
Before Xin Feng could speak, Ji-Yun quickly responded, Lord Xin Feng is the newly arrived challenger of all realms, the savior of our people, we have finally been saved.
Grandpa, please go ask Lord Xin Feng to help save our tribe members. Hearing Ji-Yun's words, Ji-Shan sighed.
Xin Feng noticed this and became curious.
It seemed that he was not happy. Could there be some hidden reason behind it?
Then, Ji-Shan gestured for them to move and said to Xin Feng, My lord, may we speak elsewhere? The three of them, along with Little Dragon, moved to a large tree, where there was no one else around. Elder Qishan slowly began to speak, My lord Xin Feng, the appearance of the new challenger, and the fact that our tribe may be saved, is actually a lie. Xin Feng was slightly taken aback, and Little Dragon looked confused, not understanding what the old man meant.
Ji-Shan continued to explain, the reason is that the newly appointed elder will receive a contract from the previous elder, which clearly states that not all challengers are qualified. The one who will save us must be the village chief who has earned the title of Novice Ren Huang.
From what I know, only 1% of all summoned talents can meet both of these requirements within just 7 days. Ji-Yun and Ji-Yu were unaware of these matters, and they apologized for troubling Lord, hoping he would forgive them. Xin Feng smiled confidently and said, If these are the only matters, I believe I have met the conditions. He used one hand to call up his personal information. The text displayed all the details about Xin Feng, the name of the village, Dragon Abyss Village, the village level, level 1, the village chief, Xin Feng, Novice Ren Huang, the wooden house of the novice village chief, level 3. Ji-Shan was so overjoyed that he almost cried. He trembled as he expressed his gratitude, saying, With a 1% chance of meeting His Majesty Ren Huang, please accept my deepest bow. At that moment, the forest suddenly shook violently.
A loud voice rang out from outside, What's happening? Another voice responded, The enemy is attacking. It's the rat weasels.
Numerous green figures appeared in the forest, advancing toward the village. They emitted dangerous electric currents.
Ji-Yun tightly embraced Ji-Yu, holding a weapon to shield them, as he anxiously awaited the enemy's arrival. Dozens of trial weasels flew forward like arrows, each one full of momentum.
Meanwhile, the people of tribal discrimination were in a panic, fleeing in all directions.
Elder Qishan shouted loudly, Don't panic. Quickly take up your weapons and assemble.
Xin Feng used wings of wind to soar high into the sky, shouting at just the right moment. Ji-Shan, from below, called out, His Majesty Ren Huang. On a high rock formation not far from the village, Xin Feng spotted the Rat Weasel King under the harsh sunlight. They stood facing each other, eyeing one another like they were testing their opponent. Xin Feng gave an order to the bird flying next to him, Sha Wolwan, you go deal with the ones that slip through. Sha Wolwan raised its wing to its forehead in a salute and responded, Yes, master. Xin Feng glared down below and shouted, Ice Tempest. Immediately, dozens of arrows appeared in the sky, flying straight down, piercing through the heads of the rat weasels. Continuous system notifications rang out, successfully killed level 23 electric rat weasel, gained 2600 energy points. Successfully killed level 23 berserk electric rat weasel, gained 2600 energy points. A few other rat weasels managed to dodge Qin Feng's fierce attack, which was charging toward the village gate. Little Dragon also flew over in time to block them. It erupted with flames around its body, and the heat emanating from it caused the rat weasels to roast, turning them into blackened, charred remains. Another system notification sounded. Successfully killed level 23 berserk electric rat weasel, gained 2600 energy points. The fire continued to grow larger and spread wider. The rat weasels, caught in the sea of flames, screamed in agony, and another notification appeared. Successfully killed level 23 berserk electric rat weasel, gained 2600 energy points. Meanwhile, Qin Feng was busy observing the energy sphere that the rat weasel king had just compressed. With a swift motion of his hand, the sphere shot straight down below and exploded. Qin Feng darted forward, his eyes flashing with killing intent. The rat weasel king kept throwing energy spheres, but Qin Feng nimbly dodged all of them. When the rat weasel king unleashed a powerful strike with its horn, Qin Feng quickly counterattacked. The two energy streams collided, creating a shockwave that sent ripples through the air. Suddenly, a hand emerged from the energy wave, swiftly grabbing the rat weasel king's horn, causing it to shake violently. Then, Qin Feng struck with great force, trying to bury Wang beneath, causing rocks and earth to scatter in all directions. Not stopping there, Qin Feng summoned his sword from the space, his gaze fixed on the Weasel King as if it were already dead. He leaped up, aimed directly at the monster's neck, and swung down. A notification rang out simultaneously: successfully killed the Thunderstorm King of the Furious Lightning at the King level, gained 24,000 energy points, and 5 fame points. Another notification about a major reward appeared: successfully killed the Thunderstorm King of the Furious Lightning at the King level, obtained a golden divine artifact. The system suddenly appeared and announced, infinite extraction successful. You have acquired B-level talent, meaning of thunder and lightning, a 4th level innate skill, Furious Thunderstrike. As his hand touched the monster's head in front of him, Qin Feng thought to himself, monsters above level 20 can only be extracted for 3 items. I've already extracted everything, these corpses no longer hold any value. Jishan suddenly knelt before him and presented a scroll, saying, Jishan pays respects to the master. The entire tribe immediately spoke in unison, we pay respects to the master. He quickly pointed at the scroll before him and asked, what is this? Jishan respectfully replied, this is the master's servant contract bestowed by the way of heaven. With just a drop of your blood, the contract can be signed. Our tribe is your servant, absolutely loyal to you. We are willing to follow Ren Huang, His Majesty, to punish the world and assist you in achieving victory in the 10,000 Realms Great War. Qin Feng stroked his chin thoughtfully and mused, with the binding of the Way of Heaven's contract, their loyalty is even higher than the villagers of Long Yuan. This is beneficial to me, with no downside. After careful consideration, he immediately dripped a drop of blood onto the paper and said, all right. Seeing the writing on the paper turn red, the system appeared and cheerfully cheered. Contract signing complete. 327 people of tribal discrimination have become the most loyal servants of the individual. Automatically granted the status of villagers of Long Yuan Village. The 1,000-year punishment of tribal discrimination has been lifted, class limit removed, and the awakening of natural talent begins. Meanwhile, the entire tribe was extremely excited, smiling and boasting to each other. I've awakened the bloodline talent of the unicorn. Me too, I have both the unicorn bloodline and fire talent of grade C, a dual talent. I have the talent of darkness. While looking up information on the system screen, Jishan said emotionally, I can now unlock the Way of Heaven, it's miraculous. There's even an attribute operation analysis board. The system continued its announcement, your servant Jishan has reached a combat power of 30 stars, you have earned a reward of 10 attribute points. Your servant Ji Yun has reached a combat power of 30 stars, you have earned a reward of 10 attribute points. After reading this, Qin Feng couldn't help but be stunned and muttered, do I really have to follow this method?
Wouldn't it be easier to directly increase my attributes? My head feels like it's about to split.
Xiaowuan suddenly squinted its eyes shut and said in annoyance, Master, Xiaowuan feels like it's about to level up, I just want to sleep. With that, it immediately fell into a deep sleep.
Xin Feng was puzzled and asked, What's going on?
The system cheerfully responded, Congratulations, your war companion is leveling up.
Please place your war companion in a safe location for maintenance.
Hearing the system's words, he couldn't help but feel surprised and silently thought to himself.
The safe location, the spirit domain of space, was also quite safe.
The system continued, reminding him, Your servant has obtained the status of a villager in Long Yuan village. Please choose a location to build the novice wood house.
The novice wood house level is 0.
When a novice rests in the wood house, the speed of recovery of both strength and spirit is doubled. The novice wood house is blessed by the way of heaven's TRCPHC. Without the homeowner's consent, no one can enter. After a moment of contemplation, Xin Feng spoke up. The tribal discrimination has lived here for over 1,000 years, moving elsewhere isn't suitable.
Let's build here.
As soon as he finished speaking, the system immediately began reconstructing the houses for the tribe. Watching his living place gradually becoming more prosperous, everyone couldn't help but marvel. The system happily announced,
Construction complete.
You have completed the mission of saving the declining tribe and earned 300 attribute points as a reward. You have also gained the authority to create a primary teleportation array. Long Yuan Village has achieved all the goals to upgrade the village to level 2. Now, the authority to create the protection altar is being unlocked. Xin Feng slightly squinted, silently thinking, a level 5 material, the Dragon Bone of Dragon Slayer 3 should be usable. The system suddenly suggested. The primary teleportation array can instantly teleport within 1,000 miles. The construction conditions for the primary teleportation array are 30 units of grade 0 stone material, 5 units of grade 0 iron ore, 2 units of grade 1 fine wood, and 1 unit of grade 5 monster material. Then, he immediately decided to start construction, and continued to propose ideas and make announcements. Guardian Altar, construction requirements, 100 units of grade 0 stone material, 100 units of grade 0 wood material, 20 units of grade 0 iron ore, and 10 units of royal monster bones. Construction of the primary teleportation array. Village Chief Xin Feng successfully constructed the primary teleportation array, with the address set at the main headquarters of Long Yuan Village. Construction of the primary teleportation array. Village Chief Xin Feng successfully constructed the primary teleportation array, with the address set at the Lost Morning Banner Village. Construction of the Guardian Altar. Village Chief Xin Feng successfully constructed the Guardian Altar, with the address set at the main headquarters of Long Yuan Village. After a series of announcements, the system smiled broadly and congratulated him, while simultaneously using lightning strikes to repeatedly hit Xin Feng on the head. The Guardian Altar was activated, and Long Yuan Village reached the standard to level up directly to level 2, which could be done immediately, leaving him with no choice but to lower his head and helplessly endure the situation. The system continued to announce, I, the most extraordinary forest, have reached level 30 strength. You have earned 10 attribute points. I, the most extraordinary stone, have reached level 30 strength. You have earned 10 attribute points. Villager Lu Yan has reached level 30 strength. You have earned 10 attribute points. After enduring for a while, unable to take it anymore, Xin Feng immediately gritted his teeth and questioned, Do you always have to use lightning strikes on me? The system calmly explained the reason. Constructing the teleportation array awarded 400 points. Constructing the Guardian Altar awarded 500 points. Leveling Village Novice to level 2 awarded 400 points. Villager's Strength reaching level 30 awarded 3,400 points. Currently, you have accumulated 4,700 free attribute points. While it was still happily shocking its own head with electricity, he pointed forward and said, Agility plus 1,000, Strength plus 1,000, Physique plus 1,000, Spirit plus 1,700. Upon hearing this, the system immediately made an assessment, evaluating the combat power at 196 Spirit. Hearing this, he couldn't help but feel excited and muttered, "Semi-Earth level, novice assessment time, I should be able to pass it." Let's see what changes when the village upgrades to level 2. The limit for teleportation gates increased from 2 to 5, not bad. The population cap is raised to 5,000 people, the price of energy stones is halved, and the villagers' leveling speed has doubled. Then, in a clear voice, he made a request to unlock 3 professions for living: blacksmith, tailor, and apothecary. Upon hearing this, the system promptly announced, the tailor can combine raw wood materials of the lowest tier, and with tier 1 raw wood materials, can combine low-grade animal fur. High-grade animal fur of tier 1 requires mastery of wood-related talent. The blacksmith can refine low-tier iron ore, and tier 1 iron requires mastery of metal-related talent. The apothecary can plant spirit herbs, requiring mastery of wood-related talent. While rubbing his chin, Xinfeng sneered and thought to himself, I have the 5 elements talent, so I can learn all 3 of these living professions. Then, he confidently laughed and said, these 3 professions are just related to the condition for upgrading the wooden house to level 4. The system, upon hearing this, immediately displayed a notification, wooden house level 4 condition, 50 units of 0-grade stone material, 10 units of 1st-grade refined wood material, 10 units of 1st-grade refined iron material, 10 units of 1st-grade high-grade steel material, 1 piece of 3rd-grade fire crystal material. He quickly pressed the start button and muttered, the conditions for upgrading the village to level 3 have already been announced, the village competition is still ongoing, we can't afford to slack off. The system hurriedly displayed information on the screen, announcing, Long Yuan Village, conditions for upgrading the village to level 3, declared by Village Chief Xinfeng. Population must reach over 1800, the village chief must obtain the Novice Great Emperor title. The village chief's novice wooden house must be upgraded to level 4. The number of level 1 wooden houses must reach at least 1,000. The number of level 2 wooden houses must reach at least 200. The number of level 3 wooden houses must reach at least 30. The number of level 10 strongmen must reach at least 100. There must be at least 3 public buildings. On the system's chat channel, the bald-headed man suddenly laughed and said, the difficulty of upgrading to level 3 is indeed very high. The blue-haired girl quickly commented, I think it's fine, the hardest part is the number of level 10 strongmen, we're almost there. The green-haired man said with some concern, the population must reach 1800, it seems like the boss will definitely have to go to other villages in the Dragon Kingdom. Xinfeng then added, there are 3.5 days left, everyone, let's work hard together. After finishing the conversation, Xinfeng waved his hand and said, Elder Jishan, I'll take my leave now. Seeing that the elder paid no attention to him, which surprised him a little, Xinfeng quickly turned his head to look at the others. He saw that everyone was busy checking the system, then exclaiming in amazement to each other, using this when I speak can turn it into writing. You can buy weapons here too, it's amazing. Are these clothes from the Blue Star world? They look so beautiful. He didn't speak, but silently reassured himself in his heart, forget it, let them get familiar with the system operations and their talents first. Then, he quickly took off and flew away, unknowingly pondering in his mind. Today was the 4th day, and in other villages, there were people at level 4 or 5. If things continued at this pace, they would only be waiting to die. The sooner he got to other villages, the more hope there would be to save them. If he delayed another day or 2, even though Dragon Abyss Village had rich resources, it would be beyond saving. His combat power was still far from reaching level 300. If he couldn't even reach a decent level in the Sacred Martial Exam, there was no way to win the 10,000 Realms Great War, and the entire Dragon Kingdom would. Before Xinfeng could finish his thoughts, suddenly someone sneered and uttered, HM. Then, unexpectedly, a sword attacked him from behind. But unfortunately for the attacker, Xinfeng managed to block the strike with his own sword. Immediately, he flew backward to observe the situation for a moment. While gathering energy, the attacker sneered and said, little thief, not a bad reaction. Try my explosive bullet. After that, he quickly raised both hands and attacked him. He furrowed his brows and coldly questioned, which little brat dares to provoke me? Next, he used his sword to split the incoming explosive bullet in half, causing it to explode immediately. While continuing to create more explosive bullets, he sneered and remarked, "Still not bad, but next time you won't be so lucky." Qin Feng quickly pointed to the ground and coldly scolded, "I'm not here to play games with you." Then, he split his body into multiple copies and rushed forward to attack him. The other party barely had time to frown an alert before both of Qin Feng's forms combined to strike him, splitting him in two. Upon seeing this, the system immediately notified, "Successfully killed a guardian at the Earth City level. You have earned 1 million energy points and 327 attribute points." Qin Feng was stunned and shouted, "What?" He then quickly pointed at the man and angrily questioned, "No joke, 1 million energy points, 327 attribute points. What's going on here? Does this person have something special hidden?" The system explained, "This person is a guardian, a descendant of the Earth Realm merchant tribe. Due to the previous 10,000 Realms Great War, he made it into the top 1,000 but failed. In a challenger battle against a guardian, killing the opponent can earn substantial rewards. The amount of rewards is based on the strength and rank of the target." Qin Feng, upon hearing this, became somewhat excited and said, "If I can kill a few more, I won't have to worry about the sacred martial exam anymore." The system immediately issued a warning, "The guardian is extremely dangerous. Please be cautious." Before Qin Feng could respond, he was suddenly ambushed by someone, sending him flying backwards. A guardian with red hair and eyes flashing with anger glared at the scene of his teammate being easily knocked down. He spoke coldly, assessing, "Shangwu is now a semi-Earth level powerhouse, and yet this person killed him right on the spot." On the other side, Qin Feng was using all his strength to fend off the sharp sword that was charging toward him. While doing so, he muttered under his breath, "Damn it." A sense of fear rose within him. This person is really terrifying. He can't be spared. However, with just one hand, Qin Feng easily crushed the sharp sword into pieces. His eyes gleamed with pleasure as he spoke, "Two good things at once, I really am lucky today." The red-haired guardian suddenly leaped into the air, his gaze as cold as ice, and sneered, "Not even the power of heaven and earth, at most a semi-Earth level, and yet he overestimates himself, failing to know his own limits." Suddenly, Qin Feng's hands were tightly bound behind his back, as though shackled by an invisible force. Immediately after, a rope adorned with sharp stones was hurled from the guardian's hand. His face hardened, and his eyes flashed with killing intent as he roared, "Inherited skill, Heavenly Army, 10,000 troops." The rope twisted like a massive serpent, coiling into violent circles before shooting directly toward Qin Feng. In the blink of an eye, his legs were ensnared by the rope, and his entire body was weighed down by the first stage of the technique, 100 steps weight. Before he could react, sharp roots suddenly shot up from the ground, clamping down on his legs. This was the double layer of Baihui leading force. One of the guardian's hands suddenly came together, sharp as an arrowhead, aiming straight at Qin Feng with the power of the triple layer weight supports the body technique. The pressure was so intense that Qin Feng couldn't move, his body feeling completely immobilized. Tense, Qin Feng looked up at the sky, where a massive object was hurtling straight toward him. A giant boulder suddenly plummeted to the ground where Qin Feng stood, creating a deafening explosion that shook the earth around him. Despite being tightly bound, Qin Feng still strained against the immense weight of the rock. He gritted his teeth, enduring the pain, and cursed inwardly. "Damn it, this old bastard's combat power has suddenly surged to 341 stars." His limbs were shackled, and neither infernal heavenly flame nor ice tempest could be used. Despite the dire situation, Qin Feng gritted his teeth and strained to keep the massive rock from crushing him. Suddenly, he shouted loudly, "Illusory doppelganger, go!" Immediately, two figures identical to him split off and charged toward the guardian. Watching his doppelgangers engage the opponent, Qin Feng made a resolute decision. The illusory doppelgangers only had half of his power and couldn't hold out against this old rogue for long. He would have to find another way to escape this situation. Outside, the battle between the two doppelgangers and the guardian was intense. The guardian struck with precise and deadly moves. In just a few exchanges, one of the doppelganger's swords was shattered. Seizing the opportunity, the guardian swung his hand, delivering a powerful palm strike that sent the remaining doppelganger flying, crashing violently into a massive ancient tree. The impact was so severe that the tree fell to the ground. With swift, gliding steps, the guardian charged directly toward Qin Feng, his sharp sword in hand. The pressure and killing intent from the opponent made Qin Feng feel tense, and fear surged within him as he faced a life or death situation. Suddenly, an urgent voice rang out, "Master, release me." Immediately, Xiao Huoluan shot out from Qin Feng's body. With extraordinary speed and strength, she rushed in and positioned herself in front of the guardian, creating a living wall to protect her master. In the unexpected moment, Qin Feng stared in shock and exclaimed, "You?" As Xiao Huoluan fiercely confronted the enemy, she shouted, "There's no time to explain, master. Quickly grab my tail." Qin Feng was stunned and exclaimed, "The tail?" In a situation where his hands were tightly bound by chains, he hesitated and said, "The thing is, my hands are chained." Upon hearing this, Xiao Huoluan replied, "Then master, use your teeth to bite my tail." Qin Feng exclaimed in shock, "What? It seems like I can barely hold on anymore." Xiao Huoluan urged, "Hurry, Xiao Huoluan can't hold on much longer." Faced with the critical situation, Qin Feng hesitated for a moment, but the pressure from the guardian grew stronger. Two sharp sword strikes came down, almost causing Xiao Huoluan to collapse. With no other choice, Qin Feng parted his lips and bit down hard on Xiao Huoluan's tail. In the blink of an eye, both of them vanished into the air, enveloped in dust. After they had escaped, they fell freely from a great height. Seeing the perilous situation, Xiao Huoluan cried out in panic, "Master, my teleportation can't go far, we must escape quickly." Qin Feng didn't respond immediately. He turned to look at Xiao Huoluan with a serious expression. He reached out and gently touched her soft hairtail, then shouted, "Go." Instantly, both of them vanished once again. At that very moment, beneath the thick grass, a faint light flickered. Hidden deep in the grass, a jade gem, emerald in color, lay still behind a large tree, as if waiting for someone to discover it. The guardian, unwilling to lose track of Qin Feng, swept through the grass in a fit of rage, his eyes scanning quickly in every direction. But no matter how thoroughly he searched, he still couldn't find anything. Frustrated, he gritted his teeth and growled, but his presence faded away. Not giving up, he quickly dashed forward and shouted, "Where are you running? Come out here." Nearby, in the shade of a tree, a goat was calmly grazing. But little did anyone know, just above on the branch, a dark figure was hiding, appearing and disappearing between the thick foliage. This shadow was the guardian. He carefully scanned his surroundings, and in his mind, doubts began to form. This brat definitely can't have moved out of my detection range. He must have used an item to get away using the way of heaven. Sitting still on the branch, he frowned and thought to himself that he would just wait here like a hunter waiting for his prey. In another space, Qin Feng, with a shocked expression, immediately asked, "Are you really Xiao Loa?" Xiao Huoluan, now exuding confidence, replied, "Of course. Who else in this world could have feathers as beautiful as mine and eyes that shine like this, if not Xiao Huoluan?" To Qin Feng's astonishment, a blue robot hovering in the air softly explained, after absorbing the entire crimson lotus of blazing fire, it allowed the war companion to take human form ahead of time. Hearing this, Qin Feng fell into deep thought. Suddenly, a memory flashed through his mind. It was the time he had bathed with Xiao Huoluan. His face turned red, and angrily he said, "I always thought you were back then, but from now on, when I bathe, keep a little distance from me." Xiao Huoluan, with an innocent and confused expression, asked, "Why does Xiao Huoluan's feathers need to be cared for?" Qin Feng didn't want to argue further and sternly ordered, "Obey me." After the conversation, Qin Feng sat down on the ground, his gaze deep in thought. He recalled the battle with the two guardians and silently muttered, "A half-step earth rank, one earth rank. I was lucky to face them. If it had been someone at a different level, I might have been killed." Determined to increase his strength, Qin Feng unrolled the yellow scrolls and spread them out on the ground. He spoke to Xiao Huoluan, "It's too dangerous to go out now, I need to enhance my combat power first." Immediately, shimmering flowers appeared along with glowing swords. Along with the sound of the system echoing throughout the space, the voice announced, "Your bloodline concentration has reached 10.3%.
Your bloodline talent is starting to evolve. Evolution successful. Your bloodline talent has upgraded from rank D to rank C.
Your bloodline talent has evolved successfully.
Strength increased by 200 points. Bloodline talent evolution successful. Agility increased by 200 points. Bloodline talent evolution successful. Physical strength increased by 200 points. Bloodline talent evolution successful. Spirit increased by 200 points. Your inheritance skill has been strengthened."
Xin Feng chewed his food while intently staring at the virtual screen in front of him. His gaze did not stray from the lines of information being displayed. He softly read aloud the incantation that could increase the combat power of his war companion by 6 points. Xiao Wuwan could unleash 180 combat power, and on the screen, detailed information about Xin Feng appeared clearly: level 17, reputation 120, novice great emperor, combat power rating 299. As for Xiao Wuwan, the Flame Wuan battle pet, level 10, combat power rating 120, with the absolute loyalty trait, evolution of innate fire laws at level A, space control at level A, divine blood vermilion bird talent at level B, heavenly gold radiance skill at level 6, and space blink at level 3. Looking at the numbers and the displayed information, Xin Feng's eyes gleamed as if a fire was burning within them. He calculated quickly, his two phantom clones had a combat power of 150, and with the current state, he was confident he could fight the old monster in a battle. Shaking off his thoughts, Xin Feng stood up abruptly, his aura overwhelming the surroundings. He shouted, "Let's go to battle." Beside him, Xiao Wuwan was equally excited, responding clearly, "Understood." Now, after a period of hiding, the jade orb suddenly flickered with brilliant light from within the grass. From inside, Xin Feng and Xiao Wuwan emerged. Xin Feng's eyes casually flicked towards a distant tree branch, a smile tugging at his lips.
"As expected, it's waiting for me."
Suddenly, with a single motion, Xin Feng used his strength to knock down a massive tree in the forest.
But right after, something unexpected appeared, making him exclaim in surprise, "Huh?"
Beside him, Xiao Wuwan's eyes widened in shock. Before them was a bizarre scene. A group of guardians stood in a circle, surrounding the area, chanting incomprehensible spells in unison. At the center of the circle, the red-haired guardian moved swiftly, performing his ritual. In front of him, a sphere of light hovered, emitting waves of energy that radiated immense pressure.
Witnessing this, Xin Feng silently thought, "Isn't this a bit excessive, using such a formation to welcome me?"
The other guardians continued chanting their incantations. At that moment, the red-haired guardian roared with authority, "Inheritance skill." The chants resumed. The sphere of light immediately intensified, shining brighter and began rising higher. The sphere resembled a wild beast, tearing through the wind as it soared. It charged straight towards Xin Feng, creating gusts of wind so powerful they seemed capable of blowing everything away. In the blink of an eye, a deafening explosion shook the heavens, and the entire forest trembled violently. The sphere did not stop, it spun wildly, drawing in dirt and rocks as if to demonstrate its overwhelming power. This was the continuous destruction move. A peak technique forged by the combined effort of the entire group of guardians. To execute this move, it required multiple tribe members working together, guiding Earth Spirit Chi through their bodies. After passing through the internal organs, the purest form of Earth Spirit Chi would be extracted. Then, an Earth Tier powerhouse would draw the Earth Spirit Chi from their body and condense it into a Spirit Chi sphere, with energy several dozen times stronger. The red-haired guardian watched the destruction sphere growing ever more powerful, and a smug grin spread across his face. Although the destruction sphere had immense destructive force, it came with a limitation: the user would lose all strength for 10 seconds, unable to act. If it failed to defeat the enemy in that time, it would backfire. The destruction orb was becoming increasingly charged with energy. Seeing this, the guardian spoke again, "But it's fine, the one struck by the destruction orb won't survive." However, before he could even savor the imminent victory within his grasp, a dazzling beam of light suddenly appeared.
Furious thunderstrike, a bolt of lightning carrying the power to tear through space, pierced the destruction orb in an instant.
Xin Feng's figure materialized like a flash of lightning, rushing straight towards the Guardians.
Amidst the chaos, Xin Feng and Xiao Huoluan worked in perfect sync like two battle machines.
Xiao Huoluan cast fire magic, spitting out fierce columns of flame that made the Guardians scream in despair. At that moment, the system's notifications kept ringing: Guardian killed, successful breakthrough to human level, gained 37 attribute points, 110,000 energy points. Guardian killed, successful breakthrough to human level, gained 41 attribute points, 132,000 energy points. Guardian killed, successful breakthrough to human level, gained 42 attribute points, 136,000 energy points. Surrounded by a sea of fire, the red-haired Guardian could only grit his teeth in hatred, unable to believe the current situation. He screamed, "How could this be?" Facing the imminent strike from Xin Feng, he was filled with fear. How could he survive the destruction orb? "I need to run quickly, or I'll die at his hands." Facing the ultimate fear of his enemy, Xin Feng coldly curled his lips into a smile. "Did you think you were seeing clearly? Stop right there, are you adding another line to taunt me?" Immediately, a burst of power erupted from him, creating a violent tremor. Suddenly, something shot out, which surprised Xin Feng because it seemed like something was piercing through the ground just below. He quickly turned to Xiao Huoluan and ordered, "Xiao Huoluan, retrieve the storage ring from the corpse." She swiftly responded, "Understood." Meanwhile, Xin Feng took to the air, and below the ground, none other than the Guardian was attempting to escape. Observing from above, Xin Feng couldn't help but be astonished, thinking to himself, "This guy runs fast, even the wings of wind can't catch up with him." Following the direction in which the Guardian was fleeing, he suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "Huh? What is that?" Ahead, a small town gradually came into view. It was Du City. Upon entering, the Guardian rushed towards a magical circle, holding a mysterious green stone in his hand. With a smug expression, he pointed at Xin Feng and shouted loudly, "Wait for it, the merchant tribe's army will sooner or later level your village." Hearing those arrogant words, Xin Feng slightly raised his sharp eyes, which gleamed with a coldness. Without hesitation, he rushed towards the magic circle, swinging his sword down with a powerful strike. However, he then stood there, letting out an exasperated sigh as he muttered, "I could have gained a huge amount of energy and attribute points just now." Beside him, the blue robot spoke up, "The teleportation circle state of Du City is perfect." A resource card for teleportation was used, creating a link between the two locations. "Shall I proceed?" Xin Feng then raised the teleportation resource card, and the information appeared. A level 3 god card activated the teleportation link, costing 1,000 contribution points. With this information, he pondered for a moment. The teleportation circle connected the two places. Suddenly, he paused, deep in thought. The merchant tribe was also using a teleportation circle. If the two teams happened to cross paths, it wouldn't be a fierce battle but a one-sided massacre for the people of Long Yuan village. Then, Xin Feng opened the virtual screen and turned to the robot, asking, "If I activate the teleportation circle, can the merchant tribe use it to enter Tong Longwei?" The robot immediately responded, its voice firm, "Please rest assured, village chief. The merchant tribe is not from Tong Longwei, so they cannot use this teleportation circle to enter Tong Longwei." Hearing the expected answer, Xin Feng spoke, "That's good." He then decisively pressed a button on the screen to activate the teleportation link. After pressing the confirm button, the robot immediately displayed a notification, "Long Yuan Village. Village Chief Xin Feng has opened a teleportation link between Long Yuan Village and Du City." Xin Feng focused on the screen, carefully reviewing the information gathered from Du City when a reminder notification suddenly appeared. Du City is an abandoned ancient town, with unclear surrounding conditions and unknown dangers. You all should temporarily refrain from moving there. At the same time, he also carefully reminded everyone through messages on the virtual screen. Elsewhere, among the clouds, a rope ladder suddenly descended. It hung in the air above Tongtian Lake. Following the direction of the ladder, Xin Feng and Xiao Huoluan flew towards it. During the journey, he thought to himself, the Guardian's Forbidden Zone once mentioned that the divine hall of myriad phenomena hovers tens of thousands of feet above Heavenly Lake.
Challengers who cannot fly must use this rope ladder to reach the temple. If they are not careful, they will fall. This is like a blind man riding a blind horse, following fate and soaring through the air. A moment later, Shinfeng landed in front of a magnificent hall, covered in thick dust and smoke. Suddenly, a large green monster appeared from within the hall, the flying sky-feathered serpent, a mutated beast guarding the first spirit beast level of the temple. It was level 30, with a combat rating of 100 stars. Upon Qin Feng's arrival, it roared in challenge, "Let's see what you're truly capable of." Seeing this, Qin Feng immediately shouted, "Xiao Huoluan." Without hesitation, Xiao Huoluan spat out a massive column of fire. The monster was instantly reduced to ashes. A notification then appeared: "You have passed the Spirit Chi Guardian's trial and may now enter the first sky level. From now on, you can freely enter and exit the first level of the temple without interference from the spirit beasts." Qin Feng stood before the door of the first floor of the electric hall, which was divided into 9 levels by the divine hall of myriad phenomena, with each level guarded by a spirit beast. The first floor, known as Heavenly Secret, was a place where one could accept various missions. As Qin Feng pushed the door open, a blinding light immediately illuminated the entire space. Before he could explore further, a reminder announcement echoed: "Reminder, you have entered the Heavenly Secret Grand Hall. You may accept missions here. Killing is prohibited in this place." The Grand Hall's door swung open to welcome him, and the light from outside accentuated the majestic splendor of the hall. A brief announcement appeared: "The first person from Zone 1 has entered the hall and earned 5 prestige points." Inside, a few people were already scattered around, all standing in an orderly line according to their turn to enter the hall. Among them, saying that everyone was extraordinary would not be an exaggeration. The 3 individuals closest to Qin Feng were all challenger novices, Ren Huang. However, their appearances were strikingly different: one was a monk, another a centaur, and the third wore a mask that only covered the upper half of his face, with an engraved smile. Qin Feng identified 12 individuals from the Great Celestial World, 4 from the Central Heaven World, and 1 from the Lesser Heaven World. They stood in an orderly line, ranking by strength. It seemed that the Divine Hall of Myriad Phenomena in the Grand World only had 1 teleportation point. At this moment, Qin Feng had many things on his mind, everything tangled together like a knot in a thread. Looking up, he noticed the beautiful centaur with green hair, who was also lowering her head in silence. The weight of worry hung heavily on his mind as he thought to himself, stepping through the grand entrance of the Divine Hall of Myriad Phenomena. Everyone was instantly transported to a singular, authentic Divine Hall of Myriad Phenomena. Qin Feng made an effort to glance at the people standing before him. What he saw were a muscular young man with purple hair and a frail old man with snow-white hair and a dark blue cloak that covered his head. Both appeared deep in thought. The old man started a conversation with the people nearby, though he seemed relatively young. The slender young man holding a black suitcase in front of the old man responded, "Am I mistaken, or is this person from Lesser Heaven World?" The purple-haired young man interjected with a tone of mockery and disdain, "With the talent and potential of people from Lesser Heaven World, it's only through luck that they've made it this far." The old man replied, "For him to have won the title of novice Ren Huang is not bad at all." A girl with long, glossy hair, dressed in a seductive outfit, crossed her arms and replied nonchalantly, "I find this young man a bit interesting." She paced back and forth, trying to get a better look at Qin Feng, her heart fluttering uncontrollably, her facial expression betraying her excitement. Her cheeks had flushed without her even realizing. She thought to herself, although people from Lesser Heaven World are considered the weakest among everyone, he's quite handsome, just my type. The girl licked her lips, a mischievous grin spreading across her face. "Once I become the empress of this great world, I wouldn't mind taking him into my harem and favoring him." Qin Feng, standing behind, was covered in goosebumps. It was now the time for examination and rewards. The system's creature quickly notified the person standing before it. The old man, with his cloak covering his face, confirmed the token successfully. It was the head of a tower. It briefly explained the reward.
You have obtained the opportunity for a B-level mission, and the reward is the B-level mission token. Immediately, those standing nearby were startled.
It's the B-level mission token.
A token with the letter B embossed on it appeared, shining brightly. By the time the elder took the reward and stepped back, making space for the beautiful blonde, people were still staring and whispering. It was clear this wasn't something that could be sought after. The B-level mission will reward a divine treasure, the Resurrection Stone. The elder's luck was indeed not bad.
I wonder if my hidden mission is also B-level.
Shinfone looked on, sweating. He rubbed his chin, feeling anxious.
To obtain the mission token requires a signet, but I haven't received the signet. This is really awkward. The monk, upon receiving his reward, seemed downcast.
Why did it have to be such a poor chance, a C-level mission? Glancing at the item the monk held, Shinfone felt a sense of familiarity.
This looks so familiar, I've definitely seen it somewhere before. Then, the red-haired masked man's mission appeared, showing a B-level task.
The girl who had received her reward earlier sighed.
Another B-level mission token, why can't I have such good luck?
Over here, the centaur maiden leaped for joy. Awesome, the old man is coming right over to her. Beautiful centaur girl, what's your signet?
She replied earnestly, it's the resentful demon heart core.
The elder asked again, could the resentful demon heart core be obtained from the resentful demon slaying mission? The centaur maiden flicked her hair and responded simply, of course.
The elder wasn't satisfied yet. But I've also received the resentful demon mission before and didn't get the heart core.
She gently explained, my resentful demon mission is twice as difficult, the resentful demon is twice as powerful compared to an ordinary one. These words really captivated everyone, and Shinfone was no exception. She continued, however, it's still no match for me. The people around her looked at her as if she were a celestial being, all of them blushing in admiration. Time passed quickly, and the reward verification process was coming to an end. Shinfone, a bit surprised, stepped steadily toward the high platform, his mind in a tangled mess. The purple-haired person noticed, it's the turn of the people from Lesser Heaven World. Starting from below, the crowd gathered in small groups, gossiping without a hint of restraint.
They spoke loudly, what do you think, how will he seize the opportunity? Someone beside them mocked, do we even need to guess? He'll definitely get an E-level mission opportunity. Then another voice chimed in, hey, an E-level opportunity? Isn't he just wasting his time coming here?
Shinfone paid no attention to them, focusing on his own business. He reached out his hand, and the ring on his index finger glowed brightly, evoking memories. In that moment, a series of items flashed through his mind. Shinfone thought to himself, I remember now, the token I obtained from the head of the prickly one, it's the same wristband I traded with the light envoy, isn't it? Because I had died once, my appearance had changed, so I didn't recognize him at first. Then, he threw out all the items he had accumulated, including the blood and heart he had obtained from the resentful demon.
Adding to that the bracelet worn by the light envoy, I now had 3 tokens. The system's spiritual entity immediately verified all those tokens for Shinfone.
But this time, the verification process seemed unusual, with strange phenomena occurring.
Blue fragments tore apart, gradually enveloping the Great Hall. Without any warning, the spiritual power began to grow stronger, blocking off the entire vast space of the hall.
This caused everyone, even those from the great celestial world, to gasp in astonishment. The system's spiritual entity announced, token verification successful. You have obtained the opportunity for a C-level mission. Reward, C-level mission token. Token verification successful. You have obtained the opportunity for a D-level mission. Reward, D-level mission token. Token verification successful. You have obtained the opportunity for an S-level mission. Reward, S-level mission token, and a series of golden cards fell, symbolizing the rewards. People argued and pointed fingers just because of a single card. Yet, Shinfone, on his own, received 3 of them. This time, he truly silenced a few gossiping mouths and even garnered some amazed and envious stares.
Not bad, he thought to himself. Xin Feng felt satisfied, happily holding onto his accomplishments. He smiled broadly.
The group that had previously looked down on him now stepped aside to let him pass, some with a hint of sarcasm.
With every step he took, their eyes followed, unwilling to look away.
Whispers began circulating after the shock had settled.
He got 3 opportunities, one of them even at the S level.
Only after Qin Feng stepped out of the grand hall did they look at each other in fear and say, at least one of those must be a mythic tier treasure chest.
Someone from the lesser heaven world like him. How could he possibly have pulled this off?
The great war of the myriad worlds will certainly have a place for him in the future. The purple-haired man curled his lips in disdain.
Gentlemen, don't overestimate him. The S-level task is no easy feat. The blonde, sexy-dressed woman quickly took a jab in return. I think you're just jealous, brother.
Not only is he more handsome than you, but his opportunities completely outshine yours. Your rude behavior really embarrasses those of us who come from the great celestial world. Ignoring the murmurs behind him, Xin Feng stood alone in the sunlight at the door of the hall. Wings began to appear on his back, small at first, but gradually growing larger. A long staircase descended from the sky, and he greeted it, saying, "At level C, there's a strong possibility of undertaking a chain mission.
Once activated, it requires continuous action.
If there's a time limit, it could become quite troublesome." With that, he spread his wings wide and slowly took a step forward. He furrowed his brow, a look of determination crossing his face as he volunteered for the task. Xin Feng leaped down, his wings unfurled, soaring through the clouds with his personal desires in tow. But suddenly, the long staircase seemed to tilt, extending all the way down to the palace doors.
The swirling clouds shifted in a very unusual way.
Xin Feng quickly ascended higher to observe the situation.
The mist thickened, pressing against the palace.
In the blink of an eye, the massive tower had disappeared without a trace.
Xin Feng exclaimed, "What is going on here?"
The system's spirit appeared in time to explain. When the first light of dawn breaks, the divine temple will slowly rise after the sun sets.
The divine temple will then gradually disappear.
Please, those who bear the dawn thunder sign, come tomorrow. Understanding the situation, Xin Feng smiled and regained his composure, replying, "The divine temple only appears under the sunlight. How interesting." At the same time, in a heavily guarded military camp, a meeting was taking place.
"Are you really the mysterious young person? Are you a challenger?"
The other person replied, "Indeed. When he killed a member of his clan, white light entered his body." The Earth Spear Division consisted of 9 members, all dressed in red uniforms with yellowish-orange caps. They were engaged in a heated discussion. White light enters the world. This is the phenomenon that occurs when a challenger kills a guardian.
One person remarked, "The novice trial hasn't even ended yet, how could such a powerful challenger appear?"
The person then said, "The people from lesser heaven world have extremely poor backgrounds and innate talents."
"Song Song, are you sure you're not mistaken?"
The elder of the Spear and Earth Division gritted his teeth and slammed the table in rebuttal. "I stake my life on it. Every word I say is the truth. There's absolutely no deception." Elder Fengsu of the Spear Division, however, was calmer and spoke up, "Chief, after the resistance, Niesu still had combat power, which proves that this person is at least a high-level Earth-tier powerhouse." Elder Yen Yen Shi voiced his agreement, saying, "A young person with such strength, coming from lesser heaven world, which is nothing special. There must be a great opportunity behind this, and the longer this goes on, the more unpredictable it becomes.
This person cannot be kept alive." He turned to pressure the leader. "Chief, what should we do now?"
Song Song furrowed his brow, feeling extremely troubled. He thought back to when the person had fought against him. He never sensed any use of the power of heaven and earth. But if this person wasn't an Earth-tier powerhouse, how could he be so strong?
The chief, with a booming voice, finally spoke, "All right."
As his words rang out, all the elders from the various divisions fell silent, focusing intensely to listen. The chief began, now that the challenger has arrived, we, as guardians, must do everything in our power to kill them and seize the rewards from their bodies.
This challenger is extremely cunning and their strength is formidable. We must act with caution.
Since he has appeared near Du City, we'll use Du City as the starting point for our search with the Earth scan technique. The clan leader stood up from his chair, crossing his arms behind his back, adopting a pose of superiority. Even if that young man were stronger, he would not be able to stop the great army of our merchant tribe. Who knows, we might even uncover the force behind him and strike all at once. The old man used to be the leader of the merchant tribe. His eyes glinted with resolve. By killing the challenger of an entire village, our merchant tribe's power would rise, granting us the opportunity to participate in the great war of the myriad worlds next time.
Immediately after, the old man, Xian Kong, began assigning tasks.
Each department would send 300 people, the general headquarters would send 500 people, and by early morning, they would form an army of 3,000. Upon arriving at Du City, most people shouted in unison, full of determination and resolve. Yes, clan leader Song Son left the meeting in a mood worse than ever.
He was both tired and frustrated.
His son, Chang Ming, was waiting outside and greeted him warmly when he saw his father.
Father, why wait until tomorrow morning to reach Du City? We could strike under the cover of night. As a father, Song Song didn't quite know how to respond. He simply gazed at the bright moon and let out a soft sigh. However, he knew he couldn't protect Chang Ming forever. After a moment of contemplation, he began to explain, "You've never been to Du City, so you don't understand. There is a mysterious creature in Tongtian Lake. Every time night falls, it summons vengeful ghosts that died unjustly on the ground. At the bottom of the lake, deep in the forest, it kills all living beings it encounters. And Du City, being the closest to Tongtian Lake, turns into a terrifying realm of ghosts. Even an Earth-tier powerhouse wouldn't dare enter Du City at night."
Before long, the appointed time arrived, and Du City, under the bright moonlight, appeared quite peaceful. Though it was late at night, the people of the town were still quite active in the streets, going about their business and trading as usual. A young woman with long, flowing hair, her posture graceful and alluring, was enticing a passing young man.
"Guest, come over here. I have delicious food and fine wine."
Suddenly, Xin Feng's appearance caught her attention. She turned to look at him, sizing him up, contemplating something, and then approached him with a flirtatious gait, draping her arms over him and speaking in the sweetest tone she could muster. "Brother, your expression is so lively, and you're so handsome. If I had the chance to meet someone like you, I'd surely never forget it." Despite Xin Feng not uttering a word or even giving her a single glance, she continued to follow him, twisting her body as she ran her hand across his back and said, "Are you here to rest, or would you like to try the special services I offer?" Xin Feng silently recited an incantation and activated his eye of true sight. Immediately, the scene before him changed completely.
The steaming, delicious bowls of soup turned into grotesque forms.
Every person in the street revealed their true nature. All of them were wandering spirits and wild ghosts, their eyes either bulging out of their sockets or their heads twisted grotesquely. The once beautiful, proud young woman had transformed into a vengeful ghost with half of her face distorted in agony.
"Ah, may I ask, what do you see, guest?"
Xin Feng, unfazed and with a rather annoyed expression, replied, "Just a petty trick."
"You think you can deceive me? The moment I looked, I could tell you're not human."
Her words stunned him deeply, leaving him momentarily speechless, but only for a brief moment. Then, she started to curl her lips, revealing a savage smile, her eyes still fixed on him. Wandering spirit and wild ghost began murmuring,
Found it, found it, found it.
It seems the guest has found it, found it, found it." Immediately after, the bizarre formation of creatures, all with greenish heads and mixed rows of teeth, rushed towards Xin Feng. Eat him, found it, found it, found it. Flesh, 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 flesh. The pink-haired demoness hissed as she expelled a sharp, bone-like tentacle from her throat, shooting straight towards Xin Feng at a speed unimaginable. Xin Feng readied himself, remaining calm and focused, his mind honing in, the deep green flame flaring up, as though his hopes and confidence for victory were igniting with it. In an instant, his whole body was engulfed in flames. Xin Feng was ready for this battle. As the tentacle reached him, he immediately swiped his fire-drenched cloak to block it. The tentacle halted abruptly, dissipating into smoke at the sharp tip. But if Vengeful Ghost was only capable of such petty tricks, it wouldn't have earned its infamous reputation. A series of other tentacles erupted, lashing out to tear Xin Feng apart with terrifying precision. Xin Feng swiftly dodged to the left, then to the right, leaping up and ducking down, avoiding every single one of her attacks. However, to eliminate a threat, one must cut it at the root. Xin Feng saw the opening and, without hesitation, grabbed one of the tentacles, using it as leverage to charge into the swarm with no mercy. Then, from the first to the second, he infused them with hellfire, turning them all into a searing green that burned straight to the very soul of Vengeful Ghost. In pain, they frantically sought Xin Feng, crying and screaming, causing chaos in every way, yet no demon vanished. Xin Feng furrowed his brows. The hellfire couldn't kill these fiends. Song Song said to his son, the Zhang Gui in Du City are unfeeling, existing between life and death, with no tangible form. In fact, only a single strand of soul serves as their anchor. Physical attacks have no real effect on them. Inside Du City, Xin Feng was still desperately searching for a solution. He was cutting down each vengeful ghost while saying, normal attacks will only cause the smoke of illusion to dissipate. It was meaningless. A single Zhang Gui posed no threat, but when they gathered as a group, they produced a special resonance. He realized that was what truly frightened Earth-tier powerhouses. In reality, these wandering spirits and wild ghosts weren't strong, but they were too numerous and persistent, constantly haunting. After a moment of thought, Xin Feng made his decision. He called upon Zhao Wujiang Ghost Howl. This technique would force his soul out of his body, and the resonance from the Zhang Gui could then strike the soul, shattering the mind. When the target's soul fell into a dispersed state, the Zhang Gui would swarm in and devour them. The resonance from these Zhang Gui could strike the soul, shattering the mind. This was the Zhang Gui. Although only level 33, with combat strength under 150 tons, no one dared to provoke it. In his violet eyes, everything was a target, and the savage demon showed no sign of stopping. First, protect the hearing. Then, Xin Feng leaped high, drawing the thunder to himself, with unwavering determination and extreme coldness. Xin Feng used Mad Thunder Shatters the Peak, a strike that even an ant could not escape, sending a lightning bolt through the crowd of deathly spirits, instantly annihilating them. The notifications appeared one after another. Successfully killed Zhang Gui at level 30, gained 130 judgment points, earned 12,000 energy points, and you have successfully advanced to level 7 Judicator, gaining 80 attribute points. Successfully killed Zhang Gui at level 30, gained 130 judgment points, earned 12,000 energy points, and you have successfully advanced to level 8 Judicator, gaining 80 attribute points. Watching the wandering spirits and wild ghosts disintegrate under the lightning strike, Xin Feng remarked, it's really pitiful that after becoming Zhang Gui and giving birth to spirit children, they don't even enter reincarnation. He walked out of the thick smoke, his body still crackling with sparks. A bunch of ghosts thinking they can use weakness to overpower strength. Then, Xin Feng used Mad Thunder Shatters the Peak 4 more times in quick succession, determined to turn the vengeful ghosts of Du City into fine dust. Finally, the notification appeared, congratulations, you have reached level 18, combat power rating 320. Xin Feng fiddled with the item in his hand, sighing, power of thunder and lightning, the utmost rigidity and masculinity, purification upon you all. With that, he sat down, and a surge of green spiritual energy enveloped him. Without hesitation, Xin Feng slid directly back into the chaos he had just emerged from. The spiritual energy lifted him into an uncertain dimension. Xin Feng immediately drew his sword and placed his foot in a symbolic gesture. But when he set foot down, the surroundings had changed completely. Xin Feng was now an office worker, dressed neatly in a suit. He stood in the office so naturally that it felt as though everything that had just happened was nothing more than a dream. Looking around, everyone was busy with their own work, and Xin Feng felt a bit confused. He immediately ran to the bathroom and looked at himself in the mirror.
Shocked, he couldn't understand what was going on. Is this me?
While he was in a daze, someone tapped him on the shoulder.
Feng, why are you zoning out? The CEO is looking for you.
The person passed by. It was a girl, and it was clear that she was Lu Yen.
You need to finish this report in the next half hour. He thought to himself, the CEO. And indeed, he was sitting in a proper, luxurious office, facing the CEO.
She made a proposal. Your recent performance has been outstanding.
The company has decided to promote you to project manager.
A monthly salary of 100,000, 30 days of annual leave, and at the end of the year, you'll receive a company bonus.
Are you satisfied? Feng replied blankly, satisfied. That evening, still with a completely dazed expression, he went with his colleagues to a nightclub for a celebration.
They say you really live up to your reputation as brother, so impressive.
Congratulations on your promotion and salary increase. You've reached the peak of your life. Drink up.
Tonight, young Master Qin is paying.
He was terrified. Why do I feel like something is missing in my head? Lost among the crowd of dancers and singers, he wondered, what exactly is missing? In the demon world, Feng was currently imprisoned inside a golden apple.
He had fallen into a deep coma, and no matter how much War Companion called out, it was all in vain.
Master, please wake up.
War Companion was frantic, wishing they could slap Feng to wake him up. Master, Feng's consciousness was muddled, and when he opened his eyes, he couldn't tell if it was real or fake. He was standing on a busy street, but he felt that this place didn't belong to him. A red-haired woman was walking her pet, but the pet was actually a man with cold hands and feet, barking like a dog.
Passers-by marveled, my God. Have you seen this? Feng walked forward unconsciously.
The human city seemed surreal to him, yet he couldn't pinpoint what was so unreal about it.
Why did everything feel so untrue?
His friends were not his friends, his family was not his family.
He only felt loneliness and an infinite void.
He began to doubt his mental state. He didn't know that behind him, the war god Feng was watching closely. He was confused, but didn't know who to turn to for answers.
Just then, an unusual object appeared in the sky. People looked up and exclaimed, "What is that? Is it an alien invasion of Blue Star? Are those dragons?"
Feng froze for 5 seconds. The scene was strangely familiar. It was the scene of the merchant tribe riding dragons to attack the city. He had once said that the elites of Blue Star would no longer belong to them, so they should vanish. Those strange beings, they were so familiar. The people over there kept launching earth balls down. Out of nowhere, invaders appeared, and the civilians scattered in panic. Many died, many were injured, but they had no intention of stopping. Feng was also knocked flat on his face, spitting out a mouthful of blood. At that moment, a voice echoed in his mind. Go kill them, they are the defeated subordinates of yours.
Kill them? Feng was running for his life. How could he think about killing them? He couldn't even cry out in despair. How could he defeat them? They were not human to begin with.
Feng hurriedly fled, but the voice rang out again.
If you don't kill them, the one who will die is you. An earth ball was aimed directly at Feng's position, about to fall.
This time, he was as good as done for. Feng had no strength left. Damn it, he wanted to block it, but it was futile. On the demon side, War Companion was almost in tears.
Wake up, you must wake up, Master.
The image appeared before his eyes.
Feng felt hazy. Who was she?
War Companion had been targeted. The girl screamed in panic.
Save me. A faint trace of consciousness pulled him back. Feng shouted. Don't die.
He reached out and grabbed the hilt of his sword, ready to strike back. Feng swung several times in quick succession, sending the dragons in the air scattering, causing several blinding flashes of light to erupt. Feng stood coldly, as if he had grasped the key to the situation.
He stood, looking out at the city through the window. This was his home. The CEO was calling, the phone ringing loudly.
Luyen, Jiu, Merchant Tribe, Shawol 1. He pieced the events together, and finally concluded, it seemed he had just unlocked the first layer of the illusionary world. By the time the second illusion appeared, it was exactly like that. A sniper was aiming with precision. This illusion could manipulate people or objects from one's memory to attack them. Therefore, its ultimate goal was most likely to kill them within the illusion. And indeed, that was the case. Xin Feng's head was already in the line of fire, and the next attack was surely imminent. As soon as the words were spoken, a bullet shot out of the gun's muzzle with force, piercing through the thick glass several dozen centimeters thick. This was it, the grave had been dug. A single bullet to end the opponent, that was what they wanted. The group of people stepped out from the wreckage. The assailant was not just one person but a whole team clad in armor and armed. They surrounded the area, preparing to receive orders. The suspect has been shot dead. Please give the next command. Xin Feng slowly walked out of the realm of death, his voice cold as he asked the suspect. He smiled wickedly, speaking softly, quite interesting, truly a new experience. Are you planning to discard the power of the world of slaughter and use modern weapons to deal with me? The soldiers were thrown into disarray, stammering into their radios, requesting backup on the ground, but the target had suffered no damage. Seeing Xin Feng unharmed after taking the bullet made them tremble in fear. As it happened, he too wanted to test if his own strength could withstand modern warfare weapons. As soon as he finished speaking, Xin Feng swiftly lashed out with his claws, grabbing hold of the armed soldiers. Though their numbers were large, they were no match for him. Xin Feng tightened his grip, not allowing anyone to move. One soldier, holding a rifle, prepared to fire. Xin Feng thought to himself that using just his physical body would be enough to resist bullets. He stood still like a statue, indifferent to the continuous gunfire. One of the soldiers quickly threw a grenade, attempting to blow Xin Feng apart. This kind of toy wants to roll up to my feet? Xin Feng muttered in disdain. The grenade had immense explosive power, but to block it at this level, he needed to unleash external force to counter it, despite the raging flames. Xin Feng, as if made of steel, remained unscathed, not even a scratch. They brought out heavy artillery, using weapons to overpower him. You are surrounded. Immediately disarm and surrender, or bear the consequences. With that, they fired at Xin Feng's position. The gunshots sent sparks flying off his back. The moment he moved even a little, he would be shot dead. I'll say it again. You are surrounded. Immediately disarm. Xin Feng sneered in contempt, noticing the armored vehicles. He tilted his body, and his brand new wings sprang into action. He recklessly jumped down toward the tank columns arrayed below. They roared, "You are surrounded. Immediately disarm and surrender." As Xin Feng landed, he unleashed a steel punch. Going head-to-head with the encircling military tanks, he quickly disabled their large-caliber cannons, all of them aiming at his head. Xin Feng calmly watched the barrels, ready to explode at any moment. The soldiers had no intention of showing mercy. When they said fire, they fired. But Xin Feng's physical body was bulletproof, and the incoming shells were all rendered ineffective. He grabbed one of the cannon barrels, snapped it off with ease, and pulled it out, lifting the cannon like it was a toy. He thought to himself that he had never understood armored vehicles back on Blue Star, so this illusion could only be dealt with by handling parts not in his memory. Xin Feng threw his weapon aside. He knew exactly what he had to do. With heroic resolve, he pointed his finger toward the sky and activated Ice Tempest. Sharp ice crystals, like dagger points, rained down in a storm. Those who were struck by the attack, screaming in agony, writhed in hopeless pain. Xin Feng surveyed the chaotic battle before him, his mind working like a divine strategist. The illusion was beginning to destabilize. Soon, this place would be torn apart by him. But today, his enemies had decided to go all out, bringing in aircrafts. Military planes dropped dozens of bombs on the city. This was an exact assault aimed at the skyscrapers and residential areas. Xin Feng drew his sword and soared into the air to face the planes head-on. The pilot, startled, hastily gave commands.
Squadron, eliminate Xin Feng. He ordered, launch the attack. I repeat, concentrate firepower, launch the attack. The squadron immediately followed orders, unleashing an overwhelming barrage of fire. Explosions filled the air, indiscriminately targeting both civilians and enemies alike.
At this point, Xin Feng unleashed his signature move, Mad Thunder Shatters the Peak.
Several planes were struck by the attack, wobbling and crashing toward the ground.
Xin Feng, single-handedly, pummeled the Air Force pilots, leaving them dazed and disoriented. I was once an ordinary person, but now, even an armored vehicle like the ones charging toward me is nothing more than a name with no real power. A combat force of over 300 stars could dominate the lesser heaven world. Could it be that I can disregard everything, even crush the existing order, and replace someone to rule the world? He looked at his hands, which were slowly fading. He couldn't afford to think like that now. The energy sustaining the illusion was running out. The illusion was about to collapse, meaning Xin Feng was preparing to return to the world of the demonic beasts. He watched the intense battle today, and it was truly regrettable that he did not see more powerful nuclear weapons appear. One must realize that, at this moment, he could not be sure of surviving under nuclear fire. After a while, Xin Feng returned to his war companion's side. He had fully regained consciousness. Xin Feng looked at the war companion who had collapsed before him. He reached out to support the little girl and softly said, "You've worked hard. Leave the rest to me." Surrounded by a defensive barrier, Xin Feng was pulling the demon creatures that had formed into a swirling vortex toward him. A gigantic whirlpool emerged, ready to drag the zombies into the other world. They had completely lost all their strength, helpless as the vortex crushed them, their faces twisted in agony. They writhed in pain, their eyes wide open. Xin Feng formed a massive energy sphere, aimed directly at the leader of the group.
"Now, it's your turn."
The leader of the group was a woman with purple hair, dressed entirely in purple. She sneered condescendingly, not seeing Xin Feng as a threat at all. The whirlpool kept swirling while the two figures below fought fiercely. Down below, some ocean creatures that had taken hits were losing their teeth, and a crocodile had its flesh torn off. The purple-haired woman was the evil spirit dark aberrant mutator of the Emperor rank, level 35, middle-tier Earth realm, with a combat rating of 350 stars. Her dark magic affinity was at a grade. Smirking, she said, "No wonder you're someone who can break the Zhengui illusion realm. You can easily roast a king-level beast." Seeing that Xin Feng was not so easy to deal with, she began to play psychological games. "Well then, if you get angry, I could trap you in an illusion. I could apologize to you. I was once a dark emissary under Judgment Sovereign. You carry the aura of a false judge. As long as you and I." She hadn't even finished her words when Xin Feng lost his composure and threw an electric ball at her. "Your kid's really hot-headed." The more Xin Feng fought, the more intense he became, summoning a few electric missiles, preparing to go all in. Countless arrows rained down, aiming directly at Evil Spirit's position. She tried to counterattack with all her might, but the move Xin Feng launched was too fierce. Evil Spirit couldn't help but curse inwardly, "Your kid's really persistent, even though it's the first time we've met, you're such a headache. You're truly in your final stage of delusion." She charged forward only to encounter Xin Feng. The scene looked almost romantic, with the bright moon and calm sea, but in the next second, the sea roared like a level 7 storm, with fish and shrimp flying in all directions. Xin Feng was kicked away several meters, crashing into a rock. Using the rock as leverage, he flipped and counterattacked. Evil Spirit was tightly bound by Xin Feng's rope, unable to move. She turned pale with fear. Xin Feng charged in and cut the rope, each strike delivered with 200% of his strength. Evil Spirit cursed in frustration, "Damn it, the way you're fighting is basically asking for your life." With that, Evil Spirit decided to go all out. She charged at the crazy guy.
Xin Feng released 3 signature ice swords.
The swords pierced through evil spirit's body from 3 different directions, freezing her in place instantly.
In less than 5 seconds, everything was over. Evil spirit died without even closing her eyes.
She didn't even have time to see his move before she was gone. Xin Feng scratched his head. Your illusion was kind of interesting, but I'm not interested in you. This time, he managed to seize a huge amount of loot, killing the level 35 Dark Aberrant Mutator, successfully reaching the Imperial level and gaining 1 million points, 15 energy points, with Fame dropping a diaper item. The core dropped 3 golden treasure chests, earning 5,000 judge points, and a Dark Monster's Divine Mark materialized.
Xin Feng looked at the loot and immediately guessed Evil Spirit's objective. She must have sensed the power of the pseudo-judge's innate attribute within her body and wants to seize it, so she's using the skills of the Zheng Gui family in the illusion. The initial intention was to wear me down, swallowing me into the illusion so I could understand what I truly desire. I was just an ordinary person, living each day like a tool. The system updated the score, infinite extraction successful. You have gained 10 attribute points.
The successful extraction of infinite physical strength has granted you an A-tier innate talent.
The dark magic skill has automatically awakened, unlocking the 5th level skill Dark Mystification.
Xin Feng had now understood the truth of life. The world of Slaughter's descent has changed everything.
I have the power to protect the ones I care about, and the ability to extract everything. This event acted as a catalyst for me to realize many things. I want to become a truly extraordinary person.
Xin Feng clenched his fist, having made a firm decision. At that moment, several shining crystal-like gems appeared beneath his feet, forming a pathway leading to a mysterious location. When he saw the grand and majestic castle before him, he followed the crystal's guidance and reached a strange wooden room. In the center, there was a golden furnace. Xin Feng approached, his aura similar to that of the Dark Aberrant Mutator, likely her dwelling place. In the center was the bipolar Dragon Phoenix Dan furnace, a 5th-grade furnace capable of producing high-quality pills, currently enhancing the effectiveness of the pills by 200%, reducing the refining time by 100%, and temporarily allowing the collection of dropped items. Xin Feng excitedly seized the 5th-grade pill furnace. This Dark Aberrant Mutator was also an alchemist. This was a big deal. He poured out a vial of pills, one of which reeked of rotten mouse and landed in his hand.
Xin Feng nearly vomited.
His expression was as if he had stepped in pig manure, but he didn't give up hope. He searched around the room, but every pill smelled awful, and the vials reeked. Xin Feng almost cried. They were all waste pills, failed products with a certain level of toxicity. They were not recommended for use. Waste pill contribution points, is 1 contribution point even worth it? Xin Feng grumbled, looking at the pile of scrap on the ground. More than 100 pills, and not a single one had turned into a proper pill.
The Dark Aberrant Mutator, truly old yet still eager to play.
Well, at least it was over 1,000 contribution points.
Better than nothing.
Xin Feng focused on the pill slowly changing in his hand, waiting patiently.
After a while, the rotting pill transformed into a divine pill, successfully extracting impurities and toxicity.
You have successfully extracted the impurities and toxins from the waste pill, and its quality has been upgraded to a grade 1 yellow star pill. Xin Feng looked at the radiant pill in his hand and immediately popped it into his mouth, savoring its rich, fragrant taste.
Successfully restored the grade 1 yellow star pill. Your physical attributes increased by 11, and your spirit attribute increased by B.
The limit of the yellow star pill a person can consume ranges from 8 to 10 pills.
Consuming too much will lead to drug resistance. Xin Feng felt his spirit lighten. Not bad at all.
A single Huang Jingdan increased his attributes by 18 points, and the 1st-grade pill was even better than the 2nd-grade spirit herb. The limitless extraction turned the waste pill into a treasure, which, after reaching its limit, would be distributed to the villagers based on their strength and contribution to Long Yuan village. Hearing this, Xin Feng became even more excited. He said, not only can I increase my reputation, but I can also encourage the villagers to contribute. Once the task was finished, Xin Feng stepped onto the alchemy platform and sat confidently like an expert. It was still a little while before dawn, so he decided to check the mission first. The mission card immediately landed in Xin Feng's hand. He stared at it, dumbfounded, unable to believe his eyes. This was the activation of an S-class mission order. It was the S-rank mission to capture the Divine-class Village Lord's task. The mission was divided into 5 stages, with each stage becoming progressively harder. Stage 1, difficulty level D, go to Diyu City, kill Zhenggue, and obtain the mission item, 500 soulstones. The deadline for completion was 24 hours, and it had been completed. Stage 2, difficulty level C, purify the bottom of Tongtian Lake, eliminate the mysterious figure behind it, and obtain the mission item, active core. The deadline for completion was 24 hours, and it had been completed. He was overjoyed as if he had found gold. He never expected such good luck today, casually completing 2 stages of the mission, which allowed him to update his card. The announcement read, the fusion of the super-class 3rd-level body card is the advancement of the fusion treasure chest card. Using this card allows the fusion of 5 young jewels, transforming them into a single young jewel of the dark gold type with complete protective capabilities. The 5th-tier divine weapon porridge can temporarily shield a designated area. No external enemy can penetrate. The effect lasts for 24 hours. Below, there are still a few functional cards. The 2nd stage of the God-level village has been completed, and the reward for all the members of Long Yuan village is an upgrade in their innate abilities. Each person is rewarded with 1,000 attribute points, a level 3 super assembly card, a level 5 divine weapon card, and a level 5 earth contract card with the power to shake the moon. The super assembly level 3 divine card is an upgrade card for the treasure chest assembly card. Using this card can combine 5 Yang treasures of Een metal into a single Yang treasure of purple perfection. The level 5 divine luck card grants the way of heaven blessing. After use, 805 people who use it within 1 minute will have their luck increased 100-fold. The level 5 earth contract divine card is a way of heaven blessing GU earthquake. With this card, one can become the master of the earthquake moon and control all public buildings. This trip is a huge windfall. Holding the card, he was as happy as if he had won the lottery. The reward for the S-rank mission was so abundant. Now he had a way to deal with the merchant tribe infiltrators. Originally, he was worried that the old rogue might send an Earth-level expert to encircle and kill the villagers of Long Yuan village. But now, with the Earth contract card, he could sever the connection between the rogue's forces and the teleportation array. The intruders wanting to reach Diyu City would have to hurry and go there sincerely. He had already drafted a perfect defensive and offensive script. By the time they chased after him to Diyu City, he would just use the protective shield. The villagers would have traveled thousands of miles only to watch helplessly in the end. But the spoils weren't just limited to that. Sha appeared again and said, "Congratulations to Xin Feng for completing the 2 stages of the mission alone. The additional reward is the ability to merge powers, +1. The ability to merge powers will undergo a random test on the target, drawing 2 skills with certain compatibility for power fusion. After the fusion randomly enhanced, Xin Feng looked at the strange card in front of him and vaguely asked, "What is this?" Sha saw this and helped Xin brother understand, this is a high-level item with special authority and effects. She then gave an example to make it easier for him to understand. In a battle between Sha and the Flame Tyrant Overlord Dragon, Sha had the 9 Revolutions Grade Intestine card, a type of S-grade food item. Effect 1, Authenticity. No matter what additional materials are added, its taste will not change. Effect 2, the delicious food decreases after the target is designated. The target will definitely eat it and rate the item. Sha waved the card and threw it at the Flame Tyrant Overlord Dragon. The next thing that happened was a swarm of flies and ants. After the fire dragon ate this mess, its health bar dropped to just 1 drop of health left. The implication was that as long as this kind of item or skill was used, even the strongest opponent could not break its rules. Xin Feng understood now. This was an overpowered skill, almost too terrifying.
Let's put this aside for now, I'll look at other things. Master, are you free? At that moment, Ji-yu appeared on the screen. He asked, is there something wrong? Ji-yu then blushed and quietly reported, my awkward A-level talent, the time bureau stance that I awakened, can, under non-combat conditions, form a stance with a radius of 5 meters. Within this stance, 2 days outside equals 1 day inside. You said my talent is very rare and could be useful to the master. Hearing this, he hurriedly said, it really has a great impact on me. Please wait for me a moment. Shin Feng checked the system and found some important information. The system displayed the information about the primary teleportation array that could be completed in the blink of an eye. A teleportation over 1,000 miles required the construction of a primary teleportation array with 30 units of stone materials, level 5 resources for quartz, level 2 resources for refined wood, level 1 resource for a 5th tier monster bone, and level 5 resources. Shin Feng naturally activated the construction, and the terrain construction for the village chief started. Shin Feng successfully constructed the primary teleportation array, and the destination was the bottom of Tongtian Lake. He fell into deep thought, his expression tense, as if calculating something. In front of him, the merchant tribe was staring intently, and then there was Heaven's Punisher, whose strength was still unclear, plus the need to complete the sacred martial exam. If he wanted to obtain divine grade items, it would take more time, and Ji-yu's abilities might help him become stronger quickly. Seeing his brooding face, looking as if he had lost something important, Ji-yu felt nervous. She recalled the words of her elder, Ji Shan-yu. Although the Dual tribe followed their master, they were still not like the Long Yuan village. Ji Shan was worried about his granddaughter. He sighed and said, you have outstanding talent and beauty. Even if you became a concubine, the master would still remember the Qi tribe. Ji-yu tried hard to explain to him, master is not the kind of person like that. Although Ji Shan loved his granddaughter, he couldn't act otherwise. I understand your intentions, but as the elder of a tribe, I must think about the tribe's future. However, Ji-yu was a close confidant of Shin Feng. She firmly said, master is a young and talented individual, with a future that knows no bounds. If he looks after us, it will also be a blessing for me. Ji Shan was about to say something more, but Shin Feng's call brought Ji-yu back to reality. Yes, you used the teleportation array to the bottom of Tongtian Lake. I'll wait for you there, he instructed. Yes, master. Seeing Ji-yu's startled expression, Shin Feng became suspicious. Ji-yu immediately followed the order and quickly teleported. The little girl joyfully ran to her master. I'm here. Shin Feng, calm and collected, extended his hand and said, hold my hand. Ji-yu smiled like the spring breeze, comfortably taking his hand. The two of them then teleported to the bottom of Tongtian Lake in an instant. At the lake's bottom, there were countless strange items, and the war companion Xiaohuoluan was recuperating. Noticing Ji-yu's concern, Shin Feng gently reassured her, this place is very safe. You can set up the time realm here. Ji-yu, following the order, quickly began to set up the realm. The gears of time appeared, and the time realm was being constructed. Ji-yu poured all her energy into helping her master, Shin Feng. Eventually, the setup was complete. Shin Feng, satisfied with the result, observed that the primary A-level time realm had been fully established. He then tossed a vial of medicine to Ji-yu as a token of gratitude. You've worked hard. I'm about to begin my cultivation. You can use this vial of medicine to enhance your strength. Yes, master. Shin Feng then focused on his cultivation. The extraction process of this machine usually took at least an hour, but with the assistance of the time realm, it would only take half an hour. After a short time, Shin Feng had gathered a pile of rare herbs and successfully extracted the first great essence of the Spirit Lake. By absorbing the essence, Ji-yu gained 3 points in her strength attributes. The extraction of Celestial Golden Amethyst Essence at level 1 was successful. You absorbed the essence and gained 2 physical attribute points. The extraction of Celestial Crane Grass Essence at level 1 was successful. You absorbed the essence and gained 4 spirit attribute points. The extraction of Heaven Heart Flower Essence at level 1 was successful. You absorbed the essence and gained 4 spirit attribute points. The extraction of Red Dew Fruit Essence at level 1 was successful. You absorbed the essence and gained 4 spirit attribute points. You sat in a corner, writing names on several unlabeled vials. I am willing to stay by the master's side, but I do not wish to have any ulterior motives. She neatly arranged the vials and sorted them. We, not just ourselves, must use them. Half an hour later, Xinfeng finally finished his meditation. The system updated the successful infinite extraction. Xinfeng's level, 18, Prestige, 145, Combat Power Evaluation, 380. Even so, Xinfeng was still not quite satisfied. 380 is still too low. Extraction of spiritual herbs has an upper limit if one cannot trade for new types. This method of gaining attributes could be considered a failure for the alchemy profession. Suddenly, something caught his attention. The basic skill of an alchemist, basic pill refining technique, can distinguish between primary level spiritual herbs. Basic fire spell alchemy items require mastery of wood element talents and cost 20,000 contribution points. This profession seems pretty good. He had read about it in a novel once, where alchemists were almost like bugs. Maybe I should try alchemy. The system began sending reminders and guidance. Congratulations, you have learned basic pill refining technique, and you can now distinguish primary level spiritual herbs. Basic fire spell has been automatically unlocked. You have advanced to the rank of a primary level alchemist and gained the basic recipe for the vital blood pill. You are now an alchemist. Basic pill refining technique proficiency 0%/1. Reminder: the success rate of basic pill refining technique is 10 out of 100, the rate of producing a good one is 2 out of 100, the rate of producing a top tier one is 0.1%, and the perfection rate is also reminded. Each time a level 1 spiritual pill is refined, 1 point will be gained. When proficiency reaches 100/100, it can be upgraded to intermediate pill refining technique, and the differentiation of primary spiritual herbs can be allocated. The proficiency required for advancement can be used to control the ratio of spiritual herbs, effectively increasing the chance of refining a pill without turning it into an elementary magic pill. Proficiency will affect both the speed of pill refining and the quality of the pill, with the exact improvements depending on the method used in fire control. Xinfeng was left completely dumbfounded. After calculating for a while, he realized how much time it would take each time he only gained 1 point of proficiency. Suppose refining a pill takes 20 minutes, to reach intermediate pill refining technique, it would take 33 hours, and Jiu's time would also need nearly 17 hours. However, thinking about how Song and the others were planning to chop him up, the kid thought to himself, just wait, my merchant tribe will sooner or later crush your village. Xinfeng couldn't sit still. He decided to take a risk, perhaps pushing himself to the extreme might bring a chance for a turnaround. Xinfeng shouted, use the authority fusion ability. The system accepted the fusion authority ability, successfully activated it, and prompted, please wait a moment. Machinery began to process the result, and the following was retrieved: the skill Phantom Split of the Dark Fog was fused. Xinfeng didn't expect to draw this dark skill. He stammered, unable to speak, what? The original machinery is in perfect condition, so it operates very quickly. It returns the result of the fusion completion, achieving the level 10 Shadow Lu Qi Master of Forgetfulness. The skill of Shadow Clone Illusion is a type of Shadow Branch skill with a category of illusion, S-tier quality skill. It creates 2 clones as a result. The clones inherit all the combat strength and abilities of the user, and they automatically play background music. No detection skill can distinguish between the true body and the clone, introducing a challenge that is hard to escape for those who don't know. Xinfeng felt like crying, is this skill messing with me? Although it's ridiculously overpowered, I need to test it out a bit to be sure. Alright, let's just try it first. He immediately used the cloning skill and clicked to select, do you want to buy a first-tier furnace? Xinfeng planned to take advantage of the high weight of the Shadow Lu Qi Master to create clones that are indistinguishable from the real one.
Maybe having 3 people refining pills together can increase the proficiency in using Shadow Lu Chi Master, Qin Feng said, starting to spin his hands. A moment later, 3 Qin Fengs appeared, and it was impossible to tell which one was the real one. One brother was already enough to die, now there are 3 of them, Ji Yu said, fearing they would disappear. There are 3 masters now. Qin Feng, on the other hand, found it a bit hard to accept. I really want to turn off this BGM right now. The 3 Qin Fengs each took charge of a furnace, and together they cast their magic. The result could be considered just right for the clone's abilities. Refining blood pill level 1 failed, gained 3 waste pills, plus 1 proficiency point. Each of them ended up getting 3 waste pills. Qin Feng didn't expect such a good result. He was excited and thought, this is great. Using Shadow Lu Chi Master, I can get triple the proficiency, and the first tier furnace has the same effect as a 5th tier furnace. The 3 twin brothers raised the spoils in their hands, happily thinking, at this rate, just 5 more hours and we'll reach the intermediate level. Everything was going quite smoothly. The system sent its congratulations, successfully refining infinite extract. The waste pill had been thoroughly extracted, the impurities transformed into the first-grade Qi blood pill. Qin Feng felt full of hope for a bright future. With the infinite extract level 3 and Shadow Lu Chi Master level alchemist abilities, for him, it would never be a problem. What was lacking was just time. The scene shifted to the Earth Spear division of the 9th tribe of the Merchant tribe, where a purple-haired merchant tribe member filled with hatred said, "Does the challenger from Lesser Heaven World really deserve to gather so many people? I could crush the rest with just 1 finger." Everyone was talking all at once, discussing the matter. Elder Tsang Song of the Merchant tribe had suffered a loss, and the challenger was proceeding with caution. An elder of the Merchant tribe was a formidable Earth-level powerhouse, and defeating him would certainly require great strength. Earth-level powerhouses also had different ranks, with combat power reaching up to 100 million essence. Those who hadn't participated in or passed the sacred martial assessment were considered semi-qualified. Semi-qualified Earth-level powerhouses were further divided into 3 tiers, First Heaven, Second Heaven, and Third Heaven, corresponding to defeating the Spirit Beast Guardians at the 3 levels of the Divine Hall of Myriad Phenomena. Only those who had reached the 4-fold Celestial Divine Palace and passed the Sacred Martial Assessment could be considered true Earth-level powerhouses. Earth-level powerhouses also had different rankings for their elders. Chang Tubu was at the 4th tier of Earth level. Our tribe leader, Xiankong, is mighty and valiant, gathering the subordinates, and Feng Su is organizing the personnel. What's the progress? Feng Su immediately reported respectfully, the clan leader of the 9 tribes has finished assigning personnel, with a total of 3 people. The ancient bandit tribe from the south has repeatedly invaded the borders of our merchant tribe, and I need your assistance to strengthen the merchant tribe. This time, the campaign can only rely on you. The lone elder of Earth rank, 7th heavenly layer, upon hearing her name, responded with a firm, "Rest assured, clan leader, I will not fail the entrusted task." The old woman said decisively, the words contained determination and ruthlessness, and with the 7 great powers protecting us, we are not a soft target. We must teach the bandit tribe a lesson here. The clan leader issued the order. The bandit tribe, with their shallow vision, only seeks to take advantage, disguising themselves as challengers. As dawn broke, the clan leader gave the command to charge forward, and the team set off at first light. Yes, clan leader, a 7-person squad gathered on the stone pillar, each holding their swords, ready for bloodshed. Some tribe members took the opportunity to bite down on medicine, and before the battle began, one of them, full of vigor and willpower, said, "I heard the rewards for killing challengers are quite generous." Another added, "I wonder how much merchant tribe will give us for this." An Earth-level powerhouse would be a magnificent reward, but unfortunately, that's not going to happen. The system repeatedly warned of failure and improper usage. Please check the teleportation formation. Teleportation failed and cannot be used. Incorrect operation warning. The clan leader stood there, dumbfounded, unable to speak. The teleportation formation between Chang Tubu and Diyu City had been severed. At the same time, on the side of Qin Feng, the purple wolf was howling fiercely. Qin Feng was giving his all in the battle against it. He swung his sword, effortlessly cutting the purple wolf into two pieces, as if it were as easy as flipping his hand. Feng successfully passed the trial of the Spirit Beast Guardian and was now able to enter the second layer. From now on, he could freely come and go from the second floor. The Spirit Beast Guardian would no longer be there to block his way. After a night of alchemy training and using pills to level up, this method temporarily reached the limit of his Shadow Luchi master skill. Though it was strange, it was indeed very useful. Yu's talent was very special, and he hoped it would bring even more surprises for him in the future. Apart from using the skill within the spirit domain of space to help craft Shadow Luchi master pills, she also helped him with the trivial matters. This allowed him to focus more on leveling up. Yu was truly a capable girl. Feng landed on the battlefield, his long legs, over a meter tall, were quite attractive. Just as Sha materialized before him, she looked at the group of challengers ahead. Sha, fly up and begin surveying the situation. The number of challengers has reached the required amount. Initiate the all-direction seizure war. The pink-haired challenger, Sakura-chan, irritably asked, "What does that mean?" Sha, seeing her confusion, explained in more detail, "Under your feet is the teleportation array. It can teleport you to any corner of the vast world. Each time the teleportation array is used, the omnidirectional stone must be consumed." She introduced the concept enthusiastically in her cute voice. "Then how do we obtain the precious omnidirectional stone?" "It must be obtained through a one-on-one battle, where you take the omnidirectional stone from your opponent's hands." The group of young people with pink hair each received 3 purple omnidirectional stones, and everyone looked confused and surprised. Suddenly, a voice echoed, "Each contestant will receive 3 free omnidirectional stones." The voice continued, "Winning each match will allow you to take all the omnidirectional stones of your opponent. Every day, the contestant who collects the most omnidirectional stones will receive a mysterious reward provided by the organizer." Upon hearing this, Feng stared at the omnidirectional stones. He picked one up and thought, "I need 16 omnidirectional stones. If I can get 3 omnidirectional stones each time I defeat an opponent, I'll need to fight at least 5 people." The young man with pink hair was now very excited. He tossed the omnidirectional stones in the air and said, "If I don't want to participate in the competition, can I just take 3 omnidirectional stones?" Sha, flying in the sky, heard the young man's words and replied, "You can." When the young man heard Sha say "you can," he became even more excited. He clenched the 3 omnidirectional stones in his hand and continued speaking. However, before he could finish, Sha interrupted him. Sha changed her tone and spoke in a chilling voice, "You will die." This caused the young man with pink hair to feel terrified, his face turning pale. With a worried and angry expression, the young man looked around. In the blink of an eye, before he could react, it seemed like countless knives were stabbing into his body. Lu Yen saw him like this, staring at him in confusion, unsure of what was happening to him. The young man with pink hair looked up at the sky and spoke to Sha. Sha usually laughed and joked, but now his house was so strong, and his face was twisted in fear. Sha, at this moment, cheerfully said, "Please confirm whether you will participate in the competition." When they heard him say that, everyone immediately pressed the screen. Feng was deep in thought at that time. He realized he had never fought against experts from other regions, so this would be a good opportunity to test their abilities. There was also that mysterious reward, which, if the chance arose, he could also compete for. After a moment of contemplation, he chose to participate. Once Feng selected to participate, the screen displayed his personal data analysis. Level, 18. Talent, Level 8 False Judge. Innate skill, C rank Dragon Bloodline. Physical will, C rank. Extreme will, C rank. Power of abstract meaning, B rank. 6 senses spirit link, B rank. 5 elements abstract meaning, A rank. Darkness laws, A rank. Limitless deconstruction, SSS rank. Skills: Eye of True Sight, Level 1.
Mystic Star Armor Transformation, Level 2. Chi Projection, Level 3. Rejuvenation Technique, Level 3. Illusory Doppelganger, Level 3. Shadow Branch Subjugation, Level 3. Heaven Flame of the Abyss, Level 4. Storm Calling, Level 4. Spirit Communication Technique, Level 4. Mad Thunder Shatters the Peak, Level 4. Shadow Lucci Master, Combat Power Rating 420 points, Strength 3575, Constitution 3158, Agility 3572, Spirit 4182. Suddenly, a beam of light appeared, casting beautiful pink and blue rays. Qin Feng observed everything around him. In front of him was Harry, and above them was a colorful stone wall. At this moment, Shasha appeared in mid-air, smiling as she said, "Gentlemen and ladies, the first round of the all-direction seizure war is about to begin." Qin Feng looked at Shasha and said, "Standing to my right is Qin Feng from the Blue Star Realm, hailing from the Lesser Heaven World. Shasha, now, please introduce everyone." Shasha continued, "Standing to my left is Harry from the Central Heaven World." The audience in the stands erupted in excitement, cheering loudly. Suddenly, a voice asked, "What kind of people are they?" Shasha, still full of enthusiasm, answered, "To ensure fairness in this battle, the information about these two is limited to their rank, their talents and combat abilities are not displayed." After explaining the rules of the battle, Shasha continued, "You all have 10 seconds to place your bets. Once the battle begins, no more betting will be allowed. Also, anyone who doesn't place a bet for this match will lose the right to watch the next one." Shasha reminded them, "Shasha reminds everyone, gambling carries risks, please invest cautiously." The betting seemed to treat the duel like a game of chance. Qin Feng, standing below, looked up with a serious expression, listening intently. At this moment, a killing intent radiated from him. He said, "These people." After a period of time for everyone to place their bets, Shasha's voice rang out, "Betting is closed." The girl with the blue hair looked quite confused upon seeing this, dropping her phone. Shasha, with an excited expression, shouted loudly, "The all-direction seizure war this time has no limitations, no rules. The winner becomes the king." Qin Feng and Harry, upon hearing the signal, knew it was time to begin. Their eyes were sharp, each of them determined to win. The atmosphere grew tense. Then, they charged at each other. Harry, with a powerful stride, rushed towards Qin Feng, looking quite intimidating. He swung his fist at Qin Feng, but with quick reflexes, Qin Feng saw it coming and blocked it with his hand. His face looked furious, unwilling to be defeated. Qin Feng counterattacked. He landed a punch on Harry, and the force was so strong that it sent Harry flying. In pain, Harry, after being thrown back, angrily thought, "The impact from my punch was supposed to be 30 tons, yet it only made his arm slightly change shape." Once he regained his composure, Harry stood up, ready to continue the fight. He took a fighting stance, raising his hand and positioning his feet as if to charge. He looked quite impressive. Harry said, "Although I'm from the Lesser Heaven World, you truly make me feel a bit hard to deal with." But with confidence, he continued, "However, it's fine. As long as I use my firepower advantage to suppress you, I will still be the one who wins." Then, Harry launched green missiles toward Qin Feng. But with his agility, Qin Feng noticed them in time. He drew his sword and slashed repeatedly at the green missiles, shattering them. A massive explosion erupted, sending dirt and debris flying. The arena was now engulfed in smoke and dust. Shasha saw the arena covered in dust and smoke, and she panicked, shouting loudly, "Ha, it's gone." But amidst the dust, Harry and Qin Feng were still fighting. Harry used his power to shoot out a beam of blue light to attack him. With quick reflexes, Qin Feng managed to block the attack. It seemed like Qin Feng had discovered something. Then, with a cool motion, Qin Feng swung his dual swords. It turned out that Qin Feng had slashed Harry's hand, causing blood to splatter. As the dust cloud began to clear, Qin Feng and Harry appeared in the arena. Qin Feng was slashing at Harry's hand, causing him to unexpectedly cry out in pain.
At this point, Harry had lost an arm, and the severed limb was lying on Qin Feng's sword. His face was filled with agony, but he refused to give up. Harry shot out a hook towards Qin Feng. However, with his agility, Qin Feng easily dodged it. Qin Feng swiftly used his sword to cut the hook, causing it to shatter into pieces. At this moment, Qin Feng looked incredibly cool. The remaining hooks Harry had shot out were stuck in the ground, and none of them posed a challenge for Qin Feng. The audience in the stands watched in awe, their mouths agape in amazement. Having shot so many hooks, Harry was now in great pain. Despite firing numerous hooks, none had hit their target. Furious, Harry said, "Your speed and defense are both incredibly strong, but if you are truly invincible, you don't even need to dodge." Filled with excitement, Qin Feng continued to swing his sword, slicing through the hooks as he shouted, "Dealing with you is more than enough." Then, Qin Feng threw his sword onto the ground. He grabbed a few hooks with his hands, and suddenly a red light appeared. At that moment, Harry's hooks had latched onto Qin Feng's legs. Qin Feng was holding the hooks in his hands, while his legs were trapped by the hooks. The audience in the stands was shocked, each person with their mouth agape in confusion. At this moment, Harry's hooks were tightly latched onto Qin Feng's legs, leaving him stuck to the ground. The hooks continued to assault Qin Feng, and more hands from below climbed up, grabbing his legs. Yet, he was still struggling against the hooks above. He thought to himself, "Thankfully, both of my feet are still on the ground, so I can use my Earth Affinity and Shadow Branch to stabilize my legs. However, if this keeps up, my legs will eventually break." Qin Feng was in great pain from Harry's hooks. He gritted his teeth and resisted, but after a while, it seemed like Qin Feng realized something. He sneered and said, "So you really underestimated me." Then, Qin Feng looked in Harry's direction and spoke again. Harry heard this and looked up. At that moment, Qin Feng used his strength to snap the two hooks above him, causing them to break and fall apart. He calmly said, "They say fire beats metal, I'm quite curious." At that point, Qin Feng, filled with anger, used his power to raise his hand, causing a stream of green light to appear. He shouted loudly, "Why can't I melt your steel monster?" Then, Qin Feng pushed the stream of power towards Harry, crushing him to the ground and causing him to fall flat on his face. At this moment, Harry painfully sat up, surrounded by smoke and dust. He looked at his arm in agony and said, "Since awakening my S-level talent, I have never encountered an opponent. Who exactly is this person?" At that moment, suddenly the purple arm that had latched onto Qin Feng's leg shot towards Harry. The purple arm tightly grasped Harry's arm, and he looked at it in confusion and pain. The purple arm then extended, flinging Harry into the air and throwing him down to the ground, causing rocks and dirt to scatter everywhere. As he lay in pain on the ground, the purple arm didn't give him a break. It grabbed his foot again. The purple arm lifted him into the sky once more, causing him to scream in agony, "Ah!" At this moment, Qin Feng punched Harry with his fist and said, "It's over." Harry, in pain from the punch to his head and with his foot held by the purple arm, looked pitiful. The force of Qin Feng's punch was so great that Harry spat blood, with wires snapping in all directions. Harry fell to the ground in agony, while Qin Feng soared in the air, looking incredibly cool. Then, Qin Feng landed on the ground, and a wave of green energy surrounded him. Seeing Harry motionless, he looked up at Sha Sha and said, "It seems he can't move anymore." "I've won this match." Sha Sha said to him, "I'll go ask him." Sha Sha walked over to Harry and asked, "Harry from District 33, do you wish to continue fighting?" He thought to himself, feeling incredibly unlucky. After struggling to open the portal to the great world, he had to face such a powerful enemy. Harry painfully thought, although the omnidirectional stone could take him to other villages to claim the rewards that the villagers had won, losing his life in the process would make it all meaningless. He spoke weakly. At this moment, Qin Feng looked up, as if he had noticed something. He thought the atmosphere in the arena seemed to have changed. A dark green energy appeared. Harry raised his weak arm and said, "I surrender." Then, his arm fell. Sha Sha heard this, and his face turned pale, but he smiled joyfully. He said, "All right, Harry from District 33 surrenders, and the winner is Chin Fong from District 1. Sha continued, the restrictions are lifted, please, those who bet on the winner, come claim your rewards.
Upon hearing this, Chin Fong was surprised and confused, thinking, what does lifting the restrictions mean?
Suddenly, several horrifying, flesh-eating monsters emerged from the ground. These creatures moved toward Harry as if they were going to tear him apart. The monsters fought each other to tear into Harry, making him scream in pain.
Harry screamed in agony, what are these things? What do you want from me?
The flesh-eating monsters tore into Harry, causing his face to turn pale as he screamed in pain, looking utterly pitiable.
The monsters let out eerie cries, kill! Kill! Ah! Meanwhile, Harry continued to suffer.
He cried out, blood flowing in streams, looking very pitiful. The monsters, growing in number, advanced toward Harry, screeching, it's mine, it's mine, it's mine.
Go away, it's my reward, I want to live again.
Chin Fong saw this scene, and he was horrified because he hadn't expected the losers to end up like this. Then Chin Fong angrily looked up, and Sha said, you deliberately didn't mention the consequences of losing. With a strange expression, Sha continued, World of Slaughter is not a child's game.
Every competition is a life and death battle.
Chin Fong cursed under his breath, thinking, don't slander Sha for looking after customers. Chin Fong pointed at the group of people in the stands and asked who they were. Sha calmly replied, they are the losers in the duel.
Are you asking if Harry will end up like them and become an audience member?
Sha spoke nonchalantly. Then Sha handed Chin Fong 3 omnidirectional stones.
She told him, these are the 3 omnidirectional stones you won.
As the victor, you have the right to either continue the competition or end it. He raised his hand to take the 3 omnidirectional stones. Chin Fong held the 3 omnidirectional stones, deep in thought. He already had 6, but he still needed 10 more. His people might be waiting for him, he couldn't retreat now. Then Sha shouted loudly, continue the competition. Ladies and gentlemen, Chin Fong of District 1 wants to keep fighting. Fireworks exploded in celebration of the new round of the competition.
Blue and pink lights filled the air.
Sha said, the spectators who placed winning bets in the previous round, and also collected soul shards, will have the chance to participate in this round. The boy in the stands seemed to spot someone and eagerly shouted, then she is. Suddenly, the boy's face changed, and the smile he had just moments ago disappeared. The pink light shone onto a young man. The people around were very excited, cheering continuously, while he remained seated, calm. Sha spoke up, please choose your body. Then Thura looked up at the screen and chose his body. At that moment, he was very focused. He thought, 1,000 years, and finally, I've waited for this opportunity.
Thura reminisced about the past. I come from the Danzang tribe, abandoned by the way of heaven.
Our tribe has always struggled to survive in the Wuming forest, waiting for the descent of novice Ren Huang. But everything I cherished was destroyed on the 8th day after the false descent challenge. A scene of devastation appeared, with flames engulfing the entire space. Thura recalled the image of his father holding his mother, crying uncontrollably. His father had discovered something the perpetrator left behind. His father painfully said, this must be what the culprit left behind. Thura was in great pain, his hands clenched tightly, and hatred surged within him. What the culprit left behind was a single hair with the mark of a certain faction. He shouted, I must take revenge. Then Thura charged forward. He angrily said, break the shackles of the way of heaven on the Danzang tribe, charge into the divine hall of myriad phenomena. He began to focus, thinking he would soon be able to take revenge, but in the duel with the challenger. But at that moment, after being defeated by Thura's enemy, he sat down on the ground, in pain, and said, I have failed. Thura's enemy looked at him with a doubtful expression and said, the Danzang tribe seems somewhat familiar. At that point, Thura seemed to have noticed something. His eyes widened in realization. It turned out that those had seen a mark similar to a strand of fur left at the scene back then.
Enraged, he shouted, "It's you!" At that moment, Thura's anger and resentment reached their peak. He yelled, "It's you! I will kill you, you murderer!" At this time, several flesh-eating monsters were tearing at Thura, but he still struggled, shouting, "I will kill you, I will kill you!" At this moment, Thura's enemy remembered and calmly said, "I remember now." After thinking for a while, Thura's enemy also realized. He casually said, "Turns out those useless scum are your kin."
Thura's enemy turned his back, adopting the posture of a victor, while Thura, filled with anger and pain, was still fighting off the flesh-eating monsters.
He furiously shouted, "No matter the cost, I will kill you." At this moment, Thura pressed the button to confirm his identity.
Sha, seeing Thura do this, was quite surprised.
It asked, "You chose that body again?"
Thura, with pain and fury, shouted, "As long as I can take revenge." After pressing the button, his body began to change, purple energy flowed around him. At this point, Thura was in the process of complete transformation, and he shouted, "I am willing." His thirst for revenge was intense.
After some time, Thura transformed into a terrifying monster.
He had 4 sharp fangs. The surrounding spectators were horrified.
Each of them sat still, turning into beasts.
At this moment, a purple light surrounded Thura. Above the stands, a beam of light shone down on him.
Thura was in an attacking stance.
He observed and crawled toward Chinfeng.
Chinfeng was also ready for the battle, surrounded by flames.
Sha felt the tension in the air growing. It seems our contestant can't wait any longer. Then, with his sharp fangs, Thura lunged to bite Chinfeng's head, but with his immense strength, Chinfeng remained unfazed, staring directly into Thura's eyes and harnessing his power. Seeing this, Sha said, "Then, let the battle begin." As soon as Sha finished speaking, a flash of light caused Thura to be thrown back.
Chinfeng's flames continued to burn.
After being knocked away, Thura grabbed a rock to steady himself and quickly regained his composure. In an instant, he charged toward Chinfeng. Seeing this, Chinfeng leaned back and said, "Too fast." At that moment, the area under the arena exploded with debris, dust swirling everywhere, obscuring both Thura and Chinfeng. Once the dust settled, the audience could see that Thura and Chinfeng were still locked in combat. Sha, observing this, remarked, "Ladies and gentlemen, I bet you're all wondering why the battle has started before the betting, right?" Sha at this moment smiled maliciously, "Don't rush, let me introduce to everyone the body that this lucky one has chosen." On the arena floor, Chinfeng was still observing. He thought it was the replicated body of the mysterious killer that Heaven's Punisher had brought out from the space crack.
Chinfeng's expression was also quite anxious.
He thought, possessing a running speed comparable to a natural talent, with B-level human speed, and strength matching an A-level natural talent. Chinfeng looked towards Thura, who was running towards him, and said, "Its fangs and claws can easily tear through steel and boulders." At this moment, Chinfeng thought about the skin that appeared smooth and soft, yet in reality, it was impervious to blades and arrows. The image of purple hands appeared, gripping Thura's body. But Chinfeng was worried. The most terrifying part was that it had a special ability. With a mystical aura emerging, Chinfeng thought of the image of Thura in pain, blood splattering, screaming. Suddenly, Chinfeng remembered the extremely flammable snow liquid, which, upon contact, would cause the target to explode. At that moment, the snow continued to fall, making it impossible for Thura to dodge, causing it to suffer in agony, blood splattering everywhere. Chinfeng had already thought of the next step. Defensive skills below level 4 basically wouldn't be able to block it.
Truly intelligent.
Suddenly, those shot brown-colored particles towards Chinfeng. The purple particles fell to the ground, exploding into purple grains that detonated. Chinfeng was startled and said, "This is a body that can exploit weaknesses in speed, attack power, defense power, and damage." After observing and recalling, Chinfeng remembered. After Earth selected it, the strategy directly surged to 400 points. His image was enveloped by a purple liquid. On the floor, blood spatters were everywhere.
Sha, seeing this, asked everyone, "So, can he win?"
At this moment, Shasha, with a mysterious expression, said, "Please place your bets." After a period of fighting, Shin Feng was exhausted and sat down on the ground.
Throw over here was quite aggressive.
At this point, Thura jumped to attack Shin Feng. He pinned him to the ground, causing Shin Feng to struggle in pain. Shin Feng had to resist Thura's strength with both hands.
Then, Shin Feng shouted, "Nightmare Heaven D."
At that moment, Thura only wanted to devour Shin Feng whole, his mouth wide open, revealing sharp teeth. Suddenly, a ray of light shone towards Shin Feng. It turned out to be the sword. Shin Feng was quite surprised to see this. He said, "What?" Seeing this, Shin Feng angrily shouted, "That's my strongest weapon." Around him, a beam of green light suddenly appeared. Suddenly, a beam of green light appeared in one of Shin Feng's eyes.
He angrily said, "Damn it."
Then, Shin Feng used all his strength to resist Thura.
Suddenly, the place where Thura and Shin Feng were fighting exploded. Streams of green light shot out in lightning bolts.
Shin Feng remembered Thura's conversation with Thura's enemy, "I will kill you, I will kill you."
He remembered. "No matter the cost, I will kill you."
Shin Feng was quite puzzled upon seeing this.
The tribe leader, "Definitely me, where is this? Revenge."
At this moment, Shin Feng saw the image of Thura's family from his childhood.
Shin Feng looked at the image of Thura as a child. Shin Feng looked at Thura and immediately asked, "Are you showing me these things in hopes that I will sympathize with you?"
At this time, Thura was still in his human form. He sat down heavily on the ground, collapsing. Seeing this, Shin Feng said, "I'm sorry." Then, Shin Feng transformed, and a surge of green power surrounded him. He said, "What you've gone through is truly something that makes one sympathize." Shin Feng directed the green energy towards Thura, saying, "But I also have my people to save." At this point, on the arena floor, only Shin Feng and Thura remained in their monstrous forms. Thura was trying with all his might to stand up. Shin Feng approached Thura, gently patted his head, and said, "Rest." Shin Feng said, "With the name Shin Feng, I promise you." With his last ounce of strength, Thura looked at Shin Feng. He spoke of wanting to see his enemies destroyed. Upon hearing this, Thura was content and passed away. Shin Feng said, "So, rest now." After Shin Feng finished speaking, Thura lay on the ground and gradually returned to his human form. Shasha, seeing this, spoke to Shin Feng, "Ah, all the soul force has dissipated. Thura will never have a chance to come back to life." Shin Feng looked up at Shasha from below and said, "Shin Feng, area number 1, congratulations on your victory. Here is the reward for winning 2 consecutive matches, 6 omnidirectional stones.
Please accept them."
As he raised his hand to receive the reward, he said, "I'm very curious." It eagerly asked, "The last move you used, it was clearly just a normal thunder strike. How could it break through its defensive effect?" He looked at it silently for a moment, then Shin Feng turned and walked away, softly saying, "I just used a small technique while making contact with her body." As he spoke, he bent down to pick up the objects from the ground, and the power of thunder and lightning entered her bloodstream through the wound. Recalling the moment earlier, he clenched his fist, explaining, "When the power of thunder and lightning reaches a certain level, utilizing the simple version of mad thunder shatters the peak to guide the surrounding lightning, combined with the flammability of her fluid, it causes an explosion from the inside out." In the next moment, the monster screamed in pain after suffering from the wounds. His gaze was terrifying. The more blood there was, the stronger the explosion would be. It looked at him in fear, realizing that this person had such deadly methods to kill enemies and had incredible power. Could he really be from the lesser heaven world? Shin Feng continued watching the battle, his attitude becoming more open and engaging.
The audience, Shin Feng, the top one, decided to continue the fight.
The audience who had placed bets and won last time had gathered fragments of souls and would have the opportunity to participate in this round of the competition. The crowd below murmured, "He's too strong.
Who would want to fight him? That person is terrifying. Maybe I'll wait a little longer." When the new challenger arrives, there will be more opportunities.
It's not necessary to join this match, which is sure to be fatal.
I'll pass.
Sha changed, her eyes showing 2 question marks.
What's going on? She said.
Xin Feng, District Number 1, if there's no opponent, the match can't continue.
Are you uncomfortable?
Suddenly, the screen flickered, he was puzzled, frozen, and then it disappeared.
He was unexpectedly transported to the control center.
Sha stood there, silently observing, confirming the process. Sha entered Heaven's Punisher's room, where she was happily with her lover.
Oh, how annoying.
Seeing this, she said, "You're still as beautiful as ever." Sha walked in, feeling uncomfortable.
Heaven's Punisher Lord suddenly asked, "Is something urgent?" She replied, "I'm here to relieve you." She asked again, "I don't understand what you're saying."
She explained, "Your competition can't proceed, and I happen to have a proposal." Suddenly, the screen flickered, and Xin Feng appeared on the screen, looking confused, not knowing what was happening. At the same time, Sha said, "The false Punisher during the novice examination has no authority to intervene in the matters of the greater world." She walked past the screen, hugged Sha, and said, "Your appearance makes my heart race." "I'm simply making a proposal, not interfering," she whispered, her face slightly serious.
In the world of slaughter, danger corresponds with opportunity.
After that, Sha also vanished. She said, "Deliver this message to him.
I believe he will make the right choice."
Her lover stepped forward, embracing her, and it was he who could kill the aberrant, reconstructed entity that Sha had brought back from the void. "I feel like I've met him somewhere before," he said, confused.
The woman's lover.
She added, "That's right, I've never seen you intervene in matters of the greater world before.
Why this time?"
She paused to think, then replied, "He reminds me of an old friend." Xin Feng was still confused.
The Hunter game explained all the spectators gain the same body, and Xin Feng, the number 1 area player, enters Saint Void to participate in a hunting game that lasts 1 hour.
It continued, the spectators play as hunters, and Xin Feng is the prey. The hunter's mission is to hunt the prey, with the reward being revival.
The prey's mission is to escape the kill. If the prey survives for an hour, they win.
Its tone shifted. If the prey manages to kill all the hunters, the roles will reverse, and they could earn 500,000 attribute points from the crowd below. Xin Feng looked up, and it explained, "If you don't want to continue, you can stop the game." He waved his hand dismissively. He cracked his fingers and said with a smile, "Let the game begin." The scene shifted to the terrifying space, with the ground and rocks shattered around him. Suddenly, he heard a noise, and the system displayed, 6 Senses Spirit Link Level 3. The monsters charged toward him. His hands moved quickly as he used a Tier 3 skill, emitted force shock. He began to get serious and fought back. Then he landed, looking cool as he said, "Their combat power is probably only 200, surprisingly weak." Xin Feng looked at the corpses. They would vanish once killed, leaving no time for him to extract anything from them. Suddenly, a glowing stone rushed towards him, but fortunately, there was a shield to block it. A man appeared, holding a gun pointed towards the sky.
Fireworks lit up the sky, illuminating the entire area.
His terrifying gaze fixated on the man. The others saw this and, frightened, scrambled like bees fleeing their hive in search of him. Spotting the signal, one of them shouted, "He's over there." They all rushed in that direction. Everyone split into 3 teams, with 2 teams surrounding from the sides.
The movements had to be quick, ensuring he wouldn't escape.
They were in a hurry, using the tactic of encircling him to tear him apart.
One of them thought there were many hunters and only one prey. This led to an overwhelming chance of victory for the hunters.
The way of heaven would never allow an unfair match like this.
That man thought his performance would definitely be stronger when on stage.
Suddenly, they stopped. The man, Xin Feng, was hovering in the air, standing at the center of the storm. His face showed disdain, as he had been waiting for a long time.
Then, Feng disappeared, leaving them all confused. A loud explosion suddenly erupted from the rooftop of the building across, drawing the attention of everyone. Feng, using his incredible speed, ran away from them, with the others chasing after him. "He's over there." One of them wondered aloud. Two of them, could it be that Clone Skill used his all-seeing eye of movement to check? A system message appeared: race, human, lesser heaven world. Tianfu does not have authority. Strategy 420 is in effect. The person observed Qin Feng's actions, thought for a moment, and noted that the all-seeing eye of movement didn't show any clones, suggesting this was the true body. They charged straight towards the target to attack, but were caught off guard when the main body disappeared, causing confusion among them. "What's going on with your team? Didn't we say each team is supposed to cover a specific area? Where are the others? You see the prey and still don't chase it? What kind of hunters are you? How would I know? Who told you not to stop them? Area or no area, the important thing is to kill him." One of them looked around, pondering, could it be an innate spatial ability? But there was no sign of any spatial distortion earlier. One of the group members was puzzled. "Did you hear anything strange just now?" he asked again. "Go into more detail." "We were discussing. When chasing the prey, we heard a strange singing sound around us." They were confused by the singing. The person explained. "It went passed by with someone drown in my tears, passed by with someone drown in my tears." The lyrics describe the legendary river of love that once passed by with someone drowned in my tears, turning into the river of painful love. The atmosphere grew tense. What kind of devilry is this? He stood above, counting one by one, 49, 50. He pointed to the last person, saying, 54 people. He gathered his strength. It can begin now. He started to focus on the entities around him. 5 elements talent, earth, 5 elements talent, metal. Seeing the heavens and earth tremble, they became alert, looking around. Suddenly, the ground cracked open, creating a large hole right where they were standing. What? What's happening? Even Saint Void has earthquakes. One of them tried to cling to a rock, shouting, "We've fallen into a trap." With a single kick, he sent him crashing down. They screamed as his weapons flew down, striking them before they could react. One by one, they yelled out, "Ah, help!" One of them stopped, retreating to a corner, observing and thinking deeply. Innate spatial ability, earth affinity, restraint affinity, and there's also fire and thunder elements, all manifested in the arena of endless directions. How many innate abilities does he actually have? Suddenly, he realized the presence of the thunder element. The man concentrated his power. A long metal rod struck each of them, and he used his thunder power to transfer the attack through the rod, eliminating them in one sweep. They were knocked unconscious temporarily. One of them was lucky. He thought to himself that his protective skill might be enough to block the power of thunder and lightning. The challenger is truly bizarre. I must join up with the other teams first and discuss countermeasures. He then moved to another location, step by step. It was almost perfect now. Just a little more, and he could. Before he could finish his thought, he suddenly noticed a metal net falling from the sky, its sharp spikes heading straight for him. A loud explosive sound erupted from that place, and the entire sky in that area trembled. The number of hunters and myself were overwhelmingly imbalanced. If we were to kill them one by one, it would be impossible to complete the task of slaughtering them. On the other hand, launching a large-scale attack would naturally lead to a reduction in offensive power, so the only solution was to use a more balanced approach, gathering the small teams of hunters together and utilizing traps to kill them. He thought, I analyzed the process of my own plan, using earth element skill to move the earth beneath the ground, creating a pit. In the pit, I set up piercing needle metal element and electro thunder technique. Afterwards, utilizing his earth and metal element skills, Feng created a perfect shield layer on the ground. As long as I wait for the hunters to enter, activate the Shadow Lu Chi master skill, and deliberately lure a portion of the hunters, leading them into the trap created by the combination of earth, metal, lightning, and fire skills, Xinfeng thought. Xinfeng made up his mind to deliver a fatal blow and began the next phase of his plan. Looking into the distance, he remained silent for a while, sending out his clone to lure the hunters into the narrow terrain, then moved to another location. Once he reached a new spot, he stopped and waited for everyone to enter the trap's range. Xinfeng's plan was to immediately launch a fire element attack, creating a wall of flames to surround the hunters, then exploit the metal element in his 5 elements heavenly talent to weaken the structure of the architecture. By this time, the entire structure was gradually collapsing, and the hunters would also be affected in the rubble. In the sky above, the area had already formed a large number of ice picks. Once the hunters were injured and stumbled out from the wreckage, the ice picks would strike swiftly, ending their lives in an instant. Under Xinfeng's explosion of power, it was like hell itself. He used hellfire to maintain an extremely high temperature in the area, melting the earth into a fiery lava stream, then used himself as bait, turning the tables on them. And those unlucky ones who slip through the cracks and hide in the shadows, as long as they show weakness at the right moment, those gamblers will be lured out, Xinfeng calculated. Sure enough, dozens of eyes were watching, waiting to pounce on Xinfeng. Beside the group of hunters appeared numbers in succession: 195, 196, 197, 198, 199, and up to 200. Xinfeng calmly and efficiently dealt with the hunters. Xinfeng said, "This game ends perfectly." Suddenly, someone clapped from behind. Jiaowu said, "Impressive." The system was furious. "Jiaowu, you damn brat, how dare you make contact with a challenger without permission?" Before the system could finish speaking, Jiaowu was already dismissed by Jiaowu. Jiaowu spoke, "Hello Xinfeng, this is your current name, it's a bit strange." Xinfeng asked, "Who are you?" Jiaowu replied, "I am Heaven's Punisher Jiaowu, and I am also the one who wagered 500,000 attribute points in this game." Xinfeng said, "So, I should thank you then." Jiaowu answered, "No need for thanks, I didn't intend that. The Way of Heaven has a rule that novice Heaven's Punishers cannot interfere with challengers, but Saint Void is an exception. This is a place you voluntarily entered, so you are not bound by the control of the Way of Heaven." Xinfeng asked, "So, the game is just a way to draw me in, and the 500,000 attribute points were a lie?" Jiaowu answered, "Yes and no." Xinfeng said, "I don't like talking to people who are vague." Jiaowu replied, "Then I won't be vague anymore." After that, Jiaowu raised her fist towards Xinfeng, and the ground shattered into pieces. It seemed like Xinfeng was doomed. After rolling a few times, Xinfeng gained momentum and leapt back towards his opponent. He threw a series of powerful punches, but Jiaowu mocked him. "Your punches are soft and powerless, they can't even cause any damage to me." How laughably weak. "Dragon Ancestor, try my fist," Xinfeng said. He intended to fire a counterattack, but was one step too slow. Jiaowu, with a look of disdain, took advantage of his opening and grabbed Xinfeng's leg, throwing him relentlessly. Jiaowu taunted, "You were once all-powerful, unbeatable, but now you're like a dog with no strength to fight back." Xinfeng thought to himself, "Is she sick? Her speed is too fast, I can't focus my spirit to release my skills." Jiaowu tossed Xinfeng far away, and at the same moment, she leaped and said, "Today, I will kill you here." Xinfeng's face revealed clear signs of struggle. Before he could recover, Jiaowu struck him once more. Xinfeng was on the brink of death, but then, as if suddenly awakened, he activated his power. Xinfeng invoked the strength of the 5 elements heavenly talent earth. The 5 elements heavenly talent gold. He poured all his heavenly talent into his attack, and the throw exploded with a thunderous blast. Out of breath, Xinfeng muttered, "The extraction of the 5 elements energy from the Saint Void to form a core explosive ball with the power of a nuclear bomb. I hope it works." Xinfeng soared upwards to observe the result, but to his surprise, amidst the debris, Jiaowu was completely unscathed. She arrogantly said, "Is this your strongest move? It barely even dirted my armor." Xinfeng thought to himself, "The 5 elements skill doesn't seem to work on her." Xin Feng called out, Xiao Huoluan, come out.
I'll use Shadow Branch Blessing, you use Heavenly Gold Flame.
Xiao Huoluan responded, understood. Xin Feng shouted, leave immediately. He tightly gripped Jiu Wu.
Xiao Huoluan also shouted and rushed forward.
Suddenly, Xiao Huoluan stopped.
Jiu Wu was able to hold Xiao Huoluan with just one hand.
Jiu Wu said,
Dragon Ancestor, because of that incident, I became a low-level heavenly talent, ridiculed by everyone. I knew you hadn't completely died, so I endured for 1,000 years, paying attention to every challenger, all in hopes of waiting for you to appear.
To kill you once more.
Xin Feng shouted desperately.
Xiao Huoluan furious thunderstrike.
Xin Feng used all his strength in a thunderous strike and soared into the air. He had regained Xiao Huoluan. At this moment, Xiao Huoluan sighed in relief.
Master, you scared me to death. Xin Feng thought. Earlier, in my desperation, I used Furious Thunderstrike and it had an effect on her. Perhaps elemental skills can't hurt her, but they can affect her. Xin Feng expanded his domain, invoking 5 elements Heavenly Talent Earth.
Immediately, the ground trapped Jiu Wu's feet.
5 elements Heavenly Talent Fire. Flames erupted fiercely. As the flames slowly faded, Jiu Wu remained indifferent. Jiu Wu said, is that all?
Using skills against those 200 useless ones on me. Perhaps you don't know, for someone like you still in the novice stage, it means nothing. Xin Feng completely ignored her, continuing to unleash his enhanced 5 elements heavenly talent.
Ice Tempest. Jiu Wu replied, I am invincible.
After speaking, Jiu Wu used the earth and fire beneath her feet to retaliate against Xin Feng.
Xin Feng transformed into a molten lava bomb. Jiu Wu asked, do you still need to try more? Xin Feng shouted, Ice Tempest. Thousands of shards of ice rushed forward, trapping Jiu Wu's feet.
Xin Feng then said, it doesn't matter if you're invincible, as long as I can surround you. Xin Feng charged forward to attack Jiu Wu with physical damage.
He said, I'll surround you and see how you resist.
Suddenly, Xin Feng's punch landed on Jiu Wu's hat. A blinding ray of light shot out from the hat, sending Xin Feng flying several miles away. Helpless, Xin Feng lamented with a bitter smile.
On the other side, Jiu Wu shouted, you think you can surround me with frozen magma? Seriously, what would you even call that? The magma cracked, and Jiu Wu struggled to break free.
Xin Feng was horrified by the scene, as the ground shook violently.
Jiu Wu lifted an entire area of land into the air. She said, I really enjoy the expression on your face. Let me broaden your understanding of my power. The piece of land then fell freely back to the ground.
Xin Feng was now in a precarious situation, his spirit energy running low. The healing speed of the rejuvenation technique had slowed significantly.
If he didn't act soon, he would surely die.
The land heaved as it collided with the ground, shattering into pieces.
Jiu Wu reappeared, her armor shining as brightly as before.
At this moment, Jiu Wu took notice and said, Spirit companion with dual heavenly talents in fire and space, your luck's not too bad. With that, Jiu Wu punched straight into Xin Feng's chest. Xin Feng thought to himself, when that giant stone fell, Xiao Huoluan saved me.
Jiu Wu asked, is this really your limit? I thought our battle would be more intense.
At this moment, Xin Feng ran away.
Jiu Wu said, let me see how fast you can run.
Jiu Wu lifted a rock, you're running because you can't handle both fighting and healing at the same time.
If I keep interrupting you, that bird of yours will die. Jiu Wu was really pushing him to the edge.
Xin Feng had no choice but to run as fast as he could to buy more time. Xin Feng thought, to save me, Xiao Huoluan used teleportation, but the attack from the boulder shattered her heart and lungs. Jiu Wu was chasing from behind, this hunt was thrilling.
Xin Feng thought, if I don't find a safe place to heal.
At that moment, Xin Feng turned around and used the ice element. Jiu Wu sarcastically remarked, this trick again, how boring.
Qin Feng ignored her and continued his work. The ice element transformed into two dragons.
Jiu Wu said, "Your counterattack will make your death even more embarrassing. You might as well just surrender and accept your fate." A huge shockwave erupted. Jiu Wu was momentarily thrown off, but then she said, "Got you." She immediately struck without mercy. Qin Feng and his arm were separated. He collapsed under the force of his own internal power. Jiu Wu had figured it out, trying to fool me with a clone? Then let him take the brunt of my wrath. Qin Feng refused to give up and fought back. The main body of Qin Feng was underground. Earlier, the electric cannon wasn't an attack, but rather an explosion in the blink of an eye to mask the sound of Shadow Lu Qi Master's singing. The clone of Qin Feng had misled Heaven's Punisher to another location, while he, along with Xiao Wuwan, used Earth-type heavenly talent to escape underground, thus gaining a slim chance of survival. Qin Feng said, "Use this to quickly replenish your spirit." Xiao Wuwan agreed. Both of them worked hard to replenish their spirits, but everything happened too quickly. Qin Feng was exhausted, and his clone had been killed. He teleported to the surface, and Xiao Wuwan responded, "Understood." Qin Feng planned to ambush Jiu Wu, but it wasn't easy. The two of them charged at each other and fought fiercely. Jiu Wu sighed, "Already recovered so quickly, and you couldn't even touch the hem of my clothes, yet you still want to perform these futile actions? Do you still hold on to illusions about victory?" Qin Feng used all his strength and had just managed to remove Jiu Wu's helmet. Suddenly, Jiu Wu laughed loudly. "You think breaking my iron helmet means you've found my weakness?" "Wrong, this isn't my weakness." Jiu Wu's eyes twisted like a guillotine, and a whirlpool appeared in front of Qin Feng. The whirlpool spun endlessly, as if it were going to tear him apart. Qin Feng thought to himself, "What?" Indeed, every layer of Qin Feng's body began to separate, his muscles, bones, and spirit disintegrating. Jiu Wu laughed triumphantly and delivered another kick. Qin Feng flew thousands of miles, thrown around like a doll, and finally landed on the ground. His breath was labored, and Qin Feng was filled with doubt about life. What was that just now? It seemed as though his physical body and soul had been separated. Unlike the savage death wails of the demons in Diyu City, this time it truly felt as though he had been torn apart. Jiu Wu appeared in the darkness like death itself, startling Xiao Wuwan. Jiu Wu said, "Personally, I enjoy the thrill of battle, from punching to flesh. I enjoy the pleasure after every victory, whereas this kind of petty trick feels more like relying on external forces. But since you've already experienced it, let me tell you my eyes possess magical power. Those who are targeted by them must stop all actions immediately. If they try to move, their body and soul will immediately experience the agony of being crushed, torn apart." Qin Feng now felt as though he had been frozen. Jiu Wu continued, "Simply put, it's like a camera stabilizer while taking a photo. Nothing will happen. But if one forces an action, the picture will be blurry." Qin Feng murmured to himself, "No wonder her eyes are like the shutter button of a camera." Qin Feng whispered, "Xiao Wuwan, cooperate with me to find her weakness." Jiu Wu began to cast the entity of Demon Eye. Her pupils closed. Qin Feng struggled. At this moment, Jiu Wu said, "The blind spot of vision is not affected." Qin Feng was once again beaten to a pulp. Xiao Wuwan sorrowfully called out, "Master." Jiu Wu's pupils closed again. Suddenly, Qin Feng shouted, 100 meters. Qin Feng was tortured to the extreme. Earlier, he had mentioned 100 meters within the range of the skill. Jiu Wu still wouldn't let up and charged forward. With pupils like cameras, the collision created a shockwave. Every time he was struck, Qin Feng would shout, 200 meters, 500 meters, 1,000 meters, 3,000 meters. Jiu Wu repeated dozens of times, "Endure the pain, the soul separates." "I'm starting to admire your pain tolerance. I really want to test your limits. How about I slowly peel you apart, scrape off every inch of your flesh? How does that sound?" Qin Feng shouted, 20,000 meters. Suddenly, Xin Feng realized there was no tearing sensation. Perhaps this was the upper limit of the skill's range. Later, Heaven's Punisher used an instant teleportation skill to go beyond 20,000 meters.
Xiao Huoluan responded, understood.
Jiu Wu advanced, using Entity of Demon Eye, and Xin Feng immediately began to act. Xin Feng used teleportation, feeling elated. Finally, my calculations were correct. After 20,000 meters, her skill will have no effect. Xiao Huoluan began to counterattack, replying, understood. Jiu Wu used Entity of Demon Eye, but Xin Feng had already teleported away. Before Jiu Wu could get angry, Xin Feng was right behind her. Xin Feng punched Jiu Wu in the stomach and continued repeating the action, but no matter how hard he tried, there would always be an opening.
Xiao Huoluan said, Master, this is the edge of Saint Void. We can't teleport any further.
Jiu Wu, come forward and try my punch. It was violent. Jiu Wu struck with a palm attack that had no counter, following up with the Emperor's fist.
Thousands of punches rained down.
Xin Feng said, Xiao Huoluan, teleport.
Xiao Huoluan responded clearly.
Xiao Huoluan gathered all her strength. She shouted, teleport. But at that moment, Xin Feng held her tight. Xiao Huoluan realized, Master, my movement is ineffective now. Then came the punches. Xin Feng endured the blows alone, unable to resist. Xin Feng thought to himself, I understand now. Xiao Huoluan's movement relies on a certain point in space to lock it and perform a spatial leap, but the fist aura of the Heaven's Punisher has distorted space.
Xiao Huoluan can no longer locate the precise spatial point.
A few more seconds, and the heavenly dragon patterned battle armor would be completely destroyed. I'm sure I'll be finished. Xin Feng spoke with difficulty. Xiao Huoluan, listen to me, I have a plan.
Don't be afraid, just do as I say. Jiu Wu extended her hand, she's completely absorbed Xiao Huoluan now.
Why this direction?
You?
Unexpectedly, Xiao Huoluan spat fire into Jiu Wu's face. Jiu Wu should have been in pain. In Jiu Wu's mind, the words disgusting, kill you repeated over and over. Xin Feng muttered to himself, Xiao Huoluan is only as small as the palm of my hand, but she's highly sensitive to space. As long as she can avoid the punches, she can reach Heaven's Punisher's face. Afterward, the heavenly gold flame's damage was reduced, and its brightness was increased, just before Heaven's Punisher activated its skill, which would blind her. Xin Feng said, without vision, her punches won't be able to fully seal off space. Jiu Wu suddenly opened her eyes, and the collision between the two created a violent shockwave. Xin Feng cried out in pain, while Jiu Wu, confused, said, This is Jiu Wu, who has been gradually controlled with great difficulty. Jiu Wu shouted, Damn it, these trash skills are laughable.
Is this all you have?
At this point, Jiu Wu broke free from the restraints.
She asked again, Is this all you have?
Jiu Wu violently tore apart the restraints and removed her armor, her fury reaching its peak. Xin Feng was stunned as her helmet and armor were thrown against a rock wall, leaving a hole in it. Jiu Wu said, Each piece of armor on my body weighs 10 tons. Its purpose is only to barely withstand my destructive force. Jiu Wu laughed and said, Now, let me show you my true power.
Xin Feng called out, Xiao Huoluan.
Xin Feng was once again injured.
He couldn't rest for even a second.
Reluctantly, Xin Feng shifted to another location. At this moment, he thought to himself, Heaven's Punisher has removed her armor, and her speed has become so abnormal that she can almost keep up with Xiao Huoluan's teleportation. Xiao Huoluan called, Master. Xin Feng said, Return to the spirit domain of space.
Xiao Huoluan responded, Master, wait, I can keep going. By this time, Jiu Wu had caught up, waiting for me, huh?
Her punch was so powerful that it created a vortex. Xin Feng was spun around like a cricket. Jiu Wu paused for a moment, then followed Xin Feng to continue tormenting him. Jiu Wu said, With that ridiculous teleportation trick, how do you still expect to escape from my grasp? Xin Feng had just dodged one of Jiu Wu's punches, but when Jiu Wu charged again, how could Xin Feng avoid it? At this moment, Xin Feng was falling from the sky, thinking to himself, it's almost there, just a little more. Then he shouted, Shadow Branch Blessing, lift it up. Suddenly, beneath the yellow object, arms appeared like the tentacles of an octopus. These arms struggled to lift the yellow object. In the end, Xin Feng's arms managed to raise the yellow object. On Xin Feng's side, Heaven's Punisher was now closing in on him. She swung her arm, gathering magic to strike Xin Feng with a powerful blow. Suddenly, someone's voice quickly rang out, but it seemed too late. Blood splattered everywhere. As Heaven's Punisher was reveling in the success of her attack, Xin Feng had already used the arms to lift the yellow metal piece for himself. Fortunately, Xin Feng managed to grab the yellow metal piece. Just as Heaven's Punisher landed a punch to Xin Feng's chest, he used the yellow metal piece to block the blow. Although she managed to block most of it, Xin Feng was still affected. He was falling faster now. With a loud crash, Xin Feng slammed into the ground, and the earth cracked beneath him. Xin Feng seemed to be at his limit, his face contorted in pain. At that moment, he was thinking to himself, damn it, even using her armor, it's hard to block her power. If I hide in the spirit domain of space now, it won't work. Once the spirit domain of space retracts, it won't disappear. Its connection point with the world will definitely be discovered by Heaven's Punisher. If Heaven's Punisher breaks through the space, Xiaohuoluan and Ji will have to find another way. I can't. Heaven's Punisher has always said she wants to kill me, but in reality, her actions are just playing with me. No matter what her intentions are, I must make her expose a flaw. I need to stay calm. Calm. Suddenly, a soft voice of a girl rang out, Master. At that moment, Jiyu appeared, catching Xin Feng completely off guard. She stood in front of him and said, let me stop her. Meanwhile, Heaven's Punisher was rushing toward Xin Feng at an extremely fast speed. Jiyu immediately used magic. The time freeze spell activated, and suddenly, Heaven's Punisher threw something from her hand forcefully toward the two of them below. As the object thrown by Heaven's Punisher descended, Jiyu blocked it with a shield she had created. But things didn't seem too promising. The object continued to hurtle toward them. Jiyu panicked, thinking to herself, what's happening? I clearly slowed time to the minimum speed. It can't be avoided. In Jiyu's eyes, only the object thrown by Heaven's Punisher could be seen as it drew closer and closer. After an hour, Jiyu's long white hair was severed in large chunks by the object. Thunderous sounds erupted once again as the object thrown by Heaven's Punisher caused a massive explosion. At this moment, Heaven's Punisher had also landed on the ground, pointing towards Xin Feng. She spoke in a tone of annoyance and anger, the time manipulation skill is truly impressive, but it's a pity that your level is too low, and the gap between your strength and mine is too vast. It has no effect on me at all. While Heaven's Punisher kept talking endlessly, she added, Dragon Ancestor, use more tricks. I really enjoy watching you struggle so desperately. At this time, Xin Feng was trying his best to stand up. Jiyu, feeling guilty, supported him to help him rise. With tears in her eyes, she said, I'm sorry, I clearly wanted to help you, but you got hurt because of me. Xin Feng, severely injured, was in excruciating pain. He gasped for breath and looked up at Heaven's Punisher, thinking to himself, she mistook me for the Dragon Ancestor. It's probably related to the heavenly talent bloodline I awakened. This might be the key to dealing with her. After a while, Xin Feng spoke again, Jiyu, listen to me. Jiyu, startled, unconsciously replied, huh? Xin Feng continued, I have a one-time skill card that will allow you to use Wings of Wind. Later, use heavenly talent in coordination with a clone. Xin Feng used magic to create a clone of himself. Then, with a serious expression, he said, hold her off. Jiyu immediately responded, understood. Xin Feng was injured so severely that he coughed up blood again. Despite this, he still tried to speak, just buy me a minute, prioritize your safety, and above all, don't let her catch you. Heaven's Punisher seemed to have lost patience, no longer willing to wait. She advanced, and then used magic to surround herself, her body glowing with radiant golden light. As she moved forward, she spoke, "Sorry, I have to stop you from flirting.
My time is running out, so it's better if I just kill you now.
You'll be able to go to hell and continue your sweet nothings there." Seeing her approach, Xin Feng immediately took a battle stance. He shouted, "I'll cause an explosion.
Everyone, charge in." Ji Yu and his clone also entered combat mode.
There was a loud explosion, and thick black smoke engulfed the area. Suddenly, Ji Yu and Xin Feng's clone simultaneously zoomed past Heaven's Punisher. She saw Ji Yu and immediately chased after him as he sped ahead. Meanwhile, Xin Feng was using magic to heal his injuries, his face contorted in pain. As Ji Yu soared higher, he continuously cast spells, creating circles filled with Greek letters, seemingly attempting to block Heaven's Punisher.
Heaven's Punisher, in turn, was also using magic to attack Ji Yu.
At Xin Feng's side, he was constantly replenishing his strength-enhancing medicine and stuffing food into his mouth.
He ate without any pause.
While Heaven's Punisher was being surrounded by Ji Yu and Xin Feng's clone, she grimaced and stomped her foot hard. Suddenly, Xin Feng felt a sharp pain and difficulty breathing.
He couldn't swallow the food. His eyes rolled back into his head. Very quickly, Heaven's Punisher caught up with Ji Yu. She attacked Ji Yu with a powerful kick to her back.
Below, Xin Feng's clone was using magic, hoping to boost Ji Yu's strength by creating an energy column that flew straight towards her.
Ji Yu seemed to be exhausted at this point. She kept gasping for breath.
Suddenly, Heaven's Punisher reached out and grabbed Ji Yu's face with her hand.
Heaven's Punisher looked as if she had caught a big fish.
She was delighted, and her expression turned sinister. She wickedly said, "I got you now, little girl." Heaven's Punisher brutally threw Ji Yu down, causing her to crash violently into the ground and roll a few times. Ji Yu was severely injured by Heaven's Punisher's strike, and blood began to spill from her.
From above, Heaven's Punisher calmly shouted, "Where is he?
I'll make sure you die in peace." Suddenly, a punch straight to Heaven's Punisher's face sent her flying.
A voice suddenly echoed, "I'm here."
Heaven's Punisher was struck by a powerful punch from Xin Feng, sending her flying through several tall buildings. The shockwave from the punch was no small matter. Xin Feng then picked up the shattered pieces of Wings of Wind from the ground and said, "Wings of Wind is more than half damaged, flight ability is temporarily unusable." Then, Xin Feng continued, "Wings of Wind, second form." Suddenly, the fragments gathered together, forming a machine on Xin Feng.
He shouted loudly, "Transform."
Finally, the machine was fully assembled on Xin Feng's arm.
It resembled an aircraft engine.
The smoke and dust cleared, revealing Xin Feng sitting on the ground with his arm covered in wind blaze, his expression extremely serious. Heaven's Punisher rose from the wreckage, stretching her arms, rotating her shoulders a few times, then smiled and said, "After all this time, is that all you've got?" Xin Feng, now in a combat-ready stance, saw that the Wings of Wind were glowing. He thought to himself, Wings of Wind has the ability to store vast amounts of energy, but usually, it's just a pair of wings that doesn't fully unleash its power. With this in mind, Xin Feng charged forward at maximum speed. Gritting his teeth, he thought, the second form converts its power into turbines on the back, fully mobilizing its strength, like a high-speed engine, using this thrust to launch an attack that rivals Heaven's Punisher. Xin Feng threw a powerful punch to the face of Heaven's Punisher. She was sent flying back by his strike. Heaven's Punisher was knocked several meters away, but she dug her feet into the ground, creating a screeching, scraping sound as she tried to resist. The force of Xin Feng's attack was so overwhelming that, despite her efforts to anchor herself, the ground behind her cracked into hundreds of small fragments. Xin Feng glanced at Wings of Wind, his face showing signs of concern. He thought to himself, the strength of Wings of Wind is waning. Xin Feng tried with all his might to land another punch on Heaven's Punisher, but she blocked it effortlessly. She smirked and said, "Now that's a bit more like it."
"Regret it?"
Heaven's Punisher delivered a swift kick that sent Xin Feng flying. She gloated, "You're still far from enough." Heaven's Punisher attacked again, sending Qin Feng flying through the air and crashing hard into the ground. Qin Feng lay there, unable to move, his face contorted in pain. He thought to himself, "Damn it, my ribs are all broken, my spirit power is barely half recovered, even with the dragon blood fruit, I can't defeat her." Heaven's Punisher walked toward him, her body radiating a brilliant golden light. She looked down at Qin Feng with disdain in her eyes. Raising her foot, she seemed intent on stomping him to death. At this moment, Qin Feng appeared to have run out of strength. For his life, he gritted his teeth and, trembling, slowly pushed the metal piece that was weighing down on him. Heaven's Punisher saw Qin Feng in such agony, and she couldn't help but curl her lips into a contemptuous smile. Suddenly, she turned around and began to walk away. Qin Feng, seeing this, looked at her in confusion, following her steps. After walking a bit further, Heaven's Punisher suddenly turned back, raised her hand, and shouted loudly, "Out of respect for you, I will use my fists to kill you." She clenched her fists with all her might, ready to strike Qin Feng with everything she had. On Heaven's Punisher's face at that moment was nothing but excitement as she thought about killing Qin Feng. Suddenly, the smoke began to dissipate, and Jiyu appeared. She stood in front of Qin Feng. However, Heaven's Punisher did not stop, she continued to swing her fist forward, targeting Jiyu. In these final moments, Jiyu spoke. "Master, I'm sorry." Then, tears fell from Jiyu's eyes as she cried and said, "I clearly wanted to protect you, but I only ended up causing you more harm." Hearing her words, Qin Feng was filled with panic and fear. In the last moments of her life, Jiyu spoke in a trembling voice. "Then take my life." With a sharp whoosh, Heaven's Punisher's punch pierced through Jiyu's body. A large hole now existed in Jiyu's chest. Finally, when Jiyu could no longer hold on, she collapsed and whispered, "Take this life so that the master may live." Jiyu seemed to have fallen into the abyss, surrounded by shimmering yellow lights, with only the figure of a small girl visible. Qin Feng appeared to lose control, his eyes vacant. He gasped for breath, witnessing Jiyu's departure before his eyes. In agony, Qin Feng shouted her name. Jiyu. Heaven's Punisher had delivered a powerful punch, and now, the area around Qin Feng and Jiyu was filled with dust from the collision, swirling like a whirlwind. After killing Jiyu, Heaven's Punisher not only felt no remorse but also smiled with satisfaction and said, "Hard work never betrays the determined. I've finally forced out the dragon's soul." Furious, Qin Feng transformed into the dragon's soul form. His eyes turned completely white, and long black claws sprouted from his hands. His body began to glow, and his hair, once dark blue, now shone in a brilliant golden hue. Suddenly, a burst of light radiated from where he stood, his transformation continuing. His eyes also changed, now resembling the eyes of a dragon. Qin Feng had fully transformed into a massive golden dragon, hovering high above, looking down at Heaven's Punisher. Heaven's Punisher, looking up at Qin Feng, smiled wickedly. In her heart, she thought, the dragon's might is terrifying, just like facing the dragon ancestor back then, but it's all just a show of power. The dragon ancestor still hasn't truly awakened. Heaven's Punisher then stomped her foot firmly on the ground, ready for battle. She thought to herself, once the dragon's soul was in her hands, she would return to the divine realm. Qin Feng was now in a ready combat stance. After that, Heaven's Punisher and Qin Feng charged into battle, like two meteors about to collide. In an instant, just as they were about to clash, Sha appeared from afar. While Qin Feng, filled with murderous intent, was rushing forward to attack, Sha waved her hand, creating a barrier to prevent the unnecessary fight. Standing in front of Heaven's Punisher, Sha angrily shouted. Engaging with the challenger, intending to kill the challenger, creating Saint Void to obstruct the search of the way of heaven. All of these actions will be reported to the way of heaven. Hearing Sha's words, Heaven's Punisher responded indifferently. Although I have already achieved my goal. Then, Heaven's Punisher gradually began to vanish. She laughed eerily and thought to herself. Only I know he is the dragon ancestor. Once the novice phase ends, I will kill him immediately. Next time, he won't have such good luck. Suddenly, a beam of light shot down from the sky, as if tearing through the heavens. It turned out that it was Qin Feng, angrily throwing a punch downward. He gritted his teeth and poured all his strength into the strike. At this moment, Qin Feng was holding Jiyu in his arms. Sha, standing beside him, said, "Village Chief Qin Feng has completed the hunting game, earning 500,000 attribute points. Due to a mistake made by the Way of Heaven, compensation has been granted to Village Chief Qin Feng with the authority to purchase the 10,000 Direction Stone Infinite." Sha flew, hovering in mid-air, with the surrounding earth and stones also levitating in the sky. She said that the compensation for Village Chief Qin Feng was the 7th tier Divine La Heaven Ring, and then a sword appeared. It was the 7th tier Divine La Heaven Ring, with an attack boost of 2000, strength boost of 500, speed boost of 300%, armor penetration boost of 200%, wound infliction boost of 200%, a 100% enhancement of 5 elements energy, a 100% enhancement of wind, lightning, and light energy, and the accompanying skill, Break Heaven's First Strike, which required 24 hours of energy accumulation. Then, a set of armor appeared, and Sha continued, "The compensation for Village Chief is the 6th tier Stormwind Battle Armor, the full Heavenly Dragon Patterned Battle Armor." The full Heavenly Dragon Patterned Battle Armor, 6th tier, had a defense boost of 2000, a 100% resistance to the 5 elements, a 100% resistance to system-based attacks, and a 100% lightning resistance. The accompanying skill was All Heaven's Protection. Qin Feng was holding Jiyu in his arms, with radiant light surrounding the two of them. Qin Feng's face darkened, and at this moment, he had reverted to his normal form. He asked, "Who is she?" Sha fell silent, thinking for a long time. Qin Feng was holding Jiyu below, while Sha hovered in the air. She said, "She is a demigod exiled from the divine realm. I cannot tell you anything else." Upon hearing this, Qin Feng calmly said, "I have remembered this debt." Qin Feng shouted, "In the future, I will make her pay for this blood debt." Suddenly, Jiyu's body began to fade away, and Qin Feng stood there, holding onto her. At that moment, the system issued a reminder: a lost tribe will return to the world of the dead after passing away. Before she completely vanishes and dies, she still has some effect. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng decisively replied, "No." And so, Jiyu dissipated in Qin Feng's arms. Qin Feng looked up at the sky, watching the light spots left behind by Jiyu's fading form. He said, "I don't want to waste the death of someone." Afterward, Qin Feng placed his hand on the machine, and once again, the system's reminder sounded: "Reminder, you have activated the multi-directional teleportation. Please select a teleportation destination." Qin Feng selected the area of village number 618. At that moment, he appeared in the clear sky, the clouds parting as if making way for him. The system then issued another notification: "Village Chief of Long Yuan Village, Qin Feng has entered the area of village number 618. Everyone below looked up at Qin Feng. Then, the system's message appeared again along with new notifications: "Village Chief of Long Yuan Village, Qin Feng has extended an invitation to all members of Village 618. Those who agree to join Long Yuan Village will automatically become villagers of Long Yuan Village." A young man with blonde hair, after reading the system's notification, joyfully shouted, "Is this a dream? I've become a villager of Long Yuan Village again." Another young man nearby, upon hearing this, also spoke out excitedly, "Yes, from now on, we can level up by chopping wood. This is incredible." Suddenly, the system displayed another new notification: "Village Chief of Long Yuan Village, Qin Feng has entered the area of village number 34. The Village Chief of Long Yuan Village, Qin Feng, entered the area of village number 77. Soon after, the system opened the maps of other villages. The system's voice then sounded with a new announcement. "Reminder, the population of Long Yuan Village has reached 15,395 people, meeting the standard required for upgrading to a level 3 village. Long Yuan Village has completed all the necessary conditions for the upgrade." Will Long Yuan Village upgrade to a level 3 village? Long Yuan Village has upgraded from a level 2 village to a level 3 village. The village will successfully upgrade within 2 days.
Congratulations to all villagers for receiving a reward of 400 attribute points. Village Chief Qin Feng receives a reward of 800 attribute points. In another village, the system also made the following announcement: congratulations to Long Yuan Village, which is the first village in its region to upgrade to level 3. Winning first place in this competition, they have earned the highest reward. The reward for the villagers is 1000 attribute points, and the reward for Village Chief Qin Feng is 2000 attribute points. Suddenly, someone shouted out in excitement, "Look over there!" Another voice quickly interrupted, saying loudly, "That's the wall. Once the wall upgrades, we won't need to fear any external enemies anymore." On Qin Feng's side, he was reading the system announcement along with Sha Sha. After reading, Qin Feng said, "A total of 16 branch villages. That means all the people of Dragon Kingdom have been saved." Then, Qin Feng turned toward Sha Sha, raised his hand, and said, "Distribute the attribute points, 100,000 into stamina, 100,000 into speed, 100,000 into strength, and 200,000 into spirit." After putting on his new armor, Qin Feng looked imposing and proud, thinking to himself that finally, the system had presented the current attribute panel of Qin Feng. At level 18, with a pseudo-judginate talent of level 8, fame 180, novice great emperor, strength 105,475, B-level hidden strength, agility 105,372, C-level foot speed intent, physique 102,758, C-level body true will, spirit 209,972, B-level empathic force, elemental affinity talent 5 elements. At a level, Darkness Arcane Law at a level, Heavenly Talent Bloodline Dragon Blood, Bloodline Enhancement at B level, Heavenly Mansion Fate Extraction Limitless at SSS level, Long Way Skill level 1. Mystic Star Armor Transformation level 2, Explosive Internal Energy level 3, Rejuvenation Technique at Northpaw level, Shadow Branch Blessing level 3, Infernal Heavenly Flame level 4, Envelope Board level 4, Wings of Wind level 4, Spirit Communication Technique level 4, Thunderstrike Storm level 4, Shadow Lu Chi Master S, Strategic Evaluation 1200. In Diyu City, Qin Feng was quietly walking alone. In the distance, ahead of him, a girl with blue hair was cheerfully exclaiming, "Accumulated 1400 attribute points, leveling up this time feels so refreshing." She laughed heartily before continuing, I'm starting to think I've fallen in love with Qin Feng." The brown-haired boy beside her was also grinning. Hearing the blue-haired girl, he replied, "As long as we follow the boss, we'll never lose out." Next to them, a girl with orange hair also laughed joyfully and added, "The boss once said he would save all his people, and he's done it." At this moment, there were countless people around, all engrossed in their conversations, unaware that Qin Feng was passing by. In his heart, Qin Feng thought to himself that he should report Ji Yu's departure to Elder Qi Shan. Suddenly, a crowd gathered, seemingly because something had happened. It turned out that a man had fallen from the platform of the ancient machine and onto the ground. He grimaced and shouted, "This is bad. The wall hasn't even finished upgrading, and the regular army of the common clan is about to charge." Another young man, upon hearing this, replied, "Ji Yun's group has gone to help." At that moment, a girl nearby screamed in fear, "Oh my god, can they even go out there and fight against the regular army of the common clan?" The person who heard this immediately yelled, "Quick, contact the boss." At that moment, Qin Feng was also making his way toward the scene. Someone's voice rang out, shouting, "What should we do? The common clan has an Earth-tier powerhouse. Isn't Ji Yun just going to his death?" Upon hearing this, Qin Feng silently thought to himself. Ji Yun was decisive, and Qin Feng immediately rushed forward like a bolt of lightning, his expression serious. He was secretly thinking, Ji Yun is Ji Yu's younger brother, he can't let him die. Because Qin Feng moved so swiftly, it was hard for people to recognize him. As he flew past, someone was startled and shouted, "What was that flying by?" Someone else quickly responded, "It seems like Boss Qin." Meanwhile, at the sandy hills, two sides were locked in combat, attacking and defending with great fervor. Among the crowd, a voice suddenly called out, "Tribe leader, what's wrong with you?" Suddenly, the tribe leader clenched his fists tightly. He said, "I just learned that the protective forces are organizing a meeting of the original clan. but they didn't report it to our tribe. The mage beside him was taken aback when he heard Qin Feng say this and exclaimed, "What?" At this moment, the chieftain had ceased fighting. Among the crowd, a voice rang out, "Our tribe is weak, which is why they don't take us seriously. As long as we defeat the challenger this time, our tribe's strength will surely increase significantly." Hearing this, the chieftain shouted loudly, "Give it everything you've got, leave no armor left on them, charge forward." Following his command, the group rushed forward. The chieftain's warriors were fierce, each one bold and shouting as they wielded their weapons, charging ahead. The battle was intense, seemingly evenly matched. The roars echoed across the battlefield, blending with the sounds of clashing weapons, creating an atmosphere that was both lively and tense. Leading the charge was Ji Yun, a young but capable warrior. Ji Yun surged forward with the speed of the wind, facing 3 or 4 enemies who were aggressively charging at him with swords raised. Ji Yun moved like a raging storm across the battlefield, his speed and strength overwhelming his opponents. Every step he took was decisive, powerful yet fluid like water flowing. With a single powerful kick, Ji Yun sent the 3 enemies flying toward him. Their bodies were tossed like leaves in a fierce wind, crashing to the ground. Amidst their screams of pain, Ji Yun just smiled smugly, his gaze briefly showing disdain as he looked at the people groaning at his feet. But before his smile could fade, a sudden chill brushed across his face. A lightning-fast and precise kick whizzed past Ji Yun's face, so close that he could clearly feel the danger in the wind. His eyes immediately widened in shock, and the astonishment was evident on his face. He was struck forcefully to the ground, rolling a few times before finally coming to a stop after being thrown dozens of meters away. On the battlefield, his teammates were stunned as they witnessed the scene. Suddenly, the remaining people were also buried, their bodies sinking into the ground. Everyone anxiously asked, "What's happening?" Someone blared at NN, gritting their teeth, and spoke, "Lu Sha is a skill of the common folk. Use a transformation-type skill to deal with him." A young man, his face full of confidence, swung his hand forward and shouted, "Go." His voice commanded eagerly, "By killing them, we can earn a lot of attribute points." His companions charged forward, while the main characters group found themselves bound by chains, the thick coils wrapping tightly around their necks. They were in a desperate situation. The battle raged on, growing fiercer with each passing moment. A deathly atmosphere enveloped the battlefield, with continuous shouts echoing, "Charge forward, die for me." The cries of pain were equally loud, "Ah, help!" Meanwhile, over at Qin Feng's side, he looked up at the people floating in the air, panic creeping into his voice. "What's going on over there?" His comrades' cries of defeat were heartbreaking, echoing loudly. "Village chief, boss Qin, master." Hearing this, Qin Feng quickly dashed over at lightning speed. Upon arriving, his gaze flickered with surprise as he softly called out, "Lei Jiao." Without wasting any time, Qin Feng swiftly drew a vibrant green spirit stone from the palm of his hand. Without hesitation, he hurled it towards his opponent, but the opponent was no amateur. Quick as a flash, he easily dodged Qin Feng's projectile. While battling 2 enemies, Qin Feng shouted loudly, "Where is Ji Yun?" Lei Jiao responded, saying that Ji Yun had infiltrated the enemy's ranks, and his fate was uncertain. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Qin Feng immediately commanded everyone to halt the fight and retreat at once. "I'll take care of the rest." Lei Jiao anxiously asked, "Boss Qin, there are at least 3,000 enemies here. You alone?" At this moment, many had fallen, and both sides had suffered heavy casualties. The main group was trapped in a precarious position, their bodies entangled by the enemy's chains, unable to resist. Over here, the enemy's leader was relentlessly launching attacks in Qin Feng's direction. "You're going to die." With a single move, Qin Feng easily froze the enemy leader in place. While fighting off the remaining foes, he reflected on the situation. Blindly searching like this was too inefficient. Without delay, he called out to Xiao Wulwan. "Speak quickly." "Yes." As soon as the words left Xiao Wulwan's mouth, Qin Feng stomped on the face of an enemy to launch himself into the air. After soaring into the sky, he shouted loudly, giving orders, "Fly higher and find Ji Yun." Xiao Huoluan swiftly responded, understood.
Qin Feng continued to battle the enemy, while Xiao Huoluan seized the opportunity to fly off.
It kept looking around, searching continuously.
Not far from there, Xiao Huoluan spotted other teammates. They were surrounded by the enemy, cornered in a dangerous position. It tried to observe the chaotic scene below. Xiao Huoluan immediately rushed back to report, "Master, I found Ji Yun."
Qin Feng quickly commanded, "Take me there."
At that moment, Ji Yun was on the verge of collapse. Gritting his teeth, he cursed, "Damn it, this attack is stronger than the last. I can't hold them off much longer." The enemy, feeling triumphant, said, "I really want to see how long you can endure." In this perilous moment, fortunately, Qin Feng arrived just in time to save him, and Ji Yun narrowly escaped death. When he turned and saw Qin Feng, his face lit up with joy as he said, "I knew you would come to save us." Seeing him, Qin Feng was reminded of Ji Yu. Her face had been so pitiful, her final words, "Let my life be exchanged for the master's survival." He gazed at Ji Yun in shock, as they both resembled each other so much. Ji Yun, overjoyed, continued, "Master, let's destroy the merchant tribe together." Qin Feng, not wanting to engage in battle that would cause casualties, gave the order, "Take our people back to Du City."
As soon as the words left his mouth, he used time manipulation to transport everyone safely back to the village.
As for Qin Feng, he stood alone facing the merchant tribe. Seeing this, the enemy tribe leader shouted and commanded, "Today, the village chief of Challenger Village, come and kill him." Thousands of soldiers from the merchant tribe howled and charged forward, their determined gazes clearly showing their desire for victory. They threw all their strength into the fight, their fighting spirit pushing them into battle. The people of the merchant tribe surged forward, as numerous as the Mongol army, each armed with weapons.
Qin Feng stood alone in the midst of the encirclement.
He silently chanted, and behind him, the phantom of a golden dragon appeared. Qin Feng cracked his knuckles, coldly eyeing the chaotic crowd before him and said, "My people have already retreated, it's time to unleash the great tide." The enormous golden dragon twisted and soared high in the sky, letting out a furious roar. The oppressive aura from the golden dragon was so powerful that many guardians were blasted into the air, with dust swirling everywhere. The fierce appearance from before was now swept away by the wind and dust, and the faces of the people showed unmistakable fear as they murmured, trying to flee.
The tribe leader of the merchant tribe and his two assistants were also shaken.
The tribe leader sweated profusely, his eyes filled with bloodshot veins.
In panic, he thought to himself, "What is this pressure? Why can't even my body move?"
The tribe leader glanced at the monstrous creature behind him, a hideous and terrifying sight, and secretly sighed, "Even our ace monster, the 600-star strategic monster, is trembling in fear." The old man's eyes suddenly widened, filled with astonishment as he gazed at the scene before him. Right behind Qin Feng was a golden dragon, its mouth gaping wide. To his surprise, a massive orb was gathering within its mouth. Qin Feng opened his mouth as if saying something. No one knew what he was saying, but they saw the dragon suddenly unleash a blinding beam of golden light, flying a great distance before exploding with a deafening blast on the ground. At the same time, Qin Feng's voice rang out clearly, "Long Wei likes to launch attacks." The members of the Guardian merchant tribe watched the searing golden light with eyes full of despair. They hurriedly ran for their lives, but they didn't know that whatever they did was futile. For just a moment later, another dazzling surge of power flew toward them, obliterating them in the blink of an eye. Seeing his troops being decimated, the clan leader quickly raised his hand and shouted loudly, activating his defensive fusion skill. At that moment, a beam of light pierced through the earth and rocks, flying straight toward him. The clan leader froze in shock, as though struck by a thunderclap, paralyzed by fear, his gaze locked on the beam of light that was rushing toward him like the gates of the underworld. Boom! As expected, the elder was wiped out in the blink of an eye. But it didn't end there. The golden dragon continued to spew several more bursts of saliva, aiming to completely wipe out the merchant tribe, eradicating them to their very roots. With every spurt of saliva, dozens more merchant tribe members were killed, each one terrified beyond belief, scrambling to escape for their lives. They ran, stumbling countless times, desperately hoping to survive this calamity. At that moment, a notification appeared: you have killed the ruler of the merchant tribe, and the merchant tribe land deed card has dropped, accompanied by a thick card engraved with the sharp word commerce. Shinfeng picked up the card, and 2 statistical notifications appeared in succession. Up until now, you have killed a total of 3,486 Guardian-level humans, gained 156,870 attribute points, and 20,000 energy points. You have also killed 267 Guardian-level electrics, gained 102,528 attribute points, and 31,239 energy points. Shinfeng stared at the land deed card and thought to himself, once the adjustments are made, Long Yuan village can set up a teleportation array between the Moonlit Town and Merchant Tribe, so people can go to the Merchant Tribe to harvest the spoils. The system floated near Shinfeng, notifying him that his level had increased to level 20. He tapped the one link to village button on the system map. As soon as the action was completed, Shinfeng reappeared at the teleportation array in Moonlit Town, where a large number of villagers were waiting. They eagerly presented rare items to Shinfeng. A kind-hearted young man raised the sword in his hand and cheerfully said, Village Chief, this is a level 5 weapon I obtained from a treasure chest. Please accept it. Another young man, holding a leather pouch in his hands, excitedly said, Boss Chin, this is a high-level family beast I created using my skill, and it can be used to upgrade the wooden house. A girl with green hair, also full of excitement, held up a jar and smiled as she showed it to Shinfeng, saying, Master, I heard you're collecting spirit herbs. These are what my tribe members and I have gathered. Other villagers, unable to wait any longer, hurriedly interjected, saying, Village Chief, Master. Shinfeng looked at the dazzling items presented with the endless admiration of the crowd, feeling somewhat awkward and embarrassed. He could only let out a soft sigh. Shinfeng, with his keen eyes, scanned through the crowd and saw Elder Qishan standing still, looking toward the crowd. He furrowed his brow, silently speculating, as it seemed Elder Qishan had realized that Jiyu had left. Elsewhere, in a grand room resembling that of royalty, a group of people were respectfully kneeling in front of those sitting leisurely in their chairs. One person suddenly shouted, What? The merchant tribe leader was killed with a single strike? Are you trying to deceive me? The merchant tribe leader is a 9 heavens earth level powerhouse. It turned out that the person kneeling below was none other than the assistant of the merchant tribe leader. He raised his head and spoke with a tone filled with anger. Nothing could be more true. The challenger, a man named Shinfeng, I don't know what skill he used, but he wiped out our entire tribe with a single blow. The assistant then, determined to gain the support of the chieftains present, worked hard to convince the tribal leaders, knowing that the challenger and the guardian were natural enemies. If we don't kill him before he grows stronger, I fear that all the protective forces will eventually be buried in his hands. Yihan, the leader of the Yi clan and a heavenly level first layer powerhouse, spoke up with a guess. If what he says is true, this person might have already reached heavenly level first layer strength. In response, the leader of the Fei clan, Fei Lian, a heavenly level first layer powerhouse as well, slowly rebutted, Impossible. It's only been 5 days, even the people from the great celestial world couldn't be that fast. But the clan leader of the Zhao clan, Zhao Yuan, a heavenly level first layer expert, waved his fan, showing his disapproval. The world is vast, and there is nothing that does not exist. One cannot underestimate a challenger. Moreover, I feel that this person is certainly not just at the heavenly level first layer. Despite the confused looks from the other clan leaders from Kuei Inghuan Lake, Zhao Yuan continued his analysis. At heavenly level first layer, against an earth level 9 heavens, although the outcome is certain to be a win, it will still require considerable effort. Not to mention, there are also 3,000 descendants of the merchant tribe. Upon hearing this reasonable analysis, Yihan was stunned, then concluded, then that person must have reached at least the heavenly level 3rd heavens. Then, he turned to Fei Lian in shock and said, Heavenly level 3rd heavens? Doesn't that mean it can only be Yuan? He dared not finish the sentence and anxiously looked towards the person who had been sitting silently above all this time. The clan leader of the original clan, Yuan Kong, a heavenly level 3rd heavens expert, was still meditating with his eyes closed, yet his ears were attentive to the discussions of the others. The strength of the challenger is beyond imagination.
Facing them alone is not a wise action. It's better to unite.
At this point, Yuan Kong suddenly sneered and then stood up slowly, making his way toward the main door.
Yi Han awkwardly called out to him, "Yuan Kong?"
However, the original clan leader merely glanced quickly at the other clan leaders before uttering a scornful remark, "You cowardly lot, afraid of a mere challenger, looking like this." Yuan Kong took broad strides, speaking as he walked. The original clan has never allied with clans weaker than itself.
"I won't join your alliance."
Yi Han was about to say something, but was interrupted by Du En, who stopped him with a gesture. He watched Yuan Kong's retreating figure and calmly advised him.
Forget it, forget it.
It's normal for the original clan to look down on these mosquito-sized things.
Jiao Yuan's gaze was fixed ahead, but it seemed as though he was lost in an endless void.
He spoke a cryptic remark, for in the end, the original clan was backed by that terrifying existence. Back on the vast wall, the guards cheerfully greeted each other. Below, the sounds of laughter echoed from the people of Long Yuan village. They gathered around the skewers of meat roasting over the fire. They were lost in song, laughter, and idle chatter. In a room nearby, Qin Feng sat slumped in a chair, sorrowfully apologizing.
"Ji Shan Elder, if it weren't for protecting me, she wouldn't have died." The clan leader, Ji Shan, quickly responded.
Jiyu, as a warrior of tribal discrimination, it was her honor to die for her master. He seemed unfazed by Qin Feng, busy rummaging through a wooden chest.
Ji Shan added, "I am proud of her. Please don't blame yourself."
Qin Feng, lost in thought, muttered to himself.
"I know. Not just Jiyu, anyone from tribal discrimination would die for me.
From the beginning, I only wanted to use them to increase Long Yuan village's numbers and complete the mission, but they were sincere towards me, accepting me as their master. I must take responsibility for them." He silently reproached himself, thinking, when facing Heaven's Punisher, I was passive and only endured the blows.
How can I protect them when I'm this weak? Ji Shan suddenly spoke up and asked, "Master, do you know the dragon ancestor?" Qin Feng was startled by the question. He instinctively looked up and asked in surprise, "Why do you ask that?"
Ji Shan didn't wait for Qin Feng to finish speaking, pushing an old book toward him.
The title Primeval Ancestral God Tome was clearly written on it. Then the old man interrupted and said, "There is an ancient secret text passed down through generations in tribal discrimination."
When you described the scene where Heaven's Punisher Jiu Wu was hunting you, it reminded me of this book. After that, Ji Shan began recounting the old story to Qin Feng. The five-clawed golden dragon appeared on the body of the dragon ancestor, the true dragon, its mouth holding a golden flame. In the blink of an eye, thousands of stars turned into horses, and the crowd, in fear, retreated, not daring to rush forward. The dragon ancestor, relying on his own power, turned heaven and earth, and the five-clawed golden dragon took shape. Ji Shan opened a page of the book and continued. This page records the legend of the ancestral god who roamed the universe tens of thousands of years ago. It clearly states that within 33 days, the dragon ancestor intended to rebuild his dominion. The dragon ancestor was in Yanhai, where the shattered primal essence created the red universe, and the six realms awaited rebirth, with a devilish trial lasting countless ages. Qin Feng's expression grew serious as he examined each page carefully. Meanwhile, Ji Shan kept talking non-stop. I suspect that the demigod Jiu Wu, involved as Heaven's Punisher, might be connected to the departure of the dragon ancestor. If the primal essence is lost, the dragon ancestor might still have the potential for resurrection. Then the old man analyzed in detail. Master, you possess a skill similar to the dragon ancestors. Jiu Wu was even more likely to misunderstand, thinking that you are the reincarnation of the dragon ancestor. Ji Shan imagined Jiu Wu as a giant, capable of holding the entire fate of the earth in his hands. He feared that the dragon ancestor's resurrection would bring revenge, so he took advantage of his identity as Heaven's Punisher to monitor the world of slaughter. With a mere thought from the giant, the earth would be instantly crushed into pieces. Jishan solemnly concluded, once a new person with strong power appears, they will be killed immediately.
The clan leader Jishan sighed softly and said, this time, the master belongs to the hands of the wind and the sky.
Xin Feng closed the book and began to estimate Jiao Wu's combat power in his mind. During the Saint Void battle, Jiao Wu's combat power was roughly between 800 and 1000. Sha had once reminded him that, during the novice assessment to prevent Heaven's Punisher from secretly violating the rules, the combat power of Heaven's Punisher would be suppressed to 1/10. Then, he based his estimation on the system's division of combat power. Combat power ranging from 2000 to 3000 stars represented the first tier of the celestial level, 3000 to 4000 stars represented the second tier, 4000 to 6000 stars represented the third tier, 6000 to 9000 stars represented the fourth tier, and 9000 to 15,000 stars represented the fifth tier. From this, Xin Feng calculated the conversion of Jiao Wu's combat power. In other words, Jiao Wu's total combat power was between 8,000 and 10,000 stars. Xin Feng recalled Jiao Wu's appearance and frowned, thinking to himself, at least she has combat power at the 4th celestial level, and in 2 days, I won't be able to reach the same level as Long Yuan village, I will definitely be destroyed. Ji Shan and Xin Feng sat opposite each other, the light from the fireplace casting long shadows that stretched all the way to the door. Perhaps their worries had merged with those shadows in the dark corners of the room. Xin Feng, feeling somewhat helpless, wondered what he should do to lead everyone to survive this disaster. At that moment, a series of frantic knocks and urgent shouts echoed from outside the door, "Village chief, village chief." The door burst open, and a young man, seemingly having just run a long distance, rushed in to announce, "Many enemy troops have been discovered near Long Yuan village." From afar, through the mist and the cold winds, vague dark figures emerged. The fog gradually cleared, and the group drew closer. Their shapes slowly became clearer. Leading the group was a figure in a striking white robe, followed by thousands, even tens of thousands, of soldiers and powerful monsters. There were also monsters flying in the sky. The people of Long Yuan village, upon seeing this sight, broke into a cold sweat, their hands and legs trembling. Jiao Yuan raised his hand in a signal, "All troops, halt." He then crossed his arms, lifted his head, and called out, "I am Jiao Yuan, the clan leader of the Jiao clan. May I ask, is the village chief of Long Yuan village Xin Feng present?" Following Jiao Yuan's gaze, a small yet imposing figure stood on the wall, shining under the bright moon. Xin Feng looked down from above, the moonlight casting a silvery sheen over him, as though coating him in a layer of polished silver. Xin Feng coldly asked, "Is there anything I can help you with?" Jiao Yuan stood below and shouted, "You killed the chief of the merchant tribe. As his good friend, I've come for revenge." Xin Feng seemed to pay no attention to Jiao Yuan's provocative words. He casually responded, Jiao Yuan gently waved the fan in his hand, pretending to be dangerous as he said, "I know your strength is formidable, but I'm not weak either. The 100,000 soldiers behind me are not something you can handle alone." He continued, "If we fight, we'll both suffer heavy losses. So, I have a suggestion." Xin Feng furrowed his brow, grinding his teeth and cursing inwardly, "Talks too much, full of tricks." Then, Jiao Yuan raised 3 fingers and issued a challenge, "I propose a one-on-one match with 3 of my men. If you win, I'll immediately let go of my grudge and leave with my people." On the surface, he seemed to be calmly offering terms, but in his heart, Jiao Yuan was scheming. The walls of Long Yuan village had been built, and breaking through them head-on would be no easy task. Luring Xin Feng into a one-on-one duel was the best strategy. He was confident in his plan. Jiao Yuan's eyes gleamed with cunning as he silently analyzed, "Even if we lose in the one-on-one duel, I'll still learn his fighting style through the 3 matches. This will be useful for our subsequent battles." Xin Feng arrogantly pointed downwards and declared, "A waste of time. Send all 3 of them at once." Jiao Yuan quickly closed his fan and smiled in satisfaction, praising Xin Feng, "Village Chief Xin, you're straightforward." According to his plan, Jiao Yuan swiftly called out the names of 3 of his subordinates, Yi Hang, "Flight," Jiao Gu, "Step forward." Yi Hang was a reckless young man, still chewing on a stalk of grass, with a large gun firmly held in his hand. It seemed Yi Hang was a sharpshooter. Flight, on the other hand, was an alluring woman, dressed in revealing clothes that showcased the beautiful curves of her body. The eyes of the people around her were filled with admiration. The man named KO was a muscular individual. On the back of his hand was a bracelet with sharp spikes pointing outward. Upon hearing their names called, they quickly rushed out of the crowd, heading straight for Chin Fong. Chin Fong, without hesitation, kicked off the wall and jumped down, firmly gripping his sword with one hand. "Fly!" she shouted provocatively, and a massive burst of fire shot out from the matrix around Flight. However, Chin Fong quickly leaped up, narrowly dodging the attack. Before he could even regain his composure, Chin Fong saw a hand with sharp spikes coming straight for him. He kicked hard against the spikes. Then, he used the momentum from Zhao Ji's hand to kick the man backward. Chin Fong followed through, spinning midair 3 times. Yi Hang, who had been hiding and waiting for the right moment, now seized the opportunity. He continuously aimed his gun at Chin Fong. Yi Hang smirked triumphantly to himself, "The plan has worked." Indeed, the collaboration between Yi Hang, Flight, and Zhao Gu was seamless, step by step leading Chin Fong exactly where they wanted him. He pulled the trigger, and a bullet was fired. He thought that since Chin Fong was still midair, it would be nearly impossible for him to avoid the bullet. With just this shot, everything would be over. But fate had other plans. Heaven itself decided that the chosen one would not fall so easily. Chin Fong was truly his biological son. In such a life and death situation, he was still able to effortlessly dodge the path of the bullet, leaving Yi Hang dumbfounded and a panicked voice echoing in his mind. "What?" Chin Fong sneered as he looked at Yi Hang, then raised one hand as if to control something. Immediately, dozens of arms seemed to sprout out of nowhere, relentlessly grabbing at Yi Hang, who could only use the barrel of his gun to fend them off. Yi Hang stared in astonishment, wondering, what kind of monster is this? After executing his move, Chin Fong quickly turned around and was struck by a punch from Zhao Gu. The man yelled, "Take one of my punches." Chin Fong also swung his fist to block. Given the size of both men's arms, anyone would think Chin Fong was a grasshopper trying to kick an elephant. However, this grasshopper could actually kick the elephant, and even cause internal injuries, making the elephant sweat in fear. The elephant could only look at the small opponent in front of him with fear. Chin Fong delivered another blow, pushing Zhao Gu back forcefully. The sharp, spiked rings on his arms were shattered. Flight, having just completed 3 magic formations, looked extremely exhausted, sweat dripping down her body. She wiped the sweat off her face with one hand while still controlling the formations with the other, but she didn't forget to criticize her teammate in her mind. That kid from the Yi clan was truly an idiot. Attacking from a distance would only get him detected. Remembering the not-so-distant past, when Yuan Kong had refused to join the alliance to confront Chin Fong, the 3 clan leaders from the remaining clans had teamed up and chosen Yi Hang as their representative. Flight and Zhao Gu approached and discussed the plan. The surviving member of the merchant tribe had provided us with some useful information. Yi Han recalled the techniques of Chin Fong and listed them, confirming that Chin Fong had at least 3 types of skills, 5 elements, magic, and flight. He looked down at the 3 kneeling below and said, "You are the chosen ones from thousands of tribes to deal with Chin Fong, and I have high expectations for you." Then, Yi Han outlined each person's strengths. First was Yi Hang. Yi Hang's skills could counter Chin Fang's flight. Next was the only girl in the team, Flight. Her heavenly talent was similar to Chin Fang's 5 elements, just perfectly complementary, capable of limiting him even if it couldn't kill him. Finally, there was Zhao Gu, who also received instructions from Yi Han. Zhao Gu, after Flight and Yi Hang restrain Chin Fong, use your heavenly talent, the S-rank power boost, to deliver a fatal blow to Chin Fong. Although there was still one of Chin Fang's techniques that hadn't been countered, Yi Han still spoke with confidence. For now, the greatest threat to you is Chin Fang's long HNH shockwave. We still don't know enough about it, and we're not sure how to counter it. But I believe, with a 10-fold reduction in strength, as long as you're stronger than him, no matter how bizarre his skills are, they will be useless. He then spread his hand, revealing 3 golden pills with strange, raised patterns. Yi Han briefly explained their function.
These pills can double your combat power in the blink of an eye. Take them before you enter the arena.
He was distributing the pills to each person while smiling with his eyes squinted, offering a big reward.
The clan will never forget your sacrifice. Once this is over, you will become the youngest elder in the clan.
The three of them, hearing this, felt their fighting spirit rise, their eyes blazing with determination. In unison, they shouted loudly. Back to our ongoing battle, Feng was leisurely dodging a punch that cracked the ground, all the while keeping an eye out to avoid the magical flames of flight. Their strength seemed to have grown significantly compared to before. Someone thought quietly to themselves, the pills must be starting to take effect.
Yi Hang was focusing intently, using binoculars to track Qin Feng's movements step by step.
The image in Yi Hang's sights was of Qin Feng delivering a powerful knee strike to Zhao Ji's stomach, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Just as Zhao Gu was sent flying out of the binoculars' view, Qin Feng's figure also disappeared in a small explosion. Yi Hang, concentrating on the observation, suddenly panicked and thought, where did he go? Suddenly, with a flash, a white light appeared right in front of Yi Hang.
Before he could comprehend what was happening, Yi Hang was sent to meet his ancestors.
A sword pierced straight into his eye. Yi Hang died before he could even close his eyes. Seeing this, Flight immediately changed her plan. She shouted loudly to Zhao Gu, I'll distract him, Zhao Gu, you use your shield to block him. However, before Zhao Gu could respond, Qin Feng had already appeared behind Flight. She instinctively turned around and saw Qin Feng raise his arm high, gathering electricity.
He mocked her teasingly, so weak. My body hasn't even warmed up yet.
After that, Qin Feng shouted, Flight is now extremely terrified, her pupils shrinking due to the threat. She knew that she could no longer escape. Flight could only tremble and beg, no, wait. Seeing the streak of blue light from the lightning drawing closer and closer to her, Flight stammered, please. But before she could finish her sentence, Qin Feng immediately used the lightning bolt to strike her directly. The system then appeared and announced, unlimited extraction successful, obtained heavenly talent 5 elements, B rank, upgrading heavenly talent. Just as he thought he had succeeded, the system notified again, due to the extraction level being too low, the upgrade failed.
Qin Feng felt extremely irritated.
Seeing that he was now alone, he immediately turned around, rushing away while loudly shouting, Patriarch, save me. Zhao Yuan saw this and broke into a cold sweat, his heart secretly shocked. In just a brief moment, all the outstanding talents from the 3 tribes had lost their combat ability, and he could sense that Qin Feng hadn't even used all of his power yet. He didn't know what scene he had witnessed that made Qin Feng suddenly widen his eyes, and he couldn't help but wonder, what is he planning to do? It turned out that Qin Feng was taking a stance, preparing to activate some skill. Then, a blazing fireball was immediately launched by him. In no time, this terrifying energy chased right behind K. And then, with a loud bang, a massive explosion erupted, sending rocks and dust flying everywhere. This also meant that K had fallen asleep.
Zhao Yuan and his group, upon witnessing this scene, could only stand there with their mouths agape in shock.
As the dust slowly cleared, everyone saw Zhao Gu still kneeling there, but perhaps due to the explosion, his head was no longer there. Seeing this, Zhao Yuan fell silent for a moment, then immediately raised his fan high and confidently said, I can only go to the battlefield. Qin Feng calmly walked over to Zhao Ji's body and spoke, I've known all along that the agreement you made before was just nonsense. When he saw Zhao Yuan leading his men charging forward, shouting charge, he sneered and said, but it's fine, I forgive you, because from the beginning, I never intended to spare any of you. Before long, countless fireballs shot out, while Zhao Yuan's group furiously rushed forward, shouting as they came. Despite their overwhelming numbers and fierce momentum, Qin Feng not only showed no fear but stood there, facing them. He suddenly opened his mouth wide and slowly inhaled the air, then used all his strength to shoot all the fireballs forward, causing anyone hit to be pierced through the body and die instantly. Seeing this, Zhao Yuan was extremely frustrated and thought to himself, he's using the air bullets to counterattack again. In the blink of an eye, more than half of his tribe had been killed, but in order to seize Long Yuan village, sacrificing some of his people was worth it. Fortunately, he still had his last resort. With it, he could rely on his average talent to match the divine skills of other powerful beings. Having thought this, Zhao Yuan immediately activated his 8th tier skill. A strike was launched straight at Qin Feng's direction, producing a loud explosion that was no less intense than the one he had earlier. Realizing that he had succeeded, the attacker couldn't help but feel smug. It worked! While surveying the surroundings, Qin Feng broke into a sweat and thought to himself, only the head is still functional. The other parts are all restricted by this strange thread. If it weren't for the protective skill of the heavenly dragon patterned battle armor, I'd probably be trapped in his trap right now. Then, suddenly, the attacker sneered and thought to himself, moreover, this thread doesn't easily latch onto the body, but rather the soul. Quite interesting. Zhao Yuan immediately raised his fan high and loudly ordered, now that he can't move, take this chance and rush him. As soon as he finished speaking, someone suddenly ambushed him from behind. A slash swiftly passed through, and all that could be heard was his scream, "Eh!" The brown-haired girl standing nearby was left speechless at the sight. Meanwhile, the men around her screamed in shock, calling out to each other, "What's going on?" An enemy ambush, where is the enemy? They couldn't see the attacker at all. At the same time, at Zhao Yuan's position, he was using all his strength to block Qin Feng's sword with his fan, his eyes wide in shock as he asked, "How? How is this possible? How could you escape my skill?" Qin Feng smirked, dismissing him with a sneer, "Fool, did you think I'd tell you how?" Afterwards, I couldn't help but feel a sense of contempt in my heart. Just a few strands of silk, how could they possibly compare to the true essence of the heavenly Punisher's demonic eyes? The intensity of my soul had already been honed to the point of surpassing ordinary people in that battle. How could someone like him, a frog at the bottom of a well, ever understand this? Suddenly, a loud explosion was heard, and Zhao Yuan couldn't help but laugh in delight, saying, "Humph, it seems your rear courtyard is on fire." He then silently rejoiced in his heart, thinking that Yi Han and Fei Lian had finally managed to do something. The 3 clans of ours had a plan from the very beginning to send a pawn to probe and lure the village chief of Long Yuan. Before this, I had done my best to buy time. The Fei and Yi clans, using the stealth skills of the Fei clan, quietly sabotaged the wall from behind and then entered the village to directly begin the massacre. At this moment, the protective forces and the villagers are gathering together. He definitely won't dare use his dragon-shaped attack skills. With his abilities restricted, his strength will definitely decrease. Seeing Qin Feng leap into the air, preparing to thrust his sword down while shouting loudly, "Get out of the way," Zhao Yuan again thought silently to himself that in this plan, facing him head-on was undoubtedly the most dangerous part for me. Immediately, a massive earthquake appeared right after his thrust, accompanied by his command to clear the way for me. Zhao Yuan couldn't help but secretly admire him, but he was certain that he would be the one to benefit the most. He was a leader with great dedication, and his subordinates, facing danger, would definitely rush to help him. Wait until he charges into the city, deals with the 2 other clans, and both sides suffer heavy losses, then Ming can profit from the situation. Just as he was still feeling smug, Qin Feng suddenly turned around, pointed his sword directly at his neck, and said with a sneer, "Compared to your clumsy acting skills, mine are far superior." Did you really think your impatient face was well hidden? He was stunned upon hearing this and shouted loudly, "What?" Qin Feng calmly responded, "You don't need to worry, though. There are 2 other individuals in the city with the same strength as me. They'll slowly entertain your comrades." Zhao Yuan didn't reply but was drenched in cold sweat, panicking as he thought, the intelligence from old Master Gua never mentioned these 3 people of equal strength. I must escape. If I can just get away, I can make a comeback. With that thought, he immediately turned and hurriedly ran off, silently vowing to himself, "The East will rise again." Qin Feng didn't bother chasing him but stood still, reflecting to himself, the intensity of the thread seems higher than last time. Could it be because there are fewer control parts? Still, it's not worth mentioning. Then, he immediately activated his Hellfire skill to attack Zhao Yuan. The outcome for him was unknown, but the system notification soon appeared, "Successfully killed a guardian at the Heaven Tier realm. You have killed the leader of the Zhao clan and obtained their clan's land deed card." Using infinite extraction successful, and gained a level 8 skill, external projection of divine consciousness, which can be modified according to the user. After successfully obtaining Jiao Yuan's ultimate skill, Xin Feng couldn't help but marvel and mutter, "This is the skill of that strange thread. What does it mean to change according to the person?" Immediately after, he used his external spiritual consciousness to collect all the essence left behind by the previous wives in front of him. Upon seeing this, the system continuously displayed notifications, "Unlimited extraction successful." Xin Feng clenched his fist and said with a pleased smile, "The innate ability of reinforcing thoughts can also take objects from a distance, but the range is limited." However, this 8th level external spiritual consciousness skill can not only retrieve objects from a long distance and a wide range but also use the innate ability of unlimited extraction in a wide area. If the state of the spiritual consciousness is changed, it can turn into threads that stab into the soul. Even that fool could use it to restrain his actions for a short time. As for me, maybe I could use it to form a complete countermeasure against the enemy. Not stopping at just holding the object in his hand, he tossed it into the air, letting the thread scatter everywhere, before finally checking the range of his external spiritual consciousness. Witnessing this scene, the girl in the hamburger outfit raised her hand and commanded, "Hit him really hard." These words immediately left Xin Feng speechless. "Who taught you that?" While the two were chatting happily, the people outside were doing their best to fight. Watching the battle from start to finish, Xin Feng couldn't hide his pride and thought to himself, "Not bad. Leaving Long Yuan village to them, I feel really at ease." With that, Xin Feng returned to the main issue, slightly bent down, and smoothly leaped over the camp with his sword. The thread that had been thrown into the air quickly sliced through each person one by one. He was just responsible for tightening things up. On the outside, he looked cool, but in his heart, Xin Feng was praising himself, as expected, "It's me." After everyone was taken care of, he stood in the middle of the place, closed his eyes, and felt the power emanating from the rope. It was now 30,000 meters. Could it be that the range of the foreign mind's projection had no limit? Just then, a strong gust of wind blew by, causing the grass to sway. Outside the city, massive waves were approaching, waiting to crash down. The people inside, sensing something unusual, became increasingly on edge. Is it an earthquake? What's going on? Xin Feng, who was absorbing the power, quickly noticed something was off, narrowing his eyes and turning his head. The water level had risen, revealing giant crabs and shrimp. However, in the face of this, a girl remained completely calm. She even stood on top of the wave. But reality wasn't as dreamy as it seemed. All that the wave hit was a solid, unyielding wall. This scene made the girl and her subordinates wonder. While the wave was stopped outside, things weren't much better inside, as the ground had been pocked with numerous holes. Those who were dazzled by the sight screamed as though they had never screamed before. "Yuan Kong, don't tell me you're underestimating us? Borrowing the wind to bend the bamboo, how despicable." With that, he opened his mouth wide, and a plume of black smoke escaped. The girl nearby quickly covered the ears of the little girl dressed in a hamburger costume. Children shouldn't hear this. Looking at the purple energy in front of her, the girl sneered, "So stupid, like a pig." Then, he had to ease up a little, and the subordinate beside him quickly understood. A strong man never needed to explain things to the weak. Hearing those words, the three strange figures behind him all responded clearly in unison. Seeing this, he gave a few instructions. He was no ordinary person. He invoked the power of heaven and earth, enhancing the spell to either topple the wall or construct it. Xin Feng, standing inside, looked up at the enormous wave and silently assessed that the combat power of 18 wasn't much higher than his own, yet why did he feel such a pressure from him? Moreover, the origin of this pressure felt strange. Then, his attention shifted to the small purple octopus on his shoulder, and he wondered, is it his pet? As he thought of something, Xin Feng quickly glanced at the water droplets suspended in the air. Watching the droplets scattering everywhere, he began to speculate. The water element in the air was disappearing, not disappearing but rather gathering towards them at an extremely high speed. The three monsters standing on the surface of the water, starting from their normal forms, began to expand their bellies at a rapid rate. These three sea monsters were all of the heaven grade, capable of invoking the power of heaven and earth for their own use. Although it was said that looting land could also invoke the power of heaven and earth, at most, it could only increase star force by 100 to 200. Then, he started to notice something unusual. However, the heaven grade essence extraction of the power of heaven and earth could increase star force by up to 2000. Soon after, from within the water, an enormous hand made of water emerged. It quickly moved forward and slapped down with great force, causing everyone present to scatter in panic. Xin Feng was also one of those who ran away. Taking the opportunity to jump onto the surface of the water, he raised his sword high, ready to strike at any moment. If even these people couldn't handle it, how could he talk about avenging Jiyu? Thinking about this, his resolve grew even stronger. The three monsters stood there waiting for an attack, getting closer and closer. Just when they were about to send him to the underworld, one of the monsters hesitated, seemingly wanting to say its last words. But before it could speak, it was split in half, clean and smooth. However, when the attack reached the girl, she casually blocked it with one hand. What happened made Xin Feng squint in caution as he used his hand to stop his own full-force sword aura. Under his intense gaze, she blocked the attack while smiling and chatting, her eyes unsettling. Finishing her words, she squeezed her hand, and the sword aura immediately dissipated into thin air. I originally wanted you to die quickly, but you killed 3 of my subordinates. At this point, she raised her hands, manipulating the water to form a vortex surrounding her. Then fall into the depths of hell and suffer in agony. The water flickered and vanished, reappearing in her sleeves. A few seconds later, a ferocious monster, with her riding on its back, appeared. Xin Feng silently observed it. His stance changed in the blink of an eye as he lightly dodged the attack, continuing to assess the situation. Now, at least he was at the same level as Jiuwu in the Saint Void, successfully evading that attack. Xin Feng seemed to be thinking, though he realized he was no longer quite the same person as he was in the Saint Void. Thinking of this, he waved his hand, and countless long yellow threads appeared, tangling everywhere. The attribute point reward for extracting the inherent talent gained from defeating the merchant tribe had given him enough strength to confront her. The 8th level skill, Divine Sense, was unleashed. After the system notification, the fine thread began to wrap around the monster. Xin Feng also took this opportunity to come up with various possibilities. Well, if physical attacks aren't effective, then let's try this. This scene surprised the girl. Seeing her reaction, he teasingly provoked her. Go ahead, jump. Upon hearing this, she tried to control her monster, but to no avail. Damn it, she couldn't break free. This skill was very similar to the one used by the fox in the tribe, but it was hundreds of thousands of times stronger than his. She felt as if she were a puppet, maliciously controlled by Xin Feng, and her divine sense was being manipulated. Escaping wouldn't be easy. Become my puppet. At this thought, she couldn't hold back her anger. No matter how dissatisfied she was, the monster still struggled. Xin Feng continued with his antics, sitting aside, floating and dancing, manipulating the monster into all kinds of shapes. Each move made her seethe with rage. Do you think this little human, just because he's learned a few tricks, can control me? Well, let me expand your knowledge. With that, the octopus bit into her neck. A few seconds later, it gradually covered her face, signaling what true transcendence really was. Watching this scene, Xin Feng couldn't help but wonder, was this skill a fusion type, or was this his true form? A few seconds later, an enormous octopus tentacle appeared. After a moment more, a gigantic monster surfaced. It looked at Xin Feng in front of it and, with a terrifying voice, declared, "Human, you and I are no longer on the same level. I can destroy you and your village with ease. Do you have any final words?" Hearing these words and witnessing the appearance of the colossal octopus, Xin Feng secretly felt a surge of fear inside. It was indeed true, the pressure this octopus exerted on him surpassed that of Jiu Wu. However, as he thought of something, Xin Feng, with a hint of confusion, pointed downwards and asked bluntly, "Your mouth clearly isn't moving. Who are you talking to?" As soon as this question was raised, the octopus was enraged to the point where its veins were bulging.
What?
The small purple octopus in the center of the control area shouted as though it had never screamed before.
You want to annoy me? Well, you've succeeded. I will make you die in the most agonizing way possible.
Upon hearing these words, Feng couldn't hide his amusement and immediately drew his sword, rushing toward the spot to launch an attack.
Oh, so you're here. Thanks for revealing your position, now I don't have to go looking for you.
Realizing that it had been discovered, the octopus became even more furious, grinding its teeth but unable to do anything about it. The villagers inside the city, meanwhile, had already armed themselves and were ready to strike at any moment. The woman who was being tied up and witnessing all of this felt a sense of hopelessness. Unable to hold it back, she muttered a single phrase, "It's over, it's over, it's over, it's over, it's over, it's over." Her state left those around her puzzled.
What do you mean, it's over?
The question was just raised, and he panted heavily before responding. After that answer, he tried to calm down and explained at length.
Do you remember the place behind Yuankong that the fox demon mentioned?
It's a terrifying existence that can grant a heavenly level expert the power of a semi-god in the blink of an eye. Feng's abilities are even more formidable, more bizarre.
But ultimately, he's still a newcomer, hasn't even passed the novice stage, and we can't match a semi-god.
This village, everyone here must die, there's no place to bury their bodies. Upon hearing these words, the girl in the hamburger outfit couldn't swallow her frustration, rushing forward to punch him squarely in the mouth, turning his face into a swollen mess.
Take this loving punch from me.
She pummeled the two of them fiercely, leaving their cheeks swollen, their heads dotted with large lumps.
The girl kept cursing, "Don't talk nonsense. The master will never lose."
The boy with the cap, his cheeks swollen on one side, began to cry, thinking to himself, "Why did you hit me too?" Meanwhile, the person next to them was silently shouting, "This is abuse of prisoners." Seeing no reaction from the two, the girl couldn't hide her pride, lifting her head and declaring, "Whether it's the heavenly level or semi-god level, I believe Master will definitely win." She paused for a moment, then affirmed confidently, "The Master is the one who will keep creating miracles." The person being referred to at this moment was rushing toward the monster, sword in hand, swiftly slashing at several of the octopus-like tentacles. He was also analyzing the current situation. The surface of these tentacles was both slippery and elastic, using a sword to cut them would cause them to bounce back. It seemed that the Fun's and Shadow Branch's efforts to force the situation wouldn't be very effective either. Thinking about this issue, Feng stood still in mid-air, observing the monster below with intense focus. Although he already knew where its weak point might be, it was still difficult to approach given the onslaught of so many tentacles. Quietly landing on one of the tentacles, watching the creature's body sinking into the ground, Feng speculated on 7,749 different scenarios. If he used a freezing seal, the seawater would still flow; completely freezing it would be very difficult. The massive waves created by Long Wei could instantly submerge Long Yuan village. After thinking for a moment, he jumped down and raised his hand, channeling his strength to make bolts of lightning appear.
Then let's try this.
In the sky, a dark cloud rolled in, unleashing a gigantic bolt of lightning straight down.
The monster was scorched black by it, furious thunderstrike.
Watching the creature, now nearly a roasted octopus, with smoke still rising, he hesitated and wondered, did it succeed? However, life was not as expected. From the smoke, the creature's satisfied groans echoed everywhere, a comfortable, tingling sound. After a while, it appeared unscathed on the surface of the water, flinging its tentacles to attack Feng. "You foolish human," the leader, no longer hiding itself, confidently emerged to the surface and said smugly, "As long as I am in the ocean territory, I am invincible." Constantly assaulted by the tentacles, Feng gritted his teeth in frustration. At this rate, he would die from exhaustion sooner or later. At this moment, a fiery determination ignited within him. He must use an effective attack, but how exactly should he do it? Thinking about something, he suddenly opened his eyes wide, surprised.
Wait, thinking is one thing, doing is another. He turned around and called out loudly a name. Xiao Huoluan. The girl dressed in a hamburger costume appeared quickly. The master, looking at the girl Qin Feng who was fighting, couldn't help but ask himself, what on earth is she wearing? Not wasting any more time, he quickly stated his request. I need to use the spirit communication technique to combine with you to obtain the Huoluan's power. But this skill has never been used before because your level wasn't high enough, so it might have unclear effects on you. So, he hesitated for a moment. I know what you're thinking. The girl proactively interrupted, causing the master to widen his eyes in surprise. Master, you don't need to say anything more. Before Qin Feng could collect his thoughts, the girl raised her hand and touched his. I believe in you, I'll follow you no matter what. Fearing that Qin Feng might not believe her, the girl even assured him firmly, without any regrets, even if it meant life or death. Immediately afterward, a gigantic beam of light appeared between the two of them. A few seconds later, Qin Feng appeared with a new look, his hair a mixture of red and gold. He looked down at the monster beneath and spoke confidently, Hey, big guy. Floating in the air, he landed directly on the surface of the water. If the physical difference was too large, it wouldn't be fair. A few more minutes passed, and Qin Feng's silhouette was fully revealed. Now he had become enormous, holding onto the circle behind him, ready to attack. Are you ready? With that, he clenched his fist and charged forward, punching straight into the monster. After being punched, the octopus was pierced with a hole, but it refused to accept its fate and swung its tentacle in retaliation. After witnessing this scene, the monster roared in anger as it had never roared before. I will strangle you to death. But this time, Qin Feng gently grasped the tentacles. He then crossed them over, and the flame behind his back flared up, actively advancing toward the monster. Then I won't be polite anymore. The flames quickly spread across the monster's body. Feeling the intense heat on its tentacles, the monster froze for a moment. In the end, it had no choice but to sever the tentacle. Looking at the clean cut, the monster began to doubt life itself. What kind of fire is this? It forced me to sever my own limbs. Even so, it quickly recovered, growing two new, smooth tentacles. But it's fine. As long as the water keeps flowing, I can keep regenerating. Witnessing this, Qin Feng grinned smugly, raised his hand, and cracked his knuckles. Just as I predicted. As long as there's water, regeneration is highly effective. With everything prepared, Qin Feng summoned his power to create countless fire pillars on the surface of the water, confidently declaring, Then let me dry up this ocean. Heaven flame of the abyss. Inside the wall, the civilians who witnessed the massive battle were terrified and scattered in all directions. Only one middle-aged man, holding an enormous wooden staff, stood still, quietly observing the entire scene, sighing in admiration. What a colossal battle! This is indeed a divine versus demon battle, with the master facing Yuan Kong, who has reigned supreme over this region for over 1,000 years without ever being forced into a disadvantage. Now, there are signs of him even suppressing Yuan Kong. Not only was the old man calm, but a young boy who had been watching the battle also felt that his worldview had been forever changed. Just a few days and nights had passed, and the master's strength had already reached such a terrifying level. The girl next to him was panicking, suddenly freezing in place as the image of a delicious octopus dish appeared in her mind. It seemed like she could smell the scent of grilled squid. At that moment, the person beside her couldn't hold back their excitement and shouted loudly, thank goodness, he is our master, not the enemy." Outside, the octopus was quickly attacked by him, taking advantage of its blind spot. By the time it realized, it was too late. With a simple flick of his wrist, the octopus was lifted into the air by Qin Feng. But he didn't stop there, he threw it up, making it spin several times in the air. After a moment, its body slammed into the water, and it finally realized something was wrong. It used high heat to make the seawater evaporate, but it couldn't stop his power. It was going to run out of strength soon. Refusing to give up, Tham wouldn't accept this outcome. It created countless water vortexes surrounding itself, concentrating all its strength into forming a high-pressure water vortex.
Using the vortex, it struck him from a distance, creating multiple whirlpools, before charging straight toward where he was standing. Witnessing this, Shinfeng wasn't passive either. He crossed his arms and summoned a fire dragon. Still, a fire phoenix and a water vortex collided head-on. The clash between the power of fire and water was intense. The octopus monster with its suspicious purple eyes wondered, "Did I succeed?" Shinfeng lunged out of the smoke, sword in hand, charging at the octopus, catching it by surprise. He glanced at it with half an eye, putting all his strength into a single slash, cleaving it in two. Watching it lie motionless on the ground, he landed and thought, "Finally, it's over." Notification: successfully killed a Tier 3 Guardian. You have gained 5,292 attribute points, 9,080 energy points, and received a 20-point title bonus. The fire briefly passed through Qin Feng's body as he reverted to his original form. Xiao Huoluan lay in his hand, happily swaying, letting out a relieved sigh. That was dangerous. Thankfully, I managed to kill it before the spiritual fusion could be completed. His gaze softened as he looked at Xiao Huoluan, gently stroking its fur. This time, I had to force the spiritual fusion. I'm lucky nothing serious happened. You've worked hard, he added. Xiao Huoluan also rolled around in the palm of his hand, responding, "Master, I'm happy to help you." He opened a spatial door and said, "Go rest first. Use a recovery pill." Xiao Huoluan happily agreed, "Yes." He stood before the corpse of the white race, which was emitting a green light, looking at it with regret as it fell down the mountain, obliterated by the sea of destruction. This was the power of the half-god realm, truly marvelous. It was a pity that this power could only be sustained for a few seconds during spiritual fusion. His hands raised to absorb the power, and a series of notifications and badges appeared. The infinite extraction succeeded, and he acquired the 8th tier skill. As for himself? Upon checking, he saw that the skill attributes were merging, forming the 8th tier skill, Shadow Branch. The 8th tier skill, Shadow Branch, allows one to hide within the shadows, extending the arm that possesses the user's strength from the shadow of anything. The number of arms depends on the strength of the user's spirit. He looked at the system screen, stroking his chin. Without needing spiritual fusion, he still had the power of the half-god. He decided to test the skill. The shadow branch extended behind him, and suddenly, the shadow grew longer. From the shadow of him, small spots began to appear. Then, from those spots, a powerful arm shot up, 10 times the size of the giant octopus, making him gape in astonishment. After that, he waved his hand, retracting the enormous arm, thinking, "Spending half of my spirit just to use one arm." He turned inside, thinking, "It seems this skill can only serve as a tactical maneuver during combat." Behind him, the octopus's corpse was smoking. In a small corner, a tiny octopus crawled out, looking around and sighing in relief, thinking, "It's finally gone." The tiny octopus, filled with resentment and anger, waited to return to the beast god's side, thinking, "I will definitely ask the guardian god to take a sample to wash the Long Yuan village." Soon after, a massive arm punched down on the spot where the small octopus was standing. He glanced over from 30,000 meters away. No wind or movement could escape the detection of my divine sense. Then, the screen displayed, 2 men were tightly bound with 3 threads piercing their heads. He sat calmly, probing, thinking, "It seems the entire Yi clan and Fei clan are here, but none of the original clan have appeared. Yuan Kong is too arrogant, thinking he can kill me relying only on himself." Suddenly, something odd caught his attention. He waved his hand, and the 2 men fell flat to the ground. The system announced, "Successfully killed a top-tier guardian, rewarded with 2,171 attribute points and 30.34 million energy points." After that, he ordered the person beside him to instruct the lower-ranked village to start attacking and kill the prisoners, quickly leveling up. The other person replied, "Yes." He thought to himself, if their memories weren't fake, as long as he could obtain that thing, perhaps he could make GU. He took out several command tokens and continued, "I will activate all the land deed commands, so that the teleportation array of Long Yuan village will be linked to the teleportation arrays of the protective forces." You are to arrange for the experts of level 50 and above from Long Yuan village and my avatars to lead teams to various locations to collect the spoils.
The other person replied, yes.
Then he spoke about the rules. The old rule, half of the spoils would be distributed according to contributions, and the other half would go to the public treasury.
The 5 command tokens were then combined.
He issued the resurrection order, and the system notification sounded, "You are activating the land deed command. Congratulations, you have become the master of the Fei Jiaqiao trade headquarters.
Original clan now has absolute control over all public structures in the expanded territory." Xin Feng earned a reward of 2,500 attribute points. Level 21, Fame 220, Novice Great Emperor Battle Rating 3,100. The Spirit Province could allocate 105,983 points at a beautiful coastline.
He thought to himself, there's still a long way to go to reach a battle power of 10,000. Killing the Guardians at original clan's hideout should increase it a bit.
Everyone on the beach was enjoying the beautiful scenery. 2 people stood in a hidden corner talking. One said, "I heard that new guy is really powerful."
The other replied, "Humph, you raise others' morale, but undermine your own prestige." The person earlier suddenly realized something was wrong and asked,
It seems like the teleportation ritual is causing some disturbance." The other person immediately replied, "Could it be that the clan leader has returned?"
Both of them turned to look at the altar in astonishment.
Isn't anyone else here already?" The other person retorted, "How could that be? This thing hasn't broken down even after hundreds of years."
Suddenly, a white arm reached out towards their heads to strike. In the midst of this, one of them, still unaware, asked,
"So, what's going on then?" "It's Xin Feng."
He smashed the heads of both of them together. He looked at the 2 unconscious figures lying on the ground and thought that the stealth skill he had extracted from the Fei clan's leader was actually quite useful. The system notification rang.
Successfully killed a guardian at the Earth level.
You have gained 1,210,000 energy points and 417 attribute points.
He released a probing wave of green energy. Through the wave, he saw the landscape of the area.
The original clan, though known as the top defensive force, had nearly 100,000 members, more than the combined total of the other 3 clans. There were about 60,000 at the human level, 30,000 at the earth level, and 10,000 at the heaven level. He happily snapped his fingers, thinking that if he killed them all, at least he could level up, increasing his combat strength by 4,000 points. Then, he controlled the threads to end each one's life. The system continuously updated.
Successfully killed a guardian at the Earth level. Successfully killed a guardian at the Earth level. Successfully killed a guardian at the heaven level. Successfully killed a guardian at the human level. Successfully killed a guardian at the Earth level. Wherever he stepped, both people and spirits fell dead as if struck down.
The system continued without stopping. The infinite extraction was successful, gaining 7 points in the strength attribute. The infinite extraction was successful, gaining 3 points in the agility attribute. The infinite extraction was successful, gaining 4 points in the spirit attribute. The infinite extraction was successful, gaining 3 points in the stamina attribute. The infinite extraction was successful, gaining 8 points in the strength attribute. Black smoke rose around him as he looked at the system interface activating the 3rd tier village mission. Mission reminder: you have entered the Hall of Divine Purge, and the mission for this stage has been automatically activated. Mission content: kill 100,000 executioners and obtain the Divine Seal. He then stopped his steps and found it. In front of him were dozens of ferocious, divine beasts. Without hesitation, he said, the divine item capable of resurrecting GU is here. Facing them, he remained unshaken and thought, killing 100,000 guardians means there are at least 100,000 monsters here. Based on my combat strength, challenging them here might be a bit overwhelming. With a serious expression, he gripped his sword and thought, fortunately, the mission duration is 24 hours, so I'll still have plenty of time.
Then, he sprang into action, jumping up just in time. A green demon opened its mouth, ready to attack him. The Hall of Divine Purge had been guarded by the strongest protective forces for thousands of years. He stepped on its head, brandishing his sword to slash backward. This place was protected by tens of thousands of executioners, with combat power ranging from 1,000 to 2,000 essence, and could be divided into 9 different types. He swiftly dealt with 3 of them at once, crushing them with ease. Next, he used his sword to chop through a swarm of monsters like cutting firewood, broke through the divine barrier, and then fought against a phoenix-like bird, a divine messenger, and a group of flying dragons known as the Immortal Birds. After that, he faced the ferocious tiger general, then the Kuan eagle, and continued fighting against fire-breathing birds and dark black silver owls. He continuously defended in the front, guarded the rear, and indiscriminately killed everything in his path. The system notified him of the extraction of the Immortal Rain Formation skill. As he kept fighting, the system kept notifying him of skill extractions. Fortunately, one of the skill extractions resulted in the Supreme Light technique. Everywhere he killed, there was a system notification. His agility talent leveled up to grade A, interlinked 6 senses evolved into the 6 senses awakening, Furious Thunderstrike upgraded to level 4, and 9 Heavens Wild Thunder rose to level 5. A monster, utterly astonished, was in a strange room with a coffin placed in the center of the altar. A corner of the coffin opened, and inside was a shirtless person, bound by iron chains, slowly rising to sit up. The royal tier beast god stands up with chains wrapped around his body. The aura of the 9 beast emperors has vanished. He is stunned. An intruder? How rare! He summoned a seal, examining the runes. The intruder could kill the 9 beast emperors, and even seemed to be of the heavenly grade, a 3rd tier talent. Looking at the seal from the Zhao family, he felt a sense of pride. Truly, it was somewhat difficult to deal with, but as long as I have the beast god seal, I can summon a flood of monsters to appear. The royal tier beast god flew to the center of the altar, chanted an incantation, and ordered, "Kill the intruder." The surrounding demons immediately took action, and a wave of green flames engulfed everything. Xin Feng was in the center of the fire, where the flames were uneven, sitting and thinking. The spell, though it took quite some time, had more or less taken care of the culprit. He adjusted himself and then entered the tower to confront what was called the Divine Beast. He sat there, chewing as he stared at the system interface. He thought to himself that, aside from the few skills, he had also extracted a rather unique talent. He swallowed the pill and glanced at the notification. Tier B Heavenly Veil, Fusion can freely combine skills, increasing the upgrade probability by 20%. He thought for a moment, realizing that skill fusion might allow even low-tier skills to have new potential, so he decided to give it a try. He experimented with 2 skills, Mystic Star Armor Transformation Tier 2 and Explosive Internal Energy Tier 3, but unfortunately, it was a failure. He continued sitting leisurely as the system displayed a success for a Tier 4 luck boost. After use, it can increase luck value. The effect lasts for 5 seconds and can be used once every hour. He pondered for a moment before making a decision. Let's stack it with this skill and give it a try. The system confirmed the successful use of the luck boost. Immortal Rain Formation Tier 6, Solar Light Art Tier 7. He obtained the Light Arrow Rain Formation Tier 8, and a wide grin spread across his face. Looking at the result in his hands, he shouted, "It worked!" As he focused on the screen, he said, "Another group attack skill at Tier 8, this is amazing." Then, 2 shadows flashed above him. He immediately recognized them, feeling a terrifying aura emanating from them. With a swift movement, he leapt out of his position, narrowly avoiding the attack of the incoming demon. Facing the demon that was now crazily targeting him, he casually thought, "Looks like the divine beast in the tower has finally awakened." While gathering spiritual energy in the palm of his hand, a fierce 9 Heavens Thunderstrike hit the demon closest to him, causing the surrounding demons to flinch in fear. He widened his eyes and used Divine Sense to check the situation first. Right after that, he detected a towering building. His Divine Sense was about to reach the divine beast that had seized the throne on the altar.
As soon as it made contact, his divine sense was repelled, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood.
The divine sense had been bounced back.
Looking at the group of monsters surrounding him, aiming at him, he wiped the blood from his mouth and thought, that terrifying seal is the source controlling these monsters. If that's the case, there's no need to waste time with these small fry. Immediately, he nimbly leaped to avoid their attacks while simultaneously shattering the glass window to enter the towering building that his divine sense had located. Sheen Foam and the royal tier divine beast officially came face to face. The divine beast in front of him smiled. System notification: Human Guardian of the Royal Tier Deity, Level 65, Heaven Tier Realm, Combat Power 6500, Exceptional Talent in Law of Water A Tier, Law of Harmony A Tier, Law of Water A Tier, Law of Wind A Tier, Bloodline Heavily True Dragon S Tier. The tall building cracked, causing the monsters below to be frightened. His legs moved swiftly, and he thought, levels are divided into Human Tier, Earth Tier, Heaven Tier, and Divine Tier. Facing the Royal Tier Divine Beast, I realize, a Divine Tier powerhouse possesses abilities such as reverse the ocean, revert yin and yang, and the power to create and shape the world. He is also assessing me, noticing the multiple laws within my body.
No wonder the 9 Beast Emperors were no match for me.
Sweating, he pondered, even if his realm is lowered to the Heaven Tier, he's still not someone I can easily deal with.
Then, a swarm of demonic creatures appeared, surrounding him from all sides.
He briefly said, light arrow rain formation, and a golden circle appeared beneath his feet.
This circle expanded, causing the demons to leap into the air, unable to stand on the ground.
Immediately after, the circle formed a half-sphere that enveloped everything, causing one of the demons to panic. The half-sphere closed tightly, generating a pressure that pushed out into the surrounding space. Within it, a multitude of demonic creatures perished, none of them surviving.
He wiped the sweat from his brow and asked, "Your enemies are all dead, and you don't feel the slightest bit moved?"
The divine beast of the king level calmly replied, "Useless tools, if they're broken, then they're broken." He stood facing him, still on high alert, while the divine beast was absorbed, constantly experimenting on humans and monsters in order to return to the divine realm, ultimately creating the power of the half-god. He manipulated the seal in his hand, but it wasn't enough. In order to return to the god level, he needed to achieve the body system.
If he could seize his body.
He stared at him intently, confused.
What was he doing?
Above the head of the king-level divine beast, 3 red lights appeared: the vermilion bird essence blood of the mid-grade 7th rank, the white tiger essence blood of the mid-grade 7th rank, and the mid-grade Chelan essence blood of the 7th rank. He frowned with worry, gritting his teeth and thinking, he's fusing the divine seal, refining these essence bloods to enhance his strength. If the fusion isn't successful, his combat power might increase to an extraordinarily terrifying level. He hurriedly advanced, but his right ear stopped him. The chains controlled by the divine beast, the phoenix, flew towards him, continuously attacking. Suddenly, a faint smile appeared on his face, and 2 white shadows and 1 black shadow materialized behind him, causing him to startle in fear. He immediately turned around, gritted his teeth, and blocked the incoming strike. The strength in his wrist was astounding, and then he tilted his head to avoid the chain. The 2 moonlit figures now clearly took on human form. The system notification sounded, Baiyu, Heaven Level 3rd Tier, Hei Chang, Heaven Level 3rd Tier. He stood at a distance, his cheek focused on them, thinking that these chains could actually transform into monsters, and moreover, their strength was immense. A sword strike came at him as he was still pondering. These 2 monsters were unlike the ones that had appeared before. They were humans. He quickly leapt up to dodge, but continued to speculate, noticing that they were likely dead humans resurrected by the divine beast to fight for him. In battle, he blocked the strike from the black sword, confirming that the beast god seal could indeed resurrect the dead with nearly 80% accuracy. The white sword swiftly moved, and he joined Baiyu in a combined strike, resolutely thinking that he had to resurrect Jiyu. He jumped up, delivering a strike from above Baiyu's head with determination. "Beast god seal, I must obtain it." After slicing through the monster, Sheen Fong glanced around and realized there was still one left. A figure rushed toward him from behind. He swiftly turned, dodged, and swung his weapon. The shadow branch of his weapon tightly ensnared the approaching monster. He plunged the knife straight into it with one hand, and suddenly, its body exploded. The royal tier beast god appeared, flashing a sinister smile. "Well done, you've managed to kill Bayu so quickly," he laughed, the malicious grin on his face as though he were craving something. "I've been waiting for this perfect body." He summoned the divine beasts one after another. A fierce battle was about to break out, and the divine beast's blood had already merged completely. The two forces collided, sending them both flying. He struggled to climb up and defend himself. The three creatures charged toward him like hungry beasts. The fierce fire phoenix flew swiftly, followed closely by the giant dragon. The surge of power spread out. He used his hands to defend and summoned the ice tempest shield. "You're so arrogant, in that case, I'll kill you first," he said. He was shocked to realize something. After thinking for a while, he discovered that the speed at which the ice wall formed was slower than before. Feng took a few steps back. "Resurrection, huh? In that case, I'll kill 3 of them in one go." The white tiger rushed forward urgently. He quickly glanced at it, then used his wings to fly up and dodge the attack while observing. He thought that the acceleration effect of wings of wind wasn't obvious, but it was enough to bind the beasts beneath him with his weapon. A golden orb lit up the entire sky. He flew toward it, already having noticed it earlier. He smiled. Since the beginning, he had remained still. The creature only appeared after activating its power, and by then, it was immobile. He flew faster, his speed now increased. A good opportunity. He used his claws to attack toward him. He said, "You really exceeded my expectations, I'm getting more and more eager now." His hand tightened into a fist, preparing to use his punch, thinking of a countermeasure, and planned to use 9 heavens' frenzied thunder to paralyze his movements. Changing weapons, he gripped his sword and charged forward, now raising his hand towards that item. Seeing this, the royal tier beast god started to panic. He smiled and ran to grab it, while the beast used magic to try and seize it. He shouted, "Don't even think about it." Feng missed his grab and glared at him. Enraged, he unleashed a heaven-shattering strike, saying, "Trying to run? I'll pull it out of your belly to explain." Heaven-shattering strike was a skill granted by the heavenly ring of divine Luo. The beast groaned in pain, clutching its chest, when suddenly a beam of light shot down from the sky, striking Feng and sending him flying. Looking at the tremendous power from that attack, he raised his head and asked, "Is it settled now?" The huge explosion took place, destroying a vast area of land. The royal tier beast god transformed into a massive monster. "Now," he growled, "you'll witness my perfect form." Feng looked uncomfortable. "Is it really that big?" There was a trace of astonishment on his face. He raised his right hand, and his arm transformed into one made of white tiger. Feng was stunned. "Ha!" Feng froze and looked in that direction, when suddenly it charged at him rapidly. He nimbly dodged. The enormous monster pointed at him, "Try this out, you look a bit scared." "What?" He was tightly bound by his strength. He struggled to move, muttering, "I can't move." His white tiger arm stretched out, and a massive golden chain slowly appeared, descending from the clouds and piercing straight into the ground. He looked up in panic, eyes wide with fear, unable to dodge anymore. It pierced through him and stabbed into the earth. The monster rejoiced, it had landed the hit. But fortunately, Feng was still able to get up. He painfully embraced Elle, taking each step with difficulty. Damn it, the wings of wind had been interrupted, blood streaming from his head, eyes wide as he glared at him, trying to find the rhythm to launch his attack. He couldn't just sit back and take the hits. He taunted, "You still want to play?" Feng quickly moved between the rocks, thinking of a countermeasure, focusing on finding cover and a way to break through. He couldn't let himself be hit by his left hand again. With a sword in his mouth, he rushed straight at him. "Shadow branch, huh?" Feng used his tentacles to block the falling rocks, crushing them all. He saw his actions as arrogant, mocking him, as if he were playing some circus tricks. Then, before he could react, Shin Fong used Ice Tempest to freeze his entire body. Next, he jumped onto a small block of ice, which was lifted by a surge of energy rising from the ground. He leaped high, his sword pointed toward him. Die! Suddenly, in the blink of an eye, he looked back, and the man had vanished. Then, his entire body appeared behind him. That white tiger hand punched straight toward him. Shin Fong was caught off guard. Since when? He laughed loudly. Got you. He slowly closed his eyes, dying. Is it over? He screamed provocatively, standing up. Suddenly, the golden chains reappeared. He struggled to move. No, in that decisive moment, Shin Fong quickly used his tentacle to dodge. He used his healing technique, painfully clutching his wounds, thinking to himself that if he had a chance, he could still defeat it. He raised his hand toward the pillar where Shin Fong was standing, smugly saying, "What good is dodging? You're just covering your ears and stealing." Shin Fong seized the opportunity to grab his sword. Now was the time. Then, as another opportunity came, the man grabbed him, but Shin Fong cleverly dodged, running straight up his arm, the sword's tip pointed downward, cutting off his hand along the way. Ah! Then, he thrust the sword in front of the man, jumping high. In the moment he swung down, the man vanished again. Shin Fong lost his balance and fell, his hand reaching for him. He smirked, of course, it was behind him. He quickly spun around, gathering strength to kick the man's hand, then leaped backward. The man angrily shouted, "Damn heaven's shackles!" It lunged toward him. Shin Fong calmly summoned his tentacles. The tentacles touched a distant cliff, pulling him out of the way, narrowly avoiding the man's strike once more. The man was furious. "You dare play with me?" Shin Fong swiftly dodged his attacks, skillfully moving with his tentacles. Shin Fong, quick-witted, released his hold on the tentacle, and the man rushed fiercely toward him. Shin Fong swiftly dodged and landed safely with a somersault. He let out a terrifying growl, "Damn it, I'm going to kill you." Then, he gathered all his strength and charged toward Shin Fong from all sides. Shin Fong stood motionless, and everything that came at him collided with itself. He quickly leaped up, his enemy still chanting a spell, his face stunned by Shin Feng's actions. Shin Fong glanced around, noticing the weapon still relentlessly chasing him. The golden chains kept pursuing without pause, so he decided to turn the tables by using the reverse strike tactic, running straight toward his opponent. The enemy was stunned for a few seconds, and just as Shin Fong reached him, he smiled wickedly and quickly dodged. The chains pierced through both of his hands. He screamed in pain, "Ah!" Then, Shin Fong used his tentacles to wrap around the golden chains, controlling them as they shot toward his enemy. Shin Fong summoned Long Wei, aimed directly at his target, and launched the attack. After successfully tearing his opponent apart, his face began to emerge from beneath the flesh. Shin Fong stared at him coldly before delivering a single strike, cutting him cleanly in half, truly grotesque. After finishing the task, he approached the object, looked at it, and thought, "Beast God Seal, with this, you will be able to." He held it in his hand, clenched it tightly, and the golden light it emitted reappeared. After the surge of power erupted, the object returned to its original form. Shin Fong fell into an illusion, and a voice echoed, "Shin Fong, Shin Fong, Shin Fong, Shin Fong." Hearing the call, he slowly opened his eyes. A man, along with his golden dragon, appeared. Shin Fong unexpectedly questioned his own guess. "Are you the dragon ancestor that Jiu Wu is looking for?" The man nodded and answered, "I am the dragon ancestor." He continued to explain, "You are also a dragon ancestor, the blood of mine flows within you. Jiu Wu is just a system, and in the future, there will be stronger enemies. You need to grow up quickly." His expression became more serious. "The stronger you are, the more power you can borrow from me, which will be beneficial for you." Shin Fong asked, "Stronger enemies? Are you referring to the ones who really killed you?" He glanced at Shin Fong, waved his hand, and said, "This is not something you should concern yourself with." Then, he pushed Qin Feng away and continued, "The flow of time here is different from the world outside.
Hurry up and go back, it's almost too late."
He gradually fell into a black hole and disappeared.
Outside, Xiao Huoluan anxiously shouted, "Master, wake up."
Qin Feng struggled to sit up and asked, "Xiao Huoluan, why are you here?
How did you handle the remnants of the protective forces?"
It replied, "Master, those things are all done, but I haven't been able to contact you, so I used spiritual perception to find you."
Qin Feng asked in confusion, "What happened?"
It hurriedly said, "Master, Heaven's Punisher is about to descend."
He was startled, "Isn't it supposed to be tomorrow?"
It interrupted him, "You've been unconscious for a whole day and night." Then, Xiao Huoluan pointed toward the sky, "Look there."
He thought again about everything that had just happened.
Reviving Ji Yu seemed impossible to complete in such a short time. The Long Yuan village was facing a great calamity, and to avoid more casualties, he had to return as soon as possible. He quickly stood up and headed back to Long Yuan village. Looking at the sky like this, all the villagers were filled with fear. A village leader stood up to calm everyone down. "Don't worry, everyone has reached level 10, and Heaven's wrath will not strike us.
Moreover, we have a great protective formation. We just need to wait." The people began to murmur. "Look, it's appearing."
A formation appeared, so massive that it seemed to encompass the entire sky. Everyone opened their eyes wide as a beam of light descended from the formation, shaking the heavens and the earth. A foot appeared first, followed by the entire body of a beautiful girl. Qin Feng stared, thinking to himself, she had evolved quite a bit too. Heaven's Punisher gradually emerged, and as soon as she spoke, she said, "Finally, the day has come.
The little brats have failed to complete their mission in District 1.
After her words, all the people below scattered in a panic, seeking shelter, though some brave ones still held weapons. Her cold voice echoed, "Accept the heavenly punishment." Statistics for District 1, 57,655 people deceased.
The pink-haired girl cried out, "No."
Jiu Wui, the village novice, had not yet established the village. During the assessment phase, cries for help from the villagers filled the air.
"My wooden house! My wooden house!
We've completely exposed ourselves, there's no safe place anymore.
All is lost, all is lost."
Jiu Wu extended her hand and said, "The final test, all the villages will bear the blow of Heaven's wrath." Thousands of beams of light descended, each beam piercing through the ground, causing shockwaves throughout the area. One of the beams almost hit Qin Feng, but he easily dodged it. Instead, the ground took the hit. Qin Feng looked at the scene before him, making a firm resolution. He and Jiu Wu continued to torment each other, face to face, both clashing with all their might, shaking the world with their collision. Jiu Wu said, "This is the first and last time you'll see my perfect state. It can suppress Long Wei, but you're not yet proficient." Jiu Wu unleashed her power, and bolts of lightning shot from her hands.
Suddenly, Jiu Wu asked, "Does this strength seem to have the power of the half-god to you?" Jiu Wu was suddenly surrounded by Qin Feng.
Qin Feng clasped his hands together and said, "Die for me."
Tentacles immediately enveloped Jiu Wu.
She violently broke through them.
Jiu Wu shouted, "Do you think that just by obtaining a fraction of power, you can defeat me?" Qin Feng resisted, "It's not about defeating you, it's about killing you."
Then, Qin Feng landed a knockout blow. Jiu Wu flew out of the air, and Qin Feng pursued.
Yet, Jiu Wu smiled.
She revealed eyes on her wings, and those eyes glowed a terrifying purple. Suddenly, a beam of light shot down.
Qin Feng was stunned. Jiu Wu asked, "Have you discovered something special?"
The entity of Demon Eye, manifested in its second form, has no limit in range, it can be fixed. Jiu Wu shouted, "The entire world." Jiu Wu launched a direct attack at Qin Feng, intending to kill him. This small stone was enough. Jiu Wu sneered, "You overestimate yourself."
But Qin Feng suddenly smiled triumphantly, "So that's the trap."
Jiu Wu was stunned in surprise.
"A clone, since when?" Xin Fang's main body emerged from the ground, grabbing Jiao Wu's leg and pulling her down.
Xin Feng continued to dig deeper, using his divine sense to move outside, slipping through the cracks in the stone to sink into the earth. Jiao Wu stammered, real illusion, damn it, this way I have no chance to use the entity of Demon Eye. Xin Feng stood on a rock face, immediately letting go and dropping Jiao Wu. He pressed Jiao Wu down forcefully, but at that moment, Jiao Wu had no way to counter, with no light to escape.
Your skills are meaningless. This is the battlefield I specially selected for you. Do you think these things can deal with me? Of course not.
Xin Feng shouted, use the power of the beast god. Xin Feng put all his strength into it. Jiao Wu panicked, thinking, heaven guarding deity, beast god seal. At this point, Xin Feng had fully unleashed his power. Jiao Wu sighed, no wonder you've reached the level of a demigod. Xin Feng said, come at me. The two fought fiercely.
Jiao Wu leapt up, seemingly attempting to flee.
Xin Feng rushed to catch up with Jiao Wu, grabbing her leg. Jiao Wu screamed in pain. Jiao Wu reflexively raised her leg to kick the opponent. Xin Feng was kicked away, crashing into a rock wall that shattered. Jiao Wu suddenly transformed.
Jiao Wu asked, did you notice?
This time, the one running away turned into you, Xin Feng replied.
Now, I can understand her. The opponent kept darting around like a cockroach, extremely irritating.
However, I really have to thank you for not using your full strength when you played me at the beginning. It gave me a chance to survive.
Let's continue the game.
The ground shook violently as Xin Feng's white tiger rose from the earth, leaving cracks and a trail of white mist.
Beast god seal, vermilion bird, flames erupted.
Xin Feng continued, beast god seal, Xilan.
Beast god seal.
White tiger Jiao Wu was slashed all over. Xin Feng extended both hands forward, and Jiao Wu could not escape. At that moment, Xin Feng used his tendrils to bind her tightly.
Xin Feng shouted, this punch is for Jiu.
Jiao Wu suddenly emitted light.
Xin Feng raised his hand to cover her mouth, his eyes cold as he said, do you remember this afternoon?
Without hesitation, Xin Feng tore at Jiao Wu's face. Jiao Wu screamed in pain.
Hey!
Xin Feng said, let me tear it apart and see your real face. Finish it, Xin Feng cast the beast god seal.
Overlord dragon beast, Jiao Wu leapt from the ground, attempting to flee, but she soon fell miserably.
Jiao Wu's face was now ruined. Xin Feng said, if you were only targeting me, I wouldn't have tortured you like this. But since you killed a teammate I acknowledged, then a life for a life. Xin Feng said before she died, to let her know the thing that she had been thinking about, the power of the dragon ancestor, a power that struck down like a bolt of lightning. The system said, congratulations, village chief Xin Feng, for leading the dragon abyss against heaven's wrath and ultimately defeating the heaven's punisher.
You have gained a total of.
The system thought, it's been a few days, and the killing intent on him has gotten stronger.
He pressed on, using infinite extraction.
At that moment, the extraction succeeded, and divine marrow, a formation, appeared before Xin Feng. He said, come back to life.
Xin Feng was extremely tense.
The beast god seal merged with divine marrow, and then the mystical transformation occurred. Jiu's hands began to form, followed by her upper body being restored, and finally, Jiu was fully revived. She was now dressed in a pure white outfit. Xin Feng stood there watching Jiu slowly being reborn, seeing her about to fall, and he shouted her name loudly, Jiu. Then he flew up with his wings and embraced her, holding her in his arms.
Xin Feng kept calling Jiu's name, hoping she would wake up.
Jiu. Jiu.
When she didn't respond, he turned urgently to Sha Sha and asked, Sha Sha, what is happening?
Sha Sha thought of Jiu's image and then slowly explained, the resurrection method you extracted from the Guardian's memories is incomplete. The beast god seal can summon the soul of the dead, divine marrow can reconstruct the body, but the boundary of life and death cannot be easily crossed. To truly break the limits of life and death and help her be reborn, Seeing Qin Feng's serious and attentive expression, Shasha said, "What you're missing is the divine continent of nirvana."
Holding Jiyu in his arms, Qin Feng quickly asked, "What is that? Where can I find it?"
Shasha provided directions. It is said that the divine continent of nirvana is a treasure of the fire spirit tribe.
After the novice mission ends, the barriers between the different layers will disappear. You can seize this opportunity to search for the fire spirit tribe.
At this moment, in the meeting room, everyone was seated. Qin Feng, sitting in the center, spoke up. "The connection gates to the various zones have been opened, but the situation outside is unclear.
Team 1 will stay in Long Yuan village to assist. Elder Ji Shan would oversee the general situation and defend against enemy attacks.
Team 2, led by him and Lu Xian, would select strong individuals from the village to form a 100-person team to search the entire Zone 1, establishing a stronghold in resource-rich areas."
Both Team 1 and Team 2 responded in unison, yes. At this point, Lu Xian raised his hand and asked, "Boss, do we need to put effort into tasks like mining and woodcutting?"
As everyone turned their attention to him, he spread his arms and said, "I checked. In Zone 1, except for Long Yuan village, the rest cannot withstand heaven's wrath."
Thinking about making them work.
He added, "If they lose their wooden houses, they will be vulnerable to monster attacks at night. Recovery of their stamina is also very difficult. We can provide them with shelter and resources in exchange for their labor."
He then added, "There are benefits to this as well.
The villagers of Long Yuan can hunt and kill monsters to level up." Everyone seemed to agree with this and began discussing it enthusiastically. Qin Feng was also quite satisfied with this suggestion, so he praised it and assigned the task. "Very good, you have full responsibility for this matter." Lu Xian immediately made an okay gesture and responded, "Understood." Finally, Qin Feng looked up at everyone before announcing his next plan. "I will leave for a while to check the situation in the other regions. Once confirmed, I will arrange for the villagers of Long Yuan village to be moved in."
Then, he politely addressed everyone present in the room.
"Next, it's up to you all for Long Yuan village. As long as we unite and work together, we will definitely prevail in the great war of all realms in the future." Everyone, upon hearing his speech, looked at him seriously. Qin Feng then pressed a button shaped like a star.
Temple of 10,000 Directions to Fire Spirit Tribe.
He stood in the middle of the teleportation formation, preparing for the system's transport when the message searching for Fire Spirit Tribe appeared.
After a brief moment, the system board displayed, "Authorization acquisition failed.
The teleportation formation to Fire Spirit Tribe is about to teleport to Area 1257, Temple of 10,000 Directions, near Fire Spirit Tribe." Reading this message, Qin Feng was stunned, then scratched his head and muttered,
"Do I still need authorization?"
Then, Qin Feng was teleported to a dense forest near Fire Spirit Tribe. This place was filled with giant mushrooms, and a small, adorable creature was munching on some food. Suddenly, it got scared by something, and it turned out to be a terrifying monster, showing its fangs toward it. Two large, green monsters stood menacingly there, snorting loudly. From afar, the silhouette of Qin Feng could be seen walking toward them. The two figures, resembling monsters, simultaneously had the same thought.
Is he a challenger from another district?
They watched Qin Feng walking calmly, thinking to themselves with great certainty, completely unaware of the situation.
He seemed like a transparent person, not knowing his own limits.
Killing him would likely bring quite a bit of profit.
Qin Feng leaned against a wooden plank on the vehicle and spoke, "Do you know?"
Those two actually rushed together, attacking simultaneously. Qin Feng summoned his sword and shouted, "Scamming women." Then, he swung the sword with one swift motion and loudly declared, "That's against the law."
His strike successfully shattered the cage, sending the two enemies and their monsters flying.
Fang Shi, who had been tied up and locked in the cage, watched the severed head of the creature fall before her and immediately covered her mouth to stay silent. Qin Feng turned toward her and said, "Hey, I need to ask you something."
Fang Shi sat there, trembling incessantly. At that moment, someone descended from above, swinging down a rope. Fang Ding fired a crossbow at Qin Feng, shouting, "Release my sister." Qin Feng turned his sharp gaze toward the girl who was leaping toward him, confused by what was happening. Fang Shi, sensing his dangerous aura, reached out and yelled, "Benefactor, don't!" Then, Fang Shi was sent flying off the vehicle and slammed into Qin Feng. Qin Feng grabbed the arrow aimed at him, looking at Fang Shi who was holding onto his leg, and asked, "Are you trying to sneak attack me?" Fang Shi quickly responded, "Benefactor, I'm sorry, please don't take action." The mountain forest at night, when the moon rises high, becomes eerily still. Fang Shi knelt on the ground before Qin Feng and introduced herself, "Benefactor, I am the Grand Princess of the Fang Shi tribe, and this is my younger sister, Fang Ying." Fang Ying stood beside her, her head marked with several lumps, and also apologized, "I thought you were with the evil group from the ancient Xing tribe that kidnapped my sister. It was just a little misunderstanding, an illusion." Qin Feng now spoke up, asking, "Are you two the protective forces here?" Fang Shi immediately waved her hand, denying, No, it's not like that." She quickly explained, "We are the Fang tribe, a discarded tribe. We don't belong to the protective forces, nor to the forces that challenge them." Hearing this, Qin Feng thought to himself, "Sounds like tribal discrimination. At least they've lived here for over 1,000 years." Qin Feng then asked the two young women, "Do you know where the fire spirit tribe is?" The sisters exchanged a confused glance, clearly having never heard of the fire spirit tribe. Fang Shi stretched out her hand and told Qin Feng, "Benefactor, I've never heard of the fire spirit tribe." She added, "If you are looking for another force in zone 1257, I'm afraid you're too late." Without hesitation, she explained further, "They were all wiped out by the ancient Xing tribe." Qin Feng was taken aback. "What? How could that be?" Fang Shi sat down to explain, "Each area usually has 5 to 10 protective forces. These protective forces are strong, each one testing and balancing the others, just as they did 1,000 years ago. A protective force called the ancient Xing tribe appeared in zone 1257. They are incredibly strong, and united, using any means necessary to take over all the protective forces and control zone 1257. Then Fang Shi recalled the day they were severely punished and continued her story. 7 days ago, when Challenger struck at Lam, they knew the location of all the villages. They waited for Heaven's wrath to pass and then planned to leave their lair to kill all the challengers. That way, the entire area of 1257 would be left to them." After hearing this, Qin Feng immediately understood everything. He pointed at them and asked, "So that's how it was. How did you survive?" Fang Shi, upon hearing this, felt sorrowful. She clutched her chest and replied, "The Fang tribe was relatively sheltered, and with the protective magic passed down for 1,000 years, we managed to avoid the rampage of the ancient Xing tribe. But in the end, we couldn't escape." The ancient Xing tribe finally, she began to talk about her tribe's situation. "The Fang tribe, except for me and Fang Ying, is all dead." After hearing this, Qin Feng thought for a moment. The ancient Xing tribe was indeed interesting. He then raised his hand and, in deep thought, said, "So, the ancient Xing tribe must have acquired the treasures of all the forces. Then, the divine continent of Nirvana must be in their vault. It's the treasure trove of the ancient Xing tribe." Qin Feng then activated the power of the beast god seal, looked at the two girls, and commanded, "It's decided. Tell me everything you know about the ancient Xing tribe." At that moment, members of the ancient Xing tribe appeared. Qin Feng said, "I'll handle them." The scene shifted to the headquarters of the ancient Xing tribe, Xing Tian Palace, a vast and majestic place. The members of the ancient Xing tribe, a group of green-skinned, monstrous beings, stood there. Sensing something amiss, they exchanged glances. Then, one of them pointed and shouted, "Which district are you from? No chaos here, show your identity medallion." But they hadn't been looking imposing for long before they were tightly ensnared by the tentacles, causing them to scream in terror. Qin Feng, in the form of a member of the ancient Xing tribe, observed the system in confusion. It truly was strange. Within a 30,000-meter radius, there were less than 1,000 members of the ancient Xing tribe.
The system displayed data showing that 12 Guardian-level electric-type creatures had been killed.
Qin Feng raised a hand to his chin, puzzled. How did they manage to eliminate the protective forces and the challengers?
Beside him, Fang Shi explained, the chieftain of the ancient Xing tribe is extremely powerful, they say he's a god-level being. Then, suddenly, she cried out, "Don't mess with me." Fang Ying, in the form of a dinosaur, kept teasing Fang Shi.
Fang Shi spoke up, "When could I turn back? Stop it already, I can't go any further."
Qin Feng walked ahead, thinking, the shapeshifting potion in the blind box was quite useful. It was only after we arrived here that something strange was noticed. At that moment, Sha Sha appeared, looking very adorable, and said, "Sha Sha chose the most optimal method, it's definitely a quality product." Meanwhile, from above, a member of the ancient Xing tribe raised his hand and began counting. He looked very smug and, seeing the three of them, said, "You three are quite savage." The group of Qin Feng continued walking, unaware that the purple line beneath their feet had accidentally triggered a formation.
The formation immediately unleashed an immense power.
The ancient Xing tribe member observed them and praised, "How interesting." At this moment, Qin Feng used tentacles to envelop the three of them. The group of Qin Feng returned to their original forms.
Yushi hugged Yuing and said, "Thank you, you saved me again."
From above, the man spoke, "This is the first time I've seen such a move," causing the three of them, Qin Feng included, to look up. The chief of the ancient Xing tribe stood there analyzing, it can attack, defend, kill at the level of Earth, and even resist. The smoke and fire of the Sun Annihilation Formation, 9th rank.
You're a challenger from another region, aren't you? I really admire you. As long as you hand over the princess of the Fang tribe, you can join the Xing Tian tribe.
At that point, he suddenly stopped, his eyes filled with surprise. Qin Feng had appeared behind him, holding a blade to his neck, saying, "I have a better suggestion, submit to me, or I'll kill you." The chief of the ancient Xing tribe trembled in fear, his body drenched in cold sweat as he thought, so fast. He looked down, only seeing Fang Shi and Fang Ying shielding their faces from the dust. Quickly, he regained his composure and proposed a deal.
"Don't be hasty. Have you heard of me? I am the chief of the ancient Xing tribe. I can offer you benefits beyond your imagination."
Below, Fang Shi and Fang Ying heard this and spoke up in turn to stop him. "Your benefactor is very good at deceiving others. Many protective forces have been provoked by him to the point of mutual slaughter.
Don't trust him. Yes, he's a scammer." The chief glanced at Qin Feng before asking, "Do you like women?"
Before Qin Feng could respond, he continued, "I don't, because they are all so noisy." He then reached his hand down. Seeing this, Fang Shi immediately stepped in front of her sister.
Fang Ying cried out, "Sister."
When Fang Shi closed his eyes, waiting to be taken away, an arm suddenly dropped. Then, the head of the chief of the ancient Xing tribe fell, and it turned out that Qin Feng had decisively swung his blade, severing his head.
"You still say it so calmly, I've said it before."
Qin Feng glanced at him and finished the sentence, "Submit to me or I will kill you." However, at that moment, the chief opened his eyes. Tentacles began to sprout from his neck, growing longer along his body and stretching downward to receive his head.
Qin Feng was secretly surprised, die and then resurrect.
The chief was slowly bringing his head back toward his body and said, cold-blooded and ruthless, not the least bit merciful.
"I'm beginning to take a real interest in you.
Join the Xing Tian tribe, and I will consider you my trusted confidant. You will receive skill bonuses, equipment, wealth, and the glory of the women of the Xing Tian clan.
Everything you deserve, you'll have." As he reattached his head, Qin Feng asked, "Do you know the divine continent of Nirvana?"
After restoring his original form, he turned and looked at Qin Feng, replying, "Is that the reason you came to the Xing Tian tribe? As long as you agree to follow me, the divine continent of Nirvana will be the gift I give you." Qin Feng then reached out and grasped his hand, saying that very tempting offer. Below, Fang Shi and Fang Ying stood, bewildered. The chief then smiled brightly and said, "Now that's more like it.
I've always been generous with those who are useful. But then, his expression changed, and he said, naive. How could I cooperate with a barbaric and crude person like you? He even used 9th tier Thunderfire, yet Qin Feng, standing opposite him, was completely unaffected. He remained completely unfazed. Then Qin Feng summoned the throne of the serpent and cursed him as a fool. The tentacle struck the tribe leader with such force that he was smashed against the wall. Qin Feng then said, I'm quite interested in your resurrection ability. I'd like to study it a bit. The tribe leader of the ancient Xing tribe was battered by Qin Feng's attack, and as Qin Feng approached him, he raised his hand to shield his face and asked, What did you say? The tribe leader now felt fear, trembling and only able to cry out for his father. Fang Shi, seeing the situation clearly, called out to Qin Feng, Benefactor, hurry, the leader of the Xing Tian tribe is about to come out. At the same time, the tribe leader of the ancient Xing tribe shouted loudly, Father, hurry and save me. Qin Feng turned around to look ahead, while behind him came the sounds of crying and pleading, Father, I knew you'd come to save me. The figure, entirely green, with a bruised face as if it had just been through some interaction, groaned and cried out, Father. A gust of wind twisted on the ground, with dust swirling everywhere. It lifted the plump, green figure into the sky. He continued to cry and beg for mercy, Father, Father, I was wrong, please don't release me, Father. A voice echoed from within the whirlwind, I am guilty, Father, please release me. The one he kept calling Father began to reveal himself. Slowly, he extended his hand from the storm and said, Unfilial child, you have seized the life of a progenitor, and finally, he fully appeared. In the form of his father's body, he stood in midair, looking down below, and spoke to Qin Feng, everything he knows, if you can defeat me, I will transfer everything to you. The entire ancient Xing tribe will belong to you. Qin Feng's gaze was incredibly determined, and his voice exuded confidence. Do you trust me that much? Just now, I was deceived by your son. Hearing him, the old man immediately raised his hand. He then said, I swear in front of all the clansmen, I will never speak falsely. Fang Shi immediately tried to stop him, Benefactor, don't accept his challenge. He's already at the god level, you can't win against him. Despite her warning, Qin Feng paid no attention to her words. He said without hesitation, Fine, I accept the challenge. There were breaths that carried a sense of fear. Qin Feng transformed instantly, and even a god-level being wasn't this powerful. The old man, still not anticipating anything, secretly sneered in disdain. Qin Feng, combining 3 semi-god abilities into a god-level action is extremely risky. Should I call you a madman or a genius? As he spoke, he launched an attack towards the old man to test it. The old man was no slouch, immediately countering with a god-level strike. Then a green light shot directly at Qin Feng, accompanied by his words, This happened a long time ago. It pierced through everything as if proving its power to destroy anything in its path. Qin Feng watched the strength just now, silently thinking that it could work. Without any mercy, he destroyed his own city. He observed everything carefully and analyzed it silently. The people of the ancient Xing tribe were also very strange, even when burned by fire, they remained motionless like puppets. Qin Feng continued to observe every corner and analyze more carefully, but when he used divine sense to check each person, they all truly existed. While thinking, he prepared to strike back. What exactly was going on? The octopus tentacles were surrounded by raging flames. Qin Feng was about to counterattack, intending to use those tentacles to strike back. However, the man remained sitting still, refusing to dodge. He maintained that cold demeanor and did not avoid Qin Feng's attack. His move was immediately blocked by the man. Qin Feng was extremely surprised when he saw this. The impact just now had exploded immediately. Fang Shi, anxiously holding Fang Ying, muttered, The benefactor is like this but still refuses to be subdued. Qin Feng widened his eyes and suddenly stopped, no longer retaliating. Then, a single slash pierced through the tentacle of the octopus, while at the same time, it pierced through his own hand. Qin Feng thought to himself, luckily he had used the pupil of foresight earlier. The system immediately notified, I have true sight, after leveling up, can see events that happen in the future. It can only be used once a day. He chuckled lightly and said, "Interesting, you possess the ability to predict the future." Hearing him say that, Xin Feng felt a little uneasy. Can he see through my thoughts?
The man continued to spout philosophy. A long life means you learn more things. For example, just now, he crushed the purple-colored object in his hand.
You intended to use divine sense to disturb me.
Xin Feng couldn't believe his eyes, he couldn't hide his shock.
He thought to himself, can divine sense really be caught bare-handed?
The man continued to unleash all his power and said, "The first round of exploration is over, now it's my turn." Then, he used the power from his wings to cast down. Beams of light pierced into every corner of the city, wrapping tightly around the tentacles of the octopus. Seeing this, Xin Feng was stunned. He looked up at the sky and thought, my power is quickly fading.
Is he trying to steal the shadow branch by force?
Xin Feng struggled to rush up and cut off the tentacle that was tightly bound. He raised his hand to the sky, creating a light arrow rain formation. The beam of his opponent's power struck the shield. However, it was pierced right through by the force of his attack. The shield instantly shattered, and the beam of power shot into the tentacle, relentlessly pursuing Xin Feng. He remained calm, constantly thinking, after several rounds of battle, his attacks haven't slowed down at all.
Such a fierce attack must consume a huge amount of spirit. What exactly is he using to replenish his spirit? Then, the man's rope immediately wrapped tightly around Xin Feng's legs.
It gradually enveloped his whole body, eventually hanging him upside down like a butterfly cocoon. Xin Feng observed his surroundings and saw that everyone else was hanging in the same manner. He realized that the man was using his own kin to nourish himself. He wriggled like a worm trying to break free from the cocoon, yet he still ruthlessly attacked his own Min tribe. Can't blame him, can't blame him. Damn it, this thread seems to be binding the effect of my powers. In despair, Xin Feng shouted loudly. He stood in front of Fang Shi and threatened, "Your Highness, Princess, hand it over now."
Fang Shi, while protecting Fang Ying, looked at the man. He continued to threaten her, still silent. Do you want me to kill everyone around you before you speak?
Taking advantage of his momentary distraction, she whispered to Fang Ying that there were traces of her sister on the benefactor. Soon, her sister would teleport next to the benefactor. Before the benefactor stepped out, she should do her best to buy time. Fang Ying quietly called out to her, but she didn't respond, saying, "There's no other way, he's our only hope now." She immediately turned against him, shouting loudly, "You are not worthy of the divine artifact. The curse is the destiny of the person, don't even think about breaking it." Seeing she remained silent, he became serious, saying, "You refuse to drink the wine I offer, but now you want to drink the punishment wine?" Without thinking, he struck straight toward the two of them. Fang Ying swiftly dodged the blow and then lunged forward, aiming a crossbow at his face. On the other side, Xin Feng was still struggling painfully to escape from the cocoon. As he was fumbling, Fang Shi suddenly appeared in front of him. He was taken aback and shouted, "Fang Shi." She placed her hand on the cocoon and gently burned away the layers surrounding Xin Feng's body. He smoothly escaped the cocoon and quickly said, "Thank you." Fang Shi's expression was serious as she said, "Benefactor, please use me." Her sudden words stunned Xin Feng for a moment. Meanwhile, Fang Ying was still being tortured. He asked her where the princess had gone. Suddenly, from above, a strike descended, piercing through his body. Xin Feng aimed his arrow directly at him, and from the head down to his chest, it began to expand. It continued to spread throughout his entire body. The group of people with green skin remained frozen like statues. Then, they were sucked clean by him, as if he was about to regenerate a new body. A terrifying form emerged from his fusion, so grotesque that it was impossible to tell what kind of creature it was. It opened its mouth wide, as if to swallow Xin Feng whole. It seemed like it had already devoured him, but it turned out Xin Feng had dodged it. Xin Feng quickly drew his bow again and shot another arrow at it. The arrow pierced through its massive body. Then he grabbed its tail, spun it fiercely, and tossed the monster away.
Who would have thought it would be so tenacious?
It clung to the castle walls, glaring at Qin Feng.
Horrible faces appeared on its body.
From those faces, beams of light shot directly at Qin Feng.
He refused to back down and immediately retaliated. Qin Feng fired arrows directly at the monster. They struck with devastating force, causing it to fall.
Seeing the monster defeated, Qin Feng slowly approached.
At that moment, he thought to himself, is it really dead?
A shadow darted past him but was shot dead on the spot by Qin Feng. He coldly said, "Fool, with such a large body, you still want a sneak attack."
The monster remained motionless, its mouth opening wide as if preparing to counterattack once more.
The mouth kept widening, but Qin Feng stood perfectly still. He silently thought to himself, after absorbing all its kin, it means he no longer has any energy to replenish himself.
Qin Feng continued to shoot arrows towards the monster.
Long silently thought to himself that the success or failure rested on this strike. As soon as this thought crossed his mind, the arrow in his hand was released, and the two forces collided head-on. At the moment they collided, an explosion erupted. In that instant, he shot again, piercing through the monster. It disintegrated into smoke. Finally, Qin Feng could breathe a sigh of relief.
Qin Feng's eyes lit up, it was,
he thought to himself, the divine continent of nirvana. Slowly, he stepped closer. This was it, he had finally found it. He quickly reached out to grab it. He believed that with it, a quicker hand would snatch the jade pendant, while also blocking his thoughts.
Gee, you would be able to.
At that moment, Qin Feng said, "Fangshi, I'm serious, what's going on?"
"Give me the divine continent of nirvana."
But she still held it tightly in her hand, without hesitation.
Fangshi then shattered it.
Qin Feng was in a state of great shock from the scene that had just unfolded. He lunged at Fangshi, shouting, "Why did you have to do that?" Fangshi said seriously, "Because only in this way can Xing Tian truly be killed." Her voice became solemn. She calmly addressed her benefactor, "Please allow me to introduce myself again." Fangshi explained, "I once said I am Fangshi from the Fang tribe, and the Spirit Fire tribe is the name of the tribe where our Fang tribe gathers." According to Fangshi's story, a tale began to unfold. 1,000 years ago, the ancient Xing tribe had been defeated in the Great War of the 10,000 Realms and came to this place.
The tribe leader, Xing Tian, could not accept this defeat.
After hearing about the divine continent of nirvana, the precious artifact of our tribe, he took advantage of the moment when our tribe's defenses were lax to steal it, hoping to use the power of the divine continent of nirvana to become the god of fire.
However, a thief remains a thief.
Even though he may have stolen a portion of the power, he could never fully grasp the strength of the divine continent of nirvana. On the contrary, because he did not know the proper way to use it, he was cursed by the power of the divine continent of nirvana, and using its power required him to burn the lives of others. At first, he ordered the tribe members to capture outsiders and give them to him to seize their power. Then, he began to take his own tribe members. When it was just him left, the ancient Xing tribe you saw earlier were nothing more than puppets of Xing Tian, created to maintain the appearance of the tribe's prosperity. Xing Tian granted them a certain level of awareness so that they believed they were still alive. But when he needed power, these puppets became tools to provide strength to him.
Qin Feng became even more enraged upon hearing this.
He shouted, "But what does this have to do with your actions in destroying the divine continent of nirvana?" Fangshi continued, "The divine continent of nirvana has fused into one with him. Once you use the divine continent of nirvana, the remnants of Xing Tian within it will invade your mind.
What I mean is, you will unknowingly become the second Xing Tian."
At this point, Qin Feng was stunned, unable to believe the truth before his eyes. He then thought of the girl, Jiyu, who was waiting for him. Fangshi continued, "Benefactor, if you choose to live because of the divine continent of nirvana, you need not worry." She said that the divine continent of nirvana was actually the crystallization of the power of the chief of the Fang tribe. The generations surrounding her were enveloped by the light in the shape of a phoenix. Nirvana meant the birth of a species, and only the current chief who broke the old divine continent of Nirvana could inherit the power of the previous chiefs.
The new divine continent of Nirvana could only be born afterward.
After this statement, a phoenix flew up, and the light from the new divine pearl spread from the side. She gently held the divine continent of Nirvana in her hands and respectfully handed it to Qin Feng, saying, "Benefactor, as the last descendant of the Fang tribe, I am willing to lead the tribesmen to follow you.
The divine continent of Nirvana is my offering to you. As long as you have it, you can become the new fire god."
Qin Feng was silent for a moment as he looked down, then seriously said, "All right, I accept." A moment later, everyone standing around Jiyu watched as the divine continent of Nirvana slowly moved closer to where Jiyu lay unconscious. Magic was activated around the girl. A hand reached through the magic, and a young man with long black hair slowly approached. At that moment, Qin Feng also became tense. Fang Shi and Fang Ying stood on the side, observing closely.
Fang Ying whispered, "Sister, so beautiful."
Her eyes, red and wide open, held back tears that were about to fall. As she awoke, she said, "Master, I."
Qin Feng asked, concerned, "You're awake. How do you feel?" Jiyu smiled and replied, "I feel great. I've never been this happy."
Everyone is running back and forth, and their mouths are chattering non-stop. Quickly report to the boss. Challenger number 5 has already controlled the monster and is heading here, prepare to engage. A group of 3 people were in a defensive position, continuously cheering on their teammates. They come from the great celestial world, we are no match for them. Everyone, do not give up for the sake of our home. Having built it with their own hands, they persevered as a gigantic monster stood before them. A voice came from behind, "Don't worry." The group immediately turned around to warmly greet the village chief, Boss Qin. Qin Feng spoke seriously, "Jiyu, use your time skill to help me."
Jiyu's face turned bright red, and she joyfully responded, "Yes."
He continued, "Xiao Wan, no need to give orders. It already said it would burn everything to the ground, burn everything for me." Qin Feng adjusted his attire, his gaze becoming even more serious. He said, "It looks like tonight, the village will have a feast of treasure and spiders."
The next morning, an announcement voice echoed, "Congratulations to Long Yuan Village for completing the mission.
The village, now at the level of a city, is qualified to participate in the Great War of the Myriad Worlds. All village chiefs, please prepare accordingly." The voice continued, "The first trial of the Great War of the Myriad Worlds has officially begun.
In the end, who will claim the crown?"
With those words, an image appeared of Qin Feng holding a sword, walking up the peak of glory. Finally, the voice faded, and the story came to an end.